On a primitive planet choked with dense forests and scattered ruins, sunlight filtered through towering trees and spilled over a short-haired youth. As he gestured idly with his hands, he muttered to himself, Zhang Weiguo, age 18, parents alive, and well, a cute little sister, a childhood sweetheart, and buddies who pulled all-nighters with me. Here I am marking this place on my own. With a snap, he jabbed a piece of wood carved with words into the earth beside a tree. Damn it, why does this look like a tombstone? He cursed, smashing the wood apart before turning back to study how to make fire by drilling wood. Just from his name alone, one could tell what kind of family Zhang Weiguo came from. Only a family of iron-blooded patriots would still name their child that in the new century. As a direct heir to that tradition, Zhang Weiguo was without a doubt a patriotic youth. Having just graduated high school at 18 with grades good enough for Tsinghua or Peking University, he had instead chosen to enroll directly in a military academy. Yet just after he had shaved his head short and was about to head home, he fulfilled a long-cherished little dream. He ran into great fortune. It was just that the order was a bit off. Rather than running into great fortune, it became fortune running into him. With a whooshing sound, he arrived on this inexplicable damned planet, appearing directly in the middle of a forest. He was certain this was not Blue Star. After all, Blue Star definitely did not have bees a meter tall and ants the size of wash basins. Fortunately, his grandfather had always been determined to send Zhang Weiguo to serve in the harshest units, putting him through special training from childhood, terrified he would not qualify. Thanks to that, he had managed to survive and hide, hunkering down and stealthily waiting for time to pass. For when he came to this planet, a spatial domain appeared in his mind, as well containing a countdown and an explanation. The mental space was currently a 3x3x3 cube. Whether it could grow larger in the future, he did not know. Inside it was a 24-hour countdown with a line of small text beneath. When the countdown ends, you will return to your original planet and gain immortality and short-range teleportation. Note, due to distance, there will be slight positional deviation. Zhang Weiguo did not care in the least about the parenthetical. Immortality and teleportation. Even if they walled him up inside bricks or buried him underground, he would have nothing to fear. With abilities that incredible, once he returned, wouldn't he be able to summon wind and rain at will, getting anything he desired? From the look of the countdown, however, Zhang Weiguo could tell that he would definitely have to come back here again. It would be better to report directly to the nation, have them haul a truckload of weapons to build him a base here, mine some resources for the country, maybe capture a few immortal bees. No problem at all. Honey from bees that big had to taste even better, and it would be far safer that way. Zhang Weiguo had gone a whole day without eating and was a bit hungry. The main issue was that all the animals here were like this, and the plants had mutated so much that he barely recognized any of them. Since he could return to Blue Star, he might as well go back there to eat. Going hungry for one day was no big deal, better to play it safe. A true disciple of Bear Grylls, go hungry for a day and your spirit remains vigorous. When there were 12 hours left on the countdown, its colors suddenly turned green. Zhang Weiguo received the information at the same time. Within these 12 hours, he could return at any moment, and once the 12 hours ended, he would be forcibly sent back. In other words, the minimum stay each time was 12 hours, and the maximum was 24. Naturally, Zhang Weiguo did not hesitate. He would go back first. Within the mental space, he packed in many plants he had found along with collected leaves and fruits. Once he returned, he would report to the nation and have them analyze what could be eaten and what could be used. That would be far safer. He would also bring some weapons and get proper protective gear. Right now, he was only wearing shorts. Though he did not feel cold, he still felt very unsafe. Thus, Zhang Weiguo decisively chose to return. As a wave of dizzying, vertigo-inducing sensation washed over him, Zhang Weiguo finally returned to the Blue Star he had longed for day and night. Gazing at the water-blue planet before his eyes, he could not help but think how beautiful it was. Wait a second. The water-blue planet before him was indeed beautiful, yet something felt wrong. In an instant, blood rushed to Zhang Weiguo's head as he realized what it was. Why could he see the entire globe of that water-blue planet? He immediately noticed that the countdown in his mental space had changed, resetting once more to 24 hours, and the line of text beneath had altered. Planet locked. Immortality obtained. Short-range teleportation obtained. Note, please prepare yourself to explore the world. Looking at the desolation beneath his feet and the azure planet above his head, he understood that the space had mistakenly identified the moon as his original planet. He could only be immortal on the moon. Prepare for what? Am I supposed to eat dirt on the moon to prepare? He fumed inwardly. Though his thoughts were a mess, his mind involuntarily recalled a few lines. Since ancient times, the moon has been an inseparable part of Huaxia's territory. I am a native resident of the moon, hereby applying on its behalf to join Huaxia. I am Wu Gang. The moon is so barren because I chopped down every osmanthus tree. Stop it, Zhang Weiguo. Quit letting your thoughts run wild. He sprawled flat on the lunar surface. Now he was immortal. He did not even need to breathe. But on the other side, he was still made of flesh and blood. He could die. At most, as long as he did not die outright, coming to the moon would restore him completely. Even with this feature, however, surviving alone on that primitive planet, where even bees grew to a meter tall, would be truly perilous without help. He had to find a way to use his immortality on the moon to obtain assistance. He also had to determine what era Blue Star was currently in. Location had already shifted. What if time had shifted as well? The childhood sweetheart who planned to marry him right after he finished military school, could she now be 30 with 2 kids? He could rationally accept that he had vanished in an accident of great fortune, but that did not mean his heart would not ache. Zhang Weiguo racked his brains for anything that might help him. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Thanks to his iron-blooded patriotic old grandfather, watching the evening news had always been mandatory in their home. In Zhang Weiguo's impression, Xiao seemed to have a Yutu lunar rover on the moon. If he found Yutu and got the nation to set up a video link to the moon, not only could they help him, he could in turn help the country advance its technology. A person able to move freely on the moon would be of unparalleled significance to the nation's space program. For example, lunar development had once been like buying a pot and ribs online and expecting the ribs to crawl out and cook themselves, a problem on the scale of a world-class challenge. But now with a person present, it became as simple as taking the ribs out, putting them into the pot, and pressing the switch. Anyone with hands could do it. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and Zhang Weiguo immediately sprang into action. He vaguely remembered that it had landed in some red something landing zone. Luck might let him find it quickly, but to avoid wasting time retracing his steps, he decided to divide the moon into several hundred sectors and search them one by one, a more reliable method. Once he had drawn up the plan, Zhang Weiguo set out at once. He was immortal now. He did not need food or even to breathe. The sooner he found it, the sooner he could help Xiao soar, and the sooner he could enjoy the benefits. Thus began Zhang Weiguo's long journey to find the rabbit. Before long, the 24-hour period was nearly over. Just when he thought this trip would be fruitless, he suddenly spotted a solar panel in a small depression. Stepping closer, he saw the familiar red flag, and the sight almost brought tears to his eyes. It seemed the rover had fallen into a pit and could not climb out, unable to catch the sunlight and out of power. There were 10 minutes left before he would be forcibly sent back to the other side. The sun was still shining. Zhang Weiguo hurriedly lifted the rover out of the pit, brushed the dust off its solar panel, then located its camera and wrote on the ground facing it, "Are you there?" He scrubbed the words away at once. Zhang Weiguo, are you trying to get yourself killed? Take this seriously. He berated himself, quickly erasing the message to rewrite it. He wanted to encrypt it a bit to make things harder in case foreigners happened to see, so he wrote in archaic phrasing, "Tonight, in what year do we find ourselves? Is Xiao at peace? I earnestly request that communications be established with haste." Just as he finished writing, Zhang Weiguo heard a click from the rover, as if a photo had been taken. He turned and saw in the distance a dust storm kicked up on the moon by streams of particles from the sun. Without a word, he immediately stored the rover into his mental space. If the message did not go through this time, so be it. But if he let the dust storm ruin the rover, then he would really have to cry. Moments later, time was up, and he returned once more to that other planet. At the same time, in the Lunar Exploration Science Department, a new research fellow named Wang Chong arrived at work. During this period, Xiao had already announced its target date for a manned lunar landing, the year 2030. Only 5 years remained. Yet this schedule was fiercely debated. Not only did the international community cast doubt upon it, even a portion of the domestic population found it hard to believe. Some shameless so-called public intellectuals fanned the flames, chanting slogans like, "I don't want the rise of a great power, I only want a simple life," or "What use is landing on the moon? With all that money, why don't you look after your people instead?" One by one, they were little more than mouthpieces funded by external forces, utterly repulsive. They failed to understand that science and technology are the true foundation of a great nation. Without technological strength, the country would once again, as it had a century ago, be reduced to a battlefield for foreign powers, with its people plunged into an abyss of suffering. At 7 in the morning, Wang Chong had already arrived at the research institute. Although he was a newcomer, he had been entrusted with an important task, one that was also a long-standing tradition of the institute. Every new researcher had to personally experience the hardship of scientific work and feel the weight of aerospace history. His job was to attempt to awaken Yutu, the Jade Rabbit rover, and try to receive any signals from it to see whether it had recovered. Originally designed for a 3-month service life, Yutu had worked on the lunar surface for 11 months before contact was lost. It was the first lunar child of Xiao's moon researchers, and everyone hoped to one day hear her reply. Thus, each year someone was assigned to spend a fixed half-hour every day trying to wake her and listen for messages, waiting for the day Xiao set foot on the moon again and brought their child home. Wang Chong was this year's designated operator, and he was already thoroughly familiar with the procedure. Pulling himself together, he began his work. Execute wake-up protocol. No response. Execute message reception. Still nothing. I am gazing from afar at the moon above. The ringtone suddenly chimed. Wang Chang picked up his phone only to find that no one was calling him. Abruptly, he jerked his head up, his hands beginning to tremble so badly that the phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. For years, Yutu had lain dormant, neither stirring nor sending any data. Every researcher assigned to this duty had set their own custom music as the alert tone. The device was not connected to any external system, it had only this single function. There was no possibility of a leak or a virus infection. This was the quiet romance of aerospace workers. They hoped that one day Yutu would hear the beloved music of her homeland and re-establish contact with her family. This ringtone was the one Wang Chang had chosen, identical to that of his phone. He rubbed his eyes hard and slapped his own cheeks, then, with a trembling hand, tapped open the message reception interface. On the screen, a line of text stood out clearly: message received from Yutu 1. Wang Chang pinched himself again and rubbed his eyes once more, confirming that he was not mistaken. In a flash, he bolted out of the room. His team leader was just lifting a cup of water to his lips when he saw Wang Chang sprinting over, panting heavily. What are you rushing for? What are you rushing for? You're a researcher now, but you must be steady. Don't act like some hot-headed kid. Wang Chang, chest heaving, pointed behind him. Huff, huff. For a long moment, he could not get a word out. Here, have some water first. Look how flustered you are, the team leader said, handing him a cup. Before the leader could finish, Wang Chang blurted out, Yutu. Huff, huff. Yutu has sent back data. What? The team leader could hardly believe his ears. Yutu had been silent for so many years that any new information from her was of immense significance. This was especially true now on the eve of launching a new lunar rover. The data would be crucial for studying rover safety and all kinds of performance indexes. And if this message could reveal why Yutu had lost contact back then, and how she had now come back to life, its value would be even greater. Yutu has just sent back a message, Wang Chang repeated. With a swish, 2 cups were thrust directly into Wang Chang's hands as the team leader shot off like a rabbit toward Yutu's control center. Wang Chang drained 1 cup in a single gulp, then hurried back as well. He had barely stepped out when he saw the team leader rushing back from the control center, about to run off to report to the chief engineer. Wait, leader, you can use the internal line. The team leader skidded to a halt and dashed back toward the control center. Why didn't you call me just now? I got too excited and forgot, Wang Chang replied. The two of them raced into Yutu's control room and grabbed the internal phone. At that moment, the chief lunar engineer and the other engineers were in a meeting, wrestling with problems. One research issue after another was laid out on the table for discussion. Many obstacles still stood in the way of landing on the moon, each one needing to be overcome. Every engineer felt the pressure. In aerospace technology, a single slow step meant falling behind at every step. The earlier they could land on the moon and establish a lunar base, the more indelible a contribution it would be to the entire nation. They had spent yet another night in intense debate and had just outlined the initial roadmap for their research. Even so, the mission of landing on the moon by 2030 remained exceedingly arduous. Chief Engineer Qian Guoxing spoke at last. For now, we'll proceed with the research plan we've set today. If any issues arise, report them promptly. Everyone go back and get some proper rest. A young engineer named Chen Fan gave a wry smile. If only there were really a Wu gang up there on the moon. With a person to help us, many of these problems would simply cease to exist. The others sighed softly at his words and began packing up their things, preparing to go home and rest. Just then, the chief engineer's assistant walked in, quickly stepped to Qian Guoxing's side and whispered in his ear, "Engineer, Qian Yutu has just sent back a message." "What?" Qian Guoxing exclaimed in astonishment. He had personally overseen the Yutu project and knew well that contact had been lost. After investigation, they had concluded that Yutu was likely blown by a lunar dust storm into a crater, unable to climb back out or continue charging its solar panels. There was no way it could recover. The position assigned to monitor it existed only to show new researchers the hardship and unpredictability of aerospace work. He had never imagined that they would receive a message again today. If they could uncover the reason behind this, it would be of immense help to future lunar rover missions. Seeing Qian Guoxing's cry of surprise, the other engineers were equally stunned. As long as they had known him, Chief Engineer Qian, the project leader, had always been composed and rarely revealed such emotion. But everyone here worked in a secure facility. They understood that there were questions one simply did not ask. If you were meant to know, you would be told. If you were not meant to know, you did not probe. Reading the expressions in the room, Qian Guoxiang understood at once. But everyone here was responsible for lunar exploration and had already passed strict background checks. He could tell them. Just now, he announced, Yutu, which has been out of contact for many years, has sent us a new message. Every engineer wore an expression of astonishment. They all understood the weight of this news. The very fact that a message could be sent was itself a message. Qian Guoxiang continued, "A few more minutes won't make a difference. Those who can still hold on, come with me. Let's see what Yutu has sent back." Not a single engineer chose to go rest. Though many of them were elderly men who had gone an entire day and night without sleep, they surged toward Yutu's control room in an excited throng. It was Wang Chang's first time seeing so many towering figures of the field all in one place, and he could not help feeling a little nervous. One could say that almost all of Huaxia's key aerospace scientists were now gathered here. After they arrived, no one rushed to open the message. Chief Engineer Qian spoke first. "Young man, you were the one who received the signal. Tell us how it happened." Wang Chang gazed at this towering figure of China's aerospace technology, someone he had only seen at conferences before and had never communicated with up close. His hands trembled slightly as he pressed his lips together, swallowed, and began to speak. "This morning when I came in, I carried out the routine awakening operation for the Yutu spacecraft, but there was no response. Later, during the routine reception of messages from Yutu, I suddenly received a message from it." After hearing this, Chief Engineer Qian pondered for a moment and said, "It should be that Yutu autonomously awakened for a brief period, sent out a message, and then fell silent again." Thinking of this, Chief Engineer Qian couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After all, if it had awakened and provided more information, that would have been even better. This might be a one-time event that cannot be sustained, and perhaps it will never awaken again. The other engineers around shared the same thought. If they had manually awakened it successfully, then there could be a possibility of ongoing communication. But for now, this was merely a fleeting favor from the cosmic expanse. "It's no big deal. Perhaps this time it has sent us an important message that could age." After a brief moment of shock, everyone was enraged. There was someone on the moon, and this person even wrote in Chinese characters. This was simply absurd. They are the ones researching China's aerospace. How could they not know? Chief Engineer Qian reacted quickly, directly dialing the National Security Department's phone number. "A national-level leak has occurred at the Aerospace Research Institute. Dispatch soldiers quickly to seal off the base and control all relevant personnel, including me." Wang Chang's team leader was shocked and hurriedly ran in front of Chief Engineer Qian, saying, "I have been keeping an eye on Wang Chang. He is definitely not a foreign spy. He might have just wanted to play a prank." Chief Engineer Qian calmly replied, "The nature of this matter is too serious. Directly accessing the U2 control system to alter files causing such an effect, he might have intended to prank, but it could very likely lead to a leak of national key technology. If this is the case, then fine, but if it truly is an act of espionage, the consequences would be severe. I am not targeting anyone and nothing is confirmed yet, but everyone, including me, must undergo strict examination. This matter is too serious." Wang Chang stared at the 3 lines of text in front of him, shocked as well. He couldn't believe it. Why would such a photo be transmitted? He also felt certain that there must be a spy within the research institute. That was the most likely scenario. He even wondered if he might have sleepwalked and truly pulled such a prank during that time. But he really wouldn't. This is no ordinary place. He wasn't a fool. How could he possibly pull a prank here, especially since he was sleeping at home 5 kilometers away? Sleepwalking shouldn't allow one to wander that far. He must find an explanation, otherwise he might really be accused of treason. Chief Engineer Qian, it really wasn't me. I was simply conducting routine checks, routine awakenings, and routine message receptions. I did nothing else. Chief Engineer Qian comfortingly patted Wang Chang's shoulder. "I believe you, but you must understand such an incident indicates there is undoubtedly an internal problem. We must uncover the issue to ensure a safer research environment. Inviting the National Security Department to conduct an investigation is also to clear everyone's name, preventing mutual suspicion that could lead to distrust. Rest assured, I guarantee no one will be wronged and no bad person will escape." Then Chief Engineer Qian directly notified within the Research Institute 3 people in a group, randomly assigned numbers, to supervise each other until the National Security Department personnel arrive. The entire Aerospace Research Institute was suddenly alarmed. Many people did not know what had happened, only that a serious incident related to U2 had occurred. Meanwhile, the director of the National Security Department, Li Hua, had already received directives from higher-ups. The aerospace program is one of the nation's most critical scientific research projects in recent times, of utmost importance, and cannot afford any mistakes. Now, with such a serious leak incident occurring, it is undoubtedly a deeply hidden spy that must be taken seriously and swiftly apprehended. Li Hua began to conduct pre-mission training with his subordinate team members, saying, "Soon we will be facing the most esteemed figures in China's aerospace research, crucial for the development of our technology. We absolutely cannot allow any mistakes, so everyone must be mindful of their behavior. No electronic devices, books, pens, or papers are allowed to be taken in, nor is it permitted to bring anything out from inside. After entering, you will change clothes, and upon exiting, you must also change clothes. Entering and exiting completely bare, not allowed to take anything away. There will be dedicated personnel responsible for questioning. We will only protect each scientist from harm and ensure that no bad people escape. This concerns national fortunes. Don't let me down." Just after Chief Engineer Qian finished making a phone call, within 3 seconds the entire research institute was sealed off, with no one allowed in or out. In 10 minutes the national security personnel arrived, and everyone was placed under individual supervision. At this moment Li Hua approached Chief Engineer Qian, asking, "Chief Qian, what exactly happened? I don't understand this technology. Is it definitely the work of spies?" Chief Engineer Qian was also unwilling to believe there were spies involved, as the damage to the nation would be immense, not knowing how much top-secret technology would be leaked. "Captain Li, you must have heard the story of change flying to the moon, right?" "Of course I've heard it. What's that got to do with this?" Chief Engineer Qian said solemnly. "If this incident is true, do you know what it signifies?" "I don't know." Li Hua directly shook his head. "It signifies that we have discovered change," Chief Engineer Qian spoke. Li Hua instantly understood the gravity of the situation. This was undoubtedly impossible. Someone internally must be sabotaging, attempting to undermine China's aerospace technology development, hence resorting to such shameless actions. Both external and internal investigations proceeded simultaneously. Wang Chong, being a directly related person, was inevitably subject to a focused examination. He was now in a makeshift interrogation room. "Speak, confess for leniency, resist for harsh punishment. Your actions are neither trivial nor insignificant, with death penalty as the maximum consequence. Quickly confess to redeem yourself and minimize the losses to the country. There is still hope." Li Hua knew he couldn't directly make such presumptions of guilt. However, in urgent situations for the sake of national security, if there were real problems, he would take full responsibility. Time was of the essence. Wang Chong needed to be scared. His hands trembled. As a small-town scholar, he had always been outstanding academically, hardly ever criticized by teachers, let alone receiving treatment like this, sitting on a regret chair with silver bracelets. However, he could understand if you received such a photo from the moon, you wouldn't believe it either. But he truly didn't know what was going on. "Big brother, I am truly wrong." Li Hua had a keen eye for people. Judging from Wang Chong's expression, he could tell that the young man was likely not lying, otherwise he was an exceptional actor. Li Hua approached him and tapped on the table. "Think carefully, it's not necessarily you. Consider if there are any suspicious aspects, suspicious individuals, or events. We will investigate everything," he said. "If we find the person sooner, we can clear your name sooner." At this moment, the external investigation into Wang Chong had also come in, confirming his innocence with no suspicious points suggesting it was likely just bad luck encountering an enemy attack. Meanwhile, the engineers who had just completed their review returned to the control center of the Yutu spacecraft. Those who could enter this place and become engineers possessing high authority had undoubtedly undergone countless investigations, not just once but periodic reviews. This was a matter of national security, a practice common among all naughty. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If there are people from our Huaxiao on the moon, they could turn our 2030 lunar landing plan into a colonization plan and even use the moon as a springboard to the Starry Sea. Chief Engineer Qian was still resting with his eyes closed, but upon hearing Chun Fan's words, he opened his eyes. This incident was too serious and had severely shaken the confidence of many engineers. If there were spies involved, many data points would have to be traced back to prevent issues. All research had halted pending the completion of the review. Everyone was left idle and anxious. Thus Qian Guoxing spoke up. "Xiao Chun is right. What if this is real? Science is the pursuit of the unknown. In ancient times we thought the will-o'-the-wisps, earthquakes, and solar eclipses were all supernatural phenomena, but aren't they now explained by science? Since we can't conduct research today, why not have some fun? If there really is a Huaxiao person up there who can write, what can we do about it? Let's discuss it together." Now, calming the hearts of the people and finding an interesting topic was the best approach for these scientists. The previously anxious engineers perked up at this topic, instantly more engaged, and began to speak up. "First of all, I think we can assume he is a human. However, we can be certain that he at least has one finger capable of simple operations and has some understanding of Huaxia culture, even if the writing is not perfect or ancient," one said. "Indeed, but it seems he hasn't finished his 3 statements. The characters are too large and have gone off the edge," another noted. "From this simplified Chinese writing, it suggests he possesses intelligence and is likely a modern Huaxiao person who knows about the Yutu spacecraft, at the very least recognizing that he could contact us." Many engineers began analyzing the person who wrote these words before continuing to discuss what could be done. "Firstly, he can certainly choose suitable lunar landing points based on our re. Yes, and many sophisticated instruments could be better protected. Once landed, simple installations could be performed. Maintenance would become easier, and with someone to assist in countering difficulties would be manageable. The Yutu spacecraft wouldn't have remained silent for so long. Most importantly, establishing a lunar base would make scientific research much simpler. As long as he understands commands, we could teach him to use various instruments, and data could be fed back in real time, allowing us to create things suitable for the moon, accelerating our progress." At this moment, Chen Fan raised a question. but how can we ensure he will listen to us? Firstly, he wrote in Chinese, and the second line says Huaxiao, which at least guarantees he has some sense of belonging to Huaxia. Assuming he is indeed a Huaxia person who for some unknown reason ended up on the moon and can live there, then his parents, siblings, wife, children, and even good friends must all be under strict protection. We could even arrange for good friends to chat with him, play games, and keep his spirits up. We must also ensure his parents and siblings are well taken care of so he has no worries. Being alone on the moon can be very lonely, but I believe that as long as we treat him sincerely, he will surely be willing to cooperate, one engineer said. Yes, and after we land on the moon, we can bring him home. Seeing everyone begin to express their thoughts about the possibility of such a person existing, the tense atmosphere eased. Chief Engineer Qian felt reassured and joined in. So what do you think the last sentence hastened to respond might refer to? Save me, an engineer guessed. That's unlikely. If there were real danger, he should know we can't reach the moon in a short time. Another person chimed in, it could be, but how do we respond? The Yutu spacecraft had never considered there being someone on the moon and did not have any outward communication capabilities. At this point, Chun Fan suggested, I think it should be about establishing communication. If I could survive on the moon, know about the Yutu spacecraft, and be a Huaxiao person with acquaintances on Blue Star, I would definitely want to establish contact first. This way communication would be easier, and in the future anything we need to do would be much more straightforward to discuss. After thinking for a moment, everyone agreed that even without this sentence, if they truly discovered Huaxiao people on the moon, they would still need to establish communication first. This isn't difficult. We could first adjust a satellite to be responsible for encrypted communications between him and Blue Star, then send the communication device up. It doesn't matter how it lands, just ensure the communication device is protected. We could place it on a nearly obsolete. Even Qian Guoxing couldn't help but sigh. If only this were true. The review by the National Security Department continued, but after more than 10 hours, there was still no result. It seemed everyone had a clear background with no suspicious points whatsoever. Moreover, the surveillance and systems had undergone several screenings with no anomalies found. There were even no signs of any implants in the system, just like the real Yutu spacecraft sending data from the moon. Captain Lee, there really is no issue. I've checked it more than 10 times and found no traces, reported the computer expert to Captain Li Hua. It's not that I don't trust you, my brother, but are you really telling me that there is a change on the moon? Brother, please help me check one more time. The computer expert sighed helplessly and continued to search for traces carefully. Li Hua and Qian Guoxiang were both anxious, feeling the heat rising as they knew that delaying even one day would mean halting research for a day which they truly could not afford. While Blue Star was anxiously waiting, Zhang Weiguo finally gathered enough fruits of 3 colors. The one-emetal bees and basin-sized ants were beyond his control, and he couldn't take the risk. Dying would be disastrous. So he decided to stick to a vegetarian diet. He discovered that although he wasn't hungry on the moon, the sensation of hunger didn't disappear, and he still felt hungry here. With no choice but to wait for contact from the moon, he had to save himself. He picked 3 of the most common fruits in the forest, planning to eat them when he could return to the moon. If there were any issues, he would rush back to the moon using his immortality to solve the problem. He also retrieved the Yutu lunar rover, not knowing if it was okay to leave it out in the sun on this planet. He decided to sunbathe and recharge before trying to contact Blue Star again. However, what Zhang Weiguo did not realize was that after recharging, the Yutu spacecraft was still busy snapping photos and transmitting information to Blue Star, albeit from a great distance, unsure if it would reach or when it would arrive. Zhang Weiguo took a bite of the red fruit and felt nothing wrong. After waiting a while, he continued with the green fruit, which was a bit astringent, but also seemed fine. Finally, he tried the purple fruit. Just as he was about to eat it, he felt himself nearly unable to continue. He cut a gash in his hand, quickly stowed the Yutu spacecraft, and returned to the moon. His body immediately felt no pain, and the cut on his hand healed rapidly. It seemed this method really worked. After all, during the transition, he could choose to land within a 10-meter radius of where he left, significantly increasing his range of activity. The lunar sandstorm had ceased, and Zhang Weiguo took out the Yutu lunar rover and began writing again, while the Yutu spacecraft started clicking away, taking photos and transmitting messages. In the control room of the Yutu spacecraft, a familiar voice rang out again. I am gazing from afar upon the moon above. Hearing the ringing sound, Qian Lao's heart sank, realizing something was amiss. Logically, all the scientists here should have been thoroughly vetted, all completely innocent. However, it was just confirmed that everyone's phones had to be surrendered for centralized management, and now that there was a ringing sound, it indicated something. A violation of regulations among these supposedly innocent individuals. This could imply that there are issues with the people from the National Security Agency as well, since they all have to be searched. Even if there are no problems, the scientists inside are all key personnel, and the loss caused by a single act of treason is immeasurable. The air pressure in the control room of the Yutu spacecraft suddenly dropped, and everyone fell silent. None of the engineers present were fools. They all understood what this represented. Qian Guosheng spoke up. Since we are colleagues, if anyone steps forward to confess, I will ask the higher-ups to handle it leniently. Qian Lao, the team leader Wang Chong, interjected. He wasn't originally qualified to be there, but because he had been thoroughly vetted and had direct ties to Wang Chong, he was arranged to be there. It's you. Qian Lao instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, fortunately, it wasn't a core member. Wang Chong's team leader looked at everyone having relaxed expressions. He was initially pleased, thinking that everyone trusted him and didn't believe he was a traitor, but then he saw the looks in their eyes and suddenly realized it wasn't that they trusted him. They figured the impact of him betraying the country was far less significant than that of these scientists. After all, these were top scientists. Let me give you all a fright. Complaining aside, the matter had to continue, so Wang Chong's team leader continued. Qian Lao, it's not the phone ringing, it's you two transmitting information again. This was the music Wang Chong had changed. Upon hearing this, everyone shuddered. Qian Guosheng was even more furious. How audacious was this spy? He immediately asked angrily who allowed the researcher to change the ringtone. Isn't this nonsense? Qian Lao, it was you. When the Yutu went missing, you established this daily calling position and also oversaw the creation of this ringtone box. Wang Chong's team leader finally found an opportunity to speak. You were the first to change the ringtone, saying it was the romance of us aerospace people, hoping that one day Yutu would hear the sounds of home and respond. The first ringtone was even come home often, I remember it clearly. Not paying attention to Wang Chong's leader's mockery, Qian Lao, upon discovering it was information from Yutu, rushed to the control panel to operate it. With a snap, he opened the message, eager to see what this spy was up to. The monitor instantly displayed the first photo, which was exactly Zhang Weiguo squatting with his backside exposed as he wrote. Moreover, due to the proximity, his backside was nearly pressed against the camera, and in his haste, he hadn't adjusted his pants properly, creating a rather abstract image that resembled a woman in a strapless dress. The young engineer Chen Fan was stunned, muttering, "Is change this fashionable? Wearing a strapless dress while wandering on the moon." Fortunately, Yutu had been basking in the sun for a while, so the power was sufficient. Click, click, click. The photos kept coming incessantly. Thus, under everyone's shocked gazes, a series of photos appeared, capturing the entire process of Zhang Weiguo squatting on the ground writing. They also clearly saw the words he wrote. This time Zhang Weiguo had thought it through. He needed to confirm that our Huaxiao had received the message. Otherwise, after all this effort, if no message was received, it would be too embarrassing. So he wrote on the ground, "Please confirm receipt of the message and let Yutu respond once." He also realized that the range of Yutu's photography might not be very large, so he wrote the words a bit smaller. After finishing, he squatted nearby, pondering that if Yutu didn't respond, he would have to write some large characters on T. Inside the Yutu control room, all the engineers and Wang Chong's team leader were stunned. This time it wasn't just one photo, it was a series of photos. Although due to the angle, Zhang Weiguo's face couldn't be clearly seen, the process of writing was vividly captured, and it really did look real. Is there really someone from Huaxiao on the moon? Could it be that Change's journey to the moon is a historical record and not just a story? After waiting for a few minutes, Yutu kept clicking but showed no other response. Zhang Weiguo thought about going up to give it a few taps, but was afraid of damaging it. Suddenly, he realized something. It's really hard to believe that there are people on the moon. Would others think that what he wrote was a prank? Thinking about it, even in his own past, if someone had told him that there were Huaxiao people on the moon, he would have silently called them foolish and stayed away to avoid having his intelligence drained. Writing on the ground really lacked persuasive power. After all, many movies can recreate such effects on the moon's surface. So he directly lifted Yutu, positioning the camera towards the blue planet. When the photo of the azure planet appeared on the monitor with a thud, Qian Lao sat back down. Even though his worldview was shaken, he had to consider whether this matter was real. Chen Fan excitedly leaned over the monitor, carefully examining the photo. It's real, the photo is real, and it was definitely taken today, of the blue planet. As the youngest engineer present, he had exceptional abilities, possessing a photographic memory. Recently, there were forest fires in Australia, burning a patch of forest that is still ongoing, so the position captured in the photo of the blue P. In the past few days, no country has released photos of the blue planet taken by lunar probes. We really need to consider whether this is true. Zhang Weiguo held Yutu gazing at the blue planet for a while, marveling at its beauty, but Yutu still showed no response. This was starting to get frustrating. Did they really need to create something monumental on the moon? Zhang Weiguo set Yutu on the ground, aligning it with the words he had just written, preparing to give it one last chance. If he didn't receive any communication establishment information this time, he would have to do something that the entire world could see in order to contact his homeland. At that moment, Li Hua from the Aerospace Research Institute approached Qian Guosheng with a worried expression. "Mr. Qian, the enemy is too cunning. We have screened 3 times and still have not found a single clue. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Perhaps it's not that we can't find anything, or perhaps there is truly nothing to find. Qian Guoxing thought with excitement. Though he couldn't comprehend why a Huaxiao person would be on the moon, he was willing to accept this reality. I have no particular thoughts right now. There is another relatively important matter. Captain Li, please feel free to proceed. Qian Guoxing quickly returned to the control room of the Yutu spacecraft and directly spoke up. Let us assume this matter is true. First, we need to find a way to inform this Huaxiao individual that we have received the message. What ideas do you have? Chun Fan had been operating in front trying to awaken the Yutu spacecraft, but he was unable to do so, his palms sweating from anxiety, for he knew well that if this matter was indeed true, those above would not be certain whether the Yutu had transmitted the information, and they would inevitably resort to other means to relay the message. They might either seek out lunar probes from other countries or make a significant move on the moon. Neither of these actions were what they wished to see. They originally had a strong advantage in secrecy, but if that happened, even if those above chose to exclusively contact Huaxiao, the attention drawn would be too great, leading to many unpredictable changes. Still no luck. It seems the core of the Yutu has encountered issues and cannot be awakened, making communication impossible. Chun Fan sat down despondently, feeling a bit disheartened. Had such a great opportunity really been lost like this? Cough, cough, cough. The team leader Wang Chong spoke up. I have an idea. I wonder if Mr. Qian agrees. Qian Guoxing was now anxious. Speak up, share whatever ideas you have. Team leader Wang Chong continued. When I was a graduate student, there was an experiment my senior brother could never replicate. In the end, I had no choice but to call him. My senior brother said that when the experiment reached the third and fourth steps, if I knocked my head 3 times on the separator, it would succeed. I had no options left, so one night, while conducting the experiment when no one was around, I secretly knocked my head 3 times, and that day it succeeded. After hearing this, Mr. Qian fell into deep thought. Although they adhered to scientific principles, who could really say for certain about such metaphysical matters? After all, change had already appeared. If knocking one's head was what it took, then for the sake of the nation's aerospace technology, he would knock not just 3 times, but 100 times if necessary. As he spoke, he prepared to take action. The other scientists also began to prepare to knock their heads, not as if they were simply knocking heads, but as if they were performing a grand ritual. Team leader Wang Chong hurriedly stopped Mr. Qian. No, that's not what I meant. I meant we can call Wang Chong to ask. After all, he was the one who received the message. Perhaps the Yutu likes him. At this moment, the young engineer Chun Fan also spoke up. That's right. I've heard that when a system is able to function regardless of whether it's reasonable or not, never change it, it will continue to operate. With that in mind, Mr. Qian directly called Captain Li on the internal landline. Captain Li, please send Wang Chong to the Yutu control room. Though Li Ho was puzzled upon receiving the call, he complied. As the person directly involved, the scrutiny on Wang Chong was the most intense. They had even discovered incidents from when he was 3 years old, peeking at the neighbor's sister bathing, yet they had not uncovered a hint of treason. He was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Wang Chong was taken from the interrogation room. Big brother, I am truly wronged. You won't execute me, will you? Li Ho said irritably. Execute? Who executes people in spring? That's done in autumn. Don't worry, Mr. Qian called for you. Wang Chong finally felt a bit relieved, but he truly couldn't imagine who would do such a thing. It was too bizarre, to the point that only the truth could explain it. Who would plant such photos in a research institute? No one could believe that it wouldn't delay any research progress at all. Wang Chong trembled as he followed the national security personnel to the Yutu control room. Upon entering, he saw everyone was present, including the team leader, and finally felt at ease. As soon as he entered, Mr. Qian hurriedly beckoned. Xiao Wang, come here quickly and try to awaken the Yutu. The team leader also approached Wang Chong to quickly explain the current situation. The Yutu just sent back a lot of photos, but the other party needs to confirm that we have received the information. Right now, we have no way to awaken the Yutu. It's up to you. What? So many big shots can't awaken it, and you're relying on me. Am I supposed to defeat Thanos? The team leader couldn't explain the previous theory about the machine spirit's delight to Wang Chong in time, and could only tell him what to do. Wang Chong immediately sat at the control panel and started operating. He performed a series of rapid operations, but indeed it still didn't work. No miracle occurred. The atmosphere in the Yutu control room was filled with disappointment. If this were true, it would truly mean missing a golden opportunity for Huaxia's rise. If other countries found out, it would no longer be a simple matter of what one could do. It would certainly bring countless obstacles. Wang Chong was also very disheartened. After seeing the Yutu still automatically transmitting photos, he suddenly had an idea. Mr. Qian, I have an idea now. Mr. Qian instantly became spirited. Speak. The Yutu and the automatic photo-taking device are 2 independent systems. That is why it can still take photos even when the Yutu cannot be awakened. We can use the method of switching the photo-taking system to make it realize that we can receive the information. Do it. Whatever the consequences, I will take full responsibility. Mr. Qian firmly decided. They had thought too much and had not considered this method. Since there was a chance, they had to try. Zhang Weiguo squatted beside the Yutu, contemplating what he would create on the moon if the Yutu truly couldn't receive any information. Would it be a direct, bloodthirsty version, painting a gigantic red flag? Or would it be a shocking version, writing a giant "Are you there?" Or perhaps an abstract version, drawing an Armstrong spinning cannon? In reality, it didn't matter what was drawn. As long as a noticeable artificial object appeared on the moon, capable nations would surely photograph and study it inch by inch. If he simply lay in the middle of the image, Huaxiao would definitely discover him and establish contact. He had been cautious not to reveal his face, mainly because he didn't know what time it would be. He was also preparing himself psychologically. If it were a long time later, his parents and childhood friends would no longer be around, and he would be very lonely. If it were earlier, with one of them on Blue Star and another on the moon, it would not only trouble his counterpart, but also make it even harder for people to believe this matter. Just as Zhang Weiguo was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that the automatic photo-taking device had stopped. Just when he thought it had completely broken down, it suddenly started taking photos again, stopping and starting intermittently. The sound of clicking was reminiscent of Morse code tapping. Zhang Weiguo was filled with excitement. It seemed that his message had indeed been received. That was good. He understood Morse code, but not the kind that directly corresponds to English letters, rather the type that corresponds to numbers, to decode using books. Like the telegrams in spy movies. After carefully recalling, confirming he hadn't forgotten, he immediately began to write on the ground. The old man had a particular fondness for spy films, and Zhang Weiguo often watched them with him after finishing his homework. He also enjoyed them, especially when he saw telegrams corresponding to a book and then translating them into a passage. He found it quite cool. Being young at the time, he was unaware of the hardships faced by those predecessors. He simply thought it was interesting and wanted to play too. The old man was also playful, and having a young companion suited him perfectly. Whenever the old man returned home, he often shared stories of Sun Tzu's Art of War, which Zhang Weiguo loved to hear, making him the big brother among the mischievous kids. Thus the two of them used the Sun Tzu's Art of War, which they could recite by heart, as a codebook, starting to communicate using Morse code. During meals, they would tap away incessantly, prompting the old lady to scold them many times. Yet they continued to have great fun. Although they had become a little rusty after years of high school studies, the things learned since childhood remained ingrained. After a significant event, they hadn't forgotten. At this moment, in the control center of the Yutu spacecraft, everyone had just witnessed Wang Chang's operation, using the rhythm of turning the automatic camera on and off to convey standard Morse code. Will this work? Wang Chang's team leader asked the question everyone was pondering. While most people had heard of Morse code, very few could understand it or recognize it as Morse code. Wang Chang nodded. It will definitely be useful. Even though he might not understand the information we're trying to convey, the very act itself conveys a message. The pattern changes will surely make him realize that this is a human action, indicating that we have received the information and are attempting to contact him. The crowd fell silent, all knowing this to be true, yet fearing that greater hope would lead to greater disappointment. Soon a new photo came through, and the information on it excited everyone. The Morse code corresponds to numbers, a codebook, the People's Publishing House 1983 edition of Sun Tzu's Art of War, which should be a pirated copy with very small text. The codes 8314145948712994 correspond to the 4 characters, "I am your father." Please quickly find it and reply with the code "private money." The book was purchased by the old man, but back then the family wasn't very well off. The old man was quite principled, and the books he bought were likely pirated copies with small text, which was not normal. Zhang Weiguo feared that if the state got the book wrong, misunderstanding the information could lead to significant issues. As for the phrase "I am your father," it was something the old man would directly tap out whenever he lost an argument, which Zhang Weiguo remembered all too well. He would then reply with the code for private money, both of them skillfully threatening each other. Private money wasn't for any nefarious purpose, it was just for secretly buying cigarettes and smoking. The thought of the old man, a soldier, sneaking a smoke in the hallway made Zhang Weiguo suddenly miss both the old man and his mother. However, it was truly a case of feeling homesick, and now that he had confirmed their situation, he hesitated to ask. He feared the news might be too cruel, that time had passed without him knowing, or worse, that this blue star had no parents for him anymore. The state of that planet was still perilous, and it worried him. It's better to stabilize for now and contact them once we have a formal communication device, Zhang Weiguo said as he gazed at the blue planet. Meanwhile, the entire control room of the Yutu was in an uproar. It was indeed true, messages were genuinely coming from the moon. Everyone was analyzing the backgrounds of the photos, received the positions of the stars, the changes on Blue Star, and the state of the land. Almost everyone Okay, they'll send someone to find them right away. This is a matter of great importance. Although Li Hua didn't understand the connection between Sun Tzu's art of war and aerospace, he adhered strictly to the regulations and didn't ask unnecessary questions. He immediately arranged for his team to search for the 1983 edition of Sun Tzu's Art of War, while he personally went out to search as well. Having conducted 3 consecutive reviews without any issues, he felt the need to shift his mindset. Perhaps it would lead to different insights. Unknowingly, he found himself near his daughter's school, where he saw an old bookstore. He decided to stop by and take a look. Books published in 1983 are hard to come by, let alone pirated editions. Genuine books are often retained by publishers, but pirated ones might not be. Li Hua felt a bit anxious about seeing his daughter due to the nature of his work, as he often couldn't return home for months and had no contact with the outside world. Although his daughter understood, she still felt resentful. Of course, we have Sun Tzu's Art of War. Look, we just published a new edition which includes analyses of each strategy by the chief instructor. Li Hua waved his hand. Not this new one. I need the old pirated version with small text, specifically the People's Publishing House 1983 edition. Young man, are you kidding me? Who keeps pirated copies of Sun Tzu's Art of War? That stuff wouldn't have any value even after 100 years. Forget it. If you don't have it, then let's leave. Li Hua turned to leave only to see his daughter standing at the door. Just then Li Miao Miao spotted her father's car and heard his voice, so she came over hoping her father remembered her birthday. But upon seeing his expression, she realized that wasn't the case. He had definitely forgotten. Li Hua looked awkwardly at his daughter. According to confidentiality regulations, he couldn't say anything to his family while on duty. For a moment, he didn't know what to say and felt unable to meet Li Miao Miao's tear-filled eyes. He knew today was her birthday, but the mission had come so suddenly that he hadn't had the chance to prepare a gift. So he hurriedly escaped. Wait! Li Miao Miao called out. Li Hua paused for a moment, preparing to continue walking, when he heard Li Miao Miao shout from behind, Uncle Zhang's family has a copy. It's the 1983 version, the pirated Sun Tzu's Art of War. After saying that, Li Miao Miao turned and headed back to school without looking back. Li Hua didn't dare turn around. He feared he had made a mistake and was scared his daughter would see his reddened eyes. His daughter was too well-behaved, and he wished she could come over and hit him a couple of times. At that moment, he received a call from a team member. Captain, we found the genuine copies, but not a single pirated one. They are very cheap and no one keeps them. As new pirated editions emerged, the old ones were sold off as scrap. We have now begun searching at various recycling stations, but hope seems slim. Alright, I understand. Keep searching. Li Hua exhaled deeply, adjusting his mood. Once this mission was over, he would definitely take a good break and spend more time with his daughter. He headed to the old Zhang family's place upstairs, deeming it important to get that book first. Old Zhang lives right above him. He is a stubborn old man, but very upright, truly a paragon of integrity. When he sees injustice on the road, he will certainly shout out. However, 5 years ago an accident occurred. His son Zhang Weiguo had already been accepted into the military academy, but after going out one day, he was hit by a car and disappeared without a trace. At that time, the National Security Department also paid attention to this case because it involved a military family, and the manner of disappearance was too bizarre, simply vanishing without a trace. However, in the end, nothing was uncovered, and Zhang Weiguo has remained missing until now with no news at all. The loss of their beloved son weighed heavily on the old couple, casting a gloomy atmosphere over the household. Consequently, their young daughter often played with Miao Miao. As he often had to work late, Miao Miao frequently went to old Zhang's house to play, so it was quite normal for her to have seen that book. Li Hua soon arrived home and went straight upstairs to knock on the door. Old Zhang, are you at home? Creaked. The door opened. Old Li, it's working hours now. How do you have time to look for me? You can't neglect your work. The country doesn't provide you with a free meal. The old man welcomed old Li inside. Where's my wife? She went back to her hometown. Oh, wasn't that child in trouble back home? My wife always says the child will return home. She dreams that the child is waving to her from the moon and insists on waiting at home for the child's return, searching over there. Hearing this, Li Hua felt a wave of sadness. After serving in the army for decades, just returning home, he encountered such an incident. Who could bear it? However, despite the sadness, he had a pressing task to complete today, which old Zhang would surely understand. Old Zhang, I heard from Miao Miao that you have a pirated version of the Art of War from 1983 at home. What about it? That was bought 20 years ago. Besides, we had no money back then, so we bought a pirated version. They won't come after me for it after all this time, will they? What are you talking about? It's useful, really useful. If you still have it, hurry and bring it out. What use could that thing possibly have? Old Zhang was incredulous. Although Li Hua had never mentioned it, having been a soldier his whole life, he could sense the nature of Li Hua's work, so he didn't ask too much. From a locked drawer, he took out a wooden box that had clearly been used, often showing signs of wear. Opening the box revealed a yellowed copy of the 1983 version of the Art of War. Looking at this book, old Zhang recalled the time he and Zhang Weiguo were tapping out codes on the table, and he suddenly smiled. However, as he smiled, a sense of sadness washed over him. Not wanting anyone to see it, he quickly handed the book to Li Hua, solemnly instructing him, if the country needs it, feel free to use it. If it can come back, you must protect it well. I still want it. Li Hua honestly didn't know what Qian Lao wanted this pirated version of the Art of War for, but seeing how seriously old Zhang treated this book, it was clearly something of great importance to him. Thus he earnestly said, don't worry, I definitely. The younger one is my daughter and the older one is also my biological daughter. She's a good child, Zhang Weiguo's childhood sweetheart. Over the years, she has come to take care of us during holidays. Since Weiguo is missing, I've told her not to come anymore. I know she means well, but she should go live her own life. However, the child still insists on coming, so of course, we can't let her remain nameless and affect the child. We might as well recognize her as a daughter. It counts as family, and others can't gossip about it. Oldly, you know some good candidates. Introduce someone to the child. She's not young anymore. We really can't delay any longer. Dad, why are you saying all this? You guys chat. It'll take Tuan to do homework first. Li Hua couldn't help but take another look. She was indeed a good girl. It's fine, I have things to do, so I'll leave first. After greeting, Li Hua left. Old Zhang then went to the hallway. Seeing the book The Art of War today stirred some emotions in. Li Hua drove towards the research institute feeling emotional. After this matter concludes, he must thoroughly investigate Zhang Weiguo's disappearance. Old Zhang had served in the army for decades and had finally retired, managing to bring his wife and child from their hometown to live together. The child was also promising, having gotten into the military academy to serve the country, and then this incident happened. It was simply too distressing. Taking a deep breath, Li Hua dispersed his emotions. He needed to remain calm. He called his team members. Have you found any other pirated copies of The Art of War? No, we haven't found a single pirated copy. I spoke with the factory director from back then. He said they were strictly cracking down on piracy that year. As soon as they appeared, they reported it, and the pirated factory was shut down. They probably only sold a few hundred copies. Keep searching. Don't stop until I say so. Do everything you can to find it. Even the smaller school libraries should be checked. Sometimes there might be some old pirated books in there. The difficulty is high and hope is slim. Li Hua just hoped this book was what Qian Lao and the others were looking for. While the search for the book was ongoing, Zhang Weiguo was not idle either. Although he didn't know what the people controlling the Yutu were saying, he could respond affirmatively and engage in simple communication. So he began writing on the ground. If the answer is yes, pause for a moment. If the answer is no, pause for 2 moments. Can you see this? Yutu click pause for a moment. I can see. Then there are no problems. He had been anxious just now, knowing he could receive the information, but not whether he could see the specific details. He had immediately said to go look for the password book. Now that it was confirmed, he felt relieved. Zhang Weiguo even excitedly punched the air. He continued to write regardless of whether the other side knew or not. He wanted to write down his situation first so that they could understand. After all, it all had to be communicated in the end. The sooner he wrote, the sooner they could study it. Zhang Weiguo had roughly understood the range of the photos taken during these sessions. Just as he finished writing one, the camera paused with a click indicating it had captured the image. He continued to erase and write again, saying, I hope the country can establish formal communication with me soon. It would be easier to discuss matters. I am willing to assist the country in any research, but the situation there is too perilous, and I also need the country's help. At this point, Zhang Weiguo was at a loss for words. He had already conveyed all his circumstances to the country. Initially, he wanted to showcase the plants from that area, but when he retrieved them from his mental space and exposed them to the moon's environment, they turned to dust. It seemed that either the country needed to send someone to take photos and videos, or a stable and pressurized enclosed space had to be established on the moon, otherwise he would truly have no way to present them to the country. Numerous engineers along with Wang Chong and his supervisor stared in shock at the words written on the photos before them. These were taken on the moon, and it is possible to live directly on the lunar surface without protection and even remain unscathed. The technological advancements he could bring to our country are limitless. At least by 2030, landing on the moon would pose no problem. If we are aggressive enough, we might even be able to establish a colony. The other engineers fell silent, but if they could showcase the thoughts swirling in their minds, this control room of the Jade Rabbit would shine brighter than the stars. One of the energy experts even thought that since one could remain unscathed on the moon, there would be no need to worry about radiation explosions. Controlled nuclear fusion experiments could completely be conducted on the moon, and he could handle it. If problems arose, he could even separate nuclear materials by hand without the risk of explosion. His safety factor would be vastly increased. Moreover, it could solve the instability of solar energy caused by lunar storms. Simply building a nuclear power station underground would suffice. Originally, the best plan was to establish an underground base on the moon. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became, almost eager to rush up and arrange for research. At that moment, a member of the national security team approached, saying, Old Qian, we have yet to find a pirated version of the 1983 edition of Sun Tzu's Art of War published by the People's Publishing House. but we have found the genuine one. Let me know if it's acceptable. The national security team member was unaware of the purpose of the Sun Tzu's Art of War, but still diligently brought it over. Old Qian took the book, silently checked the serial numbers, and flipped through a few pages. No, it did not match the code sent by the Jade Rabbit. That string of codes didn't correspond. He shook his head. Scientist Qin Fan took the book, began to input its layout into the computer, saying, generally speaking, pirated books tend to use a smaller font size than the genuine ones to save paper and reduce costs. I just checked, and around 1983, pirated books commonly used only 4 font sizes. Let's input the layout into the computer first, then reduce the font size to see if we can obtain those characters. It's one method. Alright, let's do it this way for now. If we can't find anything, we'll have to resort to this clumsy method. At that moment, Li Huo walked outside the control room of the Jade Rabbit, saying, Old Qian, I found a pirated version of the 1983E. Every corresponding character was correct. Overjoyed, he hugged Li Huo, exclaiming, Captain Li, you have accomplished a great feat. It's a tremendous contribution. After saying this, he turned to go inside. Li Huo quickly stopped him, saying, Old Qian, I don't know what you need this book for, but if possible, please treat it with care and return it to me after use. It belongs to an old friend of mine who has a strong attachment to it. Old Qian, seeing the well-preserved pirated book, also knew that its owner must have cherished it greatly. With great enthusiasm, he replied, We will certainly treat it with care, it's too precious. However, it may not be returned to your friend, as it needs to be placed in our aerospace museum. Once this busy period is over, I will personally visit to thank your old friend, for he has made invaluable contributions to the nation's aerospace efforts. Li Huo did not understand how a pirated version of Sun Tzu's Art of War could make such a huge contribution. However, if old Zhang knew of its significance, he would undoubtedly support it without hesitation. Li Huo turned to leave. He had to continue with the investigation. Until everything was thoroughly checked, he could not afford to relax. Old Qian had basically come to believe that there were indeed people on the moon. With so many scientists analyzing together, the probability of it being true was 99.9%. The only missing piece was that no one had gone up to see for themselves. Although there was still a 1 in 10,000 chance, he could not afford to gamble. Thus, he did not inform Captain Li and let him continue the investigation. After all, the matter of having people on the moon was top secret and required another round of scrutiny of all involved personnel. Old Qian, holding the Art of War, began to cross-reference the corresponding codes for the hidden assets. After clarifying, he instructed Wang Chong to start inputting, saying that when the system could operate, everyone should refrain from making any sudden movements. Old Qian had already decided that Wang Chong would be the primary responsible person for this control console. Others should not touch anything for the time being. Far away on the moon, Zhang Weiguo wanted to say something more, but being just a high school graduate, his understanding was limited, and he momentarily did not know what else to say. Suddenly, the camera began clicking rhythmically, stopping with a pattern. Zhang Weiguo immediately realized that it was preparing to send him a message. He held his breath, concentrating on observing and listening, recording the code 954715677954, hidden assets. All correct. Finally, a somewhat normal communication could be established. In 1 hour, he would have to go to that planet. He should still have time to discuss some matters. So he quickly wrote on the ground, In 1 hour, I will be forcibly sent to that planet. Please ask any questions as soon as possible. To protect the Jade Rabbit, I will keep it in my mental space, which will result in at least 12 hours of radio silence. 12 hours later, I can come over at any time and recover from injuries, and I plan to explore the surrounding situation 12 hours after landing. If I encounter any issues, I will return promptly. My physical fitness should be slightly stronger than that of an average adult. Please provide me with advice, my country. Although Zhang Weiguo was very intelligent as a high school student, his knowledge base was limited, and it was better to have professionals provide him with some planning. The Morse code began to sound, and the first sentence brought tears to Zhang Weiguo's eyes. Welcome home, wandering child of the distant land. Zhang Weiguo had previously been worried, fearing that the motherland would regard him as an alien, fearing that the motherland would not trust him, and fearing that there would be no one he knew on Blue Star, leaving him as a rootless solitary sail, drifting in the dark universe. The phrase welcome home truly moved him like a long-lost family member. Although they hadn't been in touch for a long time, just hearing you are home could fill one with warmth. Zhang Weiguo silently drew a red flag on the ground, representing his heartfelt sentiments. After the emotional moment, everyone understood the urgency of time and quickly began further communications. How far can you teleport? How strong is your indestructible state? Can you survive a large explosion? Zhang Weiguo quickly responded, I can teleport 100 meters. It's very powerful conceptual level. I will definitely not die. I could survive a nuclear explosion. The messages continued to flood. In what dangers have you encountered on that planet? Are there any man-made products? Zhang Weiguo thought for a moment. The main threats are strange animals, both large and small. I have only been there for 2 days and for safety reasons, I didn't explore outside. The surroundings are filled with primitive forests and I haven't discovered any man-made products. However, I did find a stab wound on a wild beast's corpse. I'm not sure if it was caused by humans. Upon seeing Zhang Weiguo's message, the engineers below along with Wang Chong and his team leader were eager to rush in and fully equip Zhang Weiguo, even sending a military escort to ensure his safety. The messages kept coming. What about food there? Are there any known edible items? You did well to prioritize safety. The motherland will quickly send you communication devices and protective gear. Before I teleported, I ate 3 kinds of fruit. 2 seemed edible, while the 3rd was poisonous. However, I recovered after teleporting back. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, realizing he was indeed clever, understanding how to utilize the rules and knowing not to act recklessly. Old Qian was now very conflicted, uncertain whether to make this matter public. If Zhang Weiguo was safe on both sides, he had his own selfish motives and wanted Zhang Weiguo to remain hidden, allowing Huaxia to take the lead. However, from Zhang Weiguo's messages, it was evident that the planet was genuinely dangerous. If other countries got involved, although the research might need to be shared, Zhang Weiguo's safety could be quickly secured. He felt torn, unable to make a decision. This was a significant opportunity for Huaxia. Yet it was profoundly unfair to Zhang Weiguo as the risks were substantial. Unexpectedly, before he could make a decision, Zhang Weiguo made one for him. A photo was sent back. Should I dig a pit to hide in next time I return to the moon? It shouldn't attract the attention of other countries, right? I think I can hold on for a while, hoping the motherland can seize this opportunity. This was also a lesson from the old master. Although the planet looked perilous, if Zhang Weiguo played it safe and didn't act recklessly, surviving should be quite simple. At worst, he could just refrain from exploring for now and survive on fruits. Once the country sent the equipment and a big boss planned the expedition, they could explore then. Moreover, if other countries truly got involved, it might not necessarily be a good thing. If he ended up committing suicide on the moon, that would be laughable. By being slightly cautious, he could help the country take the lead, and Zhang Weiguo felt it was his duty. If the old man and his mother were still alive, and there was a family tree, Zhang would certainly write one himself. Upon reading this message, the scientists remained silent. Although one was alone on the desolate moon, and another in a strange, perilous world, he could still think of his motherland, which truly moved everyone. Old Qian even praised repeatedly, what a good child indeed. Time was running out, and Old Qian spoke, tell the good child to protect himself. When he returns, he will see the gifts our country sends him. The message was sent, protect yourself and hold on. When you return, our motherland will have gifts for you. Zhang Weiguo was taken aback upon receiving the message. Launching a rocket isn't that simple, right? It's only 12 hours, that shouldn't be that quick. Just as he finished pondering, the time was already approaching. He hurriedly stored the Yutu in his mind space, and with a whoosh arrived at the primitive planet. Once there, he assessed his body. Aside from feeling a bit hungry, he was fine. Thankfully, he was worried that during teleportation his body might freeze, and he would arrive still poisoned, which would be awkward. After ensuring he was okay, he quickly took out leaves from his mind space, rubbing them vigorously on himself to minimize the scent of anything that didn't belong to the forest. He then settled onto a tree branch, cautiously observing his surroundings, deciding to play it safe for 12 hours before venturing out to explore again. The Yutu no lunge. Some of you will research what communication devices and protective gear to send up, as well as record the situation there and establish a means to transmit back to Blue Star. Others will contact Li Hua to find wilderness survival experts to analyze and study how one can maximize safety upon arriving on an unfamiliar planet and what resources are needed. A section will replan. We have our people on the moon, and we will redesign and modify our moon landing plans, lunar modules, and experimental tools to make them simpler and more efficient. And I must fulfill my promise to the Wanderer. Next time he returns, I will send up communication devices and protective gear. Old Qian, filled with vigor, was ready to leave, but turned to Wang Chong beside him. Little Wang, do you have a girlfriend? No, Wang Chong replied, confused. What do you mean? Old Qian continued, this Yutu seems to like you a lot, so please stay at the research institute and address any issues promptly. Okay, I will ensure the task is completed. Such an opportunity comes once in a lifetime. It must be seized. This is a monumental event that could change the course of human history. Who knows, Wang Chong might even have his name on it, and a prominent one at that. What girlfriend? That would only slow me down on the keyboard. Oh, I need to go to the moon to find change. After making arrangements, Old Qian directly called Li Hua as he needed to meet the leaders. He was about to do something big, something that could shock the world. Because it was still during the inspection period, even the chief engineer wasn't supposed to go out casually. However, Old Qian was a highly regarded individual recognized by the state, and since he was going to see the leaders, exceptions could be made. Upon receiving the news, Li Hua immediately began making arrangements, personally accompanying him and randomly selecting another team member to join, providing mutual supervision. The journey was smooth, and they soon arrived at the location, determining Huaxia's major strategy. Old Qian walked in with confidence, taking large strides. Outside, Li Hua and the team waited for a full 5 hours before Old Qian emerged, his eyes sparkling with light. China hopes to cultivate its strength quietly and develop steadily, yet it never lacks the courage to fight fiercely. Just after Old Qian's report, he explained the importance of a Chinese person's role in technological development on the moon, as well as the potential existence of unknown civilizations. There was a single sentence from above: this is a significant opportunity to change the fate of China. Do what you wish, and the motherland will spare no effort to support you. Old Qian obtained the highest authority in the technological strategy, allowing him to undertake any actions that would assist in technological advancement and facilitate the moon landing. Old Qian got into the car and immediately said to Li Hua, "Time is of the essence. We want return now. Take me directly to the Rocket Launch Center." The Aerospace Research Institute, located not far from the launch center for the convenience of various verification experiments, should theoretically allow enough time to return by plane. Li Hua felt a bit troubled. It was already a special arrangement to come out for the report, and this was even more against the rules. However, before he could speak, his phone suddenly rang. His superior was calling. From now on, everything follows Old Qian's orders. The security level of the Aerospace Research Institute will be elevated by 2 more grades, and 3 more teams will be sent over immediately. We must ensure the institute is absolutely secure. You all must follow Old Qian's arrangements. Ask no questions, say no more. Just complete the task. This concerns the fate of China. Even if it costs lives, we cannot allow the mission to fail. Understood. We will ensure the mission is completed. Li Hua was shocked. The security level of the Aerospace Research Institute was already very high, just 1 grade lower than that of the leaders, and there were nearby troops specifically assigned to protect it from any impact. Raising it by 2 grades would make it even higher than the protection level for the leaders. Li Hua was unaware that such a level existed. What had the Aerospace Research Institute discovered? Aliens? Or had they truly discovered change on the moon? Despite his myriad questions and curiosity, Li Hua remained professional and refrained from asking what he shouldn't. The 3 quickly arrived at the airport where the military aircraft was already waiting. Old Qian did not want to exploit privileges, but in urgent situations one must act accordingly. Every moment was crucial, and he could not afford to hesitate for personal reputation. There was still an hour of flight time remaining. Although he had not slept for nearly 30 hours, Old Qian was not prepared to rest. He began contacting others on the plane, making phone calls. Hurry up and transport the rocket designated for the next lunar probe launch to the launch pad. The person in charge of the rocket launch replied, Old Qian, is it now? The final compilation has not been completed yet. Didn't we encounter issues last time when launching the lander? That caused some damage. We have completed the compilation for the ascent and entry into lunar orbit, but the landing site and method are still under discussion. Didn't you already know this? Aren't we planning to launch in 3 months? Old Qian's eyes shone with excitement like an old child. Don't worry about the details. As long as we can hit the moon, it's fine. Don't install the probe for now, though other things will be sent over later. He hung up abruptly and began dialing another number. The person in charge of the rocket launch was filled with confusion. He had just heard about a problem at the Aerospace Research Institute today, and now this situation arose. He hesitated, but quickly contacted his superior. After receiving confirmation, he immediately sprang into action. Quick, gather all the researchers who are on leave and start checking the rocket and preparing the fuel. In 10 hours, we will launch the rocket towards the moon. Everyone was shocked. He's gone crazy. Brother Yang has really been driven mad. Brother Yang, why don't you go rest? You can't act recklessly. Behave, Delang, take your medicine. They all thought old Yang was joking. His research life was quite dull, and he would occasionally show his humor. Slamming his hand on the table, old Yang exclaimed, I'm not joking. This is not a drill. Get moving. Old Qian will personally arrive on site soon. Seeing old Yang's expression, everyone finally realized he wasn't joking. Suddenly, everyone rushed around like their butts were on fire, calling people, checking equipment, and contacting others. Old Yang, are you out of your mind? We didn't complete the orbital compilation. Going up now would be suicidal. Don't waste national resources for the sake of achievements. Exactly who gave you the orders? Did Change call you? Do you want to see fireworks? Should we install the probe? If not, let's skip the installation to avoid more explosions. While working, the staff continued to express concern for old Yang. He was equally helpless. This was how old Qian had instructed, and it was confirmed with his superiors that this was a mandatory task. No need to install the probe, or other things will be sent over. After making the arrangements, he began checking and coordinating work across various regions. Old Qian was still making calls on the plane. Build 3 more rockets. Yes, 3. No need for modifications. As long as they can reach the moon, that's sufficient. Work overtime, it will be useful. Old Qian, this isn't a game. Can we really launch one without improvements? We need to build the originals. No need, just build them with confidence, it will be useful. The development of rocket technology is crucial. For China, possessing the capability for comprehensive industrial production is vital. While building 3 identical rockets may seem wasteful, the value gained makes it entirely acceptable. One capable of assisting with scientific experiments on the moon and an unknown planet holds significant value. Moreover, the ability to survive on the moon is inherently valuable. After finishing his 5th call, Li Hua handed over a cup of water. Old Qian, don't rush. Have a sip of water first. He had been talking on the phone since he arrived. Old Qian took the water and drank it in one go. Thank you. Just as he was about to make another call, he asked Li Hua regarding our combat troops. I'm not very clear. Do you know which units excel in combat and survival in unfamiliar forests? Li Hua thought for a moment. The Wild Fox Brigade is quite formidable. They are a special forces unit dedicated to outdoor reconnaissance. During training, they often have to survive in primitive forests for a month without any resources while marking various situations in the forest. Good. Old Qian's eyes lit up. Soldiers emphasize practicality and are certainly the best teachers, especially experienced warriors. After finishing, Li Hua stepped back and Old Qian began making calls again. Wild Fox Brigade, yes, that's Special Forces Unit for Outdoor Reconnaissance. I want 10 of the most experienced soldiers to come to the Aerospace Research Institute immediately. Zhang Weiguo hid on a tree branch, covering himself with a large leaf and smearing his body with green juice. He felt quite secure eating the fruits he had tested earlier whenever he was hungry. He even broke off a twig and stuck the pointed end into a purple fruit, considering it a means of poisoning. Inside his mind, there was a countdown that looked quite good. 6 hours had already passed. After waiting another 6 hours, he could travel back to the moon and start exploring. Surrounded by dense forests fraught with danger, he planned to find a higher vantage point to survey the surroundings. There are still 6 hours left. Conserve your strength and be prepared, Zhang Weiguo silently told himself. Old Qian, what significant breakthrough has occurred that made them rush me over to communicate with you? At this moment, Qian Guosheng had arrived at the rocket launch center only to unexpectedly encounter someone. Old Zhao, you're here. Hurry in, I was just about to look for you. Zhao Gang, a leading figure in Chinese weapon technology research, responded. As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. Old Qian is a master in national aerospace technology, but may not be as knowledgeable in other fields. Due to confidentiality regulations, even a leading figure in one area cannot know all of China's hidden strengths. The higher-ups attached great importance to this matter, not only summoning Old Qian, but also many other leaders from various fields to coordinate and communicate. They aim to establish a lunar base and find ways to ensure survival on extraterrestrial planets, as relying solely on aerospace technology was rather precarious. What is it? Speak up, Zhao Gang said, his curiosity piqued by Qian Guosheng's mysterious demeanor. They were already inside the rocket launch facility where the confidentiality level was quite high, yet they had arranged for national security personnel to scan the entire room for listening devices. He was even checked himself, and during their conversation, 2 national security officers stood guard outside. Come on, what's so mysterious? What is it? Has the curvature engine been realized? Have we found a traversable wormhole? Discovered a habitable planet? Or did an alien greet you? Old Zhao, stop reading so much science fiction. If we don't discover some alien relics, we probably won't see anything like that in our lifetime, Qian Guosheng replied, realizing something was off. Suddenly, Qian Guofu recalled what Zhang Weiguo had mentioned earlier about animals, they're having puncture wounds. Perhaps a villager could indeed share some quantum technology with you. The probability is slim, but not non-existent. Wait, maybe we still have a chance to see it. Qian Guosheng excitedly said, Old Qian, I never realized you could be so infuriating. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll leave. Some people have been acting a bit out of line lately. I need to show them some muscle. I'm quite busy. Zhao Gang was getting impatient. They had yet to get to the crux of the matter after so long. Hearing this, Qian Guosheng took a moment to calm down. He was too excited today. Old Zhao, what I'm about to say is top secret. Absolutely no leaks. Qian Guosheng said seriously. Zhao Gang sat up straight. As the head of weapon technology research, he was even more familiar with confidentiality regulations than Qian Guosheng. But he did not retort and said earnestly, understood. Then Qian Guosheng continued, we have discovered change. Zhao Gang suddenly stood up, his eyes reddening and feeling a bit moist. Old Qian, I know the pressure on national aerospace is immense, but you need to take care of your health. Your body is not just yours, it's a valuable asset to the nation. Please rest or have a doctor come check on you. Zhao Gang, who had known Qian Guofu for many years, thought back to how they often clashed over research funding and priorities. They both valued the nation greatly, and Zhao Gang never imagined Qian Guofu was under such stress. If he had known, he wouldn't have fought over that research fund with Old Qian earlier this year. The national plan required them to achieve certain goals, but the scientists below argued that their firepower was insufficient and needed to be strengthened, so they sought to purchase more materials and enhance their capabilities. They had no idea that it would push Old Qian to this point. What do you mean? Do you think I'm crazy? I'm not insane. Even if I were, my superiors would join me in my madness. Let me show you something today. You will see a photo that could change the fate of our China. It was the photo taken by the Jade Rabbit that showed writing on the ground. He brought it to show them along with other photos explaining that based on everyone's analysis and computer testing, there was almost 100% chance it was real. However, since no one had seen it with their own eyes, it couldn't be considered 100%. Qian Guoxing solemnly opened the box, took out the photo, and placed it in front of Zhao Gang. I don't know if the person in the photo is changed, but they are definitely a light of our China. We discovered a Chinese person on the moon. We don't know if he belongs to our world or our era, but we are certain he can survive on the moon, or as he puts it, he is imperishable. However, he must travel to another planet that appears to be a primitive forest every 12 to 24 hours for at least 12 to 24 hours. And he loves his country. The first photo shown to Zhao Gang was of the Jade Rabbit displaying the words, "What year is it now? How is China? Please establish communication quickly." As old Qian had previously asked Zhang Weiguo what the complete message was, he supplemented it word for word. "What year is it now? How is China? Please establish communication quickly." These three phrases could be understood by any Chinese person, the first asking for the time, the second inquiring about the country. This clearly demonstrated the writer's fervent emotions. Since this photo had been produced by old Qian, and he had been cooperative, Zhao Gang had no reason to doubt the authenticity of this matter. Excitedly, he asked, "It seems that knowing the Jade Rabbit can communicate means he is definitely a modern Chinese person. Do we know his name, where he is from, or if he has family? We must act quickly to ensure his protection." "He didn't say, and we didn't ask," old Qian replied. "Why? If this were discovered by another country, the consequences would be severe, easily threatening his family." His voice grew quieter, and just after saying this, Zhao Gang realized the problem. "Yes, we know, but to survive on the moon without dying or fading away is already something that current technology cannot explain. Even if he is a Huaxiao person who loves Huaxiao and can prove his deep connection with it, such occurrences make parallel universes, multiverses, and even time travel not entirely impossible. What if he is not from this universe? What if no one he knows exists in this Huaxia? Or perhaps as time moves forward, everyone he knew has already passed away. A person living in the desolate moon, gazing at the void and darkness of the universe, realizes that being unrecognized here is truly a terrifying thing. Zhang Weiguo has been avoiding the Yutu spacecraft's attempts to photograph him, and Qian Guoxing also noticed this, so he refrained from asking. They must wait for Zhang Weiguo to make his own decision. Zhao Gang sighed, saying, he is a good kid. I hope there are people he knows in this world." After his sigh, Zhao Gang quickly got to the point. Although he does not have a deep understanding of aerospace technology, he knows that having someone like him on the moon can bring tremendous advancements to the country's aerospace development. He then said directly, "The good kid has already mentioned the need for instant communication. You haven't acted on it yet, have you? That won't do. If necessary, I can take charge." "Take charge? What do you know about aerospace technology? Why haven't we acted? Otherwise, why would I be here? I need to launch rockets to the moon. I should have sent communication devices and some protective gear up there. Wait a minute, how much have you prepared in such a short time? Are you really planning to go to the moon with a rocket? I thought the country had no recent plans for rocket launches." At that moment, Chen Fan knocked on the door with a bang. "Come in," Qian Lao said. Chen Fan entered prepared to speak, but upon seeing Zhao Gang, he hesitated. Though he recognized him, they were from different systems, and according to confidentiality regulations, he couldn't speak freely. Qian Lao noticed his hesitation and explained, "Old Zhao is here to coordinate and assist us. More scientists related to this technology will be coming later. He already knows everything and can speak about it." Chen Fan smiled apologetically at Zhao Gang and then said, "Engineer, Qian, everything is ready. Due to the short time frame, we've made some adjustments to the prototypes we were going to use and added some components. Please take a look. If everything is satisfactory, we can begin sealing them for protection and sending them to the rocket. Let's go take a look together." Qian Guoxing and Zhao Gang both stood up and followed Chen Fan into a laboratory. Inside were the communication devices prepared for transport to the rocket, along with the best individual combat gear that Li Hua and others could find. However, considering that bullets for firearms are difficult to obtain and can produce loud noises that might attract danger, they decided to use a hand crossbow along with 20 bolts. These were the latest technology, effective at short distances and nearly silent, and the bolts could be reused, making them more suitable. Although they hadn't tested for cosmic rays and radiation, Zhang Weiguo mentioned that the environment there is similar to Blue Star, so the physical properties should be comparable. It will definitely be usable there. There was also a cylindrical communication device that could facilitate better communication with Blue Star, even allowing for video calls. However, due to the satellites not being properly arranged yet, there would be a delay of 5 to 10 seconds. Improvements are still being followed up on. Chen Fan also brought out a small device. This is a distance and temperature measuring device. When establishing a base on the lunar surface, we will often encounter the impact of storms, so the requirements will be high. There are many natural caves on the moon, so we need Gangu to test the size of the caves and the surrounding environment to choose a suitable location for building a lunar underground base. Then we can create appropriate lunar modules and design a suitable base. By the way, we also temporarily made a lunar camouflage suit. Once worn, unless viewed from a very close distance, it should be difficult to spot Gangu. Chun Fan was very excited. Originally, this task required a rocket to send a lunar exploration robot for searching to determine if there were caves, and then another robot would have to go inside to measure the cave sizes. They would also have to worry about signal issues, insufficient power, and various situations where robots couldn't access the caves. It would take at least half a year, and the tests wouldn't be very comprehensive since the robots couldn't adjust their capabilities according to real-time conditions. It might take a year and several rocket launches just to determine the location of the lunar base. However, with Gangu's distance and temperature measuring device, most of the problems could be solved. This not only saved a lot of wasted materials, but also saved a great deal of time. This is just the first step in establishing a lunar base. The second step involves Gangu's greater utility. To ensure the base has a flat surface, we need to repair the caves and launch houses that will self-construct. But with Gangu, it becomes simple. Just toss the materials up, and the rest is just civil engineering. Easy. Zhao Gang looked a bit confused. Gangu. Chun Fan quickly waved his hand. I wasn't referring to you. We were talking about our person on the moon, whose name we still don't know. We can't keep calling him that person, it feels a bit distant. We have confirmed he is a man, and the only man on the moon we know is Wu Gang, the one who chops down cassia trees, so we gave him the affectionate nickname Gangu. Qian Guoxing looked at the batch of items with satisfaction. It was impressive to prepare so many items in less than 12 hours. Once they are sent up safely and communication is established, the remaining tasks won't be as urgent, but they should still proceed quickly. After all, someone is on the moon, and with the ability to teleport, finding the base location will be very simple. What about food, water, and emergency medical supplies? We have prepared some, but not much. The main consideration is that Gangu can already obtain food and water there, and safety is the priority. If we can determine the location of the lunar base on this return trip, we can conduct a large-scale rocket launch in a short time to bring more supplies. Additionally, we have prepared a small gift from Huaxiao for Gangu, hoping it will enhance his sense of connection to Huaxia. Everyone participating in this research is not a fool. They all understand why Zhang Weiguo has kept his name and identity hidden. They are scared too. Good, well done. Let's start with the protection. It's about time to return, Zhao Gang said as he looked at the cylindrical device, suddenly having an idea. He then asked Old Qian, there are no plans for rocket launches recently. Can you guarantee a safe landing on the moon? We didn't plan for a safe landing. That's why we need to protect these items. Well, Qian Guosheng replied. Zhao Gang had an idea. Isn't this a bit wasteful? Didn't the rocket explode on the moon? Can Xiao Gang receive anything? Qian Guosheng waved his hand. You are a researcher too, and do you not know that the bulk of research lies in theoretical studies, not in physical objects? If it's going to explode, then so be it. We must ensure Xiao Gang's safety. Didn't Xiao Chen just say that with Xiao Gang around we can save at least 3 rocket launches in a year of time? It is absolutely worth it. Xiao Gang indeed had a smoother approach than the Huaxiao people on the moon. The two of them immediately called for Xiao Gang. That's not what I meant. Do I have a solution? They had a method to install the cylindrical device prepared by Chun Fan, and also had a way to transport it. Their items were meant to explode anyway. Although they were expensive, they were still significantly cheaper than a rocket. Most importantly, keeping this rocket allows for the study of adding more items to it, which can save time. After all, if it explodes, rebuilding a rocket would still take time. Upon hearing Zhao Gang's words, Qian Guosheng understood. He knew Zhao Gang had always been engaged in weapon research for the country, but he wasn't entirely clear on the specifics. Lao Zhao, are you suggesting that our Dongfeng missiles can reach the moon? Lao Zhao waved his hand as he walked out. Don't ask, don't speak. I need to make a phone call first. Hurry up, hurry up. They'll be waiting here for you. Zhao Gang went out to seek approval. Chun Fan was in charge of sealing and protecting the items to be sent up. After nearly 40 hours without rest, Qian Lao finally found time to sit down and close his eyes to rest. Zhao Gang went out to apply for approval, and there was only one directive from above: fully cooperate with the Aerospace Research Institute. With this directive, he felt reassured and excitedly went to find Qian Guosheng, only to find him asleep in a chair. Chun Fan happened to be outside and explained, before this incident we were discussing the short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans of the institute. Qian Lao hadn't slept for 24 hours. When he was about to rest, he encountered news from the Yutu probe and hasn't rested since then. Should we wake Qian Lao? Zhao Gang thought about it and decided there was nothing that needed Qian Guosheng's arrangement for now. No need yet to let him rest. I've already sent someone to transport the items. After looking at what needs to be sent up, we can still fit some items in. You can help with sealing and protection. We'll call Lao Qian when Gang Ge contacts us." While Qian Guosheng and Zhao Gang were busy preparing, many others also began to move. After all, the Aerospace Research Institute had always been a place of close scrutiny by foreign powers. Although there were no deep-rooted spies within the institute after Li Hua and others' inspections, the closure of the institute, prohibiting personnel from entering or exiting, and the presence of security forces indicated that something significant was happening. These individuals knew that something big was going on, but whether it was a major breakthrough or a significant blunder remained unclear. As security forces sealed off the Aerospace Research Institute, the number of people jogging or passing by increased, and the street cleaners seemed to get younger. Even the recyclers passed by 3 times today. In just one day, 3 elementary schools submitted requests to organize visits to the Research Institute. Li Hua was beside Qian Lao, responsible for his safety and coordination. "The research. We just upgraded the confidentiality level today, and so many people showed up, including requests from 3 elementary schools for visits. Investigate who facilitated this. Should we arrest those people outside?" The team members below were also at a loss. No need to. Those people might just be here to get caught. They're the type that would risk their lives for money. Just mark and observe them. Don't arrest them to avoid causing chaos and allowing others to take advantage of the situation. Let's be patient. They are the ones in a hurry. We might catch a big fish. Hua Xiao has now stood up, and every move draws the world's attention. Although this matter hasn't been publicized, it has quickly caught the eye of those with ulterior motives. The Japanese asked, why was that area suddenly sealed off? They haven't had any recent space plans. Did they make a significant breakthrough? Or is there a major accident with someone infiltrating? Go investigate quickly. We haven't even set up our moon landing plans yet. We must prevent them from succeeding. Pickled Vegetables replied, regardless of what breakthrough happens, we need to find out as soon as possible. As long as they release it first, it's ours. We have support behind us, so we're not afraid. Asen shouted, launch. I want to see our rocket take off within a week. We need to beat Hua Xiao to the punch. Eagle Sauce exclaimed, where's intel? Hurry up and investigate. How come there has been no news at all? Were you just watching the news for intelligence? Useless. Lighthouse added, we are the light of technology, the beacon of freedom. They are working on the moon landing project. What about our plans for a new lunar landing? Regardless, I want to know what is happening over there. The world appeared peaceful, but in reality undercurrents were surging. Everyone was suddenly unsure of what Hua Xiao was up to. Didn't the newspapers say? Moon landing in 2030, launching rockets step by step for lunar exploration. Hua Xiao, why have you closed the door? What are you planning to do? People outside were anxious, fearing that Hua Xiao would pull off something big. Even foreign tech companies felt the same. When Hua Xiao hadn't made any breakthroughs, even a discarded machine could be sold at an exorbitant price to Hua Xiao, with various unequal conditions attached. But once Hua Xiao made breakthroughs, no one would be able to exploit them. Even the newest machines would only sell for a pittance. Everyone was secretly watching Hua Xiao, waiting for the opportunity to take a bite and share in this delicious lion's feast. Therefore, Hua Xiao must strive to develop technology. Ding! The 12-hour countdown had ended. Zhang Weiguo could return to the moon at any time. He carefully climbed down from the tree branch. He intended to use this opportunity to gather more food and explore the surrounding environment thoroughly to avoid any unpredictable dangers. From the tree, he could see what seemed to be a small hill to the left. He planned to explore that area first to get a better view of the general environment. Zhang Weiguo walked cautiously, collecting fruits along the way while keeping an eye on his footing. In the depths of the forest, the larger creatures were less dangerous than the smaller ones, for the dangers were visible, while the little creatures hidden in the ground could strike swiftly and unexpectedly. From deep within the forest, the sound of roars echoed occasionally. Fortunately, he had been lucky. During his recent trips to the moon, he managed to avoid the dark nights of the forest. The further he ventured toward the mountain, the more bees he encountered. Although these bees were relatively large, they seemed docile and did not attack humans. Zhang Weiguo, reeking of forest leaves and lacking any floral scent, went unnoticed by the bees. He proceeded cautiously toward the mountain and soon arrived at a curious sight. The mountain appeared abruptly amidst the forest, encircled by trees, standing at a mere height of about 100 meters. He figured he could climb it, but why were there so many bees? Could it be that the bees here were larger, preferring to dwell in the mountains rather than in hives? Mountain bees. Just as Zhang Weiguo pondered this, a swarm of black bees with a metallic sheen suddenly emerged from the mountain, flying northward. Soon after, a 10-meter-tall black bear rushed out, covering its head with its massive paws as it dug into the mountain, pulling out a yellow, sticky mass the size of 2 cubic meters. Afterward, it fled, immediately followed by the buzzing of thousands of 1-meter-long bees that surged forth in pursuit. Zhang Weiguo was taken aback, quickly retreating silently, unable to suppress his exclamations. Damn it, this isn't a mountain, it's a beehive over 100 meters tall. Looking at the sheer number of bees, there must be more underground. He felt a surge of fear. Thankfully, he hadn't recklessly climbed up. If he had those half-meter-long bee stingers were not to be trifled with. Zhang Weiguo hurriedly backed away. The bear had clearly agitated the bees. It was best to retreat and avoid any unnecessary disasters. Returning to his previous hiding spot, he contemplated the situation. To the west lay the beehive, and to the north was the territory of the palm-sized ants. He had witnessed this group of ants kill a beast that wandered into their domain, a creature over 2 meters tall akin to a leopard. Both areas were perilous. To the south was a denser part of the forest, the foliage even thicker, making it seem dim, even during the day, not a good place to be. It appeared the only viable option left was to explore the east. After resting for a while and replenishing his energy with some fruits, he had to admit that the animals on this planet had indeed grown larger. These fruits seemed different, as well quite filling and tasty. After supplementing himself with some tree sap to mask his scent, Zhang Weiguo set off toward the east. The eastern region truly seemed promising. After walking for a bit, he discovered signs of human activity. On one tree there was a noticeable cut, and most importantly, he found traces of fire. Scattered nearby were a few bones. This was significant as it indicated the existence of intelligent life on this planet capable of using tools, making fire, and cooking food. Zhang Weiguo felt a mix of excitement and concern. Intelligent life was indeed present, but it didn't have to be human. Furthermore, intelligent beings might not necessarily be friendly, some might be inclined to prey on others. Concealing his presence, Zhang Weiguo continued in that direction and quickly stumbled upon something that thrilled him, a wooden spear. The spearhead seemed to be made of a hard material driven directly into the tree. The presence of a spear suggested that this area had a lower level of civilization. Gaining more understanding could lead to better strategies. Zhang Weiguo prepared to pull out the spear, intending to take it back to show his country. While it was just a spear, he could only infer the level of civilization, but experts would not only analyze the civilization level, but also deduce much from the methods of production, materials, and combat strategies. Although he didn't know how much could be deduced, it would certainly be more than he could. The spear was surprisingly sharp and came out with little effort. Zhang Weiguo continued forward and finally reached the forests, and only to find a 10-meter-long chasm that snaked endlessly, completely impassable. On this side of the forest, he discovered deep footprints in the ground and signs of ropes tied to the trees. Observing these, Zhang Weiguo began to form a rather ominous hypothesis. The footprints resembled human ones and were quite deep. Was it possible that someone had jumped across the 10-meter gap, tying a rope to the tree for others to cross and hunt? If that were the case, then his relatively superior physical condition would no longer hold any advantage. It made sense. The civilization here did not seem very advanced. If the intelligent beings lacked any abilities, they certainly wouldn't survive. He wondered how approachable these beings were and when they might return to hunt. Zhang Weiguo cautiously wiped away his traces and slowly retreated back to his previous hiding spot. It was better to let the experts analyze the situation before making decisions. Although he was intelligent, he had only graduated from high school and lacked the scholarly depth of the experts. Relying on the nation was not shameful. The spearhead, after being wiped clean with leaves, took on a silvery gray hue, undoubtedly a man-made product. The patterns on it reminded Zhang Weiguo of a circuit board. Unlike the pockmarked surface of Blue Star, this was exceptionally smooth, and even yet from the metallic patterns inside, it was clear that this item was definitely not intended to serve as a spearhead. Moreover, it was certainly not something that a civilization still using spears for hunting could produce. In an instant, Zhang Weiguo was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the current state of this world. However, there was a silver lining. This object was evidently more advanced than Blue Star's technology, though not excessively so, and it could definitely aid in the technological development of Blue Star. Perhaps this planet was just a bit farther from Blue Star. If they could break through the technological barriers of space travel in his lifetime, Huaxia might not only settle on the moon, but could even directly colonize this planet. The more Zhang Weiguo thought about it, the more excited he became. He had to discuss this thoroughly with his team. After clearing the traces around him, he directly traversed back to the moon. Upon returning to the moon, he immediately took out the Yutu rover. Once it was out, the Yutu rover began its operations, clicking away as it started taking and sending photos. Wang Chong and his team leader were both in the control room of the Yutu rover, taking turns to monitor it, although the team leader was only there to oversee, while the operation was still up to Wang Chong. Get up, the Yutu rover's information has come through. The team leader called Wang Chong to rise, and Wang Chong instantly perked up and rushed over. I'm back, Zhang Weiguo wrote on the ground. Click, click, click. A series of Morse code messages came through. The gift has been prepared. Please be ready for reception. This was a notification from Elder Qian to Wang Chong and the others. Upon receiving the message, they were to reply to him first. At this moment, Elder Qian had also established contact with the Yutu control room, and Wang Chong acted as the intermediary for the conversation between him and Zhang Weiguo. Is it still safe over there? Is there anything crucial that you need? It's still safe. I've explored the surrounding area this time and discovered some issues that require advice from the organization. Good, we have already started launching communication devices and some protective gear and weapons to the moon, but we haven't determined the exact location. We can only launch them near the last known position of the Yutu, which went offline. Please be mindful of this. Zhang Weiguo was truly shocked. Was the strength of Huaxiao on Blue Star this formidable? In just 12 hours, they could prepare the rocket for launch and ensure a safe landing. That shouldn't be possible. If they had such strength, then the Yutu should not have been offline for this long. He anxiously asked, can the lunar module land safely? No need to rush. Don't disrupt the plans of the nation. I can hold on for a while longer. Elder Qian sighed, admiring him again. It's all right. We still need to establish normal communication with you as soon as possible. This is important for both you and us. Also, this time it's not a rocket, it's another method of sending things up, and you'll know soon enough. By the way, try to stay away from that area. We fear there may be collateral damage, Elder Qian kindly reminded him. However, Zhang Weiguo was not worried. He was genuinely confident that he was indeed indestructible. He could smash rocks on the moon without any issue. All right, I will write down the problems I encountered over there and send them back via the Yutu for the organization to analyze and advise. Once the communication devices arrive, we can talk further. Okay, remember that after retrieving the items, those marked for the moon can be opened directly, while those marked for Blue Star should ideally be open. Meanwhile, Qian Guosheng and Zhao Gang officially presided over the launch. They were not using a rocket. They were using a missile. The latest missile. They filled the compartment meant for ammunition entirely with communication devices and other items that would help Zhang Weiguo. This is Huaxia's latest technology, originally intended for demonstration during a military parade. However, since some individuals recently acted out of line and there happened to be this need, it was utilized. After all, there are even better options. This missile was designed to autonomously orbit the Earth using solar power in space. If there was a target, it could be launched directly from space without needing to start from the homeland, traveling at incredible speeds, making interception impossible. This time the target was not Blue Star but the moon, and since high precision wasn't necessary, it could simply be adjusted. By leveraging Earth's gravity, it could be slung towards the vicinity of the moon's orbit, and with a bit of additional force, it could enter the moon's gravitational field and fly directly to the moon. The main consideration was that this device didn't need to worry about landing. It was designed to crash. Therefore, it made things much simpler. Upon receiving the news that Zhang Weiguo had returned, the already prepared procedures were set in motion. First, launching such a missile would still require it to orbit the Earth, which could easily spark unnecessary controversies and lead to misinterpretations by dingling. The phones of officials from various countries responsible for Huaxiao were overwhelmed with calls. Xiao Rizi asked his subordinates below, have you done something recently? Why did Huaxiao test fire a missile? Hurry up and explain. No, it shouldn't be. We've been very low-key recently, and there were no orders from above. We wouldn't do such a thing. Pickled Cabbage asked his subordinates, what's going on? Do you know what the situation is? Have those who applied for heritage recently started causing trouble again? Are they trying to get us killed? Asan, who are you trying to scare? Our divine bull is here, not afraid, even if 100 missiles come. Eagle Sauce, what's going on? Intelligence Department, what are you doing? Why are you clueless when I ask? Damn it, our country has done something, and others know about it before I do. Can't you do anything? Mao Xiong, hiss, what's happening internationally? Why haven't I heard a whisper? What's going on with Huaxia? Luatu, prepare the money. Huaxia's breakthrough is our breakthrough. We have the funds. The lighthouse had just called some of his younger brothers, and they all expressed that they hadn't done anything and didn't know what was going on with Huaxia. Moreover, what those people said seemed quite reasonable. They wouldn't even need such globe-circling missiles to hit them. Could it really be aimed at them? But it shouldn't be. He didn't issue any orders. It's just a regular use of public opinion to apply some pressure. There's no need for missiles. Could it really be the rumored shadow government that's done something that even the president doesn't know about? Huaxia's recent test launch was like throwing a stone into a windless lake, provoking numerous reactions from all sides, yet Huaxiao remained carefree, going about its own business. Everything had been arranged before Zhang Weiguo's return, and now it was merely a matter of launching. After all, the rocket launch center was a well-known place. A Zhao Gang directly pulled the missile vehicle here for launch. As the missile ascended, everyone observed its point of origin, and this situation shocked many. What's going on here? Is there a missile silo at the rocket launch center? Huaxiao isn't afraid of both getting blown up at once. No, something's very wrong. It can't be that it was launched from a missile vehicle, right? Do they really have such technology? I actually hope they used a missile silo. If it was indeed a missile vehicle, and they could launch such a missile, how would we intercept it in the future? They could launch from anywhere. The ordinary people had no idea what was happening. Who would have thought that on such a calm day so many things would transpire? Those buying vegetables kept buying, those dancing in the square kept dancing, and those jogging kept jogging, all very peaceful. Zhang Weiguo's childhood friend Chen Tianlei was the same. Zhang Weiguo had been missing for 5 years, but he always remembered their agreement. Plus, having recently faced obstacles in job hunting, he stopped by an internet cafe to relax. Back in high school, both of them enjoyed playing in the Summoner's Canyon and promised to team up after the college entrance examination, but then Zhang Weiguo disappeared. So Chen Tianlei often logged in to play on Zhang Weiguo's account, hoping to help him achieve a higher rank. The victory icon appeared in the center of the screen, and Chen Tianlei nodded with satisfaction, finally advancing to unyielding silver, getting closer to his goal. Then he caught sight of the news popping up from Tengzi stating that our country would launch a test missile to the moon. Chen Tianlei often visited Zhang Weiguo's parents. Before Zhang Weiguo prepared to go to the military academy, he had said, "I'm going to defend the homeland. If I die, you take care of my parents." At that time, Chen Tianlei had angrily retorted, expressing disdain, thinking there wouldn't be a war. Who would have thought Zhang Weiguo would disappear in this manner? He looked out the window, murmuring, "Brother, I heard from Auntie that she dreamed of you on the moon. You better hide well, and don't get blown up by our own Dongfeng." Meanwhile, on the moon, Zhang Weiguo was filled with ambition, having just transmitted all the encountered information back to Blue Star via the Moon Rabbit. Moreover, the technological spear showed no signs of change when brought out, so he also took a photo and sent it. Now he just waited for the big shots below to analyze and research it, giving him some advice. While he couldn't see the missile traveling through space, he would see it change trajectory. As it approached the moon, flames would spout from the tail. A bright flash appeared in Zhang Weiguo's eyes, and he instantaneously teleported over. At that moment, he suddenly thought of his childhood friend Chen Tianlei. Now on the moon, he was invulnerable and could easily perform the trick of catching missiles barehanded. However, showing off in front of his parents and girlfriend felt a bit inappropriate. Showing off in front of Chen Tianlei, however, was just right. "Lazy, watch me perform the feat of catching the Dongfeng with my bare hands. Don't worship me too much, I'm just a legend." Zhang Weiguo shouted, but in the end he didn't go. Not because the thing could harm him, but because it would definitely attract the attention of other countries. They would be waiting to see it explode. If he went over to grab it now, he would easily be caught on camera. He still needed to wait a while until the people on Blue Star finished filming, and when the sandstorm arose, he could go and take it. The rocket launch center, the missile successfully ascended. The missile successfully entered the predetermined orbit. The missile successfully detached from its orbit, heading towards the moon. The missile successfully hit the moon. Everything was perfect, and since there was no explosives loaded, the missile ran out of fuel without exploding, which was quite remarkable. With Huaxia's successful missile launch hitting the moon, foreign countries were waiting for Huaxia to hold a press conference to explain why the missile was launched. Instead, they remained silent. Huaxia did not provide any explanation for this matter. Why launch this missile? To show off strength for research. To show off strength. There's an air show coming up, and Huaxia's military parade is also approaching. Wouldn't that be better than research? What kind of research is launching a missile to the moon? Moreover, it doesn't seem to be an accurate target, or is the target the entire moon? Maybe they want to build an underground base on the moon. Are they planning to blast open a hole? Is this missile merely an experiment? How is that possible? No one has even landed on the moon, yet can they just go and build a base on the moon? It's very unreasonable. Could it be that they secretly went to the moon? Foreign forces racked their brains, but couldn't understand what the purpose of launching this missile was. Only a few people unexpectedly guessed Huaxia's plan, which was to build an underground base on the moon. Huaxia has people on the moon. Unfortunately, not many believed them. Huaxia would not explain to others. However, there was also an unexpected delight. The success of this missile hitting the moon made Huaxia's military enthusiasts celebrate, and it was a significant turning point. In previous years, foreigners often boasted that they could hit our homeland, but we couldn't hit theirs. This was a gap of the times that Huaxia could never cross. It was disgusting, but there was really no good way to counterattack. Today, seeing the country's missile hitting the moon was truly a moment of pride. They had to stand up and say something. "Hey, big brother, is your country planning to immigrate to Mars? Otherwise, it seems we can directly attack your homeland now." It's just luck, isn't it? Can it fly that far again next time? Besides, perhaps it's our lighthouse's technology. You are just a processing manufacturer. Impressive, you are invincible, truly the light of humanity. Your own missile technology can't reach that far, yet you managed to sell us better technology. How excellent. Don't be too happy too soon. Our lighthouse also announced that we will launch missiles in a week. Let's see who is stronger then. Surprisingly, those public intellectuals who were donated to have not come out to stir the pot this time, perhaps because their masters are also unsure about what Huaxia wants to do, so they have neither been given bones nor directions. Although the missiles have arrived, Zhang Weiguo is temporarily unable to accept them, but it has been observed that the sandstorm in this area will arrive in an hour, and it will soon be obtained. Meanwhile, a command center for Operation Xiaojiang has been established here specifically to coordinate with Zhang Weiguo's actions, headed by Qian Guosheng as the commander and Zhao Gang as the deputy commander. The scientists and engineers below looked at the message from Zhang Weiguo, arguing incessantly, especially regarding that technological arrow. This is definitely a man-made product, and it requires high technology to create, but that doesn't mean it's a technological product. Perhaps it's just a decorative item of that civilization. You don't understand anything. Look at the patterns inside. From the photo, there are 3 layers of structure. It's definitely an electronic product, perhaps something akin to a computer processor. 3 layers of patterns are impressive. My mom's cross-stitch has 5 layers. Isn't that just a decorative item? You're simply unreasonable. The scientists' arguments seem no different from those of ordinary people, just that they rarely resort to physical confrontations. Everyone is debating, which is quite reasonable, mainly because this item currently has only a blurry photo, making it impossible to confirm. Qian Guosheng also saw this scene and had thoughts of quickly launching rockets and lunar probes, which would allow Zhang Weiguo to receive more supplies while also bringing things back. With someone on the moon, the lunar probe's return will be much simpler. The temperature and distance measuring equipment has already been sent up. We can now search for natural lunar caves, and once found, we can design a plan. What should we initially construct? An energy device would be the best. Solar energy is good, but lunar storms have a significant impact. How about we directly use nuclear power? Nuclear power isn't impossible, but it generally requires a lot of space. Isn't it said that small-scale nuclear fusion reactors have theoretically succeeded? It's not feasible to go straight for that. Here it's too dangerous to experiment, and the robotic arm isn't that flexible. Brother Gang can completely handle uranium-23, and that solves the problem. After hearing this, Elder Qian couldn't help but smile. These young scientists really dare to think. Going straight for nuclear fusion is too radical, isn't it? But upon reflection, what they said seems quite reasonable and even potentially successful. At this time, Li Hua also came over. Elder Qian, they have arrived. Let's go meet them. Li Hua is still in shock. This plan is evidently going to last a long time. And Li Hua also needs to continuously protect Elder Qian and these scientists. So he included Li Hua and some vetted national security personnel in the plan. They also learned what had happened. When Li Hua heard that Elder Qian and the others had discovered a Huaxiao person on the moon, he was utterly astonished and even said a poetic line. Could it be that immortals truly exist in this world? At that moment, Elder Qian also didn't know how to explain, as they too didn't know how Zhang Weiguo got to the moon and how he could live there. After the shock, Li Hua was assigned to pick up the Wild Fox team from the space base. A super large laboratory and control center will be constructed nearby. Since this area is relatively remote, there's plenty of space, and it's also easier to detect anyone with ulterior motives approaching. After all, if you run early in the city, it still seems reasonable. But if you're running in the wilderness 10 kilometers from residential areas at 6 in the morning, that's just too abnormal. Elder Qian followed Li Hua to the temporary office. Lunar research is very important, but Zhang Weiguo's safety is even more crucial. Moreover, since they discovered suspected technological products that are more advanced than the Blue Star civilization, Zhang Weiguo's significance goes beyond lunar exploration. The leader of the Wild Fox team, Han Liqing, is currently sitting upright in the office meditating. Behind him are 10 excellent scouts from the Wild Fox team, all young. The leader can sit still without speaking, but they can't help but whisper. Carpenter, what do you think is going on right now? Why did they drag us to the space base in the middle of the night without saying anything and now bring us to the rocket launch center? What are they planning? Carpenter is one of the soldiers' hobbies. He likes to make wooden trinkets. Basically, they all know each other and use code names to address one another. Could it be that the country has discovered some secret realm, perhaps a resurgence of spiritual energy, a strange and unknown secret realm that just happens to need our experts to explore the way? Yes, exactly. It's really possible that the spiritual energy is reviving. Ew, I felt my body getting stronger recently. Can you two please read fewer novels? Spiritual energy revival, strange secret realms. How many east winds can that block? You're strong because you've been eating a lot lately. Eat less or you'll get indigestion. What do you think that clock is for? They need all 10 of us. It can't be just to admire our good looks. Although I have 100 in looks, it can only pull our average to 50, but isn't that still not enough? The young soldiers were whispering, feeling a bit anxious. This operation simply exudes strangeness. They were gathered together without a word, knowing that some of them were supposed to represent the country in an international military competition, but were directly told they would not be going. After picking up the personnel, every inquiry was met with the response of a classified operation, insufficient authority, no comment. First they went to the Space Research Institute, and then came here, yet no one managed them or provided explanations, which made these soldiers a bit uneasy. This is why the captain didn't stop the soldiers from whispering. Creak. Li Hua entered with Elder Qian. When Li Hua came in, Wild Fox team leader Han Liqing stood up. The 10 soldiers behind him also stood up straight. Although they did not know Li Hua, They all keenly sensed that this man was terrifyingly strong. Then the next person who entered shocked them even more. The aerospace scientists they often saw on the news broadcasts. Are we really going to space? The soldiers were excited. Upon entering, Elder Qian spoke directly. There is a top-secret national mission that you are required to complete. For a significant period, you will not be able to communicate freely with the outside world. All communications must be conducted under supervision. If for any special reason you cannot accept this, you may voice your concerns now, and you will be sent back to your original unit without any penalties. However, this mission is truly important, and the conditions will be quite harsh. The captain of the Wild Fox team saluted first, pledging, "We guarantee the completion of the mission." All the members shouted in unison. Since we are here to serve in the military, especially as special forces, we have already anticipated this day. Carrying out special missions is the norm for special forces. It is precisely because of the belief in protecting our homeland that we can endure eating mice and earthworms in the wilderness, persevering through arduous journeys for days and nights. Now that the country needs us, we will undoubtedly respond without hesitation. Although the soldiers were still very young, their resolve was equally steadfast. Good, you are all good kids." Elder Qian was quite moved. After all, these soldiers did not know what they were about to do, and usually such words were uttered when one was about to undertake a mission that could be life-threatening at any moment. Yet not a single soldier flinched. These soldiers were also to be included in the plan, and they needed to be taught more survival skills related to Zhang Weiguo, including combat and evasion techniques, to handle various situations. Elder Qian then spoke. "We have discovered a Chinese individual on the moon who can intermittently traverse to another primitive planet. His physical condition is only slightly stronger than that of an average person. Your task is to analyze the environmental conditions of this planet, assess the dangers he may encounter, and devise the safest survival plans." After Elder Qian finished speaking, he paused for a moment to give the soldiers time to digest the information, then quickly summoned the specialists. Although Zhang Weiguo had not revealed his identification, they were able to approximate his height and weight through photos of his silhouette, footprints, and shadows. Based on Zhang Weiguo's descriptions, they also roughly illustrated the environment he was in as well as the resources. After providing the data, they allowed the soldiers to first analyze and formulate plans. Once the formal communication devices were linked, the soldiers would be able to explain to Zhang Weiguo. Although the soldiers were skeptical about this matter, the fact that it was scientists from the news broadcast coupled with the military's duty to obey orders quickly led them to engage in analysis and planning. Elder Qian also began to take charge while the sandstorm on the moon commenced. Zhang Weiguo could take advantage of the weather to retrieve items. Facing the wind and sand, Zhang Weiguo advanced, and the Yutu lunar rover was retracted to prevent damage from the sandstorm. He was not far away. After a few quick teleports, he arrived at his destination, swiftly retrieving a missile into his mental space. Initially, the missile was large, but after separating several boosters, it was now manageable, measuring just over 3 meters, easily fitting into his mental space at a slight angle. Having secured the missile, Zhang Weiguo no longer wandered aimlessly on the moon. Instead, he found a lunar cave to drill into. This cave was not very large, approximately 50 square meters with a height of only 4 to 5 meters. If he were to choose a location for a lunar base, this would not be suitable. Zhang Weiguo took out the missile, carefully disassembling it, as per his previous communication with the ground. He extracted a 1-meter sealed device that was in excellent condition and undamaged. Proceeding to dismantle further, he separa. It seems the nation has become strong and holds him in high regard. After reflecting for a moment, Zhang Weiguo attempted to activate the communication device. The blue star system was continuously running. As long as he turned it on, communication could be established. There was power inside. It also had a small solar panel and could be charged by the Yutu rover. Following the operation manual, Zhang Weiguo began the process, which was quite simple, almost foolproof. He found the wires and connectors, plugged them in without worrying about incorrect connections, as there was only one wire and one connector. There was also a bone conduction wireless headset and a voice collector placed next to the throat. One could convert sounds from blue star into electromagnetic waves to send to the headset and recompile them through bone conduction, while the other could collect Zhang Weiguo's speech, then relay the signal back to blue star, converting it into human voice. After plugging in, he simply needed to press the power button. No additional commands were required, as it was already set. Once powered on, it should automatically connect to the command center below. Zhang Weiguo watched as the light turned on, and the command center below also saw the light illuminate, indicating that communication had been successfully established. But why was there no sound on either side? What's going on? Elder Qian asked anxiously, while the scientists responsible for modifying the communication devices and the sealing devices, as well as Chun Fan, were also quite worried. It shouldn't be like this. We conducted multiple communication experiments after the modifications, and they all succeeded without any issues. Chun Fan continued, I have checked the sealing protection many times, and there are no problems. The green light indicates that the devices are functioning properly, so there should not be any issues. Elder Qian took a deep breath. This was not the time to pursue accountability. They were still in the sandstorm, and the Yutu rover was unable to relay information due to the lack of solar power. They must think of a solution to the problem immediately. After pondering for a moment, Elder Qian said, "Immediately retrieve the schematics for the communicator, the modified device plans, and the backup communicator for detailed inspection and analysis to see where a mistake may have occurred that affected communication. Additionally, bring in the new researcher Wang Chang. Although it seems quite mystical, Wang Chang has proven to be our lucky star. Let him come and try to contact us." After hearing this, everyone found it reasonable as they meticulously examined the schematics and the backup communicator through a scientific lens to attempt to resolve the issue, while simultaneously calling for Wang Chang to explore a more mystical approach. With both science and mysticism at play, they were sure to solve the problem. Upon receiving the news, Wang Chang immediately rushed over with the national security team members. Zhang Weiguo, unable to communicate due to the lights turning on, sensed that something was wrong. He knew that this equipment had undergone countless checks and tests before its arrival, and it couldn't possibly be faulty. It could either be an issue caused by the impact of the recent landing or an error in his operation. He carefully examined everything. Soon Wang Chang arrived at the command room, suppressing the urge to vomit. It was too fast. Normally the journey would take an hour, but the soldier who had just picked him up only took 10 minutes. It felt as if they were flying, and the changes in the external environment were barely noticeable. After entering, he quickly took a sip of water to calm himself. Old Qian spoke up directly. "Don't feel pressured. Just give it a try. They have already started checking the blueprints and analyzing potential problems, so stay calm." Wang Chang nodded and walked towards the communication control console. Zhang Weiguo on the moon finally discovered the cause of the issue. It was likely that the impact during the landing had loosened a few modules. Due to the difficulties of repairing in space, most space devices are designed for replacement rather than repair, favoring modular designs. It's best to carry spare parts. If something breaks, they can be replaced directly without needing repairs. The disassemblable nature was what caused the loosening, but it might not be a bad thing. If it were not disassemblable, that module might have been damaged in the recent tremors. Just as Zhang Weiguo finished connecting everything, including the bone conduction headset and the device that collects. "This is Wang Chang, please respond. I can hear you. Greetings to the motherland. The children of Huaxiao on the moon send their regards to the motherland." As Zhang Weiguo's voice came through, the visuals appeared simultaneously. However, Zhang Weiguo still did not show his face. The situation on that planet seemed dangerous. If this was indeed his original planet, he did not wish to disrupt his parents' peaceful life, nor have them face the pain of losing a child again. When Zhang Weiguo's voice and the visuals from the moon were transmitted back, the entire control room erupted in cheers. They hugged each other excitedly. This was not just a successful connection of the communicator, it was real proof that there were indeed people from Huaxiao on the moon. Everything was real. This is the first time our Huaxiao people have transmitted sound from the moon. This is an epic-making breakthrough. Our Huaxiao stands at the pinnacle of the world. It's a pity we can't announce this to the public, otherwise it would definitely exhilarate the populace. Change flying to the moon is no longer just a story, it's a reality. Indeed, that's the case. They truly cannot explain how Zhang Weiguo made it up there. At this moment, Old Qian spoke up. "Don't worry, everyone, a landing on the moon is not far from us. The motherland has planned for us to land on the moon in 2030, but now with Xiao Gang, we must make it in 2029 and perhaps establish a lunar base that can accommodate researchers for ongoing studies." A tribute to the National Day. Upon hearing Old Qian's words, everyone felt a surge of anticipation. This was not a mere imagination, it was a future that could be fully realized. Thinking about what it would be like on National Day in 2029, gazing at the moon and seeing a lunar team waving at the people of the nation, everyone felt a rush of excitement, eager to work day and night to push the plan forward. Old Qian turned to pat Wang Chang on the back. "You are truly our lucky star. But I still need to ask Xiao Gang what happened just now." Wang Chang was puzzled. He hadn't done anything and yet managed to establish communication. "Hello, may I ask what happened just now?" "The communication was successfully established, but we couldn't communicate," Zhang Weiguo explained. "Two similar modules were a bit loose. I tightened them and restarted the system, and then I could hear you talking." Everyone understood, as this was indeed possible. However, they still believed that Wang Chang was the lucky star of this plan, so they let him primarily handle communications with Zhang Weiguo. Old Qian spoke. "We've already reviewed the messages you sent back through the Yutu Jade Rabbit and are arranging for experts in botany and zoology, as well as soldiers skilled in survival in the wild, to analyze the situation. Can we reserve the last 2 hours to explain precautions and necessary actions to you? In the box marked with Blue Planet, there will be a small camera. You can take more pictures of your surroundings. We will analyze them again and continue to improve our response strategies." There are also some self-defense items and medicines which they will explain to you later. Old Qian spoke not in a commanding tone, but rather in discussion with Zhang Weiguo. All right, no problem. I can handle it completely on my own, he thought. How could his considerations compare to the analyses of so many experts and special forces? Naturally, he should listen to the professionals. Old Qian nodded, not fearing a lack of intelligence, but fearing a lack of self-awareness. Zhang Weiguo understood how to utilize rules to test food safety and could earnestly consider others' opinions. He was both intelligent and accurately self-aware, capable of achieving great things in whatever he pursued. Since you are on the moon, we must accelerate our exploration of the moon. Now let Engineer Lu explain the recent plans and areas where we need your assistance. Okay. Lu the engineer approached. Hello, Brother Gang, I'm here to introduce you to the usage of temperature measurement and distance measurement devices, as well as our recent objectives. Zhang Weiguo, although unsure why the person on the other end called him Brother Gang, accepted it readily, as he hadn't disclosed his name either. After all, being called brother was a sign of respect. Originally, Zhang Weiguo was very intelligent, otherwise he wouldn't have been admitted to military school due to his excellent grades. The engineer explained the methods of use rather than the principles, and Zhang Weiguo quickly understood. Moreover, he grasped that the first step in building a lunar base was to find a location, specifically a suitable and safe cave for the lunar base. If no suitable site was found, the organization would. First, we need to determine the location and then design the corresponding research facilities and lunar module according to the surrounding environment and the size of the cave, which will then be launched. Understood. Does the organization have options for cave locations? There are 5 potential locations that seem quite suitable, but you need to check each one. Fortunately, they are all relatively close to each other. Although the organization had not sent any probes into the caves for exploration, they had carefully observed from satellites and selected the 5 most likely suitable locations. All right, I will go now. You're not going to take a break. No need. I won't eat or drink. Not even breathing is necessary. I'm a natural-born powerhouse. Just point me in the right direction. Zhang Weiguo thought about helping the country achieve breakthroughs as soon as possible. After all, the better the country developed on the moon, the more support he would receive on his home planet. The engineer quickly marked the possible locations. On the moon, he could teleport instantly, without needing to take detours. It was simply done in an instant. Zhang Weiguo jumped directly into the cave. After learning from the experts, he understood that although it was a cave on the moon, it wasn't entirely frigid. Some caves even flowed with lava. While the temperature might be more suitable, constructing a base would pose significant challenges. Upon jumping into the first cave, he found it to be quite large, approximately the size of 3 football fields with a height exceeding 20 meters, more than adequate for establishing a preliminary lunar base. In fact, after landing, he could even feel a slight warmth beneath his feet, indicating the presence of an underground heat source. Although the ground appeared uneven and the cave's surroundings were rugged with protruding stone spikes, these issues could be resolved. Zhang Weiguo began using a distance and temperature measuring device to scan the entire cave's parameters and transmit the data to the control center. Upon receiving this information, the control center erupted in cheers. My goodness, when was our original plan supposed to reach this stage? 3 months. Or was it half a year later? Not only that, but this data is undoubtedly far more detailed and precise than what the robots provided. Once we help smooth out the road surface and level the protrusions in the cave, the preliminary preparations will be complete, and we can directly launch the lunar module for an airtightness test. Is a third of the moon landing plan completed? All the scientists were filled with disbelief. They had anticipated countless days and nights of research calculations and the nerve-wracking sight of rockets taking off repeatedly, watching the lunar module land time, and again hoping everything would go smoothly. Yet in less than half a day, the mission was fully accomplished. This truly is the rise of our Huaxia. Look at the data. Ever since Brother Gang appeared, our luck seems to have changed. Hearing this, the scientists eagerly checked the data. After reviewing it, they were rendered speechless. The data transmitted back was precisely what they had envisioned. They had calculated that the ideal cave would be of this approximate size. Too small would make base construction difficult, while too large would raise concerns about structural stability. This cave's dimensions were calculated to be perfect. They had even considered using drilling explosives to create a cave of such size, but they didn't know how many attempts that would take, and even if successful, reinforcement and inspection would be required. After all, how could they compare to caves that had been monitored for hundreds of years on the moon? After completing the data check, Zhang Weiguo prepared to head to the second cave. Following past patterns, the first one was likely unsuitable. Wait, there's no need to go. This one is quite suitable. We plan to send a drilling sample vehicle here, first to examine the surrounding internal structure for stability. Zhang Weiguo was astonished. Could the first cave be this perfect? Is there no need to check again? Rest assured, I'm not tired. There's still time, and I can check a few more. This isn't just casual talk. A look at the originally foreseen data and compare it with the data you just scanned. Isn't the margin of error quite small? Soon the originally designed data was sent to Zhang Weiguo. Upon opening it, he found it indeed accurate. Whether in length or width or height, the discrepancies between his scanned data and the original were less than half a meter, as if his desires had come true. What a joy! Truly, heaven bless Huaxia. Thank you for your hard work. We will soon prepare to launch the geological detection device. If the geological structure surrounding this cave is stable, then we can be 100% certain this cave will be our future lunar base. The scientists were filled with excitement, and Zhang Weiguo felt equally exhilarated. Suddenly, he thought about his ability to teleport. Could he replace the geological detection device? In his mind, the detection device would drill down to check for cavities and structural stability. He could teleport inside as well, though he might get pinched underground. But he wouldn't die. What was there to fear? If I can teleport underground and not die, can I directly detect the structure below? Zhang Weiguo posed this question, surprising Engineer Lu in front of him. To be honest, this was indeed feasible. Essentially, testing geological structures involved checking what lay beneath. If a person could see it, that would work too. Engineer Lu looked up at Old Qian, unsure how to respond. Old Qian spoke first, expressing concern for Zhang Weiguo's safety. Can you guarantee your own safety? No problem. Even if I teleport to the moon's core, it wouldn't matter. With a slight smile, I won't die. Then let's do it. First, successfully build the base, and after that we can slowly research anything that might be lacking. Okay. Zhang Weiguo stored the communicator in his mental space and began to teleport first vertically down for 100 meters. Just as he had expected, he got pinched between rocks, but felt nothing. He couldn't move, so he pried off a piece of rock and stored it in his mental space. Then he teleported back up in 10-meter increments, quickly returning to the surface. He then swiftly changed locations to repeat the operation. He performed the operation in all 4 directions. The other 3 directions yielded rocks, but to the north, after teleporting 100 meters, he found a sealed cave, though small, measuring about 10 meters in length and width and around 20 meters in height. He subsequently teleported back and made several random teleports to ensure the randomness of his samples. Afterward, he categorized the collected rocks by underground, east, south, west, north, and random, creating several piles. Although he couldn't determine the stability of the geological structure below. However, choosing the location for the lunar base was critical. Once selected, it would affect many decisions thereafter, so it must not be taken lightly. After careful consideration, he addressed Old Qian. While these rocks appear to be structurally stable from the footage, I believe we still need to be cautious. A misalignment in the lunar module design can be remedied, but if there are issues with the site selection, it could lead to problems in the final stages, which would truly be a wasted effort. After serious consideration, Old Qian made a decision. Xiao Gang, you did very well. We can essentially confirm that this is a suitable location. However, once the site is determined, a series of designs must follow, so we still need to proceed with caution. We will begin designing the lunar module based on the data. In the meantime, we should send robots to thoroughly explore and also bring back these rocks for analysis. You have made a great contribution to the country, saving it. Zhang Weiguo thought about it and realized it was indeed true. After all, he wasn't a professional, and he couldn't determine the nature of the rocks from the video, especially since they were on the moon. The site selection had to be prudent. If the lunar base were nearly complete, but there were problems underground, it would be troublesome. All right, contributing to the country is our duty. I can be here to assist our machines. After saying this, Li Huo arrived with his team, ready to explain survival skills to Zhang Weiguo. Meanwhile, the scientist Ji Weiqiang, who had previously proposed the hand-rolled nuclear fusion power plant, was glowing with excitement upon hearing that there was a sealed cave nearby. He began scribbling on paper, eager to create a highly profitable feasibility proposal for Old Qian before construction began. As for whether it would succeed, that would depend on fate and Brother Gang's determination. The control center was researching various plans for the project. Zhang Weiguo was providing data for the scientists' tests while smoothing out the uneven protrusions in the cave. Meanwhile, the botanists and members of the Wild Fox team were engaged in intense discussions about the most suitable survival plan for Zhang Weiguo. The botanist spoke up from Brother Gang's description. I believe the other planet is likely in a stage similar to autumn on our blue star and will soon experience a drop in temperature. We must pay attention to how much the temperature will decrease there. The zoologist followed, saying generally bears do not actively attack beehives when food is abundant. Although the animals there have mutated, Brother Gang's description indicates that since the bear knows to shield its face, it shows that the bees must pose a threat to it. However, it still attempts to steal honey, which may indicate an impending food shortage. Everyone realized the severity of the situation. As winter temperatures drop and food becomes scarce, mortality becomes a likely outcome. Moreover, the creatures there are frighteningly large, and it is uncertain how cold it could get. The carpenter from the Wild Fox team stated, our primary goal now is to help Brother Gang construct a temporary residence. At the very least, it must ensure warmth and be concealed as the threats from the creatures there are significant. The clockmaker added we must also ensure multiple exits, otherwise if those wild animals discover us, it could be very dangerous. This led to further discussions based on that idea. Regarding contacting those outside, after a unanimous discussion, they felt it was not the right time. They needed to observe the types of intelligent beings and their civilization methods outside. If they encountered a primitive civilization that glorified violence, reckless contact would be perilous. After much deliberation, they finally reached a preliminary unified plan. Alright, time's up. Oh, let's go explain this to Brother Gang, said Han, leching the Wild Fox team leader as he halted the discussion and led the team to the Lunar Command Center. Here Qianlao also spoke up. Xiao Gang, please listen carefully to these warriors' plans and take care to protect your safety. Okay. Zhang Weiguo was also quite serious. After all, while he wouldn't die on the moon, the dangers there were real. During the discussion, they had already summarized the plan which Han Leking was responsible for communicating to Zhang Weiguo. You mentioned that the trees on that planet are quite large. How large exactly? What is their diameter? And the height? Zhang Weiguo thought for a moment. The trees there were indeed massive, and he needed to recall how large they really were. I feel that the largest tree has a diameter of about 5 meters and is at least 50 meters tall. Upon hearing this, Han Leking sighed in relief. Such size was good. It was evident that the biological entities on that planet were unknown, and without knowing which were toxic, living on the ground would be very dangerous. Zhang Weiguo's consistent choice had been wise. Living in the trees would at least reduce the threat by 70 to 80%. Therefore, their plan was also to have Zhang Weiguo build a treehouse, and not just any treehouse, but one constructed within the heart of the tree. Building a 3-meter diameter small house inside such a large tree was absolutely feasible and would not harm the tree, ensuring more concealment. After hollowing out part of the tree, they could seal it for warmth in winter, ensuring safety. They could even launch Sever. Han Leking detailed their design plan to Zhang Weiguo, who listened with great joy. After all, what boy doesn't love treehouses? The warriors explained the plan to Zhang Weiguo and also imparted numerous survival skills and experiences. Time quickly passed, and it was time to head to the primitive planet. This time the chances were higher, and Zhang Weiguo's mood improved. As a wave of dizziness washed over him, Zhang Weiguo found himself back on the primitive planet. Back at the Lunar Command Center, Qianlao began to give orders. Prepare for rocket launch. Everyone was a bit surprised. They originally thought Qianlao was a relatively conservative scientist, but he turned out to be so aggressive. Qianlao, didn't we already send everything to Brother Gang? Isn't it unnecessary to launch so urgently now? Qianlao looked at everyone and said directly, Xiao Gang has already found the most suitable location for the lunar base. What we need to do now is to thoroughly check if it is suitable. Don't we have everything we need? Moreover, don't we already have the lunar return capsule? We can bring some of the lunar materials back. Everything is prepared. Why can't we launch? A scientist stood up. That's not right. The geological structure detection machine is only partially completed. The motion module and the hazard detection module have not been finished yet. We can't use it even if we send it up. Chen Fan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. All the functions are there, but it can't move on its own or escape danger, right? Don't worry, we have Brother Gang. Another scientist stood up. The lunar return capsule has indeed been successful, but we still need to launch a robot to level the ground to assist the lunar return capsule in returning from the moon. His voice grew quieter as he realized that this might not be an issue since they had Zhang Weiguo. Chen Fan excitedly stated, when everyone thinks about the lunar plan in the future, they must recognize that we have people on the moon. Everyone thought carefully, and it was indeed the case. Although there were still many details unfinished, they had someone on the moon, and solving these problems with a person was 10 times simpler than sending machines to the moon. It could be easily resolved. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but admire Qianlao's strategic vision. It was truly remarkable. Seeing that everyone had reacted, Qianlao then smiled and said, now there are no issues, so let's get to work. This time we can carry more items on the rocket. We need to protect the precision instruments well and land them with the lunar capsule, while the less precise items can be directly dropped onto the moon. This way we can transport even more items. Li Hua had a keen eye for people. Judging from Wang Chang's expression, he could tell that the young man was likely not lying, otherwise he was an exceptional actor. Li Hua approached him and tapped on the table. Think carefully, it's not necessarily you. Consider if there are any suspicious aspects, suspicious individuals, or events. We will investigate everything, he said. If we find the person sooner, we can clear your name sooner. At this moment, the external investigation into Wang Chang had also come in, confirming his innocence with no suspicious points, suggesting it was likely just bad luck encountering an enemy attack. Meanwhile, the engineers who had just completed their review returned to the control center of the Yutu spacecraft. Those who could enter this place and become engineers possessing high authority had undoubtedly undergone countless investigations, not just once but periodic reviews. This was a matter of national security, a practice common among all Nadi. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If there are people from our Huaxiao on the moon, they could turn our 2030 lunar landing plan into a colonization plan and even use the moon as a springboard to the Starry Sea. Chief Engineer Qian was still resting with his eyes closed, but upon hearing Chun Fan's words, he opened his eyes. This incident was too serious and had severely shaken the confidence of many engineers. If there were spies involved, many data points would have to be traced back to prevent issues. All research had halted pending the completion of the review. Everyone was left idle and anxious. Thus Qian Guoxing spoke up. Xiao Chun is right. What if this is real? Science is the pursuit of the unknown. In ancient times, we thought the will-o'-the-wisps, earthquakes, and solar eclipses were all supernatural phenomena, but aren't they now explained by science? Since we can't conduct research today, why not have some fun? If there really is a Huaxiao person up there who can write, what can we do about it? Let's discuss it together. Now, calming the hearts of the people and finding an interesting topic was the best approach for these scientists. The previously anxious engineers perked up at this topic, instantly more engaged, and began to speak up. First of all, I think we can't assume he is a human. However, we can be certain that he at least has one finger capable of simple operations and has some understanding of Huaxiao culture, even if the writing is not perfect or ancient, one said. Indeed, but it seems he hasn't finished his 3 statements. The characters are too large and have gone off the edge, another noted. From this simplified Chinese writing, it suggests he possesses intelligence and is likely a modern Huaxiao person who knows about the Yutu spacecraft, at the very least recognizing that he could contact us. Many engineers began analyzing the person who wrote these words before continuing to discuss what could be done. Firstly, he can certainly choose suitable lunar landing points based on our re. Yes, and many sophisticated instruments could be better protected. Once landed, simple installations could be performed. Maintenance would become easier, and with someone to assist in countering difficulties would be manageable. The Yutu spacecraft wouldn't have remained silent for so long. Most importantly, establishing a lunar base would make scientific research much simpler. As long as he understands commands, we could teach him to use various instruments, and data could be fed back in real time, allowing us to create things suitable for the moon, accelerating our progress. At this moment, Chen Fan raised a question. But how can we ensure he will listen to us? Firstly, he wrote in Chinese, and the second line says Huaxiao, which at least guarantees he has some sense of belonging to Huaxiao. Assuming he is indeed a Huaxiao person who for some unknown reason ended up on the moon and can live there, then his parents, siblings, wife, children, and even good friends must all be under strict protection. We could even arrange for good friends to chat with him, play games, and keep his spirits up. We must also ensure his parents and siblings are well taken care of so he has no worries. Being alone on the moon can be very lonely, but I believe that as long as we treat him sincerely, he will surely be willing to cooperate, one engineer said. Yes, and after we land on the moon, we can bring him home. Seeing everyone begin to express their thoughts about the possibility of such a person existing, the tense atmosphere eased. Chief Engineer Qian felt reassured and joined in. So what do you think the last sentence hastened to respond might refer to? Save me, an engineer guessed. That's unlikely. If there were real danger, he should know we can't reach the moon in a short time. Another person chimed in. It could be, but how do we respond? The Yutu spacecraft had never considered there being someone on the moon and did not have any outward communication capabilities. At this point, Chun Fan suggested, I think it should be about establishing communication. If I could survive on the moon, know about the Yutu spacecraft, and be a Huaxiao person with acquaintances on Blue Star, I would definitely want to establish contact first. This way communication would be easier, and in the future anything we need to do would be much more straightforward to discuss. After thinking for a moment, everyone agreed that even without this sentence, if they truly discovered Huaxiao people on the moon, they would still need to establish communication first. This isn't difficult. We could first adjust a satellite to be responsible for encrypted communications between him and Blue Star, then send the communication device up. It doesn't matter how it lands, just ensure the communication device is protected. We could place it on a nearly obsolete. Even Qian Guoxing couldn't help but sigh. If only this were true. The review by the National Security Department continued, but after more than 10 hours, there was still no result. It seemed everyone had a clear background with no suspicious points whatsoever. Moreover, the surveillance and systems had undergone several screenings with no anomalies found. There were even no signs of any implants in the system, just like the real Yutu spacecraft sending data from the moon. Captain Lee, there really is no issue. I've checked it more than 10 times and found no traces, reported the computer expert to Captain Li Hua. It's not that I don't trust you, my brother, but are you really telling me that there is a change on the moon? Brother, please help me check one more time. The computer expert sighed helplessly and continued to search for traces carefully. Li Hua and Qian Guoxiang were both anxious, feeling the heat rising as they knew that delaying even one day would mean halting research for a day which they truly could not afford. While Blue Star was anxiously waiting, Zhang Weiguo finally gathered enough fruits of 3 colors. The one-dimensional bees and basin-sized ants were beyond his control, and he couldn't take the risk. Dying would be disastrous. So he decided to stick to a vegetarian diet. He discovered that although he wasn't hungry on the moon, the sensation of hunger didn't disappear, and he still felt hungry here. With no choice but to wait for contact from the moon, he had to save himself. He picked 3 of the most common fruits in the forest, planning to eat them when he could return to the moon. If there were any issues, he would rush back to the moon using his immortality to solve the problem. He also retrieved the Yutu lunar rover, not knowing if it was okay to leave it out in the sun on this planet. He decided to sunbathe and recharge before trying to contact Blue Star again. However, what Zhang Weiguo did not realize was that after recharging, the Yutu spacecraft was still busy snapping photos and transmitting information to Blue Star, albeit from a great distance, unsure if it would reach or when it would arrive. Zhang Weiguo took a bite of the red fruit and felt nothing wrong. After waiting a while, he continued with the green fruit, which was a bit astringent, but also seemed fine. Finally, he tried the purple fruit. Just as he was about to eat it, he felt himself nearly unable to continue. He cut a gash in his hand, quickly stowed the Yutu spacecraft, and returned to the moon. His body immediately felt no pain, and the cut on his hand healed rapidly. It seemed this method really worked. After all, during the transition, he could choose to land within a 10-meter radius of where he left, significantly increasing his range of activity. The lunar sandstorm had ceased, and Zhang Weiguo took out the Yutu lunar rover and began writing again, while the Yutu spacecraft started clicking away, taking photos and transmitting messages. In the control room of the Yutu spacecraft, a familiar voice rang out again. "I am gazing from afar upon the moon above." Zhang Weiguo opened the box, finding its contents few in number, yet each item stirred deep emotions within him. A large white rabbit milk candy, a wong snow cake, a bottle of waha, and even a small packet of spicy strips greeted him. Looking at these items, he mused, "This must be the stuff of a young person, but I love it." He unwrapped the white rabbit milk candy and placed it in his mouth, relishing the familiar taste identical to what he remembered. With his eyes closed, he felt as though he were back home, for these were his favorite treats from childhood. "I must live well and help my homeland soar in the starry sea." Moreover, Zhang Weiguo discovered from the packaging that these items were from 5 years later. It seemed there had indeed been some time shift, but 5 years shouldn't matter too much. Although his first thought was about what year it was, he didn't inquire further, worrying about discrepancies in time. Now he felt reassured. If it were his own planet, his parents should still be there after 5 years, and his childhood friend would likely have just graduated from university, probably still unmarried. He still had a chance. As long as he could ensure his safety here, he could reveal his identity and attempt to contact his family. Hope was blossoming as he tidied up his belongings. After hiding behind a tree branch, dawn was just around the corner, and he couldn't afford to be reckless now. He planned to wait until 12 hours had passed, when he could traverse back to the moon before making his move. Hiding in the tree, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the combat suit provided by the state had the capability of adaptive camouflage. Zhang Weiguo didn't know the principle behind it, but it effectively concealed him. One couldn't see him without paying close attention. Time passed swiftly, and after 12 hours, Zhang Weiguo had a good rest. It was time to act. For his first step, he carefully opened the camera and descended from the tree. The tree wasn't very thick, only half a meter in diameter, insufficient for his goals. He needed to find a sturdier tree to build a treehouse. He seemed to have spotted one earlier, and now needed to check it out while filming and documenting the tree's condition. Recently, after selecting the position based on expert advice, he began to measure various conditions meticulously. The distance measuring device worked perfectly on the moon and undoubtedly functioned well here too. He carefully tested all the data. Zhang Weiguo even tried out the shovel made from the missile shell, which turned out to be quite sharp, making digging a tree hole feasible. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Weiguo took out some fruit to eat for nutritional replenishment. The individual rations were high-energy foods meant to be saved for critical moments, so he decided to eat fruit while he could. After resting for a while, he climbed down from the tree. The deep forest was full of unknown dangers, so it was better to avoid it for now. The Bee Mountain and the Ant Hill were clear enough. Although individually they posed no threat to Zhang Weiguo with his hand crossbow, they typically operated in groups, not engaging in solo combat. It wasn't wise to provoke them now, but he could discreetly film a few video clips. Zhang Weiguo quietly moved in to capture some footage. He then considered that the only direction with suspected human presence was to the east. He didn't plan to approach directly this time. Instead, he would use a drone to scout the area and plan accordingly. Cautiously navigating through the woods, the combat suit significantly enhanced his S. After observing closely with the drone for a long time, Zhang Weiguo noticed that these people didn't possess any special abilities. They only seemed to be stronger and faster. Among the tribe members who looked like children were around 1.8 meters tall, capable of jumping 3 meters high. One could only imagine how strong the adult males were. Zhang Weiguo continued to observe from above with the drone. Soon the tribe members rushed out, and looking in that direction, he saw the adult males returning from their hunt, each over 2 meters tall. Focusing the drone, Zhang Weiguo tried to discern what prey they had brought back. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Makes sense, after all, this is an alien planet, so such things existing is quite reasonable. 10 individuals were seen carrying what appeared to be a dinosaur's thigh back to the tribe, weighing an estimated several tons. Behind them followed hundreds of warriors, each laden with abundant meat. Children and women joyfully welcomed the return of the warriors, yet the soldiers did not disperse. Instead, they followed the 10 strongest warriors to the central altar of the tribe. All the tribe members knelt on the ground, reciting something towards the altar. Subsequently, the 10 individuals placed the dinosaur's thigh next to a black cube. An elderly lady adorned with intricate tattoos emerged, dancing oddly while circling the black cube. She then approached the cube and pressed her forehead against it. The black cube emitted a glow and scanned the dinosaur's thigh. With a whoosh, the thigh vanished, and a cylindrical object, clearly a technological creation, appeared before the black cube. Roar, roar, roar. With the old lattice cheers, all the tribe members began to celebrate and dance together, clearly enamored with this new object. Soon a figure resembling the tribe's leader appeared, seized a massive stone axe, and smashed the cylindrical technological artifact into 10 piles of fragments, which were then awarded to the 10 bravest tribe members before him. Each member was overjoyed, eagerly picking up the fragments. Some larger fragments were bound to their bodies as armor, while others, being sharper, were tied to their spears as spear tips. Zhang Weiguo was utterly astonished by this scene. What an impressive world. Beep, beep, beep. The drone's battery was running low and began its automatic return. However, the footage captured this time was substantial and would surely shock the big shots back home. This black cube resembled the black boxes from science fiction novels, devices that could produce corresponding products simply by inputting energy. Yet this black box was evidently advanced beyond that. Normally, a black box wouldn't simply require special energy, or at the very least, it would need a standard electrical energy source. This device, however, took in a dinosaur's thigh and directly produced a television. This was undoubtedly several tiers above anything on the blue planet, akin to the miraculous creations of a Tai, golden immortal in fantasy novels. If only such a device existed along with various technological blueprints, I could single-handedly construct a base. As the drone's battery dwindled and it began its return, the tribe's leader and the old woman, after the departure of their kin, began tossing various ores into the black cube. The technology was impressive, but perhaps not as miraculous as Zhang Weiguo thought. He caught the drone and set off back to the previously chosen great tree, now also retracing his route. This time he surveyed the surroundings, and next he would modify the tree to build a shelter. From what he observed in the tribe, they were also gathering food, likely for winter storage, otherwise who would hunt dinosaurs for no reason. Moreover, given this situation, he could not recklessly engage. Primarily, they had overwhelming strength. Although Zhang Weiguo possessed a hand crossbow and would eventually acquire guns, he was just one person. Given the physical prowess of the tribe members, including men, women, and children, he could not rely on force to subdue them. Furthermore, the tribe's penchant for ritualistic sacrifices might lead them to offer him, the obviously different outsider, to the black cube. Do not underestimate primitive people. The old woman and the leader would likely wish to sacrifice this peculiar individual for stability. Of course, it was not impossible to encounter a benevolent leader, but that would be a gamble with his life. Caution was warranted, taking risks was not advisable. Zhang Weiguo carefully returned to the great tree, laboriously climbing up to inspect the area and his previously set up spots. The absence of other creatures indicated it was still quite safe. After ensuring everything was in order, Zhang Weiguo directly traversed back to the moon, preparing to deliver a minor shock to Qian Lao and the others with the primitive planet's wonders. Imagining the reactions of these technological big shots, being astonished by the primitive tribesmen sharing the fact of controllable nuclear fusion, Zhang Weiguo felt a sense of secret delight. He retrieved a communication device from the brain space, took out the Yutu spacecraft to start solar power generation, and prepared to transmit data. The communication light lit up, and before Zhang Weiguo could speak, Qian Lao sent a message. Xiao Gang, quickly send over the images of the tree you selected for construction and the data you gathered. Time is of the essence. We'll have experts design it for you right away, and they can prepare the materials to help you build it. There's also a standalone signal transmitter that can create a local area network, allowing you to set up some wireless monitoring in the forest for greater security. Hearing this, Zhang Weiguo felt a bit puzzled. Typically, Qian Lao wouldn't be in such a hurry. Why the urgency this time? After all, there hadn't been any rocket launches recently. So Zhang Weiguo replied, Qian Lao, there's no rush. There are no recent launch plans. I'm not worried. The area over there seems quite safe. Our special combat suits. I plan to practice here, came the immediate reply. Why the rush? A rocket is scheduled for launch this afternoon to deliver supplies. Don't speak yet. I trust you've prepared the data. Hurry and send it over. Zhang Weiguo was utterly stunned. What was happening? Had he lost several months in the time stream? Hadn't he just selected the site yesterday? Not even a day had passed, and everything was already prepared. Still perplexed, he chose to transmit the data first. After connecting the port, all the previously captured data from another planet was relayed to the Lunar Control Center via his satellite. The distance was a bit far, and the internet speed was insufficient. During data transmission, communication was impossible and could hinder the transfer. Zhang Weiguo pondered continuously why was everything happening so quickly. He originally wanted to astonish Qian Lao, but unexpectedly, it was Qian Lao who shocked him. Yesterday they launched a missile, and today they were launching a rocket. Was this really okay? Could this be the situation where the so-called radicals feel they are being radical, while the conservatives believe the radicals are overly cautious? There was quite a lot of video footage, all in high definition. It took half an hour to complete the transfer. Once it was finished, Zhang Weiguo hurriedly asked, Qian Lao, what's going on? Why the urgency? Is something happening in our Huaxia? Or is someone shamelessly looking for trouble again? Upon hearing Zhang Weiguo's message, Qian Lao nodded. It seemed he was still thoughtful, but due to his youth he lacked comprehensive knowledge, leading to incomplete considerations. Nevertheless, it was evident that he was quite patriotic. Qian Lao first forwarded the received information to various departments, prompting them to analyze and find a safer approach for Zhang Weiguo. Only then did he continue the dialogue with Zhang Weiguo. Actually, it's not that fast. However, your assistance has proven to be even more significant than you could have imagined. It has accelerated our lunar landing plan by more than 10 times. As for machines designed to detect geological structure stability, we already have many in Huaxia. However, to operate them on the moon, we must also consider issues like remote control, autonomous movement, and radiation protection, which can be quite troublesome. But with you here, aside from countering cosmic radiation interference, the rest is not a problem. Moreover, the first step in all aerospace technology is studying protection against cosmic radiation, something we are quite familiar with, so we just need to slightly modify what we already have to shield against some cosmic radiation interference, and there will be no issues. Now that everything is sent to you, with your help we can completely conduct a comprehensive assessment for selecting the lunar base site. With the success of this first step, we can move forward with the subsequent plans, so we definitely want to proceed as soon as possible. As for launching missiles yesterday and rockets today, let those curious about the reason guess for themselves. Upon hearing Qian Lao's explanation, Zhang Weiguo instantly understood. Right, I've been overthinking it. I felt it was daunting to be on the moon, but Zhang Weiguo is here. What was initially a complex lunar project has turned into a simple civil engineering task with his presence. Our infrastructure in Huaxia is so advanced that solving this issue is not difficult at all. We indeed need to act quickly. Once the site selection is resolved, all other laboratories and research equipment can be adapted based on this selection. Huaxia is truly remarkable. Perhaps by the time they figure things out, our lunar base will already be established. In the control room, Ji Wei-chang, who had been working on the lunar nuclear fusion power generator, felt the urgency of time after hearing Qian Lao's words. He had to complete the feasibility report before the site selection was confirmed for the lunar module. This was their only opportunity, so he continued to work diligently. After listening to Qian Lao's account, Zhang Weiguo on the moon also felt invigorated. Good, that's great. It seems I won't have to wait long before I can meet everyone on the moon. That's right. Qian Lao, filled with hope, continued to ask, have you encountered any dangers over there? No dangers this time either. With combat suits, drones, and crossbows, the risks have greatly diminished and nothing significant has occurred. Moreover, I used a drone to observe that tribe. They truly are a humanoid civilization, and their overall strength seems quite high, but they probably lack any special abilities. From my observations, I suspect that there was once a civilization on this planet, and it was quite advanced. For some reason, it seems to have rebooted, leaving behind remnants of its civilization, but the humans I encountered cannot utilize them at all. Additionally, it seems that there are dinosaurs in this world. I have also transmitted the videos captured by the drone. Experts can study them thoroughly. I believe exploring this world will significantly benefit our technology, because I seem to have discovered a black box reminiscent of those in science fiction novels within the primitive tribe. A black box? Qian Lao was not entirely clear. As the chief engineer of the Aerospace Research Institute, he had numerous tasks daily and hardly any time to read those science fiction novels. However, upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes lit up as he explained to Qian Lao, the black box that Brother Gang mentioned should be something similar to today's 3D printers, but capable of producing a wider array of more intricate items, even ultra-high-tech products. In fact, there is research on such things in the world, but they can't produce high-tech items, at least not the items themselves. However, the black box can definitely do that. After explaining to Qian Lao, Chen Fan excitedly approached Wang Chong to contact Zhang Weiguo. Is the black box similar to a wish machine? Zhang Weiguo shook his head. No, it shouldn't be that advanced. The items are on the primitive people's altar. I personally saw that group of primitives placing a dinosaur leg inside, and then a cylindrical technological product came out. What function does it have? Is that technological product capable of producing only this type? It should be able to produce other items as well, because I saw those primitives celebrating joyously when the item came out. It must have been something they really desired. There was even an old shaman dancing in front. If it could only produce one item, they wouldn't have reacted like that. As for its functions, I don't know either. I don't know. Chen Fan was stunned. Even if the primitives produced something, they should at least understand its usage. They shouldn't be oblivious to its functions. Shouldn't those primitives be able to use it? Upon thinking this, Zhang Weiguo also felt a bit speechless. They used it, but who could know how the primitives utilized it? It's like giving you an AK, you use it to smash someone. While it works, it's clearly a waste. They used it, but not in the proper way. They directly smashed that thing with a stone axe using the sharp fragments to make spearheads tied to wooden sticks, and the larger fragments were fashioned into armor and tied to their fur coats. Bang! Chen Fan, in a fit of excitement, slammed his fist down on the table. This is a black box. The items produced by the black box were actually used to smash and serve as long spears. This is no different from smashing a Hishur by to grind into glass balls for play. It's simply a waste of precious resources. Qian Lao was also very excited. The existence of such things, even if they produced useless products, would lead to significant breakthroughs in their research. However, Qian Lao remained composed, patting Chen Fan's shoulder to comfort the excited young man. Calm down, the items are right there. We will have the chance to study them eventually. He then turned to Zhang Weiguo and said, Xiao Gang, this rocket will carry two types of items. One part is relatively precise and will land with the lunar module and bring back some lunar materials, while the other part is less precise and will require your operation. It will crash directly onto the moon, allowing us to transport more items. Prepare accordingly, no problem. I guarantee to complete the task. Zhang Weiguo confidently said. Qian Lao had just received confirmation from the manufacturing department. I just inquired with the department responsible for producing crossbows, and they can be used on the moon. However, due to the gravity, the shooting effects may differ from those on another planet. You can practice using them, but precise aiming will still need to be practiced over there. Additionally, we have already received your video, and research has begun. We are rapidly formulating a plan for you to practice with. Good. After Zhang Weiguo replied, he took out the crossbow to start practicing. The next time he returned, he'd be able to build a treehouse, ensuring at least some safety. After that, he would establish monitoring devices around and find a way to communicate with the primitives. Meanwhile, scientists at the Blue Star Command Center opened Zhang Weiguo's video, preparing to begin their research. The scientists involved in the plan and the members of the Wild Fox Combat Unit were gathered together watching the video. Now everyone was a part of this top-secret mission, and they could communicate any issues that arose in real time. As long as their research remained independent and did not interfere, it was all good. Furthermore, the plan had been officially named Moon Palace Project, establishing a base on the moon so that people from all over the country could land on it. The visuals loaded and were analyzed, and the botanist was the first to express excitement. Such dense woods, and these trees are growing so robustly, the resources are abundant. Moreover, despite their immense size, it was obvious that they shared similarities with the plants of Blue Star. Even the genomes might be quite similar. Could it be that evolution is not the only explanation? Is our civilization also the result of seeding from other advanced civilizations? Just a few seconds into the video, the botanist was already stunned. The shock and research value brought by another planet exceeded everyone's imagination. The golden lantern flower and the golden hairpin tree are among the plants declared extinct. What? Such a massive see-through green. At first, Zhang Weiguo filmed only the forest, completely oblivious to the plants at his feet, but this caused extreme excitement for the botanist, who even wanted to go investigate personally. Later in the video, Zhang Weiguo arrived at the 5-meter-tall tree. This tree does not match any characteristics of trees from Blue Star. The botanist was bewildered, continuing to watch as Zhang Weiguo began to dig up the soil to reveal the roots, then climbed up to show the top of the tree and measure its height. No, something is off, the botanist murmured, while the team leader of the Wild Fox Unit, Han Licheng, spoke up, unconcerned about correctness, only focused on whether this tree could support a treehouse. Teacher, regardless of whether it's wrong or not, could you tell me if this tree structure is stable enough for building a treehouse? The botanist pondered for a moment. Although the tree is not what I know, this trunk, this bark, and its strength surely can support the construction of a 3-meter diameter treehouse. There's no problem with that. Hearing this, Han Licheng felt reassured. He turned to find architects to discuss the defensive and offensive functionalities of the treehouse, while the architects focused on structure safety and insulation. They collaborated on designing a treehouse, preparing the necessary materials to send to Zhang Weiguo at the earliest opportunity. The botanist was still scratching his head, while the zoologist was now shocked as they had reached the part of Zhang Weiguo secretly filming bees and ants. Impossible. These are just ordinary bees, logically they shouldn't be able to grow this large. Even though he knew it was improbable, seeing the facts before him made it hard for him to disbelieve. This mountain is not the entirety of the beehive. There must be a substantial part of it underground. The number of bees here should exceed expectations, but I haven't seen many flowers for them to gather nectar from. Where are these bees sourcing their honey? A barrage of puzzles hit the zoologist and entomologist, and when they saw the giant ant in the background, they almost short-circuited. This is a soldier ant. No wonder there aren't many other animals nearby. With such terrifying creatures, I wouldn't be surprised if they hunted dinosaurs. Another biological discovery that overturned the entomologist's understanding appeared, and although this creature was not from Blue Star, studying its biological structure could greatly advance the entire field of zoology. Perhaps life in ancient times was not as they had believed, and many reasons behind the extinction of species could be uncovered through this creature. Understanding why these bees and ants could grow so large could potentially lead to a Nobel Prize. The entomologist even wanted to dive into the video and bring an ant out for thorough research. This small patch of forest on the planet brought unparalleled shock to all the scientists, igniting their passions. Soon the video switched to a drone's perspective. This time it wasn't just one scientist who was stunned. Experts in energy manufacturing, culture, history, and paleontology were all shocked. They were all stunned. The ancient tribal scholar was the first to speak. This level of civilization should belong to a matriarchal clan stage, but it obviously shows a strong patriarchy. Why is that? The paleontologist chimed in. Undoubtedly, the biological remains they brought back could very likely belong to a dinosaur. Even if it isn't a dinosaur, it is at least a creature over 20 meters tall. How do they support their massive bodies? The ancient culture scholar added, civilizations on Blue Star have also experienced rituals to worship the heavens, but their ritual scenes clearly involve worshipping that black cube. It's highly likely that this thing has existed for a long time, and they discovered by chance that they could throw things in to receive something in return, leading them to treat it as a divine artifact for worship. The materials scientist remarked, this black box is indeed impressive, but it probably hasn't reached the level of creating items solely through energy. Given the surrounding debris, it should be the people of the tribe throwing ores into it. The energy expert stated, although it's not as powerful as a wishing machine, the technology of this device definitely surpasses ours, given that it can directly utilize the energy from biological tissues. Not sure if it absorbs and then burns for energy, or if it directly releases the biological energy within. Every scientist was thrilled to see this object, as it was like something from fantasy manifesting in reality. With this black box, the technological advancement of Huaxiao would be unimaginable. Next came the final stage, where these scientists witnessed the tribal leader using a massive stone axe to smash an evidently technological object made from the black box into pieces, which were then distributed among the tribesmen to be used as spears and armor. The feeling in their hearts was unbearable, as if that axe were striking at their very souls, akin to how the people of Huaxiao would feel upon seeing a steamed bun filled with kiwi and a spicy oil sundae. Bang, bang, bang. The appearance of this scene caused the health of the entire Moon Palace Project Command Room's table to drop significantly. Even Elder Qian was no exception. Initially, he could accept the earlier news from Zhang Weiguo, although it was painful. However, now watching the video of something that could lead to immense progress for Huaxiao being destroyed with an axe was simply intolerable. Elder Qian took deep breaths to adjust his emotions. All right, everyone, let's not dwell on this too much. As long as Xiaojiang is safe, we will eventually have the opportunity to study these things. Therefore, the primary objective now is to identify any potential dangers based on your respective fields and teach Xiaojiang how to deal with them. Additionally, Old Qian, this tribe clearly has a language. We need to find a way to obtain some equipment so that Xiaojiang can secretly record the sounds and images from the other side. If we are to communicate later, we must grasp that language. Everyone began to intensively analyze the potential dangers, especially Han Lekking from the Wild Fox unit and the architects. Various processing equipment and skilled craftsmen were on standby. As soon as a design was created and the blueprints provided, they would immediately craft it and pack it for transport to the rocket. Time was indeed pressing. Zhang Weiguo practiced with a crossbow on the moon, marveling at the quality of the equipment. It was effortless to use, powerful, and shot remarkably far. Of course, it might be due to the low resistance on the moon. Regardless, Zhang Weiguo was having a great time. He wasn't sure about his accuracy on the primitive planet, but after practicing, he could definitely shoot quickly. No matter how accurate he was, one could still say he was fast. Zhang Weiguo humorously thought that safety had significantly improved recently, and his mood was no longer as tense as before. At that moment, an update from Qian Lao came through. Xiaojiang, our rocket won't launch for another hour. You might soon see a rocket, but don't misunderstand, it's not headed for the moon. The Indians are launching a rocket, but it's supposed to orbit the Earth. I don't know if it will succeed, but I wanted to inform you first. If you see it explode, don't worry. Okay, Qian Lao, no problem. After the communication, Zhang Weiguo donned a specially designed moon suit and teleported outside to see what the Indian rocket was capable of. At that moment, everyone at the Indian Rocket Launch Center was excited. They had just invited divine blessings before the launch, believing it would definitely succeed. Moreover, due to the recent increased activity from China and uncertainty about their space launches, the lighthouse had decided to provide some assistance to curb China's momentum following their announcement of the rocket launch. They were more confident now. Although those at the rocket launch base were aware of their own limitations and wanted to promote only after a successful launch, they couldn't resist the inexplicable confidence of their fellow citizens. Even before the launch, they were already boasting online. The Indians declared, "Previously we focused primarily on improving livelihoods. Now that we want to reach the cosmos, we'll step forward effortlessly." They added, "It's time for those Chinese to understand who the real number one in Asia is. Though it may be harsh, breaking their unrealistic fantasies is a good thing." They continued, "As an old Chinese saying goes, summer insects cannot speak of ice. They cannot imagine what they have never seen, thus they cannot fathom our strength. It's quite pitiful." However, despite their bravado online, the Chinese people no longer regarded them as rivals. Even the War Ignorance Bureau was getting involved. People from the grasslands commented, "Yes, indeed, we still have to ride horses in our education, which is quite tough." Those from Shaanxi added, "We have to work overtime at midnight to transport corpses without any overtime pay. Oh, life is quite hard." And the Highland folk said, "Sigh with a white scarf on my head, I'm just herding sheep. What universe? I only care about my little lambs." Others from different countries could no longer watch in silence. A Japanese person quipped, "You all should drink less Ganges water, it's really bad for your brain." Kimchi remarked, "How can you even dare to boast when you don't even have anything worthy of heritage?" A Russian added, "Don't tease the fools Chinese. Bullying the disabled is not right." The comments below surprisingly had no one supporting them, causing the Indians to stomp in anger, drawing laughter from others. Soon the countdown for the Indian rocket's launch began. 3, 2, 1, launch. The rocket emitted a massive blue tail flame as it soared into the sky. Applause erupted in the command center. Previously, rockets had exploded during the launch phase. Now that it was actually flying, it was already considered a success. Successfully breaking through the atmosphere. Successfully entering orbit. By the miracle granted by the divine bull, the rocket indeed launched successfully and entered orbit. Zhang Weiguo on the moon squinted for a long time before realizing he couldn't see it. Although he was immortal on the moon, he hadn't enhanced his eyesight. The rocket appeared large, but compared to the Earth and the universe, it was still insignificant. While he thought, "Let's just enjoy the view of this beautiful blue planet." Meanwhile, the Indian command center was in a panic. After entering orbit, the rocket's trajectory was unstable, and it was about to deviate and crash towards the blue planet. However, the announcement of success had already been made, and it was being broadcasted live to the nation. If they declared failure now, they would likely be fed to the cows. What to do now? The orbit has already deviated. It might soon be captured by the blue planet's gravity and crash. The head of the project listened to the report from below, feeling overwhelmed. What could be done? It's going to crash. Ding, 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 the phone rang. They were aware of the situation here. No matter what, this launch must be a success. A single sentence made the head of the project understand. The entire nation was jubilant, and if it failed, the public's discontent would surely make him take the blame. Since it must succeed, then it shall. As long as the rocket doesn't fall into a visible area, whether it succeeds or not is up to him to say, right? Is there anyone who can verify it? Can a major power like ours casually share confidential information? Thinking this, the head of the project directly spoke. Activate the backup propulsion system in the rocket and adjust the trajectory to fly towards the far side of the moon. We never planned to land on the moon, and we don't have any plans to land on solid ground. No need to worry. This time is just to test whether the technology for launching and entering orbit works. To boost national confidence, we must succeed. Even if it crashes on the moon's far side, it doesn't matter, they won't see it. We can say this is our plan for lunar exploration, they added. After all, isn't China launching rockets too? We'll even be the first to go. The Indian scientists were going mad. How could it be the same? They were going up to conduct research while this was just a fireworks display. The differences were vast. It wasn't about who was first. They have the capability to photograph the far side of the moon and will discover our lies. What's there to fear? Those are foreign forces slandering us, trying to hinder our space endeavors. After all, not many countries can observe the far side of the moon. Hurry up and get moving, or do you want to serve the divine bull? Upon hearing this, the scientists could only comply helplessly. This was the result of outsiders directing experts. Even if the rocket crashed in the uninhabited regions of the blue water planet, collecting debris would still provide them with much information beneficial to their space program. However, now, for the sake of vanity, they were sending the rocket to crash on the unseen far side of the moon. It was a heavy blow to aerospace technology. Yet there was nothing they could do. Adjust the direction. Ignite the second stage. Ignite the third stage. After 2 ignitions, the rocket successfully flew towards the far side of the moon. While Zhang Weiguo was leisurely sunbathing on the moon, he suddenly noticed something glowing with fire seemingly flying toward the moon. However, it wasn't from their side. It appeared to be headed for the side of the moon that was not facing the blue planet. Zhang Weiguo grabbed the communication device and teleported over while asking, "Qian Lao, has the rocket arrived? Why do I see a rocket flying towards the far side of the moon?" After receiving the news, Elder Qian was also puzzled. Today, only 2 countries, Huaxia and Asan, had announced plans to launch rockets. This was already considered crowded. Typically, only one country would launch a rocket in a day. Moreover, he remembered that Asan was not launching towards the moon, especially not the far side of the moon, where landing would be even more challenging. They couldn't guarantee 100% success every time, so was someone secretly launching rockets to see what they were doing with their missile launches. There are no more than 3 countries with such capabilities. However, there was no need for secrecy in this matter. No one would object to an open launch. Moreover, launching a rocket is not something that can be easily concealed, as it must break through the atmosphere and fly into space, which any country with satellites would be able to detect. Elder Qian made a call to the person responsible for monitoring the situation, asking, "Recently, besides Asan's rocket launch today, has anyone else launched anything?" "No, there hasn't been any other launches recently, but it seems the lighthouse is planning a launch soon, although they haven't done it yet," came the reply. "Good." Elder Qian hung up, confirming that it must be Asan's rocket. But why the moon? And why the far side of the moon? Aside from Huaxia, no other country can conduct scientific exploration missions on the far side of the moon. It certainly does not include Asan. Elder Qian was a bit confused. If Zhang Weiguo knew the whole picture, he would definitely say something like, "What a bunch of fools." Elder Qian, being so responsible and willing to sacrifice his personal reputation for the country, could not imagine that the opponent was pretending to succeed, casually throwing rockets at the moon. To resolve his doubts, Elder Qian opened the live stream of Asan's spokesperson, who was cheerfully announcing the great breakthroughs of Asan's space technology, and that this rocket would carry the blessings of the divine cow to the Taurus star system, exploring planets believed to be suitable for human habitation. Before the spokesperson could finish, Elder Qian turned off the live stream. It was simply a waste of time. Given his respect for scientists, he had watched the stream in hopes of understanding what the other side was really doing. After watching, he confirmed that they were just spouting nonsense. The Taurus star system. That rocket won't even reach it in the next lifetime. Now he understood that the rocket had likely failed during its operation, but they refused to accept failure, unwilling even to recover the failed rocket. They just wanted to fake a successful launch, which is why they adjusted the rocket to the far side of the moon, where it would be out of sight. They even created a fake live stream to cover it up. Elder Qian sighed, and then contacted Zhang Weiguo to explain the situation. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo was almost teleporting to the rocket's landing site, watching the rocket crash down with flames and listening to Elder Qian's explanation. He could only say that these people really knew how to play the game. For the sake of face and political achievements, they could claim great advancements in their national space technology, even if it meant crashing a rocket on the moon. Impressive. However, seeing all this also sparked some thoughts in Zhang Weiguo's mind. "Elder Qian, can we use these things?" By the way, just as he was speaking, the rocket crashed directly onto the moon. With a loud bang, it exploded violently. The rocket's fuel seemed not to have been fully consumed, creating a spectacular display of flames and debris scattering everywhere, turning the moon into a dump site. Seeing this, Zhang Weiguo was furious. "Damn it! Can they just mess around in their own area? Why do they have to litter on my moon? So uncivilized." Elder Qian hadn't responded yet, as he was deep in thought, and Zhang Weiguo continued to ask, "The rocket has crashed on the far side of the moon and exploded into pieces. It should no longer have surveillance or information transmission capabilities, right?" Zhang Weiguo was mainly worried that if he went over to collect some items, he might be caught on camera, which would complicate the development of their plan. "The possibility is low, but not impossible. We will also launch immediately and take a signal detection device with us. You can check if there's a signal nearby. If not, there shouldn't be a problem," Elder Qian assured him. "Alright, I'll come back next time. There's no rush. I'm the only one here throwing things around." Zhang Weiguo began to teleport towards the cave where their rocket was about to launch. Meanwhile, the netizens of Asan seemed to be in high spirits and started to boast online. "Haha, launching a rocket is this easy. I wonder what those countries that haven't succeeded yet are doing. Garbage. You all can play on the moon. We are heading to the divine cow star system. The heights are lonely. Your vision is too small. You should join us, Asan, and barely become a 5th-class citizen. We will take you along when we go to the divine cow star. The small daily life, talent, pickled cabbage. Many people have intellectual defects. They only eat, drink, and reproduce, being mistaken for normal people, which leads to the perpetuation of low intelligence. Huaxia, impressive Sango. I'm waiting for you to take me to the divine cow star. Regarding the statements made which seemed to have a hint of truth, it appeared that only Huaxia's talents might choose to argue with him. For such obviously foolish statements, especially self-praise, without provoking Huaxia, everyone silently gave a thumbs up. As for the Taurus star system, why not mention the M78 nebula? Let him indulge in the fantasy of being invincible in the world and contribute a bit to the Bureau of War Ignorance. Although Zhang Weiguo was currently on the moon, he could still see the news below. Elder Qian had done this to ease his loneliness. Even Zhang Weiguo being on the moon and watching Asan's rocket explode felt inclined to give Asan a thumbs up and leave a comment asking them to take him along when they go to the divine cow star. It must be said these Asan folks were becoming a bit cute in their foolishness, making it hard to scold them. However, despite having internet access, he still hadn't searched for information about himself. Not searching means it exists, and the mental victory method works anytime. He needed to hold on a little longer, waiting until the other planetary shelters were built before searching for information. He knew he wouldn't be able to resist. Once he knew of their existence, he would certainly want to contact them. If dangers lurked there, it would only cause them more worry. As Zhang Weiguo was watching the spectacle, the last piece of equipment, a temporary signal detection device, was placed into the rocket. Everything was protected, and the items intended for launch to the moon were divided into two parts, one part with precision-protected core components, and the other part with general protection for the outer shell. This distribution enhanced the rocket's original capacity threefold, greatly increasing its safety. Originally, the detectors meant for launching to the moon had to be fully assembled before use, but the antennas and solar panels were irregularly shaped, leading to wasted space. Now, with everything separated, the space utilization greatly improved, allowing the rocket to carry more cargo. Zhang Weiguo would only need to perform simple installations on the moon. Although part of it crashed onto the moon, appearing as if the plan had gone awry, this was actually part of their arrangement, cleverly confusing their opponents. The further the plan progressed, the more Zhang Weiguo's contributions became apparent. Initially, it seemed that theoretical assistance was significant, but it turned out that the practical help was even greater. And this is not even mentioning the technology of another planet. Elder Qian became more excited the more he thought about it, as Zhang Weiguo was simply a gift from the heavens to Huaxia. The rocket launched on time. Zhang Weiguo leaned against a rock, preparing to receive their rocket. The world's netizens were also watching eagerly to see whether Huaxia's lunar landing rocket would succeed. After all, Asan had just claimed they were going to explore the Taurus star system. If there were problems on Huaxia's side, it would definitely generate a lot of news. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 launch. The rocket successfully ignited and ascended steadily. The command center for the entire lunar mission was tense, watching the rocket intently. After all, for Huaxia, something as simple as launching a rocket was never prone to failure and had become routine. Boom, boom, boom. Crash, crash, crash. It definitely won't succeed. It's probably going to crash into the moon like a missile. Launching rockets every day is so boring, some remarked. Since Huaxia had officially declared it, and the rocket launch was live-streamed, countless viewers were watching. Many people outside preferred Huaxia to fail, and the most detestable were some foreign nationals who, after moving away, couldn't bear to see their homeland thrive, wishing their compatriots could barely get by, constantly stirring up negativity online. However, most people in Huaxia were quite supportive. It's up, calm, and composed, the demeanor of a great nation. This is to launch a lunar probe, right? In a couple of years we might land on the moon, someone said. Hey, a plan for landing on the moon by 2030 has already been issued by the government. That's solid. Huaxia would never issue a plan without being 100% sure. This means barring any accidents, we will definitely land on the moon in 2030, perhaps even in 2029, coinciding perfectly with the military parade showcasing a lunar team. Everyone was happily discussing this online as the command center watched the rocket enter its predetermined orbit. Upon reaching the ignition point, it successfully fired again, entering lunar orbit. As the rocket began to orbit the moon, the livestream signal was cut off. After all, the subsequent information was rather classified and not suitable for live broadcasting. Why is it off? Is there a problem? Our rocket was just live streaming, flying towards the Taurus constellation. TCH, they definitely cut it out of fear of failure. This is boring. Haven't we seen this before? It's not just the people from the subcontinent who are mocking us. Suddenly, many people with fluctuating IPs began to stir the pot online, trying to get Huaxia to reopen the live stream. However, the people of Huaxia were not so easily deceived. Everyone knew that when the government cut the live signal, it was because there were technologies that couldn't be shown to others. Those demanding a live stream were likely attempting to steal Huaxia's secrets, or at the very least to provoke us. Some more outspoken individuals started to lash out. Look at you, how about you show us what you've got? Ha, did you think we could be easily manipulated like that? Rubbish. What's wrong with refusing to show you? Don't rush, don't rush. Why are you so anxious? Just pretend we didn't succeed. Oh, look at how worried you are. Although the signal source was cut, everyone was confident that there were no issues. If there were, the public intellectuals stirring up trouble would have emerged immediately to provoke. Zhang Weiguo was also following the national launch live stream, feeling a bit bewildered by the comments below. He had clearly seen the subcontinent's rocket crash. How could they still be streaming? 2 rockets. Meanwhile, the video synthesis prodigy Tang Yuan in Huaxiao was watching the subcontinent's live stream and noticed something was off. The live stream from the subcontinent looked realistic, but after analyzing it with his homemade software, it was evident that something was amiss. Perhaps it was synthesized. Oh, so this is how we're playing it. Then I must show you what a Huaxia genius can do. Tang Yuan immediately rose, skipping meals to make a video to expose them. We're approaching the launch point. Be careful, the slower one is precision equipment. The bigger one contains materials for building your shelter. Qian, Lao advised Zhang Weiguo. Understood. When the time comes, don't rush. Wait a moment. The location we've chosen is just before a sandstorm arrives, making it easier for you to hide. This is not like a missile. There will definitely be many satellites watching during the moon landing. Understood. Zhang Weiguo knew that there was nothing he could do about this. They were in the sky, the moon, where satellites and space telescopes could watch secretly. He could only wait for the sandstorm to arrive, hide his form, and retrieve the materials before returning to the cave. He had already placed everything that could be sent into space into the cave, and in his entire mental space, there was only a bit of food left, which should be sufficient. Even if it wasn't enough for one attempt, it would definitely be enough for 2. Soon the rocket reached orbit, and the first thing launched was the more durable equipment, a square object resembling a shipping container which whooshed towards the moon. The eagle, the bear, and the lighthouse were all closely monitoring the situation. Qian Lao directly ensured that this part was all impact resistant and had undergone rigorous protection. Since it was this way, Qian Lao directly attached a recoil device to the back. With a whoosh once it entered. Wait, what are they planning on the moon? Why so many actions? No worries, in 2 hours we will know if it succeeded or failed. Does the big shot have a channel? In 2 hours the news broadcast will start. The bear remarked, this bold operation is not Huaxia's style, is it? It shouldn't be, right? Haven't there been any recent updates? No, it's very mysterious. There seems to be a big move recently, but it's hard to know. Let's keep a close watch. It seems we need to contact others. The lighthouse added, Huaxiao must have its reasons for doing this, but what could they be? I don't understand. There haven't been any updates, and it seems many of our spies are being tracked. Why don't you capture this segment of the video and have someone from the subcontinent stir the pot? Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo looked at the object that had landed in the crater and quickly replied, success. I saw from afar, and there was no damage. Upon receiving Zhang Weiguo's message, the entire Lunar Command Center erupted in cheers. The focus was not on the smaller lunar lander, which was already a routine task and would definitely not fail. The success of this particular mission would be a tremendous triumph. Great, don't rush. Let's wait for the other lunar module to land. Just wait for the wind. Qian Lao was also excited. With these materials sent up, the preliminary preparations for the lunar base were completed. Next, we just need to design the astronauts' dormitories, experimental base, plant cultivation base, oxygen, recycling system, energy supply system, and so on, sending them up one module at a time, and the research on these modules can proceed simultaneously. Originally, these preliminary preparations would take at least 2 years, but now they were almost resolved in just 2 days. Qian Lao was on the verge of expressing his admiration for Zhang Weiguo countless times, and soon, without any surprises, the lunar module safely landed on the moon. Everything was perfect. As the solar storm arrived, the moon kicked up a sandstorm, and Zhang Weiguo could take this opportunity to bring both back. Thankfully, the current lunar module was uncrewed and relatively small, otherwise his mental space wouldn't have been able to accommodate it. Nevertheless, Zhang Weiguo was not worried. This equipment could surely be upgraded, and he felt there was a significant chance it was related to that black box. Zhang Weiguo began constructing the lunar base. Meanwhile, there was a stir on the Blue Star's network. Someone was going to get slapped in the face. On the internet of Blue Star, a mysterious video suddenly went viral featuring an unremarkable cube crashing onto the moon without any address, source, or information. If an ordinary person saw this video, they would surely scroll past it in an instant. Yet it stubbornly appeared repeatedly at an astonishing frequency, suddenly igniting a whirlwind of interest. Initially, everyone realized they had all seen this video, which had already garnered significant attention. Then an anonymous expert analyzed the video in detail, revealing that it depicted the scene of a rocket launched by Huaxia delivering a lunar module. However, judging by the speed shown, the average person would likely perceive it as a failure. Who would drop a lunar module onto the moon? Even if the module could withstand the impact, could the robots inside survive? Moreover, today's lunar rovers are still compact and delicate. If they crash into a crater, will they even be able to come out, even if they survive? Many people saw that Huaxia had made great strides in the past 2 years and felt a sense of dissatisfaction believing they shouldn't be subjected to invisible exploitation through technology. Their frustration intensified upon realizing that Huaxia's technology was now surpassing theirs. They remembered that while they had subways, Huaxia was still in a feudal society. Now that Huaxia had landed on the moon, they still had their subways. This was simply intolerable. However, Huaxia had not made any mistakes, which left them only able to criticize from the sidelines. Now they finally felt they had a chance. Haha, I said Huaxia was no good. Is this what they call landing? Then we can land on the sun tomorrow. Hey, look at our rocket steadily heading towards the Taurus star system, and then look at you unable to conquer even the moon. Better go to sleep. You guys are hopeless. Let's activate the Change Lunar Exploration application. Still a 5,000-year-old civilization. Just living off past glories. No, the charm of the flourishing Tang dynasty still needs to be seen through us. No way. The online reactions were infuriating to watch, but these were merely the perspectives of the common people. Those in the professional field understood that this was in fact a success because in terms of shape and the planned deceleration method, Huaxia intended for it to land this way. But why? Recently, Huaxia's actions had driven these individuals to a state of neurosis as they could not fathom why Huaxia was doing this. It felt like a persistent itch in their minds. They knew something significant must have happened in the world that they were unaware of, but they just couldn't grasp what it was. Thus, with so many countries buzzing about this topic and no one responding, it only fueled their speculation. They wanted Huaxia to explain the recent events. Why? On the moon, Zhang Weiguo was busy transporting supplies amidst a sandstorm. In the command center of the Lunar Palace project, Elder Qian was also watching the video online. With this capability, it must be them. No one else could do this. This video is also trending in our country. We need to handle this well. The public has gained confidence in the nation over the years, and we can't let them feel defeated. Indeed, we need to manage this, but the recent videos from Xiao Gang have come back and everyone's research enthusiasm is high. Who has time for a press conference? Suddenly, Elder Qian spotted someone. Jixiang, the team leader of Wangchang. His name is just Jixiang, a very auspicious name. It would be great to have him hold the press conference. Team leader Jixiang, the organization has a task for you now. Wangchang's team leader Jixiang had tears of joy in his eyes. It was originally a novel for 2 people, and now he finally had a name. I guarantee I will complete the task. Elder Qian shared everything that needed to be discussed at the press conference with Jixiang. There would be no QA session. Once he finished his presentation, he could leave. Jixiang had no problem with this. Great, I will go prepare. Elder Qian nodded, deciding there was no need to pick a time. Anyway, the news broadcast would be on soon, and it would be perfect to address it then. As the interest in the rocket launch continued to surge, a new video suddenly went viral in Huaxia, quickly spreading to foreign forums. 3 minutes to uncover Asan's space voyage. You can do it too. The video was truly only 3 minutes long, providing a detailed explanation that Asan's live broadcast of the rocket flying to the Taurus star system was AI generated. They even found the source material video and offered a foolproof guide. With just a computer, you could simulate any scenario of the rocket as seen in Asan's live broadcast, making it fly to the sun, Mars, or even your own toilet. Once the video came out, everyone was already quite focused on the topic of rockets, so it instantly went viral. Especially when people realized that after trying it themselves, they could generate images identical to those in Asan's livestream. It exploded in popularity. Awesome, bro, your research is incredibly creative. I'm impressed. Hey, what are we going to do? They exposed us. We don't even know where the real rocket went. Could it be that we landed on the moon? What a small mindset. They synthesized it all and didn't even dare to directly land on Mars. This is too timid. Citizens of Huaxia eagerly commented online, pushing Asan and his brothers to step up. The same sentiment echoed in other countries. Oh, Asan had been overly audacious, completely setting the rhythm. I told you guys can't do it, yet you insisted on arguing. Forget it, just apply for the heritage of your words. This is the limit of your potential in life. Come see the charm of the flourishing Tang dynasty. Let's not bully the fools. Buy some seeds for the fools to munch on. Asan's netizens were seething with anger. Many began to frantically report and attack the video poster. The poster activated a comprehensive defense, preventing foreigners from commenting. The video continued to be pinned, filled with supportive comments from their own people. They also posted a dynamic message, hehe, I just love watching you all, unable to take me down, looking so furious. In an instant, a storm brewed online. Although scientists who understood a bit knew that Huaxia had absolutely succeeded, and this was by design, ordinary citizens were not entirely aware. It looked somewhat like a failure, primarily because they couldn't imagine how a sealed cube would be used on the moon. However, the public felt that since everyone had failed today, they could just hurl insults at each other, and it would be fine. They could accept a failure as long as there was progress and not continuous failures. But unexpectedly, while they wanted to move on, there were shameless ones who didn't. You have no idea what we are doing. We originally wanted to develop quietly and give you some face, but since you did this, don't blame us. Now let us show you what aerospace technology is. There was another video, and this person was quite influential in ASEAN. Once the video was released, the entire country erupted in cheers. The video quickly gained popularity with content so convincing that viewers were left in awe. Consequently, many in the country clicked on the video to see what was going on. Is this really going to work? Absolutely, there's no problem at all. As soon as the video that exposed them was released, ASEAN's superiors were instantly enraged, for they realized that the exposure revealed the truth, and even the steps and materials used in the video synthesis were completely accurate. Upon questioning the creator of the video, they discovered that the software used was designed by a person from Huaxia. No wonder they could detect and locate it so quickly. Send it to serve the divine bull. After capturing the person, the next step was to resolve the issue. Under normal circumstances, they could have simply admitted defeat and recovered the rocket debris, claiming it was for development. But now there was no way out. The rocket had crashed onto the far side of the moon. How could they explain that? It was clear that this method of explanation could no longer be used. They could only go all the way to the end. The person in charge spoke up. How about this? You extract the footage of our rocket igniting and flying to the far side of the moon, excluding the explosion at the end. Just say we are preparing for a secret moon landing. The technology officer replied, we just officially announced our exploration of the Golden Bull star system, and we are still live streaming. If we suddenly claim to be secretly landing on the moon, it will confuse the public and make them lose faith in us. The person in charge shook his head. We don't need to say anything. Let someone else accidentally leak it, claiming to be an anonymous source who disapproves of Huaxia's arrogance, and leak the clips. That works too. Oh, anyway, we won't have to respond afterward. Not many can capture the far side of the moon, and while Huaxia can, even if they reveal any photos from there, the public will still believe we are being slandered. Those are fake, and our absolute three-dimensional defense is invincible. The technology officer thought for a moment and realized that this was indeed the case. Any further questioning would be classified, and even if there were photos of the explosion, they must be fabricated. Huaxia cannot possibly retrieve anything from the far side of the moon. Soon enough, an anonymous source, unwilling to reveal their identity, leaked the highly classified video from ASEAN Space Technology to an actor, and nobody pursued it. The actor quickly released the news. Thus the video came to be. Tang Yuan also opened the video and conducted an analysis. The video was indeed authentic, but there were no landing scenes, and judging by the speed and angle, without the deceleration landing technology of Tianjixing, it was 100 a crash landing on the moon, which would certainly result in an explosion. However, he truly couldn't say such things because Huaxia was also protecting its technology and hadn't disclosed the landing live stream. If you say ASEAN's claim is impossible, ASEAN would counter that your claim is impossible too, leading both sides into a stalemate. Seeing the situation descend into chaos and becoming convoluted, ASEAN's netizens sprang into action. Hey, we originally wanted to develop quietly, but unexpectedly we are forced to showcase our strength. The moon is just the moon, isn't it easy to go there? I heard there's change up there. Oh, once we go we'll look better than her. This remark was somewhat annoying. What was even more detestable was that some public intellectuals started to stir things up. A certain influencer. I've always said that ASEAN is a peaceful country. You can't see police on the streets, and there are no thieves in the slums. They are just low-key, while certain people have such faces that make one laugh. A certain writer. The inherent flaws of the nation are evident. It's nothing but disappointment. Why is it so hard to embrace new things and acknowledge others' excellence? Someone remarked, clearly so ordinary yet so confident. Sigh. The appearance of these individuals ignited a storm on Huaxia's internet. The current populace is not what it used to be. They know what kind of people these are. When other countries make mistakes, they seem blind. But whenever they find something to criticize about their own country, it's like a collective frenzy coming out to stir the pot. The judgment from netizens below was simply speechless. No bro, I can understand the lighthouse hype, the eagle hype, even the kimchi hype, but I really can't comprehend the ASEAN hype. Didn't you see the news a few days ago about ASEAN's 5 men raping a crocodile? There are no thieves. They are all busy looking for crocodiles. They are simply brain dead, not following the people's direction. It doesn't showcase your abilities, does it? And you act as if you're the only one awake among the drunken crowd. We are no longer buying this crap, idiots. Brothers, no need to say so much, just report them directly. A big shot investigated, and these people all participated in an event organized by the Lighthouse Strategic Bureau, and they all won awards. You get it now? Zhang Weiguo saw these messages and was furious, wishing he could directly blow their heads off. Old Qian was also a bit angry. Originally the nation and its people were united in development, yet there are always these troublemakers. So he directly spoke up. Captain Li, investigate these people. Anyone found guilty must be dealt with severely. Furthermore, if they dislike the domestic situation, let's send them to the countries they like. Li Hua had long been displeased with these individuals, and now it suited his intentions perfectly. He quickly went to take action. Old Qian, what can I do? Zhang Weiguo also inquired via the communicator. At this moment, he had already transported everything back and arranged it according to the instructions, just waiting to finish probing one direction before he would switch directions. Old Qian thought for a moment. This video leak was definitely at San's behest. Since they wanted to play this way, they shouldn't blame others for being rude. You first take the signal detector and see if there's any signal over there. If not, you can go to the site of their rocket explosion, take more photos, especially those with their distinguishing features. When the news broadcast later will give them a surprise. Alright, I'm on it. Zhang Weiguo set off with the signal detector. Upon arriving nearby, he looked at the surrounding wreckage of the exploded rocket, and it was certain there would be no signals to receive. He measured with the detector, and sure enough, there was no signal. Thus Zhang Weiguo began to search. First taking a wide shot of the explosion, then looking for any signs indicating it was a San's materials. He quickly found a mark, the Divine Bull insignia, which only a San would stamp on their items. How peculiar. After taking the photo, he stored it in his mind space, waiting for junk utilization. Suddenly Zhang Weiguo spotted an object with a lighthouse emblem, a black rectangular box that looked like a controller. He stored it separately in his mind space, and then looked around for anything else useful, but found nothing for the time being. He thought he could come back for more later. Zhang Weiguo returned to the cave, first adjusting the machines, testing the cave's properties, fixing any issues according to the ground's guidance, recording the operating conditions of these machines and their changes on the moon. After completing these tasks, he then transmitted the photos he had just captured, producing the black box with the lighthouse emblem he had just found to show Old Qian. Old Qian, take a look. This is what I found at the site of a San's rocket explosion. Old Qian carefully examined it, although it was just a black box, and the internal structure wasn't visible. Seeing that emblem made Old Qian instantly understand certain things. The launches of space missions are always achieved step by step. There is no such thing as an overnight success unless one encounters extraterrestrials. However, this time the situation with the A3 has been quite unusual. Normally, just being able to launch successfully is already impressive. Operating in orbit around the blue planet is considered a significant success. Yet this time, they actually managed to ignite their engines twice and reach the far side of the moon. Don't be fooled by the mere 2 ignitions that altered their trajectory. The calculations and technological complexities behind it are substantial. Old Qian also saw that video and couldn't help but feel a bit moved. These A3 aren't completely useless, they are quietly making progress. However, this development is occurring a bit too rapidly, which seems unreasonable. Nevertheless, Old Qian didn't dwell on it too much, as he was primarily focused on the development of our own Huaxia. Seeing the photos sent back by Zhang Weiguo, he finally understood. He had overthought things, giving the A3 too much credit. The fact that they could ignite their engines twice was undoubtedly due to this controller provided by the lighthouse. This is useful, very useful. We should put this device in the lunar module and bring it back, he noted. Although our Huaxia's capabilities in trajectory calculations and ignition are no weaker than the lighthouse's, having this device to dismantle and study will allow. Zhang Weiguo continued to operate the machinery, while Old Qian received the photos just transmitted by Zhang Weiguo. He quickly forwarded them to Chief Wang Chong, who was about to speak. This would not only instill confidence in the public, but also deliver a resounding slap in the face. Soon the news broadcast began. The viewership ratings for the recent news broadcasts had surged dramatically. Those who were unaware of Huaxia's recent endeavors were eager to glean some information from the broadcast. The spokesperson for the aerospace mission, Jixiang, soon took the stage. I am the spokesperson for this aerospace briefing, Jixiang. First, please watch a video. The video played showcasing the successful landing of the lunar module. Since it had already been captured on camera, Old Qian also released a video of the lunar launch cube. One was a small lunar module that landed normally, and the other was a cube that landed directly on the moon. First of all, I can responsibly tell everyone that both parts of the landing were perfectly successful, and their landing methods were entirely of our own choosing, proceeding very smoothly, he continued. Additionally, after landing, we captured some photos of the moon. Oh, please enjoy them. Soon the photo taken by Zhang Weiguo. You were great too, our Aerospace Research Institute's lucky star. Oh, not at all, it's all due to the chief's excellent leadership. The two exchanged compliments, relaxed for a moment, and then returned to their research on aerospace technology. As soon as the news broadcast video aired, it reignited the battleground of public opinion online. It was clear the spokesperson had been quite direct, and the videos had all been disclosed. The moon landing went smoothly, with the small lunar module perfectly landing on the moon. What does this signify? It indicates that others are capable of achieving the same, otherwise there would have been no need to divide it into 2 parts. If they could land, you cannot claim they couldn't. Thus, Huaxia's success is indisputable. The second photo and the concluding remarks were particularly interesting. Our central mother is impressive, striking without shedding blood. Not only did we go up there, but we also filmed you exploding, capturing your emblem in close-up. Honestly, A3, you shouldn't have littered. If you hit change, it would be utterly inexcusable. Below, some users also screenshot A3's direct ridicule of Huaxiao, which was quite fitting here. Landing on the moon is considered a moon landing. Then can we A3 land on the sun? Following the screenshot, there were comments from players, bro, I really misunderstood you. I thought you were mocking us. Turns out you genuinely think this way. I shouldn't have scolded you, my bad. Your mother. For the sake of face, you disregard the advancement of technology. What else is there to say? It's truly embarrassing. Meanwhile, those public intellectuals who had previously stirred the pot were now as blind as bats, glaring at the blatant fakes across from them, not uttering a word. However, their silence did not mean the public lacked memory. They flooded the comment section with questions demanding to know the current situation. These shameless individuals promptly disabled comments pretending to be dead. Yet there were still ways to ask directly beneath the products they endorsed or the shows they participated in. The pressure of public opinion was overwhelming, and those products and programs quickly terminated their contracts with these shameless public intellectuals, even seeking additional compensation. These public intellectuals were furious, cursing at home. At that moment, knock, 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 time for a water meter check. Opened the door. These shameless individuals were checked thoroughly, anything from tax evasion to collusion with foreign forces, intent to leak state secrets, and even inciting the public. Lihuo was unapologetic, imposing penalties as necessary and delivering judgments as warranted. Some even claimed to be international friends aft. Thus, a certain public intellectual found himself in what he called the peaceful A3 region. Sure enough, it was warm and welcoming, starting with complimentary cold drinks. After indulging, he fell into a baby-like sleep, waking up the next day stark naked on the street, his backside still a bit sore. To his surprise, he shamelessly sought out the embassy, only to be outright rejected. A3 is a peaceful and friendly country with no thieves, even in the slums. This may be their custom, and one must respect it. I believe you can live here quite well. Go ahead, they said, not even providing him with pants. Consequently, Zhang Weiguo was quite pleased upon seeing this. Zhang Weiguo is now attending classes in a cave. Having just repositioned the testing equipment one last time and adjusted everything, repairing what needed repair and replacing parts, he began listening to Han Lecking from the Wild Fox Squad and a construction expert teaching about building treehouses. It's quite enjoyable. The commander of the Special Operations Squad and a renowned professor of architecture from Huaxiao are teaching him how to build a treehouse. How could it not be enjoyable? Moreover, the design is aesthetically pleasing and very safe. More importantly, the operation is very simple. This design was developed through repeated discussions among Han Leching, the construction expert, and others striving for simplicity, efficiency, and safety. Zhang Weiguo looked at the concept drawings that were sent over, which blended seamlessly with the forest, featuring ventilation, sleeping areas, a fireplace, and even a restroom. If this were a hotel, wouldn't it cost at least 100,000 a night? Just then, the A3 aerospace head was sweating profusely. The netizens from A3 are still being stubborn. The person in charge of A3's space program thinks the same way. Even if Huaxiao releases the photos, these foolish people will firmly believe that Huaxiao is slandering them with fabricated evidence. With a few celebrities to stir the pot, as long as they don't take to the field, it's just mutual insults between both sides, and those foolish people will continue to believe them. But now a small problem has arisen. The lighthouse has stopped cooperating. Originally, the technology provided by the lighthouse was strictly sealed for their use this time, and was to be operated under the supervision of lighthouse personnel. This is why the object that Zhang Weiguo saw was not damaged. It was highly confidential, preventing A3 from opening it. The intention was simply to let A3 use it to apply some pressure on Huaxiao. If it failed and crashed to Earth, they could just recover it. If it exploded in space and drifted into the deep cosmos, they wouldn't care, as long as the technology remained in their control and not accessed by others for decryption, it was fine. But who would have thought of such a genius operation from A3, actually crashing the rocket onto the far side of the moon? It's truly baffling. Even carelessly flying into the depths of space would have been better than crashing onto the far side of the moon. This situation isn't entirely unacceptable. Even if Huaxiao recovers the probe sent to the moon a few months later, by that time the dust storms and cosmic rays should have damaged the contents. But who knew? Huaxiao has been exceptionally active in lunar research lately. After launching missiles to the moon, they launched rockets as well, not to mention the probes capable of recovering lunar soil. Coupled with the photos just released on the news, what does this signify? It indicates that Huaxiao has the complete capability to recover the black box they provided to A3 and decipher the technology contained within. It just crashed onto the moon today, and this afternoon it was recovered by Huaxiao. They will definitely be able to decipher the technology inside. Because Huaxia's aerospace technology is on par with that of the lighthouse, perhaps the focus areas are just different. Now, if Huaxiao has this black box, it means they have mastered research achievements in two directions. It might just coincidentally solve a long-standing difficulty, significantly aiding breakthroughs in technology. This black box contains the latest technology from the lighthouse, specifically designed to ensure A3's success this time, but unexpectedly, they still messed it up. They messed it up and handed their own stuff over to Huaxia. The person responsible for this matter at the lighthouse was scolded harshly and then turned around to start cursing A3. I don't care what method you use. Even if you have to kneel and beg Huaxia, you must get our lighthouse black box back. And it must be intact and unopened. Otherwise, just wait for it. The person in charge of A3 was sweating profusely. They might not even find your stuff right. They just took some pictures and didn't search for anything. They might not even have the capability to retrieve it. The terrain where it exploded is so poor that even a robot might not be able to get back up. Nonsense. I can tell you clearly that not only have they found it, but they have even recovered it. Our satellite just captured images of the rocket explosion. We've magnified the crash site, and while we didn't find our black box, we did find traces of something that matches its size and shape. According to Huaxia's usual practices when they release the photos, it's always after they have completed their tasks over there. They must have found our black box. It must be retrieved before they open it. The head of the Lighthouse Aerospace Department was also at a loss. Unsure of what Huaxia's recent actions were truly about, in a moment of impulsiveness, he had used the latest aerospace technology with A3. Now this incident had occurred, and those above didn't know. If they found out he had used the latest technology, it would only lead to his downfall. The head of A3 thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good solution. Directly asking Huaxia wouldn't work. They would definitely say they hadn't found it. Would he really go to their landing module's return site? He seemed to be out of options, but suddenly an idea struck him. This time for secrecy, the lighthouse had left no official or private documentation. There were no records at all. The government would never admit it. A3 couldn't acknowledge they were using Lighthouse's technology. Moreover, it wasn't even an analysis of technology, but just the provision of this one-time launch item. Anyone could see the futility of it. They would just be at a disadvantage. The lighthouse couldn't admit to providing this technology either, as it would only imply targeting Huaxia. As the self-proclaimed beacon of freedom and democracy, despite their shameless actions, they care more about their reputation than anyone else and wouldn't admit it. So since neither side can admit it, and it's not their own technology, but rather something they proactively provided to suppress Huaxia, what does this have to do with them? The head of A3 suddenly realized in front of the divine cow today, I finally understand who I am. His mood instantly relaxed. He was no longer nervous or sweating profusely and even began to respond calmly. What are you saying? I'm talking about our black box. You need to get it back for me quickly. What black box? I don't know. The black box we provided you. I don't have it. I didn't receive any notice from above. Does the Lighthouse Aerospace Bureau have cooperation with our A3 Aerospace Bureau? Is there any written notice? Hearing this, the head of the Lighthouse Aerospace Department was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect A3 to be so shameless and even dare to turn the tables on them. Don't joke with me to get it back quickly. I'm acting as if nothing happened. Otherwise, consider the consequences. It was impossible to get it back. They could only hold out to the end. After all, without an official letter, he said, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm hanging up. The divine cow is coming. I need to make way. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. The head of the lighthouse slammed the phone into pieces, infuriated to the point of turning pale. He quickly took a quick-acting heart pill, or he might have passed out. All right, you want to play like this? Just wait. He had already heard of A3's shamelessness and their terrible business environment where you must pay first before getting the goods. Otherwise, forget about the final payment. He didn't expect even the aerospace head to be this shameless and simply disregard it. You people don't believe Huaxia's photos, right? Then surely you should believe our photos. Since you have no shame, then let's all stop pretending. The head of the Lighthouse Aerospace Department was also furious and decided not to care anymore. He swiftly released the photos they took through an anonymous source that refused to disclose their identity. The online public opinion was about to calm down as it was clear that the netizens from ASIN were in a defensive stance. Regardless of what was said, it was all an accusation against our aerospace technology, and the photos released by Huaxia were merely slanders. In such a situation where everyone is dismissive, it's impossible to reason with them. After rounds of mutual insults, everyone felt bored. The fool was just being a nuisance, and it truly lost its interest. The topic had already quieted down, and the head of ASIN's space program had begun to rejoice, thinking that the matter had passed. However, the emergence of a new set of photos reignited the entire discussion, causing the ASIN official to break into a cold sweat. Shameless. This is too shameless. Aren't you the beacon of freedom? How can you stab us in the back? A lunar science news account with some official ties to the beacon just released new photos of the far side of the moon, and they were in high definition, deliberately choosing several significant locations. Among them was the location of ASIN's rocket explosion. This instantly went viral. Haha, why is there garbage in all the photos released recently? Who keeps throwing trash on the moon every day? Wow, a photo is dozens of gigabytes. Are you trying to kill ASIN? This is ridiculously high definition. You can even see the logo of the divine cow when zoomed in. I was wrong, though. I really shouldn't have criticized ASIN. This kind of self-involvement and entertaining the public is truly admirable. The netizens from Huaxia are now truly elated. Although the defensive stance was amusing, it still wasn't satisfying enough. Now they directly crushed their defenses, leaving them unable to counter. However, what Huaxia never expected was that ASIN's bottom line could go even lower. ASIN's netizens remarked, "Hee, I anticipated this situation long ago. It's just slander from others, we don't need to care. You can't stand seeing others develop right. You must resort to such slanders to ruin our ASIN space program. This is the challenge of a great nation's rise. I never expected that both Huaxia and the beacon would target ASIN at the same time. It seems we are developing too quickly, and they are afraid." Seeing these comments was truly exasperating. Even netizens from other countries couldn't take it anymore. Huaxia and the beacon are targeting you at the same time. That's quite a stretch. If that were true, your place would have long become a relic. That's impressive. I admire your spirit of defensive resilience. Let me apply for its heritage. You are too stubborn. I really want to give you a slap. There's a story in this. The enthusiasm was overwhelming, and the netizens from Huaxia embarked on a journey of mocking the fool once again. However, the wise quickly noticed something peculiar. Normally, the beacon would stand firmly against Huaxia, yet today, how were they aiding Huaxia? Not much. There must be a story behind it. But this was no longer a concern for Huaxia. They focused on themselves, climbing step by step to greater heights. Zhang Weiguo on the moon was also very pleased. Just now, with his help, all the data tests had been completed and sent back. Now Qian Lao and the others had confirmed that this was the most suitable location, with stable geological structures and a stable underground heat source that would not erupt. The size was also appropriate, with flat land nearby for easy landing and takeoff. It couldn't be more perfect. The remaining tasks included researching the lunar base module, experimental module, cultivation module, planting module, energy module, oxygen cultivation module, and so on. All of these could proceed simultaneously. Simply design one and launch it. Wonderful. We've already laid a solid foundation for our towering skyscraper, and it's an incredibly solid one. How exciting. Qian Lao was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Zhang Weiguo was also happy on the moon, not only for Huaxia's success, but also for his own. The stronger Huaxia's capabilities on the moon, the more it would help him. That's great. I knew our Huaxia was invincible. Zhang Weiguo's simple praise brought smiles to everyone. Qian Lao continued, "Look at the time. You should be heading over soon. Make sure to protect yourself. Build a shelter first, and when you have time, set up the surveillance equipment we provided, and also set up something for the primitive tribe. We still lack data. Bring back more materials. Our linguists and behavioral scientists can analyze them thoroughly. Although we may not be able to decipher all languages, we can certainly figure out some simple daily phrases. This way it will be safer when we need to communicate in the future." Zhang Weiguo nodded in response. "All right, but Qian Lao, everything is ready. The return capsule can return now. Don't we need to return today? Today is not suitable. Our rocket will not pass through the launch orbit today, and the operation of launching and returning on the same day would be too conspicuous. It would be more normal to wait a couple of days." Understood. Don't worry, the data has already come back. All research and production have started. We also conducted prior studies, so we should be able to launch a sealed oxygen chamber soon. This is the basis for all research modules. We can send one up for testing. You will be able to eat and drink on the moon. This was indeed quite good. Although Zhang Weiguo didn't need to eat, drink, or breathe on the moon, when the time came, he would still want to have something to eat. If a sealed chamber could come up, that would be excellent. Not only would it ease Zhang Weiguo's burdens, but he could also try bringing back plants from there to see if they could grow and produce oxygen. Wouldn't that solve a major problem? Moreover, he suddenly realized that he could go over every day to fetch water, food, and even air. So in the future, even if he landed on the moon, any danger would be easily resolved. Thinking about it, Zhang Weiguo felt quite important. After bidding farewell to Qian Lao, Han Leking from the Wild Fox team came over to discuss some matters with him: how to deal with wild beasts, how to address sudden physical issues, how to handle encounters with primitive people, and how to install and arrange the warning devices in the treehouse. Zhang Weiguo listened attentively, as these were matters of life and death. "Thank you, Instructor Han." Zhang Weiguo expressed his gratitude. "No need for thanks. You bear a more important task. Take care of yourself." As the time arrived, Zhang Weiguo felt a wave of dizziness as he traversed to the primitive planet, precisely the spot chosen for the treehouse. He returned to where he had previously teleported from. There were no dangers around. It was still the same process, applying leaves and branches on his clothes to cover his scent. However, this time, he didn't have to foolishly stay here for 12 hours. He could start building the treehouse. Meanwhile, Ji Weiqiang walked into Qian Lao's office and placed a feasibility report before him titled Feasibility Report on Building a Small Nuclear Fusion Power Plant on the Moon. Upon seeing this title, old Qian was taken aback. Not to mention small-scale nuclear fusion, large-scale nuclear fusion has yet to be successfully constructed in Huaxia. The theoretical knowledge exists, but it is limited by material and operational precision issues. Moreover, the consequences of a failed nuclear fusion experiment are too severe to risk. Old Qian carefully reviewed the report, and indeed it is feasible. However, he still hesitated. Ji Weiqiang noticed old Qian's hesitation and stepped forward asking, "Old Qian, if we want to generate electricity using solar energy, how large a solar panel do we need to install to sustain a lunar base? Additionally, the moon experiences storms that severely affect the efficiency of power generation. We all know that only nuclear power is a suitable energy solution for the lunar base's future. Currently, we have developed a material that can stabilize a force field for fusion power generation. However, the yield is still too low and the precision required for operation is extremely high," he continued. "But now we have Brother Gang on the moon. Although small-scale nuclear fusion requires even more precision, Brother Gang can definitely handle it. The difficulty lies in the machinery, and since Brother Gang can already handle helium-3, operating it will be no problem at all. Moreover, miniaturization also addresses the material shortage issue. Even if the experiment fails, it will provide us with valuable experience, marking significant progress in mastering nuclear fusion power. More importantly, there will be no pollution impact. For the moon, which is bombarded by cosmic radiation, that little nuclear radiation is negligible." Old Qian understood that this plan was entirely feasible. However, this is not an ordinary explosion. If it fails, it could potentially result in a nuclear explosion. Would Xiao Gang really be unhurt? His concern for Xiao Gang's safety was not only due to his care for Huaxia's technology, but also stemmed from his worries about a patriotic youth. "Old Qian, I understand your worries about Brother Gang, but let's leave this choice to him. I believe he is not lying when he says he is indestructible. Moreover, now is the best time. The other lunar modules have not yet been transported, so the impact of an explosion would be minimal. If we could establish a nuclear fusion power station in that nearby small cave, we would solve all energy issues for future lunar bases." Ji Weiqiang spoke with excitement and seriousness. Old Qian took a deep breath and said, "All right, when Xiao Gang arrives, ask him. But we must clearly explain all the dangers to him and let him know that our first choice is solar energy, allowing him to make his own decision." All right. Ji Weiqiang was confident as he believed that Brother Gang would definitely agree based on his recent understanding of him. Old Qian thought for a moment saying, "But it's still not entirely safe. Since we are going to do this for Xiao Gang's safety and to solve the energy issue of the lunar base at once, we need to come up with another plan. I heard that the Great Eagle side has made significant breakthroughs in nuclear fusion confinement fields. Let's engage in a technology exchange with them to give Xiao Gang more assurance." Ji Weiqiang hesitated, saying, "Old Qian, you know the Great Eagles have been continuously imposing a tech blockade on us through the lighthouse. Trying to exchange technology with them is very troublesome and can be quite disadvantageous." Old Qian patted Ji Weiqiang on the shoulder, saying, "Look at the bigger picture. Don't just act out of immediate bravery. Let's trade some less important but impactful civilian technologies with them, even if we take a loss. Haven't they been wanting that wireless charging technology all along? Having a lunar nuclear fusion power station is crucial for our lunar base and for Xiao Gang's development in another world. The changes that Xiao Gang can bring us are revolutionary. The fate of Huaxia depends on this path, and sacrificing a little benefit now is entirely worthwhile." Ji Weiqiang thought of the black box in Zhang Weiguo's video that could absorb dinosaur flesh and blood as energy, and his mood instantly became excited. If they could crack that, energy breakthroughs would definitely be possible. "All right, I understand. I will go find them now and get in touch with them as soon as possible." Ji Weiqiang bid farewell to Old Qian and began to prepare. Meanwhile, the entire lunar palace plan was progressing at full speed. The design, experiments, and overall arrangements of each experimental module were being carried out with great urgency. With Brother Gang's assistance, the lunar palace base would be completed within this year, and they could then prepare for manned moon landings. Zhang Weiguo returned to the primitive planet, fixed the branches on his body, and began to build a treehouse. After all, the requirement for these 12 hours is stability, and staying in the tree is just right. He obtained many tools from the fallen box, including those for digging trees, moisture-proofing, reinforcing the interior of the tree, a small chimney, and a fireplace. Simply perfect. Just the thought of lying in the treehouse and enjoying the warmth of the fireplace while outside is covered in snow made him feel comfortable, even just imagining it. "Let's start digging." Zhang Weiguo took out a sharp saw and an axe, both specifically designed by the organization for this purpose. They were perfectly suited for his height, saving him a lot of effort. However, considering the many strange and gigantic beasts in the forest, they were not electric. The noise from such tools could attract trouble, especially the bear he had seen that day. Without further ado, Zhang Weiguo began his task, first sawing out a door. He was unsure if it was due to his enhanced strength or the effectiveness of the organization's designs, but he managed to cut out a 1-meter-high door without feeling much effort. It was small enough for him to enter while bent over, allowing for greater concealment and warmth. He then carefully excavated the door, maintaining its shape, leaving just a little connection to the tree. Perfect. Next came the excavation. He didn't throw away the dugout tree hard, but stored it directly in his mind space. It would be useful later for firewood or other purposes. He dug for a full 10 hours, taking only an hour in between to eat some fruit, remaining focused on the task. Finally, he dug out a cylindrical treehouse with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 3 meters. After spending another 2 hours, he dug 2 ventilation openings on either side of the tree. Due to the tree's thick trunk, the organization had thoughtfully prepared exhaust fans that matched the color of the exterior and tree bark. After installation, they were nearly undetectable unless very close, and they could also be closed to achieve complete sealing, blending seamlessly with the bark. The overall structure was complete. It had already been 12 hours, and Zhang Weiguo did not rush to go out. Instead, he reinforced the treehouse and ensured it was moisture-proof and water-resistant. Having the mind space proved advantageous as he could directly retrieve items, facilitating installation work. He then installed a signal receiver, creating a local area network, and spread 16 cameras around the treehouse within a 200-meter radius. These were designed by experts based on the surrounding environment, with the 16 small cameras covering all the dead angles within 200 meters. Zhang Weiguo inserted the last small camera into the tree, which blended perfectly into the bark, making it impossible to notice that there was a camera here. Most excitingly for Zhang Weiguo, all the cameras here utilized wireless charging technology. As long as the treehouse had its charging activated, all the cameras could charge without needing to be removed. This is incredibly convenient. Unfortunately, he still had to go to the moon to charge the batteries with solar energy. If only there were a nuclear power station here, he could even play games. Zhang Weiguo thought excitedly, feeling a strong sense of satisfaction as he looked at his well-arranged house. The house is ready, it's time to see what the neighbors are up to. Zhang Weiguo took the drone and the hidden camera and headed east. He needed to set these up now to gather intelligence as soon as possible, which would also help the organization decipher the language sooner. Zhang Weiguo concealed his figure and headed east, arriving next to the Great Rift Valley. After checking the surroundings and finding no signs of newcomers, he ascended a tree again and attached a small camera to a drone. Carefully maneuvering the drone, he noticed from the transmitted video that the men in the tribe seemed to have gone hunting again. Isn't the meat from the previous hunt enough to eat? Or is there a greater purpose? The situation was somewhat ambiguous, and Zhang Weiguo couldn't draw any conclusions. Following the directions researched by experts, he deployed 10 small spider robots on the roofs of several thatched houses in the tribe. These spider-like robots could also be operated with a special controller to reposition them. They were very small and inconspicuous, each the size of a third of a palm. As long as they were not frequently moved, they consumed very little energy. They were equipped with solar charging devices, allowing them to last for a long time. If the battery ran out, they would enter hibernation and could be reactivated after charging. After deploying them, Zhang Weiguo adjusted the spider robots to suitable positions and selected low-power operation, maintaining only the recording and signal transmission functions. However, due to their small size, the transmission distance was insufficient. Zhang Weiguo had to arrange 2 signal relay devices in the forest to facilitate the connection so he could view the images from the treehouse. Installation continued. After spending some time, Zhang Weiguo successfully installed 2 signal relay devices in concealed corners of the tree. He then spent some additional time installing 2 cameras at the beehive, the army ants, and in the depths of the forest, testing each one. Returning to the already constructed treehouse, he turned on the display. The cameras around the treehouse were perfect, the beehive camera was perfect, the army ant camera was perfect, the original tribe camera was perfect. Lying on the bed, Zhang Weiguo felt the warmth of the fire next to him, with smoke escaping through the chimney and out of the tree branches. There was hardly any smoke, which was excellent. Moreover, if beasts approached outside, Zhang Weiguo could absorb the smoke directly into his mind space, ensuring he remained undetected. The outer door was now perfectly patched to fit the tree bark, making the interior warm, comfortable, pleasant, and perfect. Today was simply too exhausting. Zhang Weiguo lacked the energy and motivation to explore, so he decided to rest. He had a fully charged battery, so he chose to stay in the treehouse and monitor the surroundings. The beehive seemed to be buzzing, with several injured bees returning, as if they had just experienced a great battle. The army ants were still the same, with only a few patrolling, which piqued Zhang Weiguo's curiosity. He had only seen army ants kill an intruding beast once, but had never witnessed their hunting. What did these army ants eat? Do they hunt underground, or do they hunt at night? Zhang Weiguo noted this down, planning to explore later. As he ventured deeper into the dense forest, he felt his body, sending him warnings. A sharp pain struck his brow, signaling danger. It felt as if a small spirit whispered in his ear, the area ahead should be explored another time. Now the monitor only showed the dense forest eerily quiet. With no other sights to behold, he focused on the original tribe's people, treating it like a documentary of ancient times. Turning to the original tribe, it finally became interesting. A portion of the primitive people appeared to have returned. Giant bees. Zhang Weiguo saw these primitive individuals capture a large bee and confine it in a huge cage, then let the children from the tribe enter armed with spears to attack the giant bee. No wonder I saw some injured bees returning, or it turns out you captured them. But where do these bees gather honey? And what do you do with the bees? Zhang Weiguo noted down these new questions. Observing the 1-meter-sized bee, anyone would be frightened, even the brainless primitive people. Some children timidly hid behind others. Only one child, dressed more wildly and sporting a belt similar to the chief's, showed exceptional bravery. He cautiously maneuvered to avoid the bee's stinger, then jumped up, striking the bee with his spear, even pinning it against the wooden cage's bars. Only a small amount of honey splattered out, dripping onto him. The surrounding children cheered, and even the adults watching outside rejoiced. However, Zhang Weiguo saw that this child was indeed impressive, displaying unmatched courage and sharp timing. He also seemed to hold a significant status, likely the chief's son. Yet there was a problem. He would certainly struggle against a swarm of bees in the future. It wasn't because he couldn't fight, but Zhang Weiguo noticed that the part of the child's body splattered with honey quickly developed red rashes. From these behaviors, it was clear that the tribe regarded killing bees as a challenge for the children, indicating they likely had many encounters with bees. A bee-allergic primitive person, especially one who often battled bees, and potentially the chief's child leading the charge, he likely wouldn't live long. Zhang Weiguo pondered that the organization must have allergy medication. If he could intervene when the child had a severe allergic reaction, communication would be much simpler afterward. However, rescuing him within the tribe would be quite risky. If he could find an opportunity to save him when fewer people were around, it would be an ideal chance. Should I create a situation for that? Zhang Weiguo thought mischievously. Forget it. Let's wait for the organization to study these people's language first. Otherwise, communication will be impossible, and I have no idea when they will develop it. Looking at the safe environment around him and the automatic alarm system, Zhang Weiguo finally fell asleep securely on this ancient planet. Buzzing, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Zhang Weiguo suddenly awoke, hurriedly stowing away the battery before swiftly returning to the moon. Although the organization had provided many conveniences, it still felt like the energy was a bit lacking. Often he could only activate a portion of the cameras and would need to turn them all on only when beasts entered, and the image quality couldn't even be high definition. If only they could generate power there. Wind energy wasn't suitable in the forest, thermal energy was even less so, and solar energy was too conspicuous. It seemed he could only wait for breakthroughs in national. What does this mean? However, seeing the serious expression on old Qian's face, Zhang Weiguo didn't joke around and replied earnestly, "It's truly immortal and indestructible. It's a conceptual level ability. As long as we're on the moon, we will definitely not die." Upon hearing this, Ji Weiqiang, who stood beside him, let out a long sigh of relief. The primary condition was met. Old Qian continued, "Now there's a task I want to assign to you. This task is challenging, but it will greatly benefit you, the country, and the lunar base." Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo did not hesitate. "I promise." "Wait, don't rush to answer. Listen to everything first." Old Qian interrupted Zhang Weiguo seriously. "Do you know about nuclear power plants?" "I know about them. Isn't it that little rascal from a while ago?" "Oh no, I mean that little guy discharging wastewater into the sea." "It's disgusting," Zhang Weiguo replied. "Yes, our country has made some research on controllable nuclear fusion. Recently, there has been a breakthrough in materials theoretically allowing for the creation of a miniaturized controllable nuclear fusion power plant. However, this is only theoretical, it hasn't been tested yet. One reason is that the robot's operational precision isn't sufficient, and the other is that there are too few materials, making it necessary to have higher precision for miniaturization. Additionally, if it fails, the harm to people and the environment would be significant." Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo immediately understood that if this technology were in their hands, it could potentially be realized on the moon. However, they were still worried about their safety, so Zhang Weiguo decisively said, "Don't worry if there's a plan, Lao." "Good. Old Qian exclaimed 3 times in approval. "Then let engineer Ji Weiqiang explain the specific plan to you. By the way, send over the videos you recorded this time," he added. "Li Hua and the others have already gone to find linguists and behavioral scientists." "All right," Zhang Weiguo said as he operated the transmission, which was much faster this time, since the organization had dispatched a satellite specifically for communication between Zhang Weiguo and the Lunar Command Center. Soon Ji Weiqiang began explaining the specific operational plan to Zhang Weiguo, interspersed with some simple principles. He thought Zhang Weiguo was quite intelligent, and hoped he could grasp more knowledge. After listening, Zhang Weiguo also understood a bit more. Engineer Ji spoke very plainly, not delving too deeply into the specific calculation principles and formulas, briefly mentioning the difficulties and breakthrough points. So what you mean is there are still two variables, and the energy are. Isn't the Great Eagle collaborating with the lighthouse to impose a technological blockade on us? Will they be willing to help us? Zhang Weiguo felt that this matter was not easy to handle. Indeed, but there are no eternal enemies between countries. As long as the interests are sufficient, they will help. However, this time we may have to spend a lot of resources. But rest assured, military technology will not be involved. It will all be outdated civilian technology. At worst, we will pay a little more. For your safety, it is worth it. After the explanation, Zhang Weiguo began to prepare. First, he arranged for materials to be transported to the rocket launch center, and then immediately went to communicate with the Great Eagle. On Zhang Weiguo's side, new scientists arrived, as if all the top scientists in the country were serving only him. Zhang Weiguo was that important. Li Hua spoke up. Xiao Gang, explain your observations to the experts. These are all top linguists and behavioral scientists in the country. I share your experiences in the primitive tribe. Although there was already video footage, human perception was still very important. These experts wanted to hear Zhang Weiguo's thoughts first, which would then serve as the basis for analyzing the behaviors of those in the primitive tribe and starting language analysis. There must be a reason behind the arrangements of the experts, so Zhang Weiguo shared his thoughts. After I installed everything today, I watched the footage of the primitive tribe. Initially, After Zhang Weiguo finished this segment, the experts who had been listening spoke up. This makes sense, but it's not certain. There are a few possibilities. One is that this bee is the weakest creature in their vicinity, allowing the children to adapt to combat by starting with something simple. Another is what you said, bees are closely related to their survival, and they must master the ability to fight bees. However, considering what you said earlier about the possibility of the opposing side being able to hunt dinosaurs, it shouldn't be that difficult to deal with bees. There is also the possibility of customs being involved. You mentioned that there are huge beehives in the forest and that honey is a high-energy, high-quality food. There's no reason these primitives would ignore it. They might have a comingafage ceremony similar to some nomadic tribes on Blue Star, where the rite of passage involves hunting a lion. These primitives might hold such a ceremony by stealing bees instead. Zhang Weiguo continued. However, when I watched the video, I noticed that one child with a relatively high status was very strong. He was the one who killed the bee. However, it seems that this child is allergic to honey. If the comingafage ceremony really involves honey, I think he might be doomed. This child has a high status. He is likely the chief's child. I can find an opportunity to save him, which should greatly help me establish communication with them. Allergies, especially to the most readily available food, would be a dead end for primitive people. Some tribes even directly kill members who are allergic to ensure the health of the group so that the allergic gene does not spread within the tribe. If the opportunity is good, go ahead, but don't proactively go into their tribe to save him. It could easily be seen as a behind-the-scenes maneuver. You can only save him by chance on the way. All right, understood. Zhang Weiguo continued to discuss with the experts about possible. Of course, Zhang Weiguo was not alone. There were specialized personnel responsible for such transactions. Originally, Zhang Weiguo did not need to come, but he happened to know the head of the Great Eagle in Huaxia, so he decided to join in and see if he could facilitate the deal. Mr. G, there has been a lot of noise from Huaxia lately. What are you all up to? Please share some insights so we can cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, said John, the head of Great Eagle in Huaxia, greeting Zhang Weiguo warmly. His Chinese was fluent even without an accent, and he spoke in a very standard manner. He also frequently posted videos of Huaxia's landscapes and recited poetry on social forums, even adopting a Huaxia namely way. He seemed very enthusiastic about Huaxia culture, but Zhang Weiguo knew that he was a staunch hawk with a hardline stance advocating for a total blockade of Huaxia in terms of technology, livelihood, and commerce. Mr. Li, the emotion in your recent recitation of Shu Dao Nen was impressive. If I hadn't seen you, I would have thought it was recited by one of our Huaxia poets, Zhang Weiguo remarked. Oh, I just visited the panda area a few days ago and personally experienced the Shu Road. I immediately grasped the mindset that Tai Bai must have had when he wrote his poems. The people of Huaxia are truly remarkable. They have traversed such a difficult path for thousands of years, said John. Unfortunately, the passageways in Shu have always been so poor. We can only strive to carve a way forward much like Huaxia does today. Taking one step at a time is quite challenging, isn't it? Zhang Weiguo responded. Oh, how can you say that? By our standards, you are already among the world's leading. Is Huaxia already planning to use nuclear energy on the moon? But right now there is nothing on the moon. They have only launched 2 probes. Has the site for the base already been determined? It absolutely shouldn't be. Given Huaxia's nature, they would never confirm such a base without thorough verification. Is there some recent threat forcing them to accelerate their pace? However, for landing on the moon's solar energy would be entirely sufficient unless they intend to set up an experimental base on the moon in one go. But that seems impossible, doesn't it? They haven't even succeeded in landing on the moon before. Is it too hasty to think this way? It's like buying a car for a newborn. It's not impossible, but by the time the child grows up, that car would have long been scrapped. Moreover, the technology exchange is not equal. On one hand, nuclear fusion technology remains theoretical and has not yet been validated for safety. No one has succeeded in it. Even if this technology were shared with Huaxia, it might take many years to yield results. On the other hand, energy transmission technology is something that can be utilized immediately, which would greatly improve people's livelihoods and provide immense benefits. Additionally, even though nuclear fusion technology is still unproven, it is considered military technology, while energy transmission falls under civilian technology. The two are not equivalent. However, John understood that the fact that Huaxia could offer such technology for exchange indicated a sincere desire to trade, which raised further concerns. There must be something he wasn't aware of. It does sound promising, but I need to discuss it with others first. Ji Weiqiang had no intention of sealing the deal today, as such matters required consultation with his associates. Of course I won't disturb you further today, he replied, although anxious he knew better than to show it, and took his leave. Wait, if your side can inform us of the true reasons behind your recent series of actions, I believe this transaction could have a high chance of success, John said. The recent activities are simply our country's orderly moon landing plan, which was announced 5 years ago. If you need it, I can provide you with a report. Ji Weiqiang thought it was impossible to reveal the truth, but these matters were indeed part of the previously announced moon landing plan, just accelerated by a slight margin. No need for that, he replied. From today's conversation, hope seemed bleak. Although he knew John was a hawk, and initially had some hope for a beneficial exchange this conversation. Next, it depends on whether John can keep the others in check. If he remains this hard line, it will rely on Zhang Weiguo, and whether the mission can be completed will also depend on a little bit of luck. If there is no exchange, but they succeed, they will have directly broken through this technology, and the Great Eagle's domestic situation will become quite entertaining. Soon, high-ranking officials from the Great Eagle gathered here. Such a high-level exchange could not be officially acknowledged as recorded, but it was certainly recorded. Others who viewed the footage today were astonished by what Huaxia had presented. An energy expert remarked, if the data on energy reduction provided by Huaxia is indeed accurate, it would be a tremendous boost for us, reducing the national expenditure by 10%. Moreover, the public could benefit from cheaper electricity. Another person chimed in, exactly. Many other countries under the intervention of the lighthouse cannot reach a deal with Huaxia. However, if we master this technology, we will be able to trade with them and undoubtedly gain even greater profits. The nuclear power expert sighed and added, though we won't admit it, we are indeed powerless regarding our research on nuclear power. We are relying on old foundations. That technological breakthrough was a sudden divine inspiration. Looking at it now, it seems we have no way to achieve complete nuclear fusion technology ourselves. The material aspect is already at a deadlock. Acquiring new technology in exchange is completely feasible. Others lean towards a technology exchange, trading an uncertain future technology for a currently usable one, but John remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Why do you think Huaxia is trying to acquire our technology at this time, even using such a lucrative technology? They must have something better, but it won't affect us much. Even if Huaxia intends to collaborate with other countries, the interference from the lighthouse makes it impossible. Our old technology will surely save our energy and allow us to profit from those countries. Perhaps Huaxia has also made breakthroughs in nuclear energy recently, as there are rumors about advances in material science. Theoretical research has progressed significantly, and many technologies are limited by materials. Recently, Huaxia has been very active in lunar exploration, possibly laying the groundwork for a lunar base, as it is almost certain that the final lunar base will rely on nuclear energy. Solar energy is too unstable for the moon, several of them sighed. Once they could take whatever they wanted from Huaxia's land, but now they couldn't even see through Huaxia's intentions. After listening to them, John spoke directly. We cannot exchange with Huaxia. Even if we obtain energy technology, it will. Exactly, and it seems we have no reason to target Huaxia. The world order is changing, and perhaps we should leave ourselves some room. The recent revelation of photos betraying the third party was initiated by the lighthouse, wasn't it? He seemed to be unfavorable in the eyes of his own people. These individuals were unaware that the lighthouse had provided aerospace technology support to the third party. They only saw the photos released by the lighthouse. The lighthouse was truly furious this time. The technology they had long wished to block had been obtained by Huaxia, while the third party stubbornly refused to acknowledge the matter, making it seem as if they had been betrayed. John slammed the table and shouted, "Foolish! You are not ordinary people. You need to view the issues from an international perspective. Moreover, I believe that the citizens of the Great Eagle will understand. Right now the world is changing rapidly, and we cannot make mistakes. We can only let the citizens of the Empire of the Sun suffer a little longer. One day the sun that never sets will shine upon the world again. By the way, don't the lighthouse and the camel want this technology too? Release the news that Huaxiao wants to buy it, raise the price with them, and sell it directly to them. Zhang was aware of this, but given the current situation, the Great Eagle still had an opportunity. If Huaxiao developed successfully with their steady strategies, they would truly have no chance. Zhang was the highest official in Huaxiao and had the final say. The others had no right to initiate any transactions. However, he still felt discontent. Ji Weiqiang returned to the Lunar Base Command Center, and Elder Qian asked, "How did it go?" Ji Weiqiang shook his head. "I had met him a few times before, but we never had a deep conversation. After today's meeting, I realized he is definitely a hawk who will never agree to a technology exchange with us unless we show our full strength to let him know that the world order has changed. But that would expose us and be detrimental to our long-term plans. Forget it, these wolf cubs have rampaged across our land in the past and are still blocking us now. We will settle scores with them sooner or later." "Is there still a chance for success now, eh?" Elder Qian asked. "Is there a possibility?" "Yes, there is still a possibility, but it will require Xiao Gang to operate under more difficult conditions. He needs to try, which is very likely to fail. Moreover, we have very few of those raw materials, and a failure could set us back a long time. I originally planned to experiment before the lunar module was launched so that any explosions wouldn't affect the module and we could install it all at once. Now, if Xiao Gang's batch of materials doesn't succeed, we won't have another chance. Time is running out," Ji Weiqiang said helplessly. The blockade from the other side was comprehensive. Sometimes it was difficult for Huaxiao to import raw materials from outside. Fortunately, Huaxiao is vast and rich in resources, lacking very little, otherwise development would be impossible. "All right, Xiao Gang should have finished communicating with the others by now. You can talk to him again. I've already had someone start making rockets with ready-made materials. Once this lunar module returns, we can quickly launch things. If it doesn't work out, we can temporarily requisition rockets from other plans as well. We need to test things before simulating the manned lunar landing module goes up," Ji Weiqiang said. "Okay." Ji Weiqiang walked over to the communication device, greeted Wang Chang, and began to communicate with Zhang Weiguo. "How's it going, big guy? How is the technology exchange progressing?" Zhang Weiguo had just finished discussing with other scientists and took a short break when he saw Ji Weiqiang again. "No, it's impossible. The other side is determined to have both sides suffer. They would rather let their own citizens freeze and starve than agree to a technology exchange with us. I'm disgusted, but it's truly appalling. If they have any lunar probes, I'll go over and smash them all," Zhang Weiguo said fiercely. "The Blue Star can't dictate, but the moon is under their control. No, they are too busy taking care of their own issues to have any lunar probes." Ji Weiqiang also scoffed. "It's too pathetic. They don't have anything on the moon, so there's no need to care. Once Huaxiao develops, we'll just march forward and crush them." Ji Weiqiang continued, "Things should be launched within a week at the latest, but unfortunately, we are severely short on raw materials. If there's a failure or explosion, it won't be easy to try again." Zhang Weiguo immediately understood that it must be those shameless people occupying the latrine without doing their business. Even if they are useless, they must block other countries from selling to us. Having fewer raw materials is indeed a difficult problem. "Wait, raw materials? We have another planet, although the exploration areas are limited, but what if? What if we find the desired raw materials there? Boss, we still have a planet. What we lack may be abundant there. After all, the creatures there are so large. Just give me some tools, and I'll look for it here to see if I can find anything." We actually thought of this long ago. After all, that planet is quite similar in nature. It should have similar minerals. However, after watching your recorded video and hearing your descriptions of the surrounding, survival experts have analyzed that it is very dangerous there. A slight misstep could lead to death. Elder Qian has always suppressed discussions about this topic, saying the child has already helped us a lot on the moon. Now that the primitive planet is so dangerous, let's not add more burdens to the child. Let him stabilize first, and we'll talk about it once we have certain guarantees. Zhang Weiguo felt very moved upon hearing this. He had never considered this aspect before and didn't expect that the country had already thought of it. Yet out of concern for his safety, they had kept it from him. This reflects the mutual commitment between the people of Huaxia and their country. Pure love only for Huaxia. Rest assured, I will ensure the safety of the items sent back from the exploration and will take care of myself. Zhang Weiguo's words were overheard by Old Qian, who immediately understood the situation. With a loud bang, Old Qian, rarely angry, slammed the table and exclaimed, "Nonsense. Ji Weiqiang, you need to go down immediately and write a self-criticism regarding this matter." After rebuking Ji Weiqiang for his reckless speech, Old Qian approached the communication device again. "Xiao Gang, you don't need to overthink it. Nuclear fusion is indeed still ahead of our country. It would be great to make a breakthrough, but not achieving it won't affect us. Our plan was originally to establish a base on the moon using solar energy and thermal exchange, which is completely sufficient. You don't need to take risks. Your safety is your top priority. Your first duty is to protect yourself. After hearing old Qian's words, Zhang Weiguo sighed. Some people, just to irritate others, disregard the lives of their fellow citizens, while others, in order to protect the people, are willing to delay breakthroughs. This might be why Zhang Weiguo, despite not knowing if he has any relatives in this world, is still willing to help Huaxia. During times of suffering, many people selflessly rush towards the flames, allowing the flame of Huaxia's civilization to continue burning and thriving. Pure love solely for Huaxia is something Zhang Weiguo had seen before and can now understand. Old Qian, since you won't let me use the detection device, you should at least provide me with some materials, such as botanical data, zoological data, and the characteristics of resource minerals. Once I arrive on this planet, I will spend 12 hours for safety waiting to be able to traverse before exploring. This time will be just right for learning, so I won't miss out on recognizing anything valuable. Old Qian sighed, knowing that Zhang Weiguo still had the intention to search. Alright, next time you go up, I will bring you some materials. It should be soon. When you traverse back, you will be able to recover the lunar module, and then you can launch again. While you are over there, you can also learn, but you must pay attention to safety. Remember. Okay, don't worry, old Qian. The lunar module's time on the moon was also almost up. Zhang Weiguo began to pack the extraterrestrial items. He had collected the technology black box from the lighthouse and the ore's foe. Old Qian was very excited. This time, they had collected soil from many different regions of the moon. It's important to know that without Zhang Weiguo, they could generally only collect from one region, since the lunar sampling vehicle cannot move freely on the moon due to danger. There is no one faster than Zhang Weiguo himself collecting soil, especially with those professional scientists watching the videos to identify samples from different regions, even those from underground on the moon. This research value is immense. Moreover, the soil from the extraterrestrial planet is crucial for analyzing the differences from Blue Star and identifying suitable crops for planting. Once they come into contact with that original tribe, development will be faster. That planet clearly possesses high-tech civilization. Establishing a force is essential for better collecting these resources. Zhang Weiguo watched the lunar module ascend steadily into the sky, feeling increasingly optimistic. Soon he would be able to achieve nuclear fusion. He wondered if he could replicate it for the original planet as well. After resting for a while leveling the cave, Zhang Weiguo returned to the original planet. This time he directly entered the warm treehouse, took out the charged batteries, and turned on the monitor. He planned to see what had happened here while he was away. The screen displayed the sunset and the entire forest turned dark, but this world also had satellites reflecting light, so it wasn't completely dark. The cameras provided by the organization had infrared capabilities. The forest came alive with activity as a swarm of army ants marched into the depths of the forest. Blue glowing flowers sprouted on the forest floor, resembling a sea of stars. Zhang Weiguo fast-forwarded the footage until dawn, when the army ants returned, significantly fewer in number, but carrying. The leader Feng held the belt, symbolizing his status, his expression serious, as he spoke to the young warrior Sha Feng. Yin, honey is harmful to you. I cannot allow you to go to your death. You should no longer act as a hunter, instead focus on protecting our tribe. Here you will not encounter bees. Father, it's fine. I can endure this. Such a degree of discomfort cannot defeat me. I am willing to die on the path of hunting. The young warrior Sha Feng looked up at his father, unwilling to engage in a task devoid of guardianship. He aspired to be a leader of the tribe, just like his father. Although his allergy to honey was quite severe, with a thud, leader Feng struck his son, Yin, down with a punch. Guarding the tribe is equally important. Do you wish to die and cause your mother sorrow? I do not wish for your death. Your brother Shi will lead the tribe's hunting team. The white-haired days are approaching. We must gather food. Guide your brother well in his training. Although leader Feng's words were blunt, he still loved his child. He turned and tied the belt, symbolizing the leader's heir, around his younger son Shi. Even though his elder son, Yin, was slightly bigger and stronger, and even somewhat more intelligent, they often had to battle the bees to gather food. For Yin, who would fall ill upon encountering bees, this made him too dangerous to be a leader for the entire tribe. After speaking, leader Feng took the tribesmen out to hunt, aiming to gather enough food before the arrival of the white-haired days. After Feng left, Shi came to his brother Yan's side. Brother, I will surely lead our people to strengthen the tribe. Once I grow a bit taller, I will venture into Bee Mountain to find the royal honey that can cure your ailment, allowing you to recover. After saying this, he pointed towards the forest. Yin looked at his younger brother, feeling a wave of sorrow. Being an heir was no easy task. During hunts, one had to lead from the front to earn respect, and one must also bring back more game for the tribe. Shi was kind-hearted, but his combat skills were truly lacking. He preferred learning those strange drawings from the shaman, which suited him well. Unfortunately, such pursuits would not yield food for them, and he himself suffered from a condition that caused pain or even fainting when encountering bees. Sighing the young, Yin tossed a long stick to his brother Shi. Come brother, I will teach you to fight. No matter what you wish to do, you must first be strong in martial arts to lead our people. The two were originally suited as a warrior and a scholar, but now they had to switch roles due to allergies. Zhang Weiguo observed the entire process. Although he heard only a cacophony of sounds, he imagined a grand play from these people's actions. The leader said, "Hey kid, you're sick. You can't be a leader. Let your brother take the role." The young warrior replied, "No, I want to be the leader. I can do it." The leader struck him down with a punch, saying, "You are useless. You cannot even withstand one of my punches. How can you be a leader?" He then slammed the leader's token onto the little guy, declaring, "You will be the leader. No more discussion. I am going to begin the moment of hunting." The little guy pointed towards the forest. "Useless. A born waste, only wasting food in the tribe. Go feed the ants in the forest." The young warrior of Shafeng slammed a spear down in front of the little guy. "Come, let's settle this once and for all." The two began to fight, and it was clear that the Shafeng young warrior was much stronger. However, Zhang Weiguo understood that his imagined scenario was not entirely correct. Although it was a chaotic noise, he could tell that both the leader and the little guy had feelings for the young warrior. The specifics could only await expert analysis. At this moment, linguists were also facing difficulties. Although Zhang Weiguo had sent back videos of the primitive tribe, no one could teach them, and there were no corresponding resources to assist in translation. They had to extract the most frequently spoken high-frequency words and find videos of speaking with gestures to match them one by one. It was now certain that this was a complete language system, and some simple pronouns had already been identified through the videos, such as "I, you, this, and that." However, more specific words remained impossible to decipher. The best approach would either be to have someone teach them or to find a way to match images with words. It can only be said that without a dictionary, the difficulty is truly high, and it is uncertain when success will come. They placed their short-term hopes on that black box, hoping to extract something useful from it. Zhang Weiguo quietly waited in the treehouse for 12 hours, finally ready to move through. Today he did not plan to do anything else. He needed to collect some food and firewood first. Although the organization could supply him, he couldn't let the country launch rockets just to deliver food and firewood. That would be a bit wasteful. He could gather these on his own here without much danger. Moreover, he did not plan to explore Bee Mountain or Ant Hole. Both were too perilous. The immediate goal was to establish contact with the primitive tribe, which would greatly enhance safety. The best entry point was that young warrior, as Zhang Weiguo could see that the boy was certainly dissatisfied. If he could save him once during his daring adventure, it would surely earn him friendship and connect him to the tribe. "I hope you have better luck, kid. I act while I'm here," Zhang Weiguo thought. After some reflection, he stepped outside to begin collecting food and firewood. With ample space in his mind, these tasks were still quite simple. Zhang Weiguo finally managed to enjoy a relaxed life here. Back on Blue Star, excitement was bubbling once again. With the successful return of the Huaxiao lunar lander, which brought back substantial lunar soil, this had a significant impact on the development of aerospace technology as a whole. Meanwhile, Huaxiao adhered to the principle of harmonious win-win cooperation, willing to share some lunar soil with other countries for joint research, extending a friendly olive branch to other amicable nations. In the news, a spokesperson stated, "As expected, our lunar module successfully landed in the uninhabited area of northern China, bringing back soil from the moon. I wonder if this is the land that change stepped upon thousands of years ago." The return of this lunar soil signifies a new phase in our aerospace technology and marks a more solid step for the people of Blue Star towards the starry sky. We sincerely invite countries willing to cooperate for mutual development to join us in our. First of all, the netizens of Huaxiao are very excited. The lunar soil has come down. The lunar greenhouse should not be far away. It seems we are about to eat potatoes from the moon. It's amazing, and it has great implications. Sharing some of it could also increase the country's influence, but of course only after the research has been completed. Are you kidding me? We are so impressive. Just yesterday, I was listening to the story of change flying to the moon, and today you tell me we are about to go to the moon. Really, I study aerospace, and the country's lunar research progress is astonishingly fast. Are we really going to discover the Guanghan Palace and change on the moon? Foreigners also expressed admiration and envy. Huaxia is truly impressive. Decades ago when I visited, there wasn't even a skyscraper. Now we can't even send a probe to the moon, yet they can collect lunar soil. The development is too rapid. The lunar soil must have a share for us. After all, we are good friends of Huaxia. Do you have an aerospace bureau or aerospace research? What do you need lunar soil for? And besides, what good friends? Isn't it just about spending money? Don't be envious. We are just wealthy. Being rich allows for such indulgence. What's wrong with that? We can build a gigantic lunar museum right now to display the lunar soil. Just wait, once Huaxiao lands on the moon, we'll be the second. While the story of change flying to the moon looks like it will be a hit, let's hurry and apply for heritage status. Just this, our rockets have even reached the far side of the moon. You are all living in a dream, only knowing how to use those fictional photos to slander us. Why can't you open your eyes to see the world? And soon there will be discoveries. TSK, it seems there isn't a single organization on the invitation list for the joint lunar soil research. This is a bit too obvious, isn't it? Huaxia is so lacking in vision. We are the most advanced country in lunar research, yet they want share with us. They have no sense of the greater good of humanity. How petty. You are turning black and white. You are first, and no one is second. You legislated to exclude Huaxia from joint research and limited so much. Now you have the face to say this. Indeed, you can't blame them. They excluded Huaxia themselves. They won't even allow them on the space station. Don't they even have any shame? That's right, they don't even share their lunar soil, yet they shamelessly ask for ours. We should support Huaxia. It feels great here, and there is a lot of potential. On foreign networks, as everyone sees the shameless remarks from the lighthouse, those who understand the situation stand on the side of justice. Ironically, within Huaxia, there are some who love the lighthouse more than the lighthouse people themselves. After the country released the invitation list, those in the media immediately discovered the explosive points. Huaxia did not invite the Lighthouse's Aerospace Bureau for joint research, and we must remember that the Lighthouse Aerospace Bureau is the only lunar organization that has not been debunked. Thus, the media rushed to contact spokespersons from both sides. Surprisingly, the spokesperson of the Lighthouse Aerospace Bureau spoke first. For the great development of humanity's lunar landing, we hope for joint research and allow Huaxia to share their lunar soil for free. But unfortunately, we have not seen sincerity. After saying this, he ended the interview, and the internet was instantly stirred up. First, the netizens from Huaxia rushed to the battlefield. This statement is so ridiculous. If you add some water, it would be enough for the lighthouse people to drink tea for a year. I don't understand. Please translate this. Let me translate for everyone. I am shameless. I want the lunar soil, but Huaxia didn't respectfully ask me to give it to me for research. If I can't get it, then humanity's lunar landing development is not possible. You all can blame Huaxia for that. Even foreign netizens were disgusted by this spokesperson's tea-flavored remarks. I want what I want whether I apply or not. It's a given that you should give it to me. If you don't give it, you are a sinner of humanity. I feel like this speech sounds familiar, right? Isn't this just the standard approach of a shameless little fairy combined with a green tea bitches mentality? Sorry, I have to start applying for heritage status now. Don't worry, Lighthouse brothers. Once our Shinyu rocket lands, we will bring you a few tons. We don't even want it. Someone explained the bill from the lighthouse that excluded Huaxia from space research, so the comments below seemed quite normal except for a few neurotics. Most were shocked by the shamelessness of the lighthouse, and some lighthouse people felt the same way. The Huaxia Aerospace Bureau also made a statement, still led by Wang Chong. We respect all organizations and countries willing to contribute to the aerospace industry. Some countries have never applied. Of course, considering previous situations, although we have the right to reject their applications, we will still think about it. This matter gained a lot of attention, and soon countless people rushed in. I can do this, let me translate. If you want something done, you have to ask. How would you know I wouldn't give it to you if you don't ask? I will think about it, and then not give it to you. Haha, well done. Damn, the space station built with a joint effort, yet Huaxia contributed, and in the end they weren't allowed up there. That's truly shameless. Now this is satisfying. The bullets fired by the lighthouse back, then hit the lighthouse right in the forehead. How satisfying. The Chinese language is quite difficult. Foreigners rarely understand it, so there aren't many comments from foreigners here. However, there are indeed many overseas Chinese celebrating for Huaxia. I can increasingly feel the strength of my motherland. My grandfather said he must return home, and I will return. My grandmother donated all her dowry to the country back then. She said she believed Huaxia would surely rise. My ancestors were kidnapped here by those people and suffered hardships. They knew that a nation without roots is shaky. True overseas Chinese, although abroad, still care for their motherland, feeling happy for the country's prosperity. Some people enjoy various welfare benefits, yet keep praising their spiritual homeland every day as if the development of their motherland has obstructed their spiritual homeland. Huaxia people have this little vision. They already landed on the moon and are still missing this little soil. They are being polite and saying some surface words, and you really took it seriously. No wonder high technology has not been able to develop. There is no spirit of sharing or freedom. What can you accomplish? Alas, my unfamiliar homeland still has to be blackened by you lowly people. Do you really think that not allowing Huaxia to the National Space Station is to block Huaxia's technology? That's all to protect you ignorant folks, allowing Huaxia to devote more energy to its people. Alas, my spiritual homeland is also tired. It's enough that you don't know gratitude for the protection, yet you still throw shade. If I had known, I would have let you all starve to death. As the saying goes, one fan can silence 10 haters, and no matter how peculiar the perspective of the haters, it can't compare to such an idiotic, heartfelt expression. Sometimes one can't even tell if they are joking or being sincere. Li Hua silently remembered these names. These people will face consequences. Captain, we found it. A team member said, we found the person behind it. Incredible. I could never have imagined such a bizarre explanation. I'm in awe. Your brains are clearly different from others. Come here, you beast. I need to give you a few slaps. Don't thank me. I'm doing this for your parents to prevent them from dying of anger over you. I can't even be bothered to scold you for being such an idiot. Take a look at the world. Even your so-called beacon is criticizing its own space agency, yet you banana people are still groveling. What's wrong? Did nobody inform you that the Qing dynasty has fallen? At the same time, in nearly the same location, a wave of suffocating rhetoric emerged. Li Hua immediately sensed something was off and quickly began to track it down, soon capturing the organization's leader. I was wrong, though I confess. My name is Gao Shang, male, 27 years old, residing in XX Community XX, Building XX City XX Province. I love Huaxia. Check my statements online. Oh, I've only been arguing with those anti-nationalists. I do this purely for the money. Moreover, I donate a large portion to Hope Primary School to ensure children receive a better education, and a small part goes to help fallen sisters, not a penny for myself. The moment he entered, the questioning hadn't even begun, and he confessed everything, even surrendering items. Li Hua was shocked to hear this, as were his subordinates, who immediately arranged for an investigation. The results were even more shocking. It turned out to be true. He truly donates to Hope Primary School every year. Then the man continued, I thought to use foreign skills against foreigners. Since they needed someone to stir the pot, why not me? I earn money and spend it on impoverished children in the mountains. Isn't that better? And due to my outstanding performance, I've infiltrated the enemy ranks as a second-in-command. I remember everyone I've met, and all our conversations were recorded, ready to redeem my sins at any time. Li Hua hadn't even asked a question yet, but the man spilled everything. He remembered the recordings and contacts in detail, and the donation records were verifiable and genuine. Li Hua was momentarily speechless. The situation was becoming increasingly twisted. After reviewing the account, he found that out of 5 million in funding, 4,500,000 were donated to Hope Primary School, 400,000 spent on trading fallen women, leaving only 100,000 for the year. How did he manage to become the second-in-command for stirring up trouble in Huaxia? He had to ask, Gao Shang, how did you make those people willingly follow your lead to stir the pot with just that 100,000? Gao Shang didn't answer and looked at Li Hua with hopeful eyes. Sir, can this be considered redeeming my sins? I could even be an undercover agent. Recently, it seems there have been breakthroughs in our lunar endeavors. I heard that high-level officials from there are coming to mobilize these people to look for something or someone. Li Hua felt a chill. It seemed the other side had also discovered something, but he didn't know what. You need to answer the questions first. If you perform well, it should count as redeeming your sins. Gao Shang became excited upon hearing this. So let me tell you, I always wanted to be a soldier since childhood, one of those badass elite soldiers. Have you seen Soldier Assault? I feel like I'm Yuan Lang, but I never had the chance. Slap. Hurry up and answer the questions. Stop rambling about unrelated things. Li Hua was furious, and his killing intent was palpable. Gao Shang immediately shrank back. Okay, I'll confess. When I graduated from school, I was a passionate youth. It was a bit difficult to find work, so I often argued online with those anti-nationalists. One day I fought with someone for 3 whole days and nights. That person even said they would use nuclear weapons against me. Could I, a computer science student, just let that slide? Bang. Li Hua was shocked. He has nuclear weapons. Foreign forces intend to unleash nuclear weapons in Huaxia. This is too big. Now immediately disclose everything you know about him. Gao Shang realized Li Hua had misunderstood. It's internet slang. Box means he wants to find my real name and address online. Hearing this made Li Hua shiver. The threat of a potential nuclear weapon within Huaxia was too great, and he never expected it to be this. Be careful with your words. Do you not know where you are? Alright. My skills are far superior to his. He was just bragging. I boxed him. Then I discovered through his online traces that I found his chat records. I found out that it was actually 500,000. Moreover, upon closer inspection, I realized that earning this money was way too easy. Just find someone to stir the pot, and I could have that much money. As a time management master who has dated 10 little fairy girlfriends I know, I don't even need that much money. So, I found a way to join in. At first, I was just an individual stirring the pot, and I said a lot of insincere things. Honestly, those weren't my true feelings. Well, I am fiercely patriotic. Later, due to my outstanding performance, I was able to recruit others. Initially, I distributed all the funding I received, but then I realized I completely didn't need to. With those people who already have some screws loose, I didn't need to spend money. Spending money was wasting it. I just needed to talk to them. It's not that you're wrong, it's this world that has failed to recognize your brilliance. If you were over there, you would have succeeded long ago. Even if everyone there fails, they can still see your shining points. A 300-pound person is merely slightly chubby, it's just this environment that has misdefined you. Over there you could even compete for the title of Lighthouse Miss. That's pretty much how it goes. I even told them that I have contacts over there looking for the new humanity of the free world. Those people are even more proactive than I am. They work day and night without any concept of living. I've just been lying flat, donating money, taking care of the sisters, and somehow they made me the second in Huaxia. Of course, I'm merely the second in this branch. They seem to have many subdivisions which I'm not too clear about. Also, I noticed that the funds allocated for caring for fallen women were all spent earlier, but there's nothing left now. Do you know why? Li Huo raised an eyebrow. What's this? Are you chatting with me now? Do you forget where this place is? Seeing Li Huo's expression and the silver bracelet on his wrist, Gao Shang immediately realized and chuckled awkwardly, continuing. Mainly those anti-nationalists were insulting too harshly. I couldn't stand it, so I switched accounts and argued with my own subordinates online. Sometimes I would run into some good-looking ones after arguing for 3 days and nights until they cried I'd go over and comfort them. It saved me money and made them more devoted to me. Gao Shang glanced and said, I don't understand this either. There is a program for decoding the translation, but it's clear that the reward for this task is substantial, amounting to 5 million. That program has been submitted. It's the one called Learning Materials. 5 million as a reward, nearly a year's budget. What could it be for? Soon Gao Shang's computer was brought over. This program couldn't be installed on just any computer. It required authorization from the other side. Li Huo opened the Learning Materials, and what appeared was a web page that looked just like those color websites, and you could even play it if you click below. Seeing this, Gao Shang chuckled, Chief, surprised, right? Originally, the other side just provided a very simple little program. It was so obvious that it was an input. Right after opening, it seemed they were afraid others wouldn't notice. I suggested this to them, disguising it this way. They even gave me a reward, helping to build a stone road for children in the mountainous area to go to school. You can directly input that message in the search bar, adding my name at the end, and it can be translated. This is also encrypted. A program must have the corresponding suffix to translate successfully. Li Huo entered the message and the translation came out directly. Looking for the bootleg version of Sun Tzu's Art of War from the 83 edition and related individuals with a reward of 5 million and a green card. Li Huo was shocked. They actually discovered this matter. Those who went out to find the books were all agents from the national security, and they were all in plain clothes, wearing their own clothes. Although they were searching, they were very scattered, going out to find individually. Ordinary people wouldn't notice these unless they were professionals. It could even be said that among those questioned that day, there were spies among them. The most important question was, why did the other side determine this was a key point? However, although this situation was urgent and important, it was at least confirmed that there were no spies among those currently participating in the Moon Palace project. Otherwise, they wouldn't be coming to look for these things. After the interrogation was nearly over, Li Huo's main responsibility was to protect the Moon Palace project. It seemed Gao Shang would need some time for this, so could his superiors move first. They had to wait for the right moment. You performed well. It may reduce your sentencing. There's still a time when you can help. Just be careful not to pull any tricks. Upon hearing this, Gao Shang instantly became excited. No problem. Doesn't this mean I am considered an external member of the National Security Department, just like that TV show, Clever Thief Detective? Chief, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Enough talk, cooperate well. Li Huo was conducting investigations and actions here in full swing. Receiving lunar soil and extraterrestrial soil, the Moon Palace project team of extraterrestrial technology was cheering with joy. While over at the Lighthouse Space Agency, it was a scene of desolation filled with exceptional anger. They in Huaxia really won't give us lunar soil. Why not? Who doesn't know we are the leading organization in lunar research on the blue star? Even if they gave it, we couldn't take it. Isn't there a law? What does that matter? It's very flexible. When it is advantageous, it's the law. When it's not, they can be lenient. Huaxia shouldn't overlook this. Lunar soil is very important for the lunar environment and future research on landing on the moon. Even exchanging lunar soil for our technological level wouldn't be a loss at all, and Huaxia would definitely be willing, since it seems they landed in a different area and the lunar soil environment has changed. According to rumors which are not confirmed, Huaxia is willing to exchange lunar soil, but the higher-ups are unwilling, demanding that Huaxia share lunar soil unilaterally. Damn idiots. These were the scientists at the Lighthouse Space Agency. Although they had their biases against Huaxia and were quite arrogant, the allure of the new lunar soil was even greater. They were surprised that the upper management made such a decision. The director and staff of the Lighthouse Space Agency. There is a lot of criticism against us domestically and internationally. We haven't achieved anything in years, and the pressure from above is immense. We were the ones who excluded Huaxia back then, and now they are catching up while we are still standing still or even regressing. The staff spoke up. In this regard, there's indeed no way in the short term. We have urged them to accelerate research results, but the news from the Eagle side indicates that Huaxia wants to exchange technology for a nuclear fusion technology of theirs that they didn't sell, wanting to sell it to us. What do you think? The director relaxed his brow upon hearing this. It seems the younger brother still knew what to do. He had to give a bit of face. I heard our nuclear fusion is also making progress. Isn't it the case that a fusion generator is needed for interstellar travel? Does that technology help us? It helps, but it's not breakthrough help. Nuclear fusion could break through tomorrow, or could take 100 years. It all depends on whether God favors us. Then let's buy it, otherwise I worry they will sell it to Huaxia. It's very expensive. No matter, it can be considered as a loyal return for the younger brother. Not only did the lighthouse side receive the transaction request from the Eagle, but the camel side also received it. The Eagle knew that this thing was not something anyone could buy or sell. Choosing these two was the most likely customers. But it was obvious that it was too expensive. They were not fools and decisively rejected the transaction, resulting in being coldly mocked by the Eagle's person in charge, which made them furious. Camel was even so angry that he secretly contacted Huaxia, and the communication went smoothly. The translation went like this. Bro, the Eagle over there is shameless, trying to raise the price to sell us some nuclear fusion-related technology. Just disgusting. Do we have this? I will buy this one to mess with him. Bro, no problem. Let's discuss, and I'll give you a quote. By the way, I still have lunar soil. Do you want some? That sounds great. Bring some lunar soil. Bro, I went to the moon. Don't forget your younger brother. I see the paint on our rocket launch base is peeling off. You have to donate a few billion to help us renovate it. You're too polite, but for the younger brother who wants to go to the moon, you can start exercising now. Given our relationship, cutting in line is completely fine. Ooh, just transfer the money to the last time's Dongfeng card. Got it, bro. The money has arrived. I must say, bro, you should send troops to stay with me. We will surely welcome the king's army. Hey, younger brother, that's enough. That's enough. I've always believed in peaceful win-win situations. The army is to defend the country and doesn't engage in those matters, so don't worry, Dongfeng is well stocked. All right, bro, understood. On this side, Ji Weiqiang felt relaxed after finishing communication with Camel, seeing their awareness. When he mentioned the nuclear fusion technology, it wasn't said lightly. Although it hadn't broken through yet, as long as Brother Gang participated in the experiment, it would definitely break through. It was originally an important data verification in the tokamak device. With this, Brother Gang would have a great chance of succeeding at once. Without this, they would have to test, but they could derive a more advanced technological theory than the Eagle, although it might not succeed at once. That's why Qian Lao hoped to exchange this thing. Now that it wasn't exchanged, they should bring it out, drive the price down, and let the Eagle hold on to it as junk. He could already imagine how the Eagle's populace would react when they learned that their upper management would rather let them starve or freeze than exchange technology. The fervor of the CR. Jigong, everything is ready, we can launch soon. An assistant came over and said, weren't the materials insufficient? Ji Weiqiang was a bit puzzled. Following the assistant, I realized that there were quite a number of people here. Research on lunar soil and the soil from the primitive planet was already underway, and the technological fragment from the primitive planet was led by Chen Fan. I didn't expect that Chen Fan was also testing here at the nuclear fusion device. Wasn't it said that there wasn't enough material? Now is it enough? Ji Weiqiang came over to ask. Chen Fan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, to be honest, it's a bit awkward. We thought it was a waste for primitive people to use this technology, but it turns out we are the same. Didn't we bring down the fragment of that technological product? We tried many methods, but couldn't activate its partial functions. It could be because it's just a fragment, or perhaps we're lacking in many aspects, and we haven't deciphered its core design, Ji Weiqiang said. However, unexpectedly, we found that it is very suitable as material for nuclear fusion ion confinement fields. After a brief test, the results were indeed excellent. We mixed some into the alloy we originally prepared, and now it's completed even better than before. Ji Weiqiang checked the current experimental parameters, and indeed it was true. Moreover, with the help of Zhang Weiguo, this device can fully achieve small-scale nuclear fusion. So you mean we don't have to wait a few weeks, and we can use it today? Right, it's just a bit awkward. To be honest, our application of this thing is no different from that of the primitive tribes. We haven't utilized its true functions, merely using it as material. The sharpness and durability used by the primitives, we are focusing on high-temperature resistance and conductivity. But it's all good. We also made a smaller version. If the experiment succeeds, Brother Gang over there will be able to access nearly unlimited electricity. Ji Weiqiang was quite optimistic. No worries, as long as it works, we can consider it a new material discovery. According to previous assumptions, since this thing is made of, or it indicates that there are at least such mines near the primitive tribe, which greatly enhances the significance of the primitive tribe, he continued. If there's a large quantity, we could even bring more back to achieve controllable nuclear fusion on Blue Star. That would be an infinite source of energy. Ji Weiqiang had great thoughts, but everything still needed to be launched into space. After Zhang Weiguo's experiment, having thought about all this, Ji Weiqiang went to find Old Qian. Old Qian, the nuclear fusion power generation device, is ready here for launch. We just haven't finished building the new rocket. The previous one just returned and is still under maintenance, he said. Qian Guoxing thought for a moment. This matter was very important. If nuclear fusion could successfully be constructed up there according to Chun Fan, as long as they had more of that kind of alloy, they could even build a large-scale fusion power plant on Blue Star to provide stable, efficient, and clean energy. This would not only solve the energy supply for the Blue Star Lunar Command Center, but also make this place more covert. It's important to know that extensive power supply cannot be well hidden. It involves too many people and matters, and there are too many links. Others could easily find out that you have something important here, otherwise such a large energy consumption wouldn't make sense. If they could build a nuclear fusion power station directly here, it would be perfect. They could be self-sufficient and completely hidden. Good, I'll immediately arrange for a rocket to be sent over and push back other tasks, he said decisively, quickly communicating the arrangements. Soon everything was sorted out and arrangements were made to load the items onto the rocket. The next time Zhang Weiguo returned, they would launch. Zhixiang appeared once again on the news broadcast. We will launch the lunar module today for lunar exploration. I believe it won't be long before everyone can watch the news broadcast on the moon. Upon hearing this news, everyone was stunned. Tisk, 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 exploring the moon doesn't seem that hard, right? How many times has our Huaxia gone there this month? Yeah, I guess Change misses home and wants us to visit more often, someone quipped. I wonder what spicy moon rabbit tastes like. I really want to try it. The upstairs is terrifying. The netizens of Huaxia were all relaxed and carefree, but the foreign intelligence agencies and space authorities were on the verge of madness. Huaxia, what exactly are you planning to do? Is there really a change on the moon? If there's a major breakthrough, just say it. Then I can consider whether to ally with you. Stop with the riddles, I can't take it anymore. Xinyou, I have money. Old Qian didn't care what they wanted to do, focusing only on his own development. These past few days he had been working Li Hua to the bone. The foreign spy groups sent to Huaxia sometimes had half of the people on a plane as spies. The terrifying part was that the Eagle's spies even brought a whole tourist group over. Li Hua was almost driven crazy. At this moment a deputy captain approached him, bringing a fingerprint lift. Captain, this fingerprint was lifted from that alien fragment. According to Brother Gang's earlier statement, he had wiped the alien fragment, so this should be his fingerprint, he said. Does anyone else know about this? Only I and the scientist responsible for the first examination of the alien fragment know. After we extracted the fingerprint from the fragment, we wiped it clean, he replied. Li Hua nodded and solemnly said, this is a serious matter. It's not that I don't trust you. As starting today, you and that scientist will live in the base and cannot communicate with the outside world. But don't worry, your family will be well taken care of. Can you accept that? I guarantee I will complete the task. The deputy captain also understood that this fingerprint belonged to the person on the moon, and it hadn't been investigated yet. If it was truly investigated, it would be fine if this person was not found on Blue Star. But if they found the person and they had a family, then those who knew the relevant information would be in great danger. Li Hua took the fingerprint to find Old Qian, wanting to ask how to proceed. Old Qian, Li Hua found Qian Guoxing, but there were others present, so he didn't speak. After everyone left, he closed the door and formally said, Old Qian, we found a fingerprint on the alien fragment. It should belong to Brother Gang. Qian was excited as he looked at the fingerprint before him. With this fingerprint they could know who he was and whether he was a Huaxia person. Qian was also very worried about what to do if there was no one they recognized. On the desolate and lonely moon, which was a life-threatening alien world, he didn't know if this good child could hold on after hearing this news. However, after a moment of calm, he decided to find out first. If there was nothing, it would be good to make arrangements early. Who else knows about this matter? Only a deputy captain and a scientist responsible for examining the alien fragments. They have been instructed to maintain the highest level of secrecy and are not allowed to communicate with the outside world until the confidentiality level is lowered. Good, this is right. This matter is too important. Their families must be well taken care of. It has been arranged. You handle this matter personally and do not inform anyone else. First, check the fingerprint to see if we can find out who it is. What? Our Huaxia is going to the moon again today. So soon. Progress is being made every day. Zhang Weiguo had just arrived and received this news as soon as he opened the communication device, shocking him. Chun Fan, who was here this time, excitedly explained to Zhang Weiguo. It's all thanks to Brother Gang. The technological fragments you sent back from that primitive planet are simply invaluable. We originally lacked materials for nuclear fusion construction, but by integrating those into some alloys we have enough now. They're incredibly useful. Hey, as long as they're useful. I see many of those primitives have plenty of that stuff. Once we get in touch, we can trade them some of our bulletproof vests. We can definitely get a lot in return. Moreover, according to what the scientists said last time, there are likely mines in this area. If not, we can dig. Dig fiercely. Zhang Weiguo was very excited. Great, Brother Gang. First, send over the video of this recording, and then Engineer G will explain the operational essentials to you later. No problem. Zhang Weiguo, began transmitting the video and information, mainly focusing on the primitive tribes for cultural and linguistic research. As for plants and organisms, those needed Hansen study, which should begin once the country brought in the airtight cabin. After the transmission was completed, Engineer Ji taught Zhang Weiguo the operational essentials for later. It was actually not difficult, anyone could learn it quickly. The main issue was finding a living human who could withstand radiation equivalent to an atomic bomb explosion. Ji Weiqiang said, during the second and third steps we can conduct 2 trial operations first. This way we will obtain more cutting-edge technological data than the Great Eagle. The theory will also advance further. Great, no problem. Zhang Weiguo was confident. As long as the core didn't come into contact, there wouldn't be a massive explosion. That stuff is highly radioactive. 1 gram can contaminate 10 square kilometers of land. The mass isn't significant, so for Zhang Weiguo, it was just a matter of handling it cautiously. The rocket officially launched, heading straight for the moon. The netizens of Huaxiao were watching the rocket soar towards the moon, feeling relaxed and unhurried. However, the netizens of the lighthouse were anxious. Hey guys, they are exploring the moon every day while you are just updating gender. There are already 53 genders. Oh, we don't even have enough English for this. Can we do this? Can the will of the free world still be carried out? I used to believe we truly landed on the moon, but now I have some doubts. Why are there no people of our diverse genders in space? This is discrimination. The space agency has too few diverse gender representatives. We demand an increase in percentage. Environmental protection, absolute vegetarianism. Those who eat meat should go to hell. Don't mind them, they can't land on the moon anyway, but you guys are really useless. The pressure on the space agency was also immense. Not only was public opinion against them, but they were also under pressure from above. Director, both sides are very dissatisfied with us. We must do something, even if there's nothing, we must make it happen. The director of the Lighthouse Space Agency thought for a moment. Alright, I just bought some technology from the Great Eagle. It's expensive, but you always want environmental protection, so this reason works perfectly. Soon the director of the space agency stepped out to make a speech. Please believe in us, our research has always been at the forefront of the world. However, due to the severe pollution caused by chemical fuels, we have decided to use cleaner nuclear fusion engines, and we have already made encouraging breakthroughs. I believe that everyone will soon see a new type of spacecraft that is clean and pollution-free. The director's speech finally lowered the public opinion heat a bit. However, the Great Eagle laughed upon hearing this speech. Clearly, they were boosting morale with their technology. It seems that in terms of nuclear fusion, the Great Eagle is indeed world-leading. Not only does Huaxia want to buy the technology, but the lighthouse also wants to use it to save face. It instantly felt like they were back in the game. However, all of this is theoretical research. If it fails, will they blame us? Ji Weiqiang also saw this scene and laughed. Tisk rumor has it that the technology they bought cost 10 times as much. If we break through later and sell it to the camel at 1/10 the price, I wonder if it will drive them crazy. The camel brother is quite savvy. He just donated several billion to paint the rocket launch site, so it must be sold at the original price. Plus, why not annoy the Great Eagle and the lighthouse while we're at it? After waiting for a long time, Zhang Weiguo watched the lunar module land steadily in the moon's cave. This time it didn't have to land randomly like last time. The machine sent last time had already scanned the surroundings thoroughly, and a locator was also installed, allowing for a direct landing inside the cave. This way there was no need to worry about being seen by others, and he could operate directly. Successful landing. With Zhang Weiguo's communication, the command center of the Blue Star Moon Palace project erupted in cheers. This was their first precise landing inside a cave, providing precious data for future lunar landings. However, this made foreign forces furious. What does this mean? Why did they land directly in the cave? How are we supposed to see it now? This technology is developing so fast. How can they be so sure they could land in the cave? That's unreasonable. Is it true that there are Huaxiao people on the moon? Recently, Huaxia's progress and investment on the moon have been astonishingly rapid. Recently, the step-by-step development of Huaxia has almost driven these people to madness. If Li Huan knew, he would just say, "Good, blow it up well, and can it be faster? Send all the damned spies over as if they were free." Zhang Weiguo looked around the moon cave. The lunar module opened automatically, and the robot inside pushed out the completed nuclear fusion power generation device. Hey, why is one big and one small? The large one is quite massive, consisting of 3 parts. Zhang Weiguo had to move everything to the smaller cave in 3 trips. The small one is very small, roughly a cylindrical object about 1 meter tall and half a meter wide. The small one is our new product after integrating the alien alloy. If the larger one succeeds this time, we can completely activate a small one, allowing you to use a nuclear fusion power station over there. That's amazing. Zhang Weiguo didn't expect that the country's technological development had become so strong. Back before the crossing, nuclear fusion was still something in textbooks, and now they could see the physical object. Chun Fan and the others were also surprised. Originally, if the technology exchange with the Great Eagle didn't succeed this time, their success rate for completing this nuclear fusion power station would only be 20%. The probability was too low as the impact would be immense if they succeeded. Moreover, only with Zhang Weiguo's resilience to nuclear radiation and the moon's lack of fear of radiation could they attempt this. However, who would have expected the alien fragments sent over, even though they hadn't figured out much, could be integrated into the alloy, providing properties for high temperature and room temperature superconductors. This suddenly raised the success rate to 70%, and with Zhang Weiguo's ability to withstand nuclear radiation and the manual operation without fear of particle flow, the success rate increased significantly. After transferring the items to the adjacent cave in several trips, Zhang Weiguo prepared to start the operation. He set up the communication device. I am about to start the operation. Everyone held their breath, including Ji Weiqiang, his heart thumping loudly in his chest. Although the communication was still open, all procedures had been handed over to Zhang Weiguo, who arranged the video communication just to observe the process. If any issues arose, Ji Weiqiang would remind him. The first step was to assemble the three parts of the device together. Fortunately, the moon had a lower gravity, and Zhang Weiguo had also gained considerable strength on the moon, otherwise he might not have had the strength to assemble these three pieces. Once everything was ready, they prepared to ignite. Zhang Weiguo operated the device. While recording using the energy device, he brought to initiate a few intermediate particle fusion reactions. Level 1 energy stimulation reaction failed. Level 5 energy stimulation reaction successful. The ignition successfully launched the particle flow. Applause erupted throughout the Moon Palace Project Center, and Ji Weiqiang kept recording, murmuring to himself, Dai Ying's records are worthless, his methods are wrong, and can't compare to what we are doing now. Thankfully, we didn't proceed with the technology exchange. They never even reached the experimental stage. It's all talk. If they had actually conducted experiments, it would have been a disaster. Ignition successful, particle flow emitted, but this is not complete. It cannot generate stable power, it only continuously releases energy. The particle flow must be confined within a certain range to engage in circular motion for stable power release. Zhang Weiguo began to adjust. The particle flow enters angle delta, operation starts. As Zhang Weiguo manipulated the device, the particle flow violently rebounded, penetrating his body. If it were an ordinary person, their cells would have died, turning them into a puddle of blood and flesh. However, Zhang Weiguo only felt a cool breeze and even wanted to experience it again. The people in the Blue Star Moon Palace command room fell silent upon witnessing this. The potential damage was likely greater than any weapon against biological entities on Blue Star. They couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Weiguo was all right. Moreover, Zhang Weiguo had not spoken. At this moment, Zhang Weiguo fell silent too, mainly because the surge from this device had momentarily made him forget which angle was next. After a brief silence, he awkwardly asked, Ji Gong, which angle is next? Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The temperature in the entire Blue Star Moon Palace command room rose by a degree nearly frightening everyone to death. However, no one blamed Zhang Weiguo. This matter was too significant and too nerve-wracking. Ji Weiqiang spoke up. Now it should be angle epsilon. Zhang Weiguo received the message and directly adjusted the device to this angle. The particle flow began to rotate inside. Just as everyone was about to celebrate their success, Ji Weiqiang remained tense, closely watching the screen. Zhang Weiguo also stayed focused, intensely observing the display. Although the particle flow had begun to rotate, the situation resembled an old-fashioned washing machine spin cycle. It looked like it was spinning, but it was clear that it would soon crash against the outer shell of the washing machine. Zhang Weiguo did not dare to relax his gaze for even a moment. Sure enough, chaos soon ensued. The particle flow inside wildly shot around. Fortunately, it didn't collide with the outer shell, but the two raw materials emitting the particle beams were about to collide. If they collided, it would undoubtedly trigger a nuclear fusion explosion, collapsing the entire cavern. All countries able to see the moon. Moreover, being near Huaxiao, they would definitely discover that Huaxiao was up to something big on the moon. In a flash, Zhang Weiguo acted swiftly, grabbing the two raw materials and pulling them apart. If a normal person on Blue Star had done this, their body would have been buried under several tons of special lead, sealed tightly in a coffin deep in a place devoid of life, water, or plants, surrounded by a no-entry zone with radiation warnings. However, Zhang Weiguo only felt a slight warmth in his hand, as if holding two heating pads. The people in the Blue Star Moon Palace command room nearly had heart attacks upon witnessing this scene. Dozens of older scientists quickly took emergency heart pills, and even a few younger ones couldn't handle it, asking their seniors for some. Ji Weiqiang was drenched in sweat, nearly fainting. The entire Blue Star Moon Palace command room was silent save for the sound of breathing. Fortunately, this time Zhang Weiguo remembered the next operation. After placing the two raw materials properly, he began adjusting to the next angle. The particle flow enters angle zeta, operation starts. Failed. The particle flow enters angle eta, operation starts. Failed. Moreover, during the adjustment to angle eta, one angle caused the particle flow to erupt violently, flying everywhere. Although there was no explosion on Blue Star, no one would have survived within a 50-mile radius. This was why experiment. If such an incident occurred on Blue Star, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, conducting experiments on Blue Star required 100% guarantee. The particle flow enters angle phi, operation starts. Zhang Weiguo began experimenting with the next angle. This was already his 9th angle, and all previous attempts had been failures. The brilliant particle flow entered the confinement field and began to rotate within it. Zhang Weiguo found the scene before him incredibly beautiful and harmonious. This time it truly succeeded. He didn't even need to look back to know it had succeeded, for it was so beautiful, so harmonious, that one could not forget it after seeing it once. Of course, Zhang Weiguo would never forget witnessing this scene on the moon. If a normal person on Blue Star had seen it, they too would find it unforgettable, as this was likely the last glimpse of the world they would ever have. The radiation would blind their eyes and simultaneously destroy their physical form. Zhang Weiguo gazed at this long-awaited scene, remarkably stable. The radiation dissipated as a physical instinct, yet the particle flow within showed no signs of deviation, steadily rotating around the confinement field. This must surely be a success. Zhang Weiguo thought excitedly. At this moment, the entire Blue Star Moon Palace command room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone turned their gaze to Ji Weiqiang. Although Qian Lao was the overall commander, he wasn't an expert in every category. The research on nuclear fusion had always been Ji Weiqiang's responsibility. Ji Weiqiang watched the transmitted images without blinking, meticulously observing every detail, until he finally confirmed Wuxia's stable-state nuclear fusion power station had indeed succeeded. Tears filled his eyes, and for a moment he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he couldn't speak. He stood up excitedly and saluted Zhang Weiguo, who was far away on the moon, with a standard military salute, then finally managed to say, "We did it. We did it. We did it." The scientists in the command center of the Blue Star Moon Palace were ecstatic, embracing each other in celebration, cheering and jumping. Even old Qian was excitedly waving his hands, softly murmuring, "We did it." The breakthrough in nuclear fusion brings not only advancements in energy, but also signifies a monumental shift. It is as if the technological tree of Huaxiao was initially built on fragile foundations, such as thermal power, wind power, and even solar energy. After 2 years of development, these foundations have nearly reached their limits. Even minor breakthroughs yield little impact. The great tree of Huaxia has grown significantly, starting from a time when all technologies could develop wildly in the absence of constraints. However, with time the tree has blossomed, and the energy sources of thermal, wind, and solar power can no longer support its further growth. They merely sustain it. A breakthrough in energy would foster slight growth, but now with the stability of nuclear fusion power generation, it's as if this tree has been granted endless space and infinite nourishment. It can not only grow taller and larger, but also develop sturdier branches that can even reinforce the Mai. For instance, with efficient and geographically unrestricted stable nuclear fusion, smart grids and distributed energy systems can be practically applied. People will have access to cheaper electricity, and the energy breakthrough will significantly reduce costs across various industries, allowing all products to lower their prices simultaneously, greatly decreasing the cost of living for the populace. This will enhance the competitiveness of Wuxia's products on the international stage. Some experimental projects that were previously shelved due to high energy consumption can now be resumed. Ion cannons, laser beams, space cities. Of course, the subsequent ideas remain theoretical, but there is hope. Everyone cheered and rejoiced. Zhang Weiguo shared the same exhilaration upon witnessing the excitement around him, but a strange thought flashed through his mind. This fellow could probably mine quite a bit with this. Soon after the excitement faded, calm returned. Ji Weiqiang spoke up, "Xiao Gang, we have now found the exact entry angle. Let's activate the ultra-small nuclear fusion power station intended for you at the same time, and see which initial angles are the safest to start with." Good. Zhang Weiguo instantly teleported back to the original cave, ensuring that everything was stable so as not to affect the smaller setup. However, upon completion, he found his worries to be unnecessary. There were no unexpected occurrences, and activation was successfully achieved. Perfect. If we had the same materials, we could already establish a nuclear fusion power station on Blue Star, he remarked. Although the robots aren't as flexible as you, we already know the correct angles, eliminating the need for individual experiments, which saves a lot of meticulous operations. It can definitely be accomplished. Ji Weiqiang excitedly told Zhang Weiguo, "All right, let's build it right away. Big shot, how many of those fragments do you think we need? I'll find a way to get some." At this moment, Chun Fan approached, primarily responsible for materials. "If we build on Blue Star, it will certainly be much larger than the one on the moon, because Blue Star requires more laboratories and energy," he explained. Zhang Weiguo understood this, After all, building a base on the moon was straightforward, but Blue Star necessitated numerous laboratories and multiple sealed chambers to test adaptability in different environments, resulting in significantly higher energy consumption. Chen Fan continued, "We should at least need 500 fragments of the same size as that. One or more ores should suffice. However, there's no need to rush. Such constructions require careful planning, and your safety is paramount." Now everyone realized that Zhang Weiguo was the most precious treasure of Huaxiao, and everything must prioritize his safety. "Rest assured, I will prioritize my safety, but there is a good opportunity coming up. The son of that tribal leader is likely to undert." After settling everything, Zhang Weiguo reviewed yesterday's footage, but found nothing significant. It seemed that the army ants did not go hunting every day. He then took out the boxes brought up this time. One of the hard drives stored a wealth of knowledge about minerals, plants, animals, and plenty of recreational items. Another box contained a Type 92 pistol complete with a silencer and 200 rounds of ammunition. Zhang Weiguo excitedly took it out, feeling eager to fire a couple of rounds, but now was not the time. After carefully familiarizing himself with it, he loaded the bullets and stored it in his mental space, ready to appear in his hands whenever needed. After Zhang Weiguo traveled to the primitive planet Lihua, filled with excitement, called Old Qian to the office. "Old Qian, we found the person. It's one of our Huaxiao people." "Are you sure? Have you verified it?" "I'm sure. The fingerprints are identical." When Lihua went to verify it back, then he couldn't believe it either. He first compared the fingerprints in the database with those of the missing persons, and to his surprise, he quickly found a match. It turned out to be Zhang Weiguo from the old Zhang family. He was shocked at the time, but upon reflection it made sense. Zhang Weiguo had suddenly disappeared after being hit by a vehicle, and there were no traces left at the scene. If it weren't for the surveillance footage, they wouldn't have believed it. Even with the footage, they suspected it was faked, as there were absolutely no traces or blood. It was as if Zhang Weiguo had vanished into thin air. They searched for a long time, and Zhang Weiguo's patriotic disposition was evident. It also aligned well with the situation of the old Zhang family. Sometimes when he returned home, old Zhang would be on leave, taking his child for morning runs and watching the news broadcast on time every day. The child was eager to attend a military academy with scores high enough to enter prestigious universities, wanting to serve the country. Yet he disappeared during that time, perhaps having traversed time, not to the moon of that time, but to the moon 5 years later. Linguists and behavioral scientists analyzed Zhang Weiguo's recent behavior and speech patterns, concluding he was likely an 18-year-old recent high school graduate, albeit a clever one. Now that it was confirmed to be Zhang Weiguo, it was even better. A patriot from a good family with both parents and a younger sister still around. It seemed that the person he ran into that day was Zhang Weiguo's childhood sweetheart, and she hadn't found a new boyfriend. Truly perfect. No wonder his sister dreamed that the child was on the moon. It turns out that a mother's intuition is indeed true. Ahem, Elder Qian waved his hand in front of Lihua. After Lihua finished speaking, he was lost in his own fantasies, not saying a word. "Oh, I got too excited and spaced out for a moment. Sorry, Elder Qian. No problem. Hurry up and tell me about the child's situation. His name is Zhang Weiguo, the child from the family. I brought the art of war to you last time." The old Zhang family. Elder Qian immediately recognized the name as a good sign. Nowadays, most young people have flashy names like Lianchun or Outyin, but the name Zhang Weiguo clearly reflects a patriotic family. The grandfather and father both served in the military, but the grandparents passed away long ago. However, both parents and the younger sister are still around and healthy. He even has a childhood sweetheart who is still looking for him. That's really good, harmonious, and beautiful. Even if Zhang Weiguo knows about it, he would be happy. But there's a bit of a problem. How did you find out so quickly that he has a childhood sweetheart looking for him? Hey, didn't I go to find a book for you last time? Old Zhang lives right above me. I ran into him while borrowing a book and learned about it. That's quite a coincidence. By the way, how is his family environment and personality? Everyone in the family are patriotic and strong-willed. Zhang Weiguo's exam results were good enough to enter prestigious universities, yet he resolutely applied to a military academy. He went missing just before he was supposed to go. Moreover, the whole family is very supportive, especially old Zhang, who can be rather rigid. I told him before that being in the military doesn't mean he has to serve in harsh conditions. The child is intelligent and can serve the country better with his wits. Old Zhang is too stubborn. He's become a bit of an old fogey. His mindset is that if the conditions are tough, then his son must go serve there to protect the country and take down those who seek to invade us. Not only does he say this, but every time he comes back, he not only takes the child for runs, but also takes him for outdoor training. This might be why Zhang Weiguo could survive on the primitive planet. Hearing this, Elder Qian chuckled. Old Zhang is quite interesting. His son really went to a tough place, to the moon, which is certainly not the easiest environment. Thankfully, he trained like this, otherwise a newly graduated high school student on a primitive planet would be at great risk. Lihua nodded. Who would have thought that daily training actually saved the child's life? To be honest, he should have seen the young Zhang Weiguo before, but he had changed too much now. He never imagined that the child he met years ago would end up on the moon. Perhaps Zhang Weiguo had a similar thought. He might find Li Hua familiar, but who would guess that the middle-aged man always coming to his home to apologize to his daughter was a big shot from the National Security Bureau. But now there's a problem should they tell both sides. The two pondered for a while, and Elder Qian spoke up, let's not mention it to the Blue Star side for now, but protective measures must be initiated. We must be cautious not to attract external attention. Additionally, we should find an opportunity to subtly inform Zhang Weiguo's childhood sweetheart that he is still alive and can return. It would be a shame if they had endured for so long only to be separated at the last moment. When Zhang Weiguo returns, I'll personally communicate with him and let him know we found his family, and it'll be his decision on what to do. The child is quite good. I can sense his inner conflict. On one hand, he might be worried about his family not being in this world, and on the other, he may not want to cause them worry. Being on the moon, he also has to go to the primitive planet, which is truly dangerous. Li Hua reflected on this. He understood Zhang Weiguo. Sometimes when he had to undertake the Elder Qian continued, by the way, apart from family and his girlfriend, does he have any other friends? We can find another friend to come and communicate with him. It might help him relax a bit. Recently, psychologists have analyzed that he seems a bit tense with a lot of pressure that he can't vent. He probably feels embarrassed to tell us. Bringing a friend over should help him chat and unwind. Li Hua thought for a moment. He remembered seeing a boy visit recently, likely Zhang Weiguo's friend, but he probably just graduated from university. I think I know who it is. I'll go find him and bring a good friend over. All right, go ahead. This way both we and Zhang Weiguo can feel at ease. Just then a team member from the National Security Bureau hurried over. Captain, someone just sent a message about that noble Zhang and requested to gather information on an elder named Zhang Jianxi. What? Hurry, you must protect old Zhang's safety. Old Qian shouted anxiously from behind. Li Hua had no time to respond, jumping into the car and driving over while instructing the surrounding national security officers to gather in that direction. As he sped along the road, he pondered why they were after old Zhang. It surely wasn't because of Zhang Weiguo, as they had only just discovered his identity. It must be related to the previous incident with the pirated Sun Tzu's Art of War, but many people might know about that. However, only his daughter and that bookstore owner were likely to have information concerning old Zhang. The bookstore owner had overheard, and his daughter wouldn't speak about it, especially since his status among her classmates was that of an inmate. It must be related to that bookstore owner. He immediately dialed the deputy captain's number. There's a bookstore in the alley by Yutu Middle School. Go investigate. The owner might have some issues, and even if not, they could be a crucial point for leaking information, he instructed. Understood. After making arrangements, Li Hua hurried towards old Zhang's home. Although old Zhang had retired, he still exercised every morning, going for runs and not neglecting his fitness, maintaining good health. His long military career had sharpened his instincts. While running today, he vaguely sensed something was amiss around him. Although he was jogging in a park where elderly people usually exercised and played with children, he had gotten up earlier than usual to avoid the crowds. Moreover, there were no tourist attractions nearby and foreign visitors were few. So why were there suddenly so many people today, including foreigners? Old Zhang carefully noted a sneaky figure and planned to report it at the police station later. He kept running while observing, and as he watched, something fell off. These people seemed to be targeting him. Seeing this, old Zhang deliberately took some less frequented paths, confirming that these people were indeed after him. However, he didn't act impulsively, as their numbers were quite large, and there were even foreigners looking for him. This clearly wasn't a simple matter. He continued his normal routine, but toned down his speed to conserve energy. He replayed in his mind what could have drawn their attention. Although he had been a soldier for many years, he hadn't really engaged in many high-security matters. There shouldn't be so many of them investigating him. Even if it was due to his military background, they should have approached him much earlier. The only significant thing recently was when old Li asked him for the pirated Sun Tzu's Art of War. He had never expected that matter to be so critical. It seemed he had unknowingly provided significant help to the organization, or they wouldn't have sent so many spies to find him. Realizing this, old Zhang understood what he needed to do. I really can't keep this up. Who knows? The higher-ups instructed us to observe and monitor. Who can withstand running every day? Only 1,000 a day. They really want to exhaust us. Isn't that old man just ordinary? He seems unremarkable, just a bit fast. Hey, don't complain too much. We haven't received any missions in months. If there's money to be made, we shouldn't be picky. The lamentations of these spies were palpable. The foreign spies were also feeling the pressure. We are just lucky those national security guys happened to ask about the bookstore owner and some scrap collectors, and wasn't it just a few hours ago that we were designated to carry out this mission? Why was a bounty just issued exposing the target? Are there people from Huaxia in the organization? How did this happen? Such an important task, who brought so many people here? Don't they know how to keep things secret, right? Aren't these people supposed to be professionally trained? Their eyes are practically glued to their target's back. Is this a covert investigation? Damn it, those who recruit informants are just useless. What use is this? The plan is completely ruined. Send a message to the higher-ups to cancel the bounty. What do? The target is a veteran from Huaxiao, and he must have sensed something strange around him. Let's force him into a less populated area and prepare the syringe. Well, say the old man fainted, and we were just helping him get to the hospital. Once we get there, we'll interrogate him. The exposure is already done. Old Li was also trying to call Old Zhang, but Old Zhang usually didn't carry his phone while exercising, so he couldn't get through. Old Li was so anxious he was practically flying with his car. Countless eyes were on Old Zhang. Old Zhang jogged past the park entrance, and with a burst of speed, he dashed out of the park heading straight out. Damn it, old man, what are you doing? No way have we been discovered despite hiding so well. Quick chase after him. The higher-ups have added a bounty. If we encounter problems, there's a reward of 100,000. As soon as several spies heard about the bounty, they became excited, quickly accelerating to pursue, but found they couldn't catch up. Damn it, old man, are you 20 years old, or am I? Why are you running so fast? Phew, I should have driven over here. As they continued to grumble, they saw a few foreigners zoom past them, closely chasing after Old Zhang. Realizing the situation, they suddenly became alert. Brothers, this situation is a bit deep. We seem to have bitten off more than we can chew. Right? The big shots from abroad are personally involved. How did we get wind of this level? Look at how fast those people are. They're not ordinary folks. They're probably either special forces or mercenaries. Let's not get involved. All right, then I'll make a call. Who are you calling? National Security reporting a bounty of 100,000. Those foreigners are definitely spies, possibly high-level ones. The bounty is likely substantial. You're right. Besides, they're not from our system, and we don't know them. As long as there's money, who cares who pays the bounty? Before Old Zhang left, he had already decided where to run. Being familiar with the terrain despite his age, he was still faster than those pursuing him. In fact, he even had to slow down to wait for them. Thus it became a game of cat and mouse, with the four of them getting more impatient. Damn it, I can't believe we can't catch up to an old man. Damn it, we didn't kill his dog or kidnap his family. Why is he running so fast? Chase him. If we fail this time, we won't get another chance. He's attracting attention and will be protected. It'll be even harder. With that, they chased after him recklessly, only to see Old Zhang running into a courtyard. The four of them didn't even think twice. They had to capture this old man today, or it would be too embarrassing. Upon reaching the courtyard, Old Zhang even stopped running, feeling relaxed. Watching the four rush in, he stood tall and disdainfully said, "Come, let's have a little match, and I'll show you how many eyes the Horse King has." A person dressed in uniform stepped out from behind. "Lao Zhang, what brings you here today with a few foreigners? Did you discover another crime den? And what about these four foreigners? Have they done something uncouth?" "Lao Zhang, you need to stay calm. Stopping uncouth behavior is a good thing, but sometimes it's unnecessary to get physical. That day, that little Japanese guy cut in line and ended up getting beaten up with a swollen nose and face. He was so scared, he went home that night." Chief Wang Cheng stepped out. Lao Zhang was a familiar face, upright and incorruptible, unable to tolerate any wrongdoing. He often brought people to the security station, and they had known each other for a long time. "Enough talking, these people are spies. Hurry up and arrest them." Upon hearing this, Chief Wang Cheng immediately became alert. Lao Zhang wouldn't joke about something like this, so he shouted towards the door, "Close the door." Everyone in the station rushed out. With a whoosh, the door was slammed shut, and a crowd of people gathered outside the security station. The four foreign spies were baffled. Who could have imagined that this old man would lead them right into the security station? They couldn't really blame themselves. It was just that this old man was too infuriating. Not only did he run ahead, but he also threw out a few vulgarities, provocatively gesturing with his thumb downwards, and even waited for them. This instantly enraged these spies, who were originally from special forces, and they found themselves being humiliated by an old man. More importantly, who could have expected that this old man looked so fierce, seemingly ready to take on four at once, would be running toward the security station? Haven't they seen the movies about lighthouses? Aren't all the people in there supposed to be bad? No one from the lighthouse dares to run toward the security station. Fortunately, Lao Zhang couldn't hear the thoughts of these, for otherwise he would have mocked them again. "Do you think you're private police from the lighthouse that money can push ghosts away? We are the people's soldiers. We just came to travel in Huaxiao. Why are we being locked up here? You are violating human rights. I want to contact my lawyer. Is this how Huaxiao treats its guests? Is there any law? Is there any justice? Foreign friends come to Huaxiao to travel, and not only are they not treated well, but now they are locked up in the security station. Everyone come look." These foreign spies were somewhat skilled. Their outcry was quite effective. Upon hearing this, Lao Zhang immediately became furious. "Damn it. Do you think I'm blind? You were constantly peeking at me in the park. I ran out, and you followed me for 5 miles, and you say you're here for tourism. You sons of dogs, will give you a couple of slaps to show you whose territory this is." Lao Zhang rushed over, ready to take on these four individuals, but Chief Wang Cheng hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Uncle Zhang, we can't act rashly now. Uncle Zhang were in the security station. Please give me some face. Uncle Zhang, in a society ruled by law, the guilty will be punished by the state. The young officers tried everything to hold Lao Zhang back. After some thought, Lao Zhang also realized that it wasn't good to act in the security station, so he asked, "You came to travel and followed me for 5 miles. What do you think, I am a tourist attraction?" Suddenly the spies thought of their home country's situation and came up with a clever idea: "We like you." The other spies immediately understood it was indeed hard to explain, but love is love. "Yes, we all like you. We saw you exercising and fell deeply in love with you. Zhang don't care about the eyes of the world." Looking at the 4 muscular men in front of him, Lao Zhang had never been afraid of anything in his life. Even when Zhang Weiguo went missing, he was heartbroken and searched tirelessly. But just hearing what these 4 said made him shudder, his skin crawling. Damn it. Once he came back to his senses, he was furious, wanting to throw a punch, but feeling disgusted instead. The experience was incredibly uncomfortable. Even the people in the security station were shocked, their eyes darting back and forth between the 4 foreigners and Lao Zhang. They knew the atmosphere over there was quite open, but this was a bit extreme. Lao Zhang was speechless. "Stop listening to these 4 nonsense. They are definitely spies with bad intentions. Hurry up and arrest them and deal with them severely." The 4 became anxious. If they were really caught, even just for registration, it would be troublesome. Having a record could lead to being closely monitored. "We really just like him, we admire him. Besides, even if we weren't, we were just jogging and accidentally came in here, because we didn't know the way. You can't lock us up. Yeah, we were just wandering around and didn't do anything. Are we being investigated for that? Who would dare to come then?" Hearing this, Chief Wang Cheng's head also started to hurt. It was indeed the case. Lao Zhang had done nothing wrong, and these people hadn't done anything wrong either. Although it seemed they had followed Lao Zhang for 5 miles, there was no evidence to prove that they meant harm to him. Their refusal to be investigated was quite reasonable considering international implications. Such a direct request for investigation, if nothing was found, would have a very negative impact. Just as Chief Wang was feeling troubled, a young policewoman nearby noticed his predicament. She knew he wanted to investigate thoroughly, but lacked direct evidence to enforce an investigation. So she quietly approached and whispered a few words into Chief Wang's ear. This approach could indeed resolve the issue, but it made the goosebumps rise on Chief Wang's arms again. He first addressed Lao Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, why don't you go in and have some tea to cool down?" Lao Zhang didn't resist and cooperatively went in. The 4 spies were quite pleased, even growing fond of the orderly procedures of the Huaxia security station. After considering, they felt they had nothing to fear, they hadn't done anything wrong, so why should they be locked up and investigated? After seeing Lao Zhang go in, Chief Wang turned to the 4 and said, "Our Huaxia security station has an important responsibility. Besides punishing criminals, we also mediate neighborhood disputes to promote harmonious development among everyone. You say you like Lao Zhang, which clearly has caused him distress. So we must mediate this situation. Please come this way." The 4 tried to argue, but Chief Wang interrupted. "Be careful with your words. Although our security station is friendly, casually deceiving public officials here is also subject to investigation as per regulations." The 4 had no choice but to remain silent, cooperating for communication. After they went in, Chief Wang immediately called for someone. "Quickly report this to the higher-ups. These 4 really have issues, but it's not something we can solve. Report it to the national security." At this moment, Lao Li had already rushed to Lao Zhang's door, knocking, but receiving no response. Worried that something had happened to Lao Zhang, he kicked the door open, discovering that the phone was at home, but Lao Zhang was not. However, it seemed nothing had been disturbed, indicating he had likely gone out normally. At that moment, the phone rang. It was a call from the national security officers. "Captain, I just went to the bookstore across from the school, and the owner and his family are nowhere to be found. There must be something wrong." Li Hua felt a headache coming on. It was utterly unpredictable. Who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary owner of a high school bookstore was actually a spy? Moreover, the fact that this spy got wind of the news must have been accidental, which means there are likely valuable people or matters nearby that those individuals are interested in. Investigate the bookstore and the residence of that family to see if there are any individuals or matters related to confidential units in the vicinity. Conduct a thorough investigation. After hanging up, another call came in. "Captain Gao Shang has sent word that the reward has been cancelled." Li Hua's heart sank. Could it be that they have already succeeded? Is that why the reward was cancelled? Could it be that old Zhang has encountered misfortune? Just when they learned of Zhang Weiguo's situation, his father ran into trouble. How could they accept that? Li Hua held onto a sliver of hope. He knew that old Zhang had been a soldier possessing some reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills, as well as strong self-defense abilities. Perhaps old Zhang discovered the amateur spy on the opposite side, prompting them to cancel the ordinary reward and send more professional personnel to take action. As he held on to this hope, the phone rang again. "Captain, the public security office on Chuanchi Street has reported that a retired soldier has flagged for suspicious foreign individuals acting covertly in the area as potential spies. For suspicious foreign individuals, it's 90% likely to be old Zhang. Li Hua drove off at rocket speed and quickly arrived at the Chuanxi Public Security Office. Inside, 2 mediation rooms were separately discussing matters, with a few young individuals listening to old Zhang reminiscing about the passionate days of his youth. Director Wang was earnestly stalling for time with a few foreigners. Li Hua immediately spotted the excited old Zhang inside and felt a wave of relaxation. Pushing the door open, he said, "I'm telling you, those people are just paper tigers. Once we confront them, they'll back down. Back in the day, Just as he was speaking, old Zhang caught sight of Li Hua. "Old Li, you're here." He was curious about what the art of war was really about that could attract so many foreign forces, but he also understood the discipline and refrained from asking. Li Hua presented his credentials and asked the young individuals to step outside, notifying the national security agents to take the 4 foreigners back for interrogation. After all, the national security does not have to adhere to the Geneva Convention when dealing with spies. Director Wang happily sent the individuals away, realizing that sometimes fortune comes unexpectedly. Hearing that these individuals might indeed be spies put him in a particularly good mood. "Old Zhang, you're quite clever, knowing to run to the public security office." Li Hua relaxed, feeling in the mood to tease old Zhang. Zhang Weiguo's mother, sister, girlfriend, and childhood friends had all been arranged for tight protection. "Hey, I'm not foolish. There are so many people on the other side. It wouldn't be wise for me to confront them directly, especially with civilians around. Besides, I know that matter is very important. If I were captured and accidentally leaked some crucial information, wouldn't that be a total loss? Now capture those 4 individuals and investigate thoroughly. There are also several people openly surveilling me in the park. I've given the young ones their descriptions, so pay attention. If nothing is going on, you all can be busy. I'll head back now." Li Hua quickly stopped old Zhang, saying, "You can't go back yet. You've already been targeted. We've also sent people to protect your sister-in-law and Tuan. Come with me and stay at the base for a while and help train the security team. I see you're still in great shape. All right, let's go home together. I'll just grab a few clothes." Old Zhang was certainly not the type to insist on staying at home, claiming it would be a waste of national resources. It was clear that due to some confidentiality issue, he seemed to be quite important. The best course of action was to heed the state's arrangements and not add to their troubles. Shouting all day not to let the state intervene and wanting to stay at home is truly foolish. Does staying at home mean the state will not care about you? What if you get captured and leak state secrets? If you get captured, will the state rescue you? Every time old Zhang saw those movie characters who ignored organizational directives and acted heroically, he just wanted to give them a slap. Li Hua took old Zhang back to collect his things and informed his sister-in-law. Upon hearing it was a national matter, she was very supportive. However, upon learning that Li Hua was a significant figure in the organization, she repeatedly asked him to help find Zhang Weiguo. Although Li Hua wanted to tell them the truth that Zhang Weiguo was still alive, now was not the right time, and he needed to consult Zhang Weiguo before deciding. As they drove off, Li Hua looked at old Zhang curiously. "Old Zhang, why do you seem in such a good mood?" "Oh, you noticed that? My ability to disguise my emotions seems to have declined. My eyes are sharp. How could you possibly hide it from me? What's going on? Did you catch a few spies and feel happy?" Catching spies is indeed a reason to be happy, but that's not the main point. The main point is that I feel my son is very likely still alive, still working for the country. That is very important. Li Hua was taken aback. "How did he guess that?" "What do you mean?" "First of all, I have self-awareness. I'm not that important to warrant international spies coming after us. The only reason must be that pirated version of the art of war. I checked afterward, and this pirated version of the art of war is extremely rare, holds little value and lacks depth, but is very important to me because it serves as a codebook that connects me with my son. Also today, you all seem to be placing excessive importance on me and my family, which goes beyond what the art of war would suggest. So what else could be the reason? Of course, it's my missing son. Foreign powers are paying attention, and so is the state. He must be very important. However, using the art of war for coded communication indicates that he is either not in a very dangerous place or in a location that is hard to contact. My son is still alive and still serving the country. How could I not be happy?" After old Zhang finished analyzing, Li Hua continued driving, lost in thought and not responding. However, silence sometimes represents an attitude. Old Zhang's tense fists finally relaxed, and he felt reassured. Soon Li Hua arranged for old Zhang to stay at the base, reminding the surrounding team to provide protection and letting old Zhang help train the team. After doing all this, Li Hua hurriedly left, needing to report to old Qian and go to the national security headquarters to interrogate those spies. Meanwhile, old Zhang sat in the room and turned on the TV to watch the news. The screen was broadcasting a live segment of the Lighthouse nuclear fusion experiment. The host was excitedly explaining, "This is a milestone experiment before the application of nuclear fusion. The success of this experiment means we are only one step away from controllable nuclear fusion within reach. Just then the live broadcast picture behind the host was interrupted by static and the connection was instantly lost. At this moment within the Lighthouse Aerospace Bureau the director was feeling quite pleased. Although we were outpaced by Huaxia in this space endeavor, we have obtained part of the nuclear fusion technology from Day Eagle. Coupled with our already leading research in nuclear fusion, this marks an unprecedented breakthrough. As long as this live broadcast experiment is successful, public opinion will shift immediately. With nuclear fusion, we can venture further into the cosmos far beyond what Huaxia can achieve with their research on the moon. Nuclear fusion is the steam engine of the new era, the computer of the new age, and it will undoubtedly lead to transformative changes. We at Lighthouse will continue to be at the forefront of the times, standing tall at the pinnacle of the world, becoming the eternal sovereign of the new world. The head of the Aerospace Bureau was very excited, envisioning the invincible future of Lighthouse. However, the scientists below expressed some concerns. This experiment is only theoretical. We haven't tested the materials, and the plans provided by Day Eagle may not necessarily be correct. Isn't it a bit extreme to proceed with a live broadcast? Furthermore, such an experiment, if it fails, could impact all life within 100 kilometers. There are several human settlements in that vicinity. Should we inform them to evacuate? Don't worry, the people from Day Eagle wouldn't dare deceive us, and that technology is also desired by Huaxia, so it must be based on some facts. Besides, there's no need to inform those people. It won't fail. As the two spoke, they noticed the live broadcast screen in front of them flickering with static. The television broadcast was cut off, and the host quickly reacted, stating that the following content was classified research related to Lighthouse, thus the live broadcast had to end. Meanwhile, the live feed from the aerospace base remained uninterrupted, and the scientists instantly realized electronic pulses have overflowed. There's a major issue with the experiment. Quickly stop the experiment. The personnel at the experimental base also sensed that something was wrong. Clearly, there were issues with the design provided by Day Eagle, as it couldn't maintain stable particle operation within the confinement field. It had already leaked out, and a radius of 100 miles was contaminated. The personnel at the experimental base were somewhat better off. Having been warned of the possible dangers, they quickly donned radiation protection suits and evacuated swiftly. The scientists rushed to the phone, preparing to notify the clusters within the contaminated area to evacuate quickly. Just as they dialed, the head pressed the button to hang up, saying, "We must inform them immediately. The experiment has failed. The contamination is not severe yet, but it won't be long before the radiation from the experiment accumulates within 100 kilometers, putting those people in danger. Are you planning to announce that our live nuclear fusion experiment at Lighthouse has failed? Do you realize what failure represents in a time when Huaxia has successfully explored the moon multiple times and public opinion is under such pressure? I don't know, but I do know that if those people don't evacuate, they will definitely develop cancer from the radiation. It will lead to public disappointment in us, in the country, in our system. To put it mildly, it means the public will no longer trust the state. To put it severely, the downfall of the nation rests in your hands." These words left the scientists stunned. Those who usually focused on academia weren't accustomed to such political rhetoric. What should we do? The experiment has failed. No, the experiment has succeeded. We have successfully broken through, and our nuclear fusion is within reach. The head asserted decisively. The scientists looked at him and said, "But what about those people in the clusters? They are not our Angsarians, and there aren't many of them. They will certainly be willing to sacrifice for Lighthouse, and we will be forever grateful to them. By the way, isn't it good that Huaxiao is providing a lot of food? Adjust various regulations to ensure that Huaxia's food is the cheapest in that region, ensuring that most of what those people eat comes from Huaxia. In a few years, when those cancer reports come out, we can launch a beautiful public opinion war. We can compare cancer rates and food intake in another affluent city. Those who eat our Lighthouse food will be very healthy, while those who consume Huaxia's food will be prone to cancer, further inciting public resistance. If this matter is discovered, it will be very serious." The scientist was shocked by the head's lack of bottom line. While he also lacked shame, he still had some conscience regarding his own people. Who would believe that we would allow tens of thousands of people to suffer from radiation for the sake of framing Huaxia? That must be Huaxia's conspiracy. The scientist was utterly stunned by the politician's shamelessness. It's not about believing or not, you are doing it right now. Seeing the scientist shocked, the head reassured him by patting his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, it's nothing major. Besides, we control the media. Just keep feeding them news about Huaxia people eating dogs to keep those environmental organizations active. No one will pay attention to that. They will only remember the tremendous breakthrough we achieved in hosting the Lighthouse nuclear fusion experiment, and we will be written into textbooks. Future Lighthouse people will only remember our achievements." The scientist did not rebut. He was convinced by the head's argument. Meanwhile, far away in the Blue Star Moon Palace Command Center, Ji Weiqiang was unable to bear it any longer. He watched the live broadcast and the official explanation from Lighthouse. Although they did not specify the operational details and plans, it was clear from the explanation that they had indeed used Day Eagle's technology to achieve this breakthrough. However, on the moon, Zhang Weiguo had already conducted tests. Although theoretically feasible, due to the constraints of material formation and the impact of particle flow under collision, the application would ultimately be an absolute failure. A success was impossible. He also saw the static in the live video, which was definitely not due to confidentiality, but an indication that the experiment had already failed, causing particle overflow and resulting in electronic pulses, undoubtedly accompanied by a radiation pollution zone close to 100 kilometers. Now an hour had passed and Lighthouse still claimed the experiment was successful without announcing any failure. The citizens in the contaminated area had not been informed to evacuate. There was a significant problem here. They clearly did not care about those people's lives. Zhi Weiqiang was genuinely shocked. This really exceeded the limits of humanity. That wasn't just a few people, it was tens of thousands of citizens. This was far too serious. Zhi Weiqiang immediately reported to Elder Qian. After listening, Elder Qian was equally shocked. He truly did not expect that these people would be so ruthless in the battle for public opinion. Let's not worry about that for now. We need to warn our Huaxia citizens not to enter those areas. Moreover, since they are willing to act this way without regard for lives, we must expose them to save as many people as possible. First, let's contact the camel. Don't they want that technology too? We can provide support and sell it to them. After all, we have better options. To claim that others are wrong, we must first prove that we are correct. They offered several hundred billion in fees, which we cannot simply ignore. Thankfully, we have Weiguo. Otherwise, if we acted impulsively during the experiment, the harm would have fallen upon us. With the consent of Qian Lao, Zhi Weiqiang was able to proceed with confidence and boldness, immediately reaching out to Luta. However, Luo began to hesitate. Although the price demanded by Deng was steep, it seemed that they were indeed delivering results. Had the Lighthouse experiment actually succeeded? While Luo was conducting some research, they had not yet reached the forefront of the field, and thus had no idea what the previous snowflake incident signified. With more money, spending was inevitable, otherwise too much wealth could attract unwanted attention, a lament for small nations. Just as Luotoa pondered whether to seek Deng again, Zhi Weiqiang called, "Brother, there's a small breakthrough in nuclear fusion. Would you like to buy a technology at its original price?" "Brother, I've been meaning to contact you. The Lighthouse experiment has succeeded over there. What's our progress?" "Success? Nonsense. Listen to me, that place has your citizens. Quickly evacuate them to 100 kilometers away. It's all radiation over there." "What's going on, brother? What's the situation? Be specific." "Deng has theoretical results, but applying them in practice is another matter altogether. We can guess their intentions, but when we tried, it was all wrong. If we followed their approach, it would be 100% failure." "Did you see the snowflake on the TV while the Lighthouse was broadcasting?" "Yes, I almost thought my golden television was broken." "It's not that, it's just that their experiment failed. The particles in the confinement field dispersed, creating an electronic pulse that affected the broadcast. It was definitely a major incident resulting in significant radiation. Those people had no bottom line, not even notifying their own to evacuate." "Is that true? How could that happen in a developed country? There are still hundreds of thousands of people there, and they just act like this. Who are we to each other? Would I deceive you? I'll send you the technology directly in a moment. You'll see for yourself what's going on. But first, let's get our people to run." "All right, brother, I'll still send the money to your Dongfeng card." Just after Zhi Weiqiang hung up, he quickly received a notification that the payment had been received. His younger brother was quite reliable. He was no longer worried about Luo selling technology to others. If there were 100 questions to solve in nuclear fusion, this technology was merely one step in one of those questions. It was useful, but not particularly helpful for countries with little foundation. There shouldn't be anyone in the world who could solve more than 80 questions regarding steady-state nuclear fusion. Even the Huaxia had yet to answer 20 questions. Only through actual implementation could they truly recognize its difficulty. Nevertheless, even though Huaxia still had 20 unresolved questions, they had obtained the answers directly. The technological materials sent by Zhang Weiguo from the primitive planet were precisely the answers to those 20 materials science questions, and they were even universal solutions. With the answers in hand, research would become significantly easier. In a movie, those primitive people still using bronze had mastered faster than light travel simply because their planet had a substance that was easily obtainable, while Blue Star hadn't developed superluminal speeds due to the absence of that substance. It's like being unable to transition from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age because there's no iron here. If that primitive planet has even this substance, then the development they bring would be unimaginable. Zhi Weiqiang muttered to himself while gazing at the moon after hanging up. Meanwhile, upon receiving the information from Zhi Weiqiang, Lita immediately gathered their scientists to begin studying it. With a process and answers at hand, Lafa also had capable individuals who quickly understood. Indeed, I don't know what Deng has, but this theory of nuclear fusion from Huaxia is evidently feasible. Moreover, Deng has been using the LJMX 342 mathematical model for research, which is considered quite outdated. The mathematical model provided by Huaxia this time is clearly more advanced and aesthetically pleasing. Additionally, Huaxia has genuinely begun notifying its citizens and overseas Chinese in that area to evacuate as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the person in charge of Lafa felt as delighted as enjoying icy treats in summer, utterly elated. Were those people from Deng still mocking me? Were those people from the lighthouse still threatening me? Haha, this time the lighthouse spent a fortune to buy Deng's failed technology. There would surely be a good show to watch. The person in charge of Lata thought of mocking them, but they felt a bit outmatched and couldn't officially go out to ridicule. However, leaking this incident through anonymous sources should be acceptable. Thus, they simultaneously notified their people to evacuate quickly while conducting checks and contacted numerous anonymous sources to leak the story. At this moment, Qian Lao from the Blue Star Moon Palace Command Center was practically livid. Rarely did he curse. Damn it, they've done these morally bankrupt things and still want to pin the blame on us. Qian Lao also reported the matter upwards, and soon a piece of intelligence was relayed back stating that the lighthouse had suddenly begun to formulate corresponding regulations granting tax exemption for Huaxia food in the experimental area, thus allowing it to be sold at lower prices. This measure would make Huaxia food the primary sustenance in that region. What does this mean? Isn't it just that when those people develop cancer, they will say it's the fault of Huaxia food? Utterly shameless with no limits. Thus, without hesitation, he called for Ji Xiang to go on the news broadcast. When the time for the news broadcast arrived, Ji Xiang appeared punctually and began speaking directly. The lighthouse's nuclear fusion experiment in Gata State has evidently failed, yet they deliberately mislead the public to switch to Huaxia food, intending to lay the blame for cancer on us. This is disgraceful and has no bottom line. Please, overseas Chinese tourists in that region, evacuate as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Latawa was quietly notifying its close allies to quickly call their people back. Little did they expect Huaxia to confront them heated. It was truly shocking. Huaxia had always been steady and development-focused. Why had they suddenly become so aggressive? Inside, they began contacting each other. Brother, what's going on? Why is there such a sudden outbreak of anger? Brother, I'm sending you some materials to look at. He then sent over the information about the lighthouse, changing its policy to dump grain in that area, along with analyses from experts predicting future developments. Damn, that's too shameless. If this brother doesn't speak up in 2 years, no, in 2 months the blame will fall on him. Those ignorant people in that area who are happily indoctrinated would believe that Huaxia's food causes radiation. There's no helping it. Some people just want to behave like animals, and it's truly helpless. At Gata State Volcano Park, a well-known tourist area, it was still peak tourist season, and many locals relied on this time to earn money. Today the sun was just right, and an elderly native woman selling sun hats set up her stall. However, these people saw foreigners hurriedly checking their phones and quickly leaving without even understanding what was happening. They opened their phones to search for news, but there was hardly any news to be found. The nuclear fusion experiment had succeeded, while the remaining issues included safeguarding the rights of multigender fluidity. The environmentalist vegetarians had once again forced a chemical plant to halt operations, and the efforts of Huaxia students relentlessly squeezing the learning and work opportunities of the locals were frequently reported. These were common news stories, and while they initially bore no discrimination against Huaxia individuals, seeing such news repeatedly could easily lead to malice during unfavorable times. But why were all these people now fleeing in haste? So someone hurriedly grabbed a white man and asked what happened. Why are you all leaving? The white man looked puzzled. Didn't you receive the news? What did you receive? The white man quickly showed the old lady a text message and immediately drove away. A fleeting glance almost gave the elderly lady a heart attack. The glaring warning text read, "Notice all citizens of Langshire Prefecture are advised not to go to Gata Prefecture due to suspected severe radiation. Citizens currently in Gata Prefecture should leave quickly and seek the nearest hospital for anti-radiation treatment." The Federation operates under a federal system, and other states do not concern themselves with the affairs of Gata Prefecture, focusing solely on their own matters. The old lady checked her phone again, and not only did she not receive any messages, but she couldn't even find a single news article. Clearly, people all over the world knew about it, and most of the people in the Federation were aware, yet the residents of Gata Prefecture remained oblivious. It is important to note that Gata Prefecture is originally a gathering place for the indigenous people of the region who prefer not to engage with the outside world. Some tribes do not even use mobile phones, making it difficult to obtain news. The fact that they received no notifications and that news was even blocked is shocking. Is this what freedom of speech looks like? A genuine native curse erupted. "I speak, you babble nonsense." Without a second thought, he discarded his sun hat and rushed to inform the villagers. Online discussions erupted as well, and this incident was bound to be significant. Moreover, there was no way to hide it. Anyone equipped with radiation detection gear could easily reveal levels far exceeding normal natural radiation. Incredible. My brother from the Federation is truly ruthless. This operation is on par with a divine cow. That statement was not wrong. The Federation has become divine, and just the other day the divine cow announced that they had climbed the sun under the cover of darkness. That's not all. I just heard from a source that all other states nationwide issued warning notices except for Gata Prefecture. Just think about it, it's terrifying when you think deeply. International netizens eagerly chimed in, "This is too absurd. I dare not to apply for heritage. You should apply yourselves. Don't worry, our Ganges water cures all ailments. A mere radiation issue can be resolved with a bottle. You keep bringing up that past incident to blacken our name. Turns out you operate like this. Truly impressive." Everyone was paying attention to these matters, but those environmental organizations and public intellectuals online were suddenly silent. They all knew this was akin to touching a sore spot for their fathers, and touching it would be fatal. Meanwhile, Huaxia donated a batch of anti-radiation supplies to Gata Prefecture. For Huaxia, this was a drop in the bucket, but the public relations value was immense. Soon the Federation Space Agency realized they could no longer keep this under wraps. Now the whole world knew, and they had to provide an explanation. They could not take the blame for this. They could only shift it to their allies. This incident was caused by high-level traders on the Great Eagle side, leading to the failure of this experiment. Additionally, we are making every effort to evacuate and treat the affected citizens. Please be wary of malicious disaster relief. No one saw the disaster relief personnel, but there was no shortage of online commentary. The comments below were not buying it. Malicious disaster relief. Impressive, that's a new term. The mayor of the Federation stated that disaster relief is a task for socialism. Only the strong can survive here. I thought that was your bottom line, but it turns out it was your moral ceiling. Public opinion overwhelmingly criticized the Federation, with all the colonial intellectuals keeping their mouths shut. However, the Federation quickly devised a countermeasure. While they were not in a hurry to manage the disaster, they needed to win the public relations battle. For now, they could only make their allies suffer. Various sources having emerged from obscure corners leaked that the Great Eagle, in collusion with Huaxiao and the Bear, had set a trap for the Federation, driving the online narrative in this direction. Even the Federation's celebrities joined in to steer the narrative, leaving no stone unturned. Shockingly, the voices from the disaster-hit areas were drowned out, and various conspiracy theories flooded the internet, with no one paying attention to the victims. The Great Eagle was also dumbstruck. "Why are you shifting the blame to us for your issues? We are fed up. Clearly, you were given theoretical results. Instead of conducting small-scale experiments, first you took a big step forward and now face consequences, yet you want to blame us." The person in charge of the Great Eagle was furious, while the scientists and members of the energy department were even more enraged. Damn it. We were supposed to be conducting a technological exchange, and now, due to an accident caused by Huaxia, we lose out on enhanced energy efficiency and the chance to export technology to neighboring countries to improve livelihoods, and now we have to take the blame. All due to the foolish actions of incompetent leaders. And these idiots still want to shift the blame downwards. Soon, an anonymous insider revealed to the media that Huaxia had invited the Great Eagle for a technological exchange regarding nuclear fusion and energy efficiency. Once this revelation surfaced, it caused yet another storm. Even the Federation was shocked. Analysts immediately pointed out that this deal was purely profitable for the Great Eagle. Even if their nuclear fusion technology were valid, this exchange would still be a boon. Clearly, the Great Eagle lacked the capability to advance nuclear fusion research, so trading for technology that could enhance their own energy efficiency and be exportable to neighboring countries was a win-win. They calculated that this technology could reduce their national energy consumption by 5% and create foreign exchange profits equivalent to 10%, leaving them with no reason to refuse. To be honest, if they had the technology, Huaxiao approaching them for a technological exchange would likely have led them to agree. The residents of the Great Eagle were also astonished. They didn't know how to analyze it, but they could understand others' analyses. The examples given were straightforward. Regardless of whether they sold it to neighboring countries, simply using this technology could reduce electricity costs from $10 to $5. Moreover, factory costs would drop due to this, and the prices of daily necessities would decrease by about 20%. Suddenly it all clicked. So we could originally run the electricity 24 hours a day without saving, but now, because of them, not only can we not afford electricity, but food is also expensive, and all the money we earn is split among those people. Is this something a human can do? Don't those up there know what kind of life we led? Damn it. At that moment, public outrage surged, and all sorts of crude language poured out, even leading to protests. Netizens from various countries collectively gathered. Damn it. I misunderstood my brothers. They set such high prices, so we couldn't buy it. They just didn't want us to succeed. Such great love. Incredible. Even if our own people starve or freeze to death, they won't let Huaxiao have a chance to develop. You understand, right? Enough said. The application for heritage is ready. Just sign it, and it can be submitted. Don't worry, you are the empire upon which the sun never sets. You won't fear the cold. When the frigid current arrives, just bask in your endless sunlight. Haha. The public's focus swiftly turned towards the Great Eagle. Of course, the Federation was definitely stoking the flames, as now no one was paying attention to the plight of the hundreds of thousands of disaster victims. Meanwhile, Huaxia continued to advance its plans and had already begun designing and constructing a nuclear fusion power station at the Blue Star Moon Palace Command Center. They were just waiting for Zhang Weiguo to collect those alien technology fragments or ores to successfully build the core reactor. The sealed chamber had already been partially completed and was undergoing experimental testing. Liu had been busy all day, and though night had fallen, he still could not rest. In a few hours, Zhang Weiguo would likely arrive, and this time he needed to tell him that he knew his identity, so he had to find someone familiar, yet not too close, as Zhang Weiguo was still in a dangerous position. Thus, Liu was searching for Zhang Weiguo's childhood friend Chen Tianlei. At this moment, Chen Tianlei was feeling quite displeased. Tonight was supposed to be a reunion with his university classmates, and he had gone with excitement. However, he did not expect everyone to change so quickly, each becoming rather materialistic. He could understand, as everyone was just trying to make a living. Yet he was caught off guard when a rival from university, who had previously clashed with him, suddenly struck it rich due to his family's relocation. Meanwhile, Chen Tianlei was still jobless. At the hotel, that rival constantly provoked him. Now that he had money, he had grown a pair of flunkies. Chen Tianlei was too lazy to get entangled with him, so he decided to leave and found an internet cafe next door to message his childhood friend Zhang Weiguo. Back at the hotel, his rival Wang Hong was enjoying drinks and the flattery of those around him, while wondering why Chen Tianlei had not returned yet. During their university days, Chen Tianlei had always overshadowed him. Now that he had money and Chen Tianlei was still an unemployed wanderer without a job, it was only natural for him to humiliate Chen properly. Moreover, he figured this would be the only chance he would get. Chen Tianlei probably wouldn't show up again next time. The flunky beside Wang Hong noticed his thoughts and said, "Wang Xiao, that guy Chen probably isn't coming back. I think he's already logged into the game." Wang Hong took out his phone. When they were still unfamiliar with each other, they had played games together. He logged in and discovered that there was no sign of Chen Tianlei. It's not his own account, it's his childhood friend's account. He said it was his friend's dying wish to reach the highest rank, so he often plays on his friend's account. Wang Hong put down his phone. What rank is he at now? It seems he's at silver. Wang Hong almost spat out his drink. Let's go greet little Chen, then I'll take you all to eat 5 Gene big lobsters. Many other classmates also found Wang Hong's attitude intolerable and decided to leave. However, Wang Hong was still followed by 7 or 8 people, each with their own intentions. Some wanted to borrow money, some aimed to set a trap for Wang Hong, and some simply enjoyed making trouble. Soon after Chen Tianlei left, he logged into the game, knowing he must be nearby. After a casual search, he found an internet cafe, and a group of people led by Wang Hong prepared to make trouble for him. Meanwhile, Li Huo was also on his way, as internet access required real name registration. As soon as Chen Tianlei started gaming, Li Huo received the address and rushed over. Chen Tianlei had just finished a match, and he was having a bad day. All his teammates were too inexperienced to carry him. After being tormented during dinner and losing 3 consecutive games, Chen Tianlei was truly furious. The angrier he became, the more he thought of Zhang Weiguo, lamenting the absence of someone to share jokes with. Chen Tianlei opened a bottle of soda, planning to take a break before heading home. Tomorrow he would visit the old man, at least it would show some filial piety to his brother. Plus, the old man was quite talkative, and listening to tales from the past was quite enjoyable. Wow, impressive silver rank with a record of 134, a real expert. Can you carry me? Wang Hong's irritating voice came over. Chen Tianlei was speechless. Although they were rivals in university, he hadn't actually killed him. Why was this guy still bothering him after he had left? Chen Tianlei immediately stood up, ready to confront him, startling Wang Hong. However, he quickly regained his composure. Wang Hong was a somewhat clever but truly despicable person. He knew that even though he had money, he could still encounter people he couldn't provoke. Thus, he never acted too arrogant. However, being both cowardly and arrogant, he happened to encounter Chen Tianlei, someone with whom he had unresolved grievances, and decided to vent his recent frustrations on him. What do you want to do? You want to hit someone? Right, you're broke and unemployed, so you're indeed invincible. You can just hit whoever you want, it doesn't matter. Wang Hong mockingly taunted him. Chen Tianlei was really infuriated, but he held back, not wanting to resort to violence. Engaging in a fight with such a person would be pointless. Even if he won, it would still be annoying. Oh, it's not your own account, it's your childhood friend's account. Are you afraid that he's having too good a time in hell? Hearing this, Chen Tianlei became extremely angry and could no longer hold back. He stepped forward to slap Wang Hong, but to his surprise he missed, and Wang Hong flew backward instead. What? Do I know internal martial arts? Is he trying to provoke me? Just as he was in shock, a tall figure emerged from behind him. It was Li Hua. Li Hua had already seen Chun Tianli's photo before. When he entered, he noticed a group surrounding Chen Tianlei and immediately got anxious. After all, he was about to video call Zhang Weiguo, and if Zhang Weiguo saw Chen Tianlei with a bruised face, he might question whether the blue star was indeed a normal Huaxia. So in his anxiety, he kicked Wang Hong, who seemed to be the leader, causing Chen Tianlei's slap to miss. The sound was loud, and instantly everyone in the internet cafe stood up staring at Li Hua, who looked quite extraordinary. The security guard also came over. Being a retired soldier, upon seeing Li Hua's stance, he simply said, "Call the police quickly. We can't handle this." When kicking, Li Hua had used just enough force to push Wang Hong away, causing minor injury. Wang Hong, struggling to get up, pointed at Li Hua and shouted, "Who are you? Why did you kick me for no reason? I have a lawyer. I'll make you understand how expensive that kick was." Li Hua's mind was racing. He had been a bit impulsive, not in kicking someone, but in escalating the situation. Now that so many people were watching, it would be troublesome if they focused on this. He needed a reasonable excuse. His mind raced back to when he tried to understand his daughter better and had looked for content she enjoyed, such as tales of returning heroes, invincible young immortals, and so on. Although he had found them cringeworthy at the time, they provided a good remedy for the current situation. Ignoring Wang Hong, Li Hua leaned toward Chen Tianlei and said, "Young master, there's no time to waste. The old master is calling you back." At this, Wang Hong and the flunkies were stunned. Could it be that Chen Tianlei had always been low-key, but was actually the heir of some powerful family? Looking at the impressive bodyguard, it was clear that he was not someone just anyone could hire. Chen Tianli's mind also went blank. His family had always been farmers. What? My dad hasn't finished harvesting 2 mu of wheat, and he sent Commander Wang to find me to go back and harvest. Doesn't Huaxia have wheat harvesters? The other netizens around him also went blank. What the hell? A young master from a wealthy family is here in an internet cafe. So humble. Could it be that I have a family fortune of billions, but I don't know it? Seeing the reactions of those around him, Chen Tianlei instantly realized that regardless of what the truth was, he just needed to walk out proudly and leave behind a legendary tale. Without a word, Chen Tianlei walked out with an air of coldness. Li Hua followed behind him, and not a single person dared to move. Wearing dark sunglasses, he casually walked to the front desk and said coolly, "If I find out any videos are posted online, you know the consequences." The female staff at the counter stared blankly, feeling he was so cool. Li Hua followed Chen Tianlei into the elevator, then down to the first floor. "Big brother, what exactly is going on? Just tell me, I can handle it. Do you know Zhang Weiguo?" "I know him. He's definitely a good person. When we were kids, he wouldn't even steal corn to roast. He's on the moon now, immortal and indestructible." Chen Tianlei turned around and re-entered the elevator. "What are you doing?" Li Hua asked. "I'm going back up to get beaten up. Their strength is strong, and they're a group of lunatics. I can't handle it." Li Hua pulled Chen Tianlei back forcefully, quickly stuffing him into the car, casually tossing him an identification document. Chen Tianlei glanced at it and exclaimed, "Big brother, there should be a limit to your forgery, right? I could pretend to believe a mediocre one, but a title like the director of the National Security Department is truly beyond my capacity to accept. And big brother, just tell the truth. Since you made me look impressive today, as long as it's not betraying my country, I'm willing to do anything." Chen Tianlei reminisced about his life, certain that he was indeed his father's biological son, as he looked almost identical to him and resembled his grandfather as well. His grandfather wielded a scythe like an artist, not a descendant of some hidden aristocratic family, but a genuine old farmer. Academically, he wasn't very bright, nor was he skilled at games. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he truly felt somewhat worthless. As for the claim about Zhang Weiguo being immortal on the moon, whoever believes that is foolish. "I am the fool." Chen Tianlei directly admitted it. Moments ago, Li Hua had brought him to the command center of the Blue Star Moon Palace project, where he saw Zhang Weiguo's father, old Zhang, training some young people inside. He even received a cup of water from the prominent figure he saw on the news. Given the situation, he unhesitatingly acknowledged that he was indeed a fool. His brother, his childhood friend, his close comrade Zhang Weiguo. He really went to the moon. And he is immortal. His mind was buzzing, but he quickly forced himself to accept this reality. Now there was a question: what did it have to do with him that his brother went to the moon? Could it be that he was also a chosen child? Was the heavens making him live like a useless person who couldn't find a job just for this day? Chen Tianlei was filled with anticipation, even having thought of how to dramatically display his fearless courage afterward. Soon Li Hua returned, now aware that Qian Lao and he knew Zhang Weiguo's identity, and he explained it to him. After the explanation, Chen Tianlei finally understood. So what the big guy means is that he crossed over to the current moon 5 years ago, and has been in contact with the organization while being unsure if the current blue star is the same as his blue star, which has been a concern. Yes, then isn't old Zhang also there? It would be better for him to communicate directly. The situation on Xiao Zhang's side is still quite complex, so we don't know if he's willing to tell them now. Therefore, we'll ask him first, and then you can communicate with him. Of course, you can't go out, but weren't you looking for a job? This can offer you a job specifically to communicate with Zhang Weiguo to relieve his stress and keep his spirits up. Chen Tianlei excitedly pumped his fist. Haha, I knew that when you broke your leg playing soccer back, then I carried you for a month. This debt of gratitude will be repaid. Is it a civil servant? How much does it pay, and does it include food and housing? Chen Tianlei's questions were straightforward. Yes, a lot, food and housing included. They will notify your family, but you can't easily contact the outside world or go out. Got it, no problem. When will we contact him? Wait, he hasn't returned yet. Once we communicate with him, we'll call you. By the way, I heard you talking about Zhang Weiguo's game. What does King mean? Oh, it's a game we all like to play in high school. We agreed to rank up together after the college entrance examination, but he disappeared. I thought I'd rank up for him to fulfill his wish. Zhang Weiguo's mental health is extremely important right now. Psychologists have analyzed that while he appears carefree, he is currently under immense psychological pressure. One reason is being on the original planet, and the other is the desolation of the moon, neither of which are conducive to relieving stress. Moreover, Zhang Weiguo has a strong sense of national responsibility, which causes him to behave overly well and not vent his feelings. If this continues for long, it will lead to problems. Li Hua immediately reported this matter to Qian Lao, and Qian Lao quickly responded, "Let this young man contact Weiguo to lighten his burden. Next time, send a computer up so he can play games and relax on the moon." To be honest, Zhang Weiguo has unparalleled value on the moon, but he shouldn't be working all the time. After executing the scientist's tasks, he has plenty of his own time. Just like now, after coming over, he collects some lunar soil and replaces some broken parts. The rest of the tasks are actually not urgent. He just needs to wait for the airlock to be launched. He should also have some entertainment measures to relax his mood. There's nothing much to do now. Oh, I'll get you a computer so you can play games in your room. My goodness, is this heaven? Chen Tianlei was thrilled. His missing childhood friend had returned. He had found a job that was easy with plenty of pay. The job even involved playing games and chatting with his friend. This place was truly paradise. After arranging everything here, Li Hua hurried off to handle the spy situation. Meanwhile, Qian Lao was in the laboratory of the sealed chamber asking, "How are the experimental results?" The simulated lunar environment is completely feasible, and it can even handle harsher conditions. We had actually reached this level of research quite some time ago. Recently, we have been focusing on how to adapt to mechanical assembly, which has encountered issues regarding faster repairs and higher assembly difficulty, requiring more precise operations for the sealed chamber. However, it seems there are no problems now. We have Gangu above, so research can continue, but the sealed chamber can be launched first. Indeed, many issues on the moon are related to environmental factors and the absence of human operation. With Zhang Weiguo, many problems become easily solvable. Qian Lao pondered for a moment. Prepare for launch. Let's send it up to see if this equipment can withstand the lunar environment. Additionally, we cannot neglect mechanical installation. We must continue our research. Our future extends beyond the moon. We must also head to Mars and further into the universe. All right, preparations for another rocket launch began, and Qian Lao specifically arranged for a domestically produced computer to be sent up. With nuclear fusion, there was no fear of running out of power. When Zhang Weiguo returned this time, he checked other directions and found nothing amiss. He focused entirely on the situation of the primitive tribe, even taking the time to recharge the cameras there. Fortunately, those were electronic spider cameras, so he didn't need to get too close for charging, making it quite safe. Next time he came up, he would bring a few more unlimited charging stations to bury along the path for direct, unlimited charging. Although the consumption was a bit high, he had nuclear fusion power generation, which was definitely sufficient. In the primitive tribe, that bee-killing boy was still teaching his younger brother the skills of killing bees. However, Zhang Weiguo observed him preparing something in a secluded corner, having already visited the witch's thatched hut several times. The last time he emerged, he was carrying a bulging bag of unknown contents. This little guy seems ready to take action. The sky is about to darken. He can't possibly act in the middle of the night. At the very least, he has to wait until tomorrow. Zhang Weiguo checked the time and estimated that he could return in 12 hours. Communicating with these primitives earlier could promote development and allow him to collect fragments for building a large nuclear power station for his country, bringing leaps in various fields. Moreover, now he had a gun in addition to his crossbow, significantly enhancing safety. As long as he didn't charge directly into the tribe, it should be fine. After thinking it through, Zhang Weiguo returned to the moon and saw Li Hua and Qian Lao standing seriously in front of the video with no one else around. What had happened? Old Qian, what happened? Old Qian spoke seriously without holding back. He explained the situation. Xiao, gang, we found your fingerprints on the alien technology fragments you returned. Fortunately, you are one of us from Huaxia. Your parents are safe and your childhood friends are still around. However, 5 years have passed since you went missing. Zhang Weiguo, welcome home. Zhang Weiguo was momentarily stunned. He indeed had touched that alien technology fragment, but he hadn't thought much of it. After all, he was just a high school graduate preparing for university and not a habitual killer. Upon hearing old Qian mention his fingerprints, he realized his identity must have been exposed, which was reasonable since the state would want to know who he was. However, it was fortunate that everyone was still safe and only 5 years had passed. Although he couldn't breathe on the moon, Zhang Weiguo still took a few deep breaths to calm his excited heart. Good. That's a relief. He felt. Meanwhile, Qin Tianlei was brought over by Li Hua. Since old Qian and the others already knew Zhang Weiguo had no need to hide from the camera, he stood confidently in front. Qin Tianlei felt a bit reserved when he first arrived, standing next to a high-ranking official from the National Security Department and a leading figure in technology who often appeared on the news. He spoke softly. Xiao Hong, is that really you? Upon hearing that nickname, Zhang Weiguo knew it was definitely Qin Tianlei. In their earlier years, he often expressed passionate and rosy opinions, leading his childhood friend Qin Tianlei to give him the nickname Xiao Hong. Wow, lazy, how come you've aged so much in just a few days? Old Qian quietly left with Li Hua, allowing Zhang Weiguo and his childhood friend to communicate freely and alleviate some of the tension in their hearts. A few days? You call that a few days? I've been gone for 5 years. But don't worry, our parents are both in good health. Old Li said that old Zhang bravely fought off 4 spies, quite impressive. Your girlfriend is also doing well, as she's been looking for you every day and hasn't talked to anyone else. She's been taking care of your parents so well that old Zhang has recognized her as his goddaughter. Zhang Weiguo finally felt relieved. Thankfully, his girlfriend hadn't moved on. If she showed up with 2 kids to see him, he truly wouldn't be able to accept that. After all, only a few days had passed for him. With the major issues clarified, what could the 2 men talk about? They could chat about the way the pancake maker outside the door was not authentic, pondering how if he were in command during a battle, the world would not be in its current state. Zhang Weiguo had even more to share. He was truly on the moon. Xiaolei, did you see the news a couple of days ago? Shin Niu's rocket hit the moon, did you know? I saw it with my own eyes and found the technology of the lighthouse inside. Zhang Weiguo had so much to say. He wasn't worried at all about Qin Tianlei leaking information. After all, he was now the biggest secret of Huaxia. Now that you can see me, there's nothing we can't talk about. By the way, did you know? I'm working on nuclear fusion by hand. Soon you'll be able to use nearly free electricity, all thanks to me. Also, I can go to an alien planet. There's a guy there, be a meter tall with a stinger half a meter long, and there are primitive people. Remember when we talked about leading primitive people to civilization back in school? I'm about to do that, and this group of primitives even has a black box. Can you believe it? Maybe soon we'll be able to meet on the moon. Zhang Weiguo spoke excitedly, and Qin Tianlei listened intently. In recent days, Zhang Weiguo had indeed felt a bit suppressed. It was hard to share such matters with scientists. They were concerned with major national issues, and it wasn't right to bother them with trivial things. After boasting for a while, Zhang Weiguo's mood improved. How about you? How have you been? Haven't you found a girlfriend? Aren't you supposed to break free from being single after going to university? Women would only slow down my typing speed. I'm still maintaining my single status. Plus, I've upgraded your account to silver to fulfill your wish. Wow, I'm not gold. How did my rank drop? What have you been doing during your 4 years in college? This is not important. Do you know what happened when Old Li came to pick me up? What happened? I thought my true love would one day arrive on a rainbow cloud to pick me up, but it turned out to be Old Li wearing sunglasses coming to rescue me from the internet cafe. A few thugs tried to harass my dad, but then Old Li showed up, kicked one away, and said, "Young master, the old man wants you to come home early." What the hell? Even if you gave me a pen to write a novel, I couldn't come up with such a plot. Zhang Weiguo was also shocked. He hadn't expected Old Li to create such a dramatic scenario of a bodyguard rescuing the young master. Not only that, thanks to you, I'm now also a civil servant of the state. I get free meals and accommodation just playing around and offering you emotional support every day. Hearing Qin Tianlei's words, Zhang Weiguo felt very happy to help his brother. Of course, a son's business is a father's business. Don't mention it. Haha, I still have to give you emotional support. Otherwise, I'm worried you might fall into the dark path, son. The two had already formed a father-son bond, ready to exchange passionate words when old Qian entered the room. Instantly, all coarse language turned pure. Be careful on that primitive planet. Make sure to protect yourself first. You two don't worry down there. Hint to my girlfriend, don't let her give up before dawn. Damn, saying this made it sound like I'm in the 18th layer of hell. But with old Qian there, it was best not to speak coarsely in front of someone so respected. Alright, don't worry. At that moment, old Qian spoke, it's fine. You can chat when you return next time. The linguists have analyzed some languages and psychologists have analyzed a few key individuals. They will explain some things to you which will help you interact with those people more confidently. By the way, if you have time recently, you can smooth out the area under the cave. Soon we will be going to the moon in a pressure-sealed cabin. If all goes well, you'll be eating dumplings on New Year's Day. After bidding farewell to Chun Tianlei before the linguistic psychologist arrived, Zhang Weiguo spoke up. Old Qian, could you send over a few more unlimited energy transfer devices? I have a nuclear fusion power generator, and the energy is more than sufficient. I'm not worried about waste, which means we won't have to charge those spider cameras every time. Sure, no problem. He'll include them all this time along with the sealed cabin, Old Qian said before leaving. Zhang Weiguo concealed his identity again, as it was better to let only a few people know his true self. When the linguist and psychologist entered, they still struggled to make comparisons. The linguist could only confirm some pronouns from the video, such as firestone and food. However, it was the psychologist who was truly important. The videos you sent back are crucial, and your hypotheses are quite likely to be realized. The psychologist was also very excited. We analyzed the behaviors of the previous pair of brothers and the father-son duo, and there is almost a 90% certainty that the child who is allergic to bees is a responsible individual, he said. Moreover, he is a kind person who respects his father and cares for his younger brother. You might have only seen the two of them fighting, but our combat experts have analyzed it. The older brother's combat skills absolutely exceed those of the younger brother. He is clearly teaching his brother how to fight, often willing to take risks himself rather than seeing his brother get hurt. Such a person is an excellent choice for our first encounter. Zhang Weiguo was also very excited after hearing this. With the expert's analysis, there was a newfound confidence. If they could establish contact with this primitive tribe, not only could they gain a better understanding of this world, but they could also acquire more materials and perhaps even evolve their own mind space again. Great. I see that older brother probably won't last long. He has been teaching his younger brother lately, seeming quite anxious. I estimate he will soon take action, the engineer responsible for the sealed cabin research said after finishing a discussion with the linguistic psychologist. We have completed the preliminary research on the sealed cabin. After conducting a few more tests, we can send it with our rocket to the moon. At that time, the instruction manual and user guide will also arrive, so we will need Brother Gang to help us test it out. No problem. After the engineers explained, the skilled members of the Wild Fox team also taught survival skills. Once everything was complete, Zhang Weiguo did not linger here and returned directly to the primitive planet. The temperature was dropping, and Zhang Weiguo adhered to his previous practice of prioritizing safety by staying in the warm treehouse for 12 hours. He also took the opportunity to review the previous night's footage. From the playback, it was clear that winter was approaching as the frequency of the large bees and army ants venturing out had increased. The people within the primitive tribe were similarly active, heading out at dawn, seemingly to store food for the winter. From recent observations, Zhang Weiguo also discovered that the tribe lacked the ability to kill creatures as large as dinosaurs. It seemed that the dinosaur leg from last time was merely a corpse they scavenged, or else they would have killed a few more dinosaurs. The chief's eldest son in the tribe was increasingly strict while teaching his younger brother, indicating that action would be taken soon. Another 12 hours passed, and Zhang Weiguo began collecting fruits and firewood, then continued to observe the tribe. Thus, after a period of time, Zhang Weiguo spent his days observing the primitive tribe on the original planet, gathering food and firewood. On the moon, he worked on flattening the cave floor and conducted some tests under the guidance of scientists. Afterward, he would chat with Chun Tianlei for a while. One day, Old Qian was happily chatting with Zhang Weiguo, saying, "In 3 days we will conduct the final test, and our sealed cabin will be ready to go to the moon. The time to meet your fellow countrymen on the moon is drawing ever closer." He continued, "Moreover, the development of space technology is not just isolated, it has also boosted many other industries, especially with breakthroughs in nuclear fusion. The country has started laying out plans, and our voice on the international stage has gained substantial strength." Zhang Weiguo was also pleased. In recent days, he had conducted numerous tests and practically finalized all the scientific research blueprints. That's great. It seems we might make it in time for the National Day in 2029, Zhang Weiguo said with a smile. That's definitely achievable. With a lunar base, our development will accelerate even further, he replied. By the way, I haven't seen Captain Li around recently, Zhang Weiguo asked curiously. Seeing our progress, those people are getting anxious, sending spies like crazy. Li has been busy catching spies lately, he responded. Those shameless people, instead of focusing on their own development, only know how to annoy others. It's truly disgraceful. No worries, they won't affect us. We are developing in an upright manner, and those phantoms will be crushed sooner or later. As he ended the call, Zhang Weiguo headed for the original planet, feeling increasingly homesick. Once he established normal communication with the primitive tribe, he would contact his family immediately. Upon returning to the original planet, he again stayed in the treehouse for 12 hours before taking any further action. Watching the playback while eating fruits life was quite pleasant. After 12 hours had passed, and Zhang Weiguo was ready to act, snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky. It's snowing. I wonder how cold the winter will be here, he mused. After this thought, Zhang Weiguo suddenly noticed something happening in the monitoring feed. The tribe's chief had already led his people out to hunt and gather food for winter storage early in the day. However, Yin, who should have continued teaching his brother combat skills, had not started that day. Instead, he was earnestly advising his brother on something. Sure, I have finished teaching you the combat skills. The rest is for you to practice. You must practice hard to lead the tribe in survival, he said. Although the younger brother sure was not strong, he was quite clever and quickly realized what his brother Yan's attitude was very firm. Those bees are our main enemies. If I cannot face them, how can I help the tribe obtain food? Should I just waste food in the tribe? You don't need to worry. Oh, I'm not recklessly going to my death. I will sneak into the beehive to obtain royal jelly to treat my condition. Before I go, I consulted the shaman, and she provided me with materials to mask my presence. Don't be afraid, he reassured. Brother, now is not the best time. The end of the white-haired days is the best time to go. The younger brother sure insisted, not wanting his brother to go, as it was too dangerous. When the white-haired days come, have you forgotten what happened last time? Because there was no food, those elders voluntarily walked into the deep forest. Our food supply is insufficient this time. I must go. Otherwise, Grandma will have to leave. I will definitely return. Yin made a promise to his younger brother, then resolutely shouldered his belongings and left the tribe. Zhang Weiguo chose not to follow attentively, watching the surveillance. After leaving the tribe, Yin quickly arrived at the Great Rift Valley. His strength was insufficient to leap across the rift, so he carried a bundle made of vines with a spike-like object tied to his tail. With a powerful swing, he hooked it onto a tree on this side and pulled hard to ensure its safety. After confirming it was secure, he swung across. Zhang Weiguo, witnessing this scene, could only lament that with such strength, Yin would undoubtedly be an Olympic champion if he threw a discus. After swinging over, Yin looked up at the sun without a hint of hesitation and quickly headed towards the location of Bee Mountain. Zhang Weiguo did not rush into contact. It was not the right time yet. The first interaction was crucial. Any misunderstandings could breed hostility within the tribe, making future changes difficult. Thus, he preferred to take it slow, sacrificing some opportunities to avoid impulsiveness. Yin soon reached Bee Mountain, unfolded the animal skin on his back, took out a set of clothes made from processed bee corpses, and after putting them on, he retrieved a ceramic jar. He smeared the yellow-black substance inside the jar onto the seams of his clothes and poured the remainder over himself. Then, without saying a word, he walked towards Bee Mountain. Events progressed rapidly. The young Yin had decisively entered Bee Mountain. Zhang Weiguo emerged from the treetop and quickly reached a nearby tree at Bee Mountain, beginning to wait. The area outside Bee Mountain. Impressive. Behind him, bees were chasing furiously. The young Yin was now somewhat exhausted. Just as a bee's stinger was about to pierce him, Zhang Weiguo no longer hesitated. He drew his pistol equipped with a silencer, and with a sharp crack shot the stinger of the leading bee. Yin had thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly someone saved him. Following the direction, he saw a strange human in unusual clothing. Normally, he wouldn't approach recklessly, but now he was left with no choice as he was on the brink of death and dashed towards Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo felt a bit awkward. He had initially intended to shoot the large bee's body, but mistakenly hit its stinger and saved Yin instead. Since he had already acted, Zhang Weiguo no longer concealed himself, immediately firing continuously. The bees were relatively large, and Zhang Weiguo had practiced shooting a few times. His hit rate was decent. The bees had never encountered such a situation, and the frontline comrades kept dropping Su. The young Yin, forcing himself to run to Zhang Weiguo's side, could no longer hold on and fainted. Zhang Weiguo saw the bees flee and understood that the forest could be perilous. He immediately removed the torn bee clothing from Yin and stored it in his space. Then he quickly used leaves to mask Yin's scent and took out an allergy medication, feeding him a few pills. He moved Yin to a relatively safe place. He had scouted still in a tree, but not near his treehouse for safety. After doing all this, Zhang Weiguo finally felt relieved. This interaction had been perfect. As long as Yin could successfully wake up, future communication with the tribe would be absolutely fine. After all, he had saved his life, and this young man, as analyzed, was responsible and would not forget kindness. They had successfully established a connection which would facilitate faster development in the future. At the very least, exchanging food, medicine, or protective gear for black box products, or ores should. Zhang Weiguo carefully tended to the young Yin, worried that his weakened body needed nourishment, and gave him some nutritional liquid. Soon Yan's breathing stabilized. It's settled. Young man, you will become the pioneer leading the tribe towards civilization. Zhang Weiguo laughed happily and even made a joke to the sleeping Yin. By this time, darkness had almost completely fallen. The tribe's leader returned, dragging his weary body back to the tribe, while the clansmen brought back some food, but it was clearly insufficient, leaving the entire hunting team feeling disheartened. Just as the leader returned, he heard news that made him anxious. What? Yin went off to find the queen bee honey all by himself. The leader Feng repeated the words in shock. Yes, brother, he didn't want the tribe to take risks for him, nor did he want to eat for free in the tribe. He said he consulted the shaman and would come back. As the leader of the tribe, he was somewhat aware of the shaman's abilities and did not hold blind faith in them. It has been a long time since he left. If he was successful, he should have come out by now. I will take the clansmen to take a look. After speaking, the leader Feng called together a few capable clansmen. Although he could not risk leading the clansmen directly into Bee Mountain for his son Sake, searching the forest before deep nightfall was still feasible. He knew the bees would not easily enter the forest, fearing what lay within. Soon 4 or 5 tribal warriors gathered, and following leader Feng, they sprinted quickly. They soon reached the Great Rift Valley. These warriors and leader Feng were the strongest in the tribe, needing no ropes. With a rune up, they leaped into the air and jumped across the chasm, their feet sinking deeply into the earth. The footprints Zhang Weiguo had seen here last time belonged to these warriors. When the tribe arrived, Zhang Weiguo also received news. Although the entire forest wouldn't receive the information, the place where he currently was. The chief is down on the ground, while Zhang Weiguo stands in the tree, immediately spreading his arms to indicate that he is unarmed. All his weapons have been stored in his mind space, ready for use at any moment. The warriors of the tribe also noticed this and rushed forward. The chief Feng's wisdom is evidently higher. Although they cannot see the entirety of Yin below, it is clear that he is alive. Furthermore, seeing Zhang Weiguo's attire, though peculiar, suggests he possesses intelligence devoid of the sinister tattoos typical of a cannibal tribe, indicating he is a normal person. Chief Feng quickly deduced that Zhang Weiguo must have saved his child, and thus he spoke directly. Are you the one who saved my child? I am very grateful. What do you need? Zhang Weiguo had recently learned some of the language of the primitive tribe, and what he heard was you, me, child. I, you. With no corresponding terms available, these pronouns were the easiest to translate. From the chief's expression, Zhang Weiguo could tell there was no hostility. It must mean you saved my child, I am what you are, which is undoubtedly positive language. Although communication was challenging, Zhang Weiguo had to proceed. He began gesturing, pointing at the young Yin, and then directing towards the direction of Bee Mountain. He, go. Then he pointed at the young Yin, mimicking a sleeping motion followed by a gesture indicating carrying. Ahi. The gestures were clear. Chief Feng immediately understood that Zhang Weiguo had saved his son. However, there was still a problem. He realized that Zhang Weiguo could only comprehend simple phrases, making communication difficult. How could he convey the message to take the child away? Zhang Weiguo was thinking the same. He needed to establish contact first, and then communicate slowly. It was unrealistic to save someone in the morning and then say in the afternoon that he wanted to visit their tribe to see the treasures. Even an intelligent being would recognize the problem. Just as Zhang Weiguo planned to directly send the unconscious young Yin down, the young Yin awakened. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Weiguo in eccentric attire, his mind still hazy. His body instinctively tense, struggling to sit up and retreat. The sudden change made the tribe's warriors believe that the young chief had been threatened, and they instantly raised their spears. Even Chief Feng felt a surge of anxiety and prepared for battle. Zhang Weiguo was also on high alert, ready to act if the youth turned out to be an ungrateful scoundrel. He knew he had to eliminate these people to continue concealing his presence and preserve the possibility of communicating with the tribe later. After all, once they were dead, no one would know he was the one who killed them. Fortunately, he could always return to the moon. Even injuries were inconsequential. With firearms and hand crossbows, the success rate was high. After all, there were not many of them, and they had never in coup. The young Yin, awakening from his confusion, quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the vigilant Zhang Weiguo, as well as his father and the warriors below. He immediately shouted, "It's him who saved me." Hearing this, the warriors relaxed their tightly gripped hands, lowering their spears. Zhang Weiguo also eased his tension. Seeing both sides calm down, the young Yin finally sighed with relief. He remembered that when he infiltrated Bee Mountain and took a sip of the queen bee honey, his condition hadn't improved, it had worsened. He barely managed to escape, and just when he thought he was doomed, this person saved him. Even in his dazed state, he was fed something, and it was that very thing that saved him. He didn't rush to speak, but quickly explained to his father, "Father, I infiltrated Bee Mountain to steal the queen bee honey, but it didn't work and got worse. He saved me, helped me fend off the bees, and cured the red spots on my body." Was it cured? Chief Feng was shocked. This kind of symptom had occurred before, but none had ever been cured. The queen bee honey was only said to be effective in legends. He clearly saw that among the two sons, Yin was absolutely more suited to be the chief. If it could really be cured, it would greatly benefit both him and the tribe. At that moment, a nearby warrior approached and said, "Chief, it's getting dark. This place isn't safe." "All right, then let's return to the tribe for now and come back tomorrow during the day." Thus, Chief Feng called out, "Yin, we need to return to the tribe. It's not safe here." The young Yin understood this and knew the dark forest was terrifying. He also noticed that Zhang Weiguo didn't quite understand their words, so he gestured and said to Zhang Weiguo, "You come with me. That way safe sleep." Although Zhang Weiguo didn't fully comprehend what was said afterward, he could guess from the gestures that it was inviting him back to the tribe. However, there was still uncertainty. He couldn't return directly, especially since he was about to go to the moon. Such a sudden disappearance could easily be perceived as devilish. So he gestured and said, "I am here safe. You go back tomorrow, son. In between, come here. These 3 pills tomorrow, take 1. These were simple words that Yin could understand. After saying this, Zhang Weiguo carefully retreated from the tree into the forest, but he didn't go far. Instead, he quietly hid to observe the others' actions. Chief Feng watched Zhang Weiguo vanish into the depths of the forest, his eyes filled with apprehension. Even their tribe's strongest warriors could not guarantee safety in the forest at night. He never expected that this oddly dressed person lived deep in the forest, someone he had never seen before. To repay the life-saving grace, and for this divine object, he could only offer the most precious treasure he could find. "Yin, let's go." Sounds were already increasing in the forest. Chief Feng no longer hesitated, turned around, and called for Yin to leave. The group quickly made their way out of the forest. Seeing this, Zhang Weiguo did not dare delay and hurried back to his treehouse, which was very safe. He then activated the surveillance to observe Chief Feng and his group's movements, finding that they did not linger and encountered no dangers. They quickly returned to the tribe through the Great Fissure, and he finally felt at ease. Good. A good start. Tomorrow, formal communication can commence. He was not far from entering the tribe to access the black box. Now he had to return to the moon, otherwise he wouldn't make it back by noon tomorrow. Zhang Weiguo chose to return to the moon directly. Without any unnecessary words, he immediately began to recount what had just happened. After finishing, he continued to ask Old Qin, "Do we have any doctors here who specialize in treating allergies? I would like to inquire about the symptoms of that young boy, so we can be prepared for tomorrow." "Yes, since you mentioned it last time, we have already found an allergy expert," came the reply. Soon the expert arrived, listened to Zhang Weiguo's description, and pondered carefully before saying, "From your description, he should have undergone desensitization, otherwise he wouldn't have woken up so quickly." Desensitization. Zhang Weiguo was a bit confused, and the expert explained allergies are actually an overreaction of the immune system to something. Just like some people aren't allergic to mangoes when they're young, but become allergic as adults. Similarly, there are those who are allergic to mangoes as children, but are no longer allergic as adults. The body is a miraculous thing. The reason he went to steal royal jelly was probably because he heard that someone who consumed it no longer experienced allergies. Of course, it's also likely that the substances in royal jelly that caused his allergy are significantly less than in regular honey, but he had too much exposure, which led to a severe reaction. With your medication, he was able to recover. However, due to this severe allergic reaction, his body has now accepted the situation, and he might not experience allergies in the future. Of course, this is a special case, so don't try it lightly. "I understand, thank you, Dr. Zhang Weiguo replied, feeling great. Hurry up. I can't wait to travel to outer space. Just thinking about it is exhilarating." Recently, the little lighthouse has been a bit overbearing. It seems like there are no developments for the time being, and they have been promoting some ocean exploration, which is pointless. At this moment, Chen Fan happened to walk in. We can't say that, or it can actually be seen as a step towards space exploration. After all, the ocean also requires pressure-resistant sealed devices. However, if this experiment with the sealed cabin on the moon is successful, we can also release the next level of technology to civilian enterprises. In fact, creating an underwater hotel shouldn't be a problem. That's impressive. Chen Fan was about the same age as Chun Tianlei, very young, which made Chen Tianlei feel more relaxed. Zhang Weiguo was also quite happy. The faster the country developed, the better. After laughing, Chen Fan continued, "Our lunar module is scheduled to launch in 3 days. This time we are using a professional launch rocket, and we haven't considered the lunar module's return, so we can carry a considerable amount of equipment. It will be equipped with many experimental machines, more food and medicine, and also some weapons and armor for you. Additionally, we will include items useful for communicating with that tribe, making it easier for you to interact with those people in the future." The organization had indeed considered everything thoroughly, and he hadn't even mentioned it, yet it was all already arranged. "Also today and tomorrow you can think about what you need, and we will do our best to prepare." "All right." After chatting, Zhang Weiguo went back. The time was almost up, and he needed to review the playback in advance to see what the tribe members had been up to after returning. After Zhang Weiguo left, Jixiang once again appeared on the news broadcast. "In 3 days, we will use a launch rocket to deploy the lunar module on the moon, taking a small step towards manned lunar exploration." After a period of silence, Jixiang reappeared on the news broadcast. This event might only take a few seconds of airtime, but it caused countless waves. The people of Huaxiao were very excited. "I was wondering why there hadn't been any news recently. It turns out things were being arranged. The lunar module, deploying this thing for experimentation, doesn't it imply that we are starting to build a lunar base?" Among the public, there were still insightful people. "Yes, this thing is the foundation. It's like a house. As long as the house is fine, the remaining things like cultivation rooms, research labs, and planting rooms are just like putting things inside, very simple. Amazing. I think we are about to land on the moon soon. However, the people outside were not so happy. What's going on? What are you doing, Huaxia? How long has it been quiet? Even if it's a breakthrough, it should conform to the basic principles of a breakthrough, right? With such a rapid launch frequency, what do you intend to do? Did you discover aliens on the moon? Haha, our divine cow rocket is already heading to the Golden Bull Star while you are still dawdling on the moon. You're too slow. Ashamed to be lumped together with you as an ancient civilization of the East. Please stop watching the news and collecting intelligence. The sun that never sets is about to set. The people below pondered for a moment. If they can't watch the news, then perhaps analyzing big data could work. I dare not apply for heritage status. The wind direction is a bit off. This matter still cannot be mixed in. The cherry blossoms in my hometown have bloomed. At the Aviation Bureau of the Lighthouse, what are you all doing? Why can they consistently plan lunar landings while you cannot? This is already a new director. The last one resigned after taking the blame for the nuclear leak incident, pocketing a hefty compensation and retirement fund, and is now enjoying the sun everywhere. The new director is also furious. He didn't expect to arrive at a mess with no progress. The previous guy had made enough money and left, and he hadn't even started yet. He can't just walk away like this. Hurry up and advance the construction of that underwater module you promoted last time, saying it was for aerospace purposes. Apply for funding from above. The new director said to the finance department. The finance department asked the technical team, what is the current status of this project? After understanding, I can apply to. The technical team pondered for a moment. The technology is currently in the initial planning and conceptual design phase of its life cycle. The finance team responded, use plain language. The technical team replied, I just created a new folder. The finance staff indeed were professionals brought in by the new director. After a moment of contemplation, they nodded and recorded. The technology has a broad prospect, strong exploratory value, and is a genuine blue ocean, very important for the country, requiring substantial funding support. The technical team silently agreed. Awesome. Zhang Weiguo returned to the primitive planet, glanced around, and saw that the sun was almost at its peak. There was about an hour left. He immediately began to quickly review the playback to prepare for the upcoming contact. Black box, here I come. After casually reviewing the playback from B Mountain and the army ants, Zhang Weiguo immediately began checking the surveillance of the original tribe. Judging by the time, the tribe's people must have returned to the tribe without any delay. As soon as they got back, the young Shur happily ran over looking for his brother Yin. After ensuring everything was fine, he cheered with relief, willingly allowing his father to take the belt representing the leader's inheritance and place it back on Yin. The tribe's people were puzzled because they knew that Yin was allergic to honey. Encountering it would cause his body to break out in rashes and even faint. Under such circumstances, he would be unable to lead them on a hunt, as the path to hunting was fraught with the presence of those large bees. However, their doubts were soon dispelled. Chief Feng presented the royal jelly that young Yin had collected in B Mountain, recounting Yan's achievements. He even applied a bit of honey directly to young Yan's arm. The crowd noticed only a slight redness and no other reaction, prompting them all to cheer with raised arms. The tribe's people were delighted by the sight, as they all recognized that Yin was clearly more suited to be the leader. Then Chief Feng took Yin into the thatched hut where the shaman was located. Zhang Weiguo fast-forwarded and discovered that they had talked for a full 4 hours before the two finally emerged and returned to their own thatched hut to rest. Early the next morning, while the others had yet to awaken, Chief Feng, his son young Yin, and the shaman had already arrived at the altar. Chief Feng produced a dark brown stone that glimmered and placed it directly on the altar, prompting the shaman to begin his rituals. Zhang Weiguo was instantly thrilled. I didn't expect these tribespeople to be so considerate. Excellent, excellent. It seems they are offering me a product of the black box to repay the life-saving grace. If it's truly a complete one, that would be wonderful. Zhang Weiguo guessed correctly. Both Chief Feng and young Yin were very grateful and generous individuals, otherwise they wouldn't have earned the recognition of many tribe members. That person may be a bit strange, unable to articulate clearly, perhaps one of those primitive tribes from the forest, but we shouldn't discriminate against others or deceive them. We must offer the best gifts in return, Chief Feng instructed his son. Yes, father, I understand, young Yin replied seriously. Although he knew that Zhang Weiguo had saved him, he had been so faint that he didn't even realize what Zhang Weiguo had used to save him. The human population is too small. As long as they aren't those madman-eating tribes, we must help anyone we can. Only then can we survive in this dangerous world, Chief Feng remarked, seemingly lost in thought. Soon the items from the altar emerged, which was part of the pattern they had discovered, offering. As he spoke, he raised the stone axe and smashed the cylindrical object produced by the black box. Then he collected all the fragments and took them home to prepare a set of clothes and a spear for Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo watched nearly in tears. These primitive people must think I'm a primitive man too, having never seen anything good. Looking down, Zhang Weiguo noticed that the camouflage outfit he was wearing indeed resembled something made from forest leaves. No wonder they thought that way. After the quick playback ended, the group still hadn't come out. They began watching the live surveillance instead. After a while, Chief Feng and Young Yin emerged from the house, carrying clothing covered in many fragments and a well-crafted spear of moderate length. Zhang Weiguo felt a wave of discomfort as he saw the surveillance. All right, fine, having all the fragments made into a set of gear is acceptable. I can send it back to the big shots later to let them play with puzzle pieces. In the surveillance, those people had already set out towards them. Zhang Weiguo first checked the weapons and practiced the method of retrieving weapons from his spatial pocket for battle before stepping out from the treehouse space. He arrived at the tree where he had met them yesterday. Soon Chief Feng brought Yin along with the same group of people he had met the previous night. Upon seeing Zhang Weiguo, they presented the gifts they had prepared and placed them on the ground. Yin began gesturing, "Here, this is for you for saving my life." To maintain communication and emphasize his importance, Zhang Weiguo had also prepared gifts, tossing down a pack of salt and a pack of sugar. Both of these items were essential resources for human bodies. Previously, Mr. Chen had provided him with plenty, but he couldn't use that much by himself, so it was better to trade some with these primitives to foster goodwill. The others remained still, but Young Yin stepped forward, picked up the two. Upon hearing this, Chief Feng was also very excited. Both of these items were crucial for the tribe. Sweet fruits could help mothers without milk keep their children alive, while salty stones would empower the tribe's warriors. Are you sure? Young Yin nodded. Although it looks different, the taste is exactly the same. Chief Feng did not just take them and leave. Instead, he turned to Zhang Weiguo and asked, "What exchange this for that?" Zhang Weiguo began gesturing. "That the fragments no break them open. There are no more, the stones are gone, it's snowing. We need food first, the tribe cannot mine stones now." Communicating through gestures was quite challenging, but Zhang Weiguo barely understood the other party's intent. It seemed they had run out of energy-containing stones and needed to prioritize food collection as winter had arrived. "This take back, we will trade next time." Zhang Weiguo intended to have the primitives take these items back first. With a good start, future exchanges would be much simpler. At that moment, Chief Feng also recognized Zhang Weiguo as a crucial figure and believed that proper communication would greatly benefit the tribe. Thus, he began to speak. "Are we looking for you? A tree, carve a cross, I will come out in the middle of the next sun." Zhang Weiguo was primarily worried that when these people came to find him, he would be on the moon, so he could carve a mark here first. Meeting the next day would be more appropriate. After the discussion was completed, the Young Yin took off the beast bone necklace he was wearing around his neck and placed it on his clothes and spear as a gift to Zhang Weiguo. He then left with his father Feng. Once the people had gone far, Zhang Weiguo came down and stored everything in his mental space. He immediately returned to the wooden house and began to monitor the surveillance. The tribe leader Feng returned to the tribe, showing everyone the salt and sugar he had obtained, and the tribe erupted in cheers, celebrating joyfully. "Good, good, good, as long as you like it, there's no fear of you not coming." The first formal contact was perfect, making future communications much easier. However, there was still one important issue: language communication was very difficult. Moreover, Zhang Weiguo also discovered that the people inside did not write and had no formal education. Even the children of the tribe learned to speak through years of oral tradition. It would be very difficult for him to learn from them. This was also the reason Zhang Weiguo could not directly go to the tribe. If there were any misunderstandings in communication, these primitives might become enthusiastic and directly offer him as a sacrifice, leaving him with no room to reason. Even if he killed them all, it would be useless. Developing alone here was too slow. Having a tribe would definitely be very helpful. There was no other choice, he would just have to take it slow. After all, this was the only tribe of intelligent beings he had encountered, and he did not know when he would find another. After contemplating, he continued to gather fruits, and then teleported back to the moon, where Qian Lao was waiting. How was the exchange this time? The exchange was great. They even thanked me and gave me a set of clothes and a fine spear. I saw this on the surveillance. It should be something made from a complete black box product. Next time I go back, I will bring it to Blue Star so that the big shots can piece it together. Soon this video was sent back, and everyone saw the operation of the tribe leader Foam, all feeling heartbroken. "Sigh, this leader is too honest. He could have given us the raw materials directly, but instead he had to chop them up to make clothes for me. I estimate that at first he took Xiao Gang for a primitive man. Now that we have brought back salt and sugar, they might have a renewed understanding of us," said another. "That's not bad. At least the pieces should be complete, and we can try to see what functions they have." The scientists were complaining, while Zhang Weiguo continued to communicate with Qian Lao. "But now there's another problem. I found that they have no writing and no systematic education. Their children learn to speak through oral tradition, making it quite difficult to learn complete communication." Everyone was pondering this issue, as mutual understanding was key to embarking on a path of common development. At this moment, Wang Chong, who had been responsible for communication, spoke up. Brother Gang, do you think the other side has a strong willingness to communicate with you? It should be quite strong. After all, I saved their little leader, and I also brought back important resources like salt and sugar, which even came from the deep forest. No matter how you look at it, they would definitely want to know more about me, Zhang Weiguo thought. If they don't understand me, they would probably find a way to deal with me. Zhang Weiguo considered the worst-case scenario. Indeed, it would be dangerous if he lived in a place where he could not communicate normally with someone who did not understand his intentions. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong's eyes lit up. Since the other side has a strong desire to communicate with us, we can't learn their language, but they can understand ours. Many children can accurately describe pictures and pronounce them. We can definitely customize a book like that for them. Simple communication shouldn't be a problem. Everyone brightened up upon hearing this. Yes, it is difficult for us to learn their language because they lack systematic education and writing, relying solely on daily experiences to learn, which is certainly slow and difficult. However, the education in Huaxia has a history of thousands of years, and there are many children's books with pictures that can help convey meaning. As long as the illustrations are clear, intelligent beings should understand their corresponding meanings. This way, communication will be much simpler. Qian Lao concluded decisively. We must grasp both ends. You continue to analyze their language, while also preparing a picture book for communication. We must take it with us on the next trip to the sealed cabin. However, this item must be specially customized, containing only the creatures from the primitive planet and some verbs like take and throw, without exposing too much information. This is for Xiao Gang's safety and our safety on Blue Star. Additionally, we need to prepare more food. We don't know how long winter will last over there, so we must ensure Xiao Gang has food. We can also bring some important supplies that the primitive tribe may need for future trade. After finishing the communication, Qian Lao immediately began to execute. First, he had people mark all the creatures and items encountered on the primitive planet, and then he quickly found an educator specializing in picture communication. The number of people coming to the base was increasing. Zhang was startled. He was just sleeping in the morning when suddenly the national security people arrived and took him away. He didn't even know what happened. On the way, he reflected a lot, first confirming that he had not done anything illegal. Besides not being married, he hadn't even committed any unethical acts. How important could a researcher on children's picture communication be? What kind of crime could he have committed? Could this lead national security to take action against him? In fact, he hadn't planned on looking for anyone, but Qian Lao suddenly thought of it as a good opportunity. Since they were going to do it, they should do it well. In the future, Blue Star might need to communicate with many intelligent beings as they venture into the universe, so designing a simple and easy-to-understand translation system now could save a lot of time later. Such an important task must be led by Li Hua. The last incident had left him feeling very embarrassed and angry. Who would have thought that the person selling books at the school gate for over a decade and the owner of the recycling shop on the other side of the city were spies? Moreover, they were from the same organization. As a result, someone happened to inquire about these two individuals, leading to the discovery of his attempt to acquire the art of war from old Zhang, nearly causing a major mishap. Recently, many spies had been captured, and the book-selling owner and the recycling shop owner were also found, but unfortunately they were silenced. They had only single-line contacts and did not even know who the other person was, only reporting suspicious information for money. Many spies had been caught, but the launch of the rocket was in 2 days, and more people were coming. Li Hua was deep in thought and didn't have time to explain to Zhang, and while Zhang watched as a vehicle without any signs drove into a secret base. Suddenly his heart trembled. Combining the recent rumors about the moon and his limited abilities, he had a bold guess. Are they going to have me teach change to speak? Soon Zhang was taken to a private room where Li Hua officially communicated with him. Professor Zhang, don't worry, it's nothing serious. We mainly need your assistance, but the matter is quite confidential. Zhang felt slightly relieved and asked, what is it? There's no rush. Professor Zhang has 2 options. One is to complete a small task, which is urgent. The other is to join us, and also complete a time-sensitive task with a high level of confidentiality that cannot be easily communicated with the outside world. Is it a task related to describing images? Zhang knew that was the extent of his expertise. Yes, but it's more than that. If successful, you will gain great honor, Li Hua replied. Hearing this, Zhang felt somewhat tempted, but he needed to ask, why me? Is there no one more capable than I is? Firstly, you are relatively young, and secondly, you are still single. This task may take a considerable amount of time. Zhang hadn't expected that to be considered an advantage. He was certainly willing to participate in such a confidential matter. Even if it meant meeting change, he wouldn't mind. I can do it. I hope to join your team. Li Hua also felt relieved. If Zhang had refused, finding someone else would have been troublesome. He then took out a thick stack of confidentiality agreements for Zhang to sign. Zhang quickly flipped through a couple of pages and realized the gravity of the situation, as each clause was followed by a warning that violation would be considered treason. How could this matter be unimportant? Zhang Yin increasingly felt that he was destined to meet change. After signing the contract, someone quickly explained the details to Zhang Yun and brought many screenshots from the videos. These are the materials, please identify them using the image description method as soon as possible. This individual is a soldier responsible for recording, and he will assist you in the production. Zhang Yin was immediately stunned. This was even more shocking than meeting change. Our people are on the moon, and there are intelligent beings on the primitive planet. Moreover, the most crucial part is that he is responsible for creating a Mandarin version of the image description for interactions with extraterrestrials. This means that in the future, whenever others in the universe want to communicate with Huaxia or learn, they will use the books authored by Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin will not only achieve everlasting fame, but may even spread throughout the universe. Professor Zhang, hurry up. The rocket is set to launch the day after tomorrow. The young soldier responsible for the recordings, noticing Professor Zhang's dazed expression, quickly reminded him, "Oh, right, it'll be right there." Thus, he swiftly immersed himself in the intense production process. In fact, Zhang Yin had experience in most aspects. It was just that some things required eliminating elements from Blue Star, which needed a bit more effort. Zhang Weiguo was in a similar situation. After communicating with several experts, he began to level the ground on the moon in preparation for the upcoming lunar lander. He then traveled to the primitive planet to continue gathering food and firewood. Watching the replays and live broadcasts, perhaps due to the urgency of winter approaching or out of caution, the primitive tribe members were not in a hurry to contact him. Rather, they got up early to hunt and store food. Zhang Yin also went along this time. However, that evening things took an unexpected turn. The tribe's warriors seemed to have suffered a fierce attack, and even the tribe leader was seriously injured. Feng looked at the anxious Yin and gently said, "Don't cry, you are the future leader of the tribe. Although this adventure was risky, we have gained much food, which should help us survive this harsh winter." Feng knew in his heart that with such severe injuries his wounds had started to turn black, he was doomed. Lead the tribe through this harsh winter. After saying this, he fell into a coma. Yan's heart felt like it was being torn apart. This winter came too early, and there was truly no choice but to take such risky measures. Otherwise, half the tribe would starve to death during the winter. Seeing his injured father, he suddenly thought of the strangely dressed Zhang Weiguo. He had saved him last time, and he could certainly save his father now. Looking at his unconscious father, he said to his brother, "Sure, take care of father. I'm going to find someone to save him." After saying this, he decisively headed towards the forest. Watching the replay of Zhang Yin supporting his father into the house, Zhang Weiguo directly turned off the replay and switched to the live broadcast from that location. Indeed, Zhang Yin had already arrived. Zhang Weiguo hurriedly flew towards that location with the medical kit from the brainhole space. Although he didn't know what was said inside the room, it was clear that the injuries were severe. Otherwise, Yin wouldn't have been so anxious to come over and wait here. Though it might seem a bit selfish, this situation was quite favorable for Zhang Weiguo. Seeing Zhang Weiguo's abilities, the tribe members would likely become friendlier and more willing to learn Huaxiao language to communicate with him. These were all early investments. Soon Zhang Weiguo arrived. Yin looked at Zhang Weiguo as if he had seen a deity and began to speak and gesture, "Save my father. He is injured, stabbed, bleeding," while pointing at the nearby black grass. "Wound this one." Zhang Weiguo immediately understood. The injury was clearly severe and the wound had become infected. In the context of primitive society's medical conditions, it was indeed a death sentence, but fortunately he was here. Zhang Weiguo quickly moved behind a tree, took out the medical kit, and retrieved bandages and antiseptics. He even got a surgical knife, alcohol, and some antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, and finally gave a bottle of nutrient solution, thinking that since the wound was probably already making him unconscious, it wouldn't be appropriate to eat something solid, as it could be fatal due to weakness. After taking everything out, Zhang Weiguo started gesturing, "This disinfects with fire, cut the black one, this one pour on the wound, this one eat, this one drink, go." After saying this, Zhang Weiguo threw the items to Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin sincerely bowed to Zhang Weiguo before quickly rushing back. A polite child. Once the rocket is launched and we bring back the materials for the image description, we will be able to communicate freely without constraints. I can also feel at ease going to your tribe. This will truly be the first step out of the primitive planet. Watching Zhang Yin leave, Zhang Weiguo began to collect fruits. Recently, he had gathered quite a lot, but there were few left nearby. However, Zhang Weiguo did not venture deeper to gather more, as safety was paramount. Time in the brainhole space was static and fruits wouldn't spoil. With the collected fruits and the food provided by the state, he had enough to last him 2 months. Since gathering was not an option, it was better to return to the treehouse to rest and check on the situation in the primitive tribe. Upon returning to the treehouse, the monitoring showed that Zhang Yin had just returned to the tribe. At this moment, the atmosphere in the tribe was quite grim, as the death of a young leader often marked the beginning of a tribe's decline. The warriors who had met Zhang Weiguo before looked at Zhang Yin with hope in their eyes. Young Yin nodded seriously, indicating he had found a solution, and immediately entered the room. At this moment, the leader Feng had already fallen. The younger brother Shi was beside him, using a twig to dip into a clay bowl of water to moisten their father's lips. Seeing his brother enter, he asked, "Brother, how is it? Can you save father?" The young Yin was unsure if this could save his father, but he could only do his best. "Go start a fire," he said. He had understood Zhang Weiguo's gestures. They needed to cut off the rotting meat first. Zhang Weiguo had also realized that these primitive tribespeople were not lacking in intelligence. It was just that they did not know why their technology had suddenly ceased. Therefore, they could communicate through gestures. If they were truly primitive people, such gestures might not even be effective. After hearing his brother's words, Shi immediately took out a fire bow to drill wood for fire, and soon succeeded. Yin took out the sharp and exquisite scalpel given by Zhang Weiguo. Looking at his unconscious father, he said, "Shi, hold your father down." At that moment, his younger brother was also very obedient, standing on the other side of their father, holding down his father's hands. Yin took a deep breath and began to cut the meat. The situation was dire. Even during the cutting, his father did not wake up, which made both of them feel an additional layer of despair. The pressure on Yin was immense, but his hands were quick and steady as he seriously cut away all the infected flesh around his father's wound until he exposed the bright red flesh. Following Zhang Weiguo's instructions, he first rinsed it with white water. When the white water came out, a pungent smell wafted over. Yin endured the discomfort and poured the white water over his father's wound. His father, who had previo. Yin raised the stone, and Shi was shocked. "Brother, what are you doing?" Yin ignored his brother's alarm and struck, knocking out one of his father's front teeth. Then, through the gap left by the tooth, he delivered the medicine and nutritional supplements inside. After completing these tasks, Yin collapsed to the ground as he had done everything he could, and now all that remained was to rely on fate. His brother Shi continued to care for their father, and as time passed, their father's face gradually lost its pallor, and his body was no longer burning with fever. All of this was a sign of improvement, and both Yin and Shi felt a surge of excitement. Cough, cough. Chief Feng woke from his stupor, spitting out a broken tooth and speaking with a slight whistle. "I still have breath. Who saved me?" Chief Feng knew from past experience that he was dead after losing consciousness, but to his surprise, he had come back to life, although he spoke with a whistle. "It was my brother. He went to the forest to seek medicine and brought it back for father to take." "Sure. You saved your father. But why did I lose a tooth?" Feng also noticed that one of his teeth was gone. Yin replied, "It was because you were unconscious and your teeth were tightly clenched, making it impossible to feed you the medicine, so I took the liberty of knocking out one of your teeth." Feng listened and did not blame him, but instead continued to praise him. "Well done, you have responsibility and courage. You are stronger than I am. In the future, you will surely lead the tribe to greatness." Although it was already nearing midnight, many people in the tribe had not yet rested. They were all waiting for news from the chief. "Go and bring the hunters in. They will not be at ease until they see me." Yin nodded and called in the waiting crowd. The warriors, seeing that although the chief still looked somewhat weak, he was clearly recovering, were filled with joy. The tribe had not undergone any major changes, and when they learned that it was Yin who had calmly saved their father Feng, they recognized him even more as the future new chief. "Yin! Yin! Yin!" The warriors shouted Yan's name, but he knew that all this came from the man in strange clothes from the forest. He possessed magical items, and Yin also realized that Zhang Weiguo was alone, which likely meant that his original tribe had been destroyed or he had been expelled. If only he could invite him to join the tribe. After seeing the chief safe, these warriors each led suitable maidens from the tribe back to the thatched hut. Seeing this scene, Yan's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good condition to attract that man to join. He was surely lonely being all alone. These warriors enjoyed this matter, and he would surely like it too. In a distant treehouse, Zhang Weiguo could not see what was happening inside, only feeling that some people were thinking of him. "Who is thinking of me? Forget it. Soon I will be able to communicate amicably with the primitive tribe, greatly improving safety, and I will be able to see my parents and childhood friends. It's almost time I should go now." Zhang Weiguo muttered to himself and returned to the moon. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Blue Star Moon Palace's command center was tense. This launch was about to send the lunar module to the moon, which was the foundation for the towering project. If this succeeded, the path ahead would be much smoother. At this moment, Zhang Weiguo had returned, but only Wang Chong was there. "Where is old Qian?" Zhang Weiguo asked. "Brother Gang is back. Old Qian went to oversee the launch. Our lunar module is ready to go up, and Brother Gang can keep an eye on it." Hearing this, Zhang Weiguo was also excited, as he had heard they prepared a computer for him, which meant he could relax a little. He instantly teleported to the mouth of the cave, looking towards the blue star direction. He could still only see the azure planet and not the rocket. After this ascent, he could stay longer. He should be able to establish contact with the primitive tribe, allowing time and capability to exchange enough black box fragments or ores. By bringing these back, he could directly build a nuclear fusion power station near the command center, allowing for more covert operations without the worry of energy shortages. As for the research on nuclear fusion, using the materials first, and then slowly studying with Blue Star materials was also feasible. Launch. With Old Qian's command, the rocket carrying the lunar module soared into the sky. To outsiders, it seemed like just a routine launch, but those in the know understood that this was the cornerstone for establishing a lunar base and the beginning of contact with the primitive planet. It was a historic moment for China's rise. The recent launch of a rocket by Huaxiao to the moon has once again stirred a great wave of excitement. Netizens in the country are celebrating, saying, "It seems change has been missing home lately, urging us to hurry, which is why the country is acting so swiftly." Another adds, "Good. The moon has always been our inherent territory. We are merely returning home, and it is only right to visit often." Recently, we have been developing rapidly, and those with insight into international affairs will notice a shift in global attitudes, with the lighthouse appearing a bit anxious. Meanwhile, comments from abroad are polarized. Our camel prince has already started training. It looks like we'll be landing on the moon soon, so don't be too envious. And fools with too much money. Oh, does Huaxiao think launching a lunar module means they can land on the moon? It's still early. This is just a scam. Look at our lighthouse. We never indulge in such illusions. If we are to go, we will go for real, absolutely no deception. Exactly. How many things have been launched to the moon this past month? Can they even be researched properly? Shouldn't we keep our feet on the ground? I was worried before, but now I understand this is just a paper tiger meant to scare us. I won't look at the cherry blossoms in my hometown anymore. Let's not say anything more. Let's apply for heritage status. How about this line of Huaxiao poetry? Divine bull strolls on Venus. Huaxiao gazes, but cannot reach. Indeed, our divine bull's cultural heritage is profound. These netizens are all just boasting, but Huaxia's launch of the lunar module has genuinely impacted many people. At the Lunar Landing Command Center of the lighthouse, the new director is roaring on the phone. Huaxia has already launched the lunar module. Are you still nitpicking over these trivial matters? What about our vision? What about our lighthouse dream? Hurry up and approve the funds. Our research on the sealed cabin is just one step away. If you don't approve, you'll have to face the public's wrath. After hanging up the phone, his expression changed instantly. Relaxing, he said to the technical and financial teams, "Based on my understanding of him, the funds will be approved soon. We will have money in no time." The finance team and the new director were both relaxed. The lighthouse had faced failures before, and this one was no exception. It was merely a mess left by the previous director and had nothing to do with him. However, the technical team was a bit anxious. But we just established the folder. We haven't had any plans for a lunar base before. We haven't done any research in this area. What if a review comes up? What should we do? This is indeed a problem. Having only one folder is hard to explain. So the new director asked, "Do you know which domestic company is doing well in this field?" The technical team thought for a moment. Perhaps Deep Sea Group. They specialize in deep sea exploration, and some technologies even came from the space agency. They might have done deeper research on this. The new director nodded. Then let's contact them. Since the technology originated from our space agency, it's only right for us to reclaim it. The finance team, hearing this name, suddenly thought of something. "I think I've heard of that company. They even have deep-sea tourism businesses and collaborate with Huaxiao, Little Japan Kimchi, and Big Eagle. They're quite large." The new director was even more pleased upon hearing this. Even better. Ban them from cooperating with Huaxiao and let them focus on cooperation with other parties. They just so happen to have the technology for the sealed cabin. I, by the way, leaked the news that Huaxiao has stolen our lighthouse sealed cabin secrets. In the lighthouse, which claims to be a free economy, the upper echelons can casually prohibit companies from trading with others, yet those who benefit still praise them. One wonders how those benefactors will deceive themselves once they learn the truth. With the director's orders, the subordinates executed them straightforwardly. The technical team directly called Deep Sea Company, saying, "I heard your company has been very successful in researching deep-sea sealed cabins. What is the maximum depth they can withstand intact?" The head of Deep Sea Company, upon hearing it was the space agency on the line, instantly felt excited. As the head of a large group, George certainly needed to keep abreast of international affairs. With Huaxia's lunar module rocket just having launched, receiving a call from them clearly indicates a desire for collaboration. The funding from the space agency has always been substantial. After all, they not only have national support, but also earn a lot by selling some outdated technologies. George thought about it. He knew he couldn't fall behind Huaxia. Their deep-sea module could reach a maximum of 9,000 meters, but that number felt insufficient. Generally, operations wouldn't use the extreme depth, so he decided to claim a maximum of 10,000 meters, which should suffice. Ultimately, experiments or sightseeing would likely happen at a distance of 8 or 9,000 meters. So George, the head of Deep Sea, directly stated, "Our maximum depth can reach 10,000 meters. Upon hearing this, the space agency's technical team nodded in satisfaction. Generally, when technicians mention such figures, they tend to intentionally understate them. This way the safety margin is higher, and they wouldn't always reach the limit. So if he says 10,000 meters, there should at least be 1,000-meter flexibility. That should do it. If he says 11,000 meters, that would be enough to reclaim the reputation of the space agency. Good, that's excellent. Quickly package the technology and send it to the space agency. Additionally, the director asked me to inform you that you are not allowed to cooperate with Huaxiao anymore, otherwise you will be charged with treason. Dissolving cooperation with Huaxiao would mean significant financial loss for them. Recently, deep-sea tourism has been thriving not only in Huaxiao, but also in other countries, but Huaxiao is the hottest market. Also, why wasn't there any talk of cooperation? Where's the money for packaging the technology? George had an ominous premonition, yet he steeled himself to ask, what about the money? Our technology research also requires funding. What money? To make the lighthouse great again, you still want money. Are you even a lighthouse person? You should know that your technology was also taken from the space agency. We paid for it. We even spent a lot and invested significant funds for breakthroughs. Friend, it seems you are quite out of touch. Do you know why Misai Company went bankrupt? George recalled this. He had indeed heard of it. It seemed that a patent that could have made a fortune suddenly became unusable, leading to a stock market crash and bankruptcy. Could it be that the space agency's technology is directly implicated? You wouldn't want your patent classified as state security-related, right? If that's the case, it cannot be used until it is declassified, and cooperation with other countries would also be impossible, which could very well lead to bankruptcy. How shameless. George cursed inwardly, but had no choice. Despite claiming to be a free economy, it still depended on the whims of those in power. Yet he still held on to his last stubbornness. I will package the technology and send it over, but it must be marked as a joint research project with our deep-sea company. This little matter is inconsequential, just a name, and it doesn't cost money. The new director would be more than happy to agree. All right, contributing for the country, that's what you deserve. After finishing the contact with them, the technical team finally relaxed. With this technology, even if someone came to inspect, there would at least be an explanation. Then they turned and called the director. We have found the technology. Their maximum depth is 11,000 meters. At the Lighthouse Aerospace Bureau's press conference, the new director solemnly announced, exploring the unknown has always been our cherished dream. We have conquered the moon, and now we aim to conquer the deep sea. Of course, as you all know, the challenges of the deep-sea sealed chamber are greater than those of the lunar module. We will ensure a foolproof plan before embarking on this venture, achieving success in one go, unlike certain countries that squander taxpayers' hard-earned money for fleeting glory. I declare that in 1 week we will live-stream a challenge to the recently rediscovered Mariana Trench, which plunges to a depth of 1400 meters. Let the world seen by the lighthouse become even broader. When the lighthouse held the press conference, everyone knew it was in response to the launch of the lunar module by Huaxia. However, no one expected the lighthouse to take a different approach and explore the deep sea. Indeed, if they could operate normally at a depth of 1200 meters in the deep sea, it should also be no problem on the moon. After the press conference, a chaotic discussion erupted online. Let's have a rational discussion, which is more challenging, the deep sea chamber at 1200 meters or the lunar module at. There's no way to compare them. They focus on different aspects. The deep-sea chamber is primarily about pressure, while radiation is clearly more important for the lunar module. This press conference is obviously aimed at us in Huaxia, yet they showcase deep-sea technology. Isn't that a joke? Does this imply that the lighthouse is struggling with lunar missions? Most of the players' discussions were relatively normal, but one could only say that the lighthouse's remote ranching was far ahead, and Huaxia had to concede. Do you really think others are targeting you, Huaxia? They are simply methodically showcasing new technology, and you get so anxious. Forget it. Luckily, I'm about to go abroad, otherwise it would be truly embarrassing. Yes, others focus on practicality and don't engage in these superficial projects. What good is it to land on the moon? Don't you know that the deep sea has many mineral resources? Only you are still fixated on the moon. They are planning to land on Mars in 35 years. You should just enjoy your time on Blue Star. Before our side could even speak, people overseas couldn't hold back any longer. Stop boasting. Please, you fools, stop boasting. It's obviously targeting you. Launching the module and immediately holding a press conference. How much did they pay you? There's no resources on the moon. I couldn't help but laugh. The energy on the moon could sustain Blue Star for millions of years. It's common knowledge that developing into the universe is the correct path for the future. You really make me laugh. Mars. You guys are truly impressive. You believe whatever is said casually. So the lighthouse loves peace. Do you believe that too? We have already landed on the sun. You just give us enough money and the divine cow will take you there. Dad is awesome. Deep sea exploration is amazing. Take me to see our underwater divine kingdom, Takamagara. Changes moon landing should apply for heritage status. Depending on the situation, Nez has sea troubles should also apply for heritage status. The recent heritage application tasks are quite heavy. The uproar online did not have a significant impact, but after seeing the press conference, George, the head of the deep-sea company, was instantly dumbfounded. At the beginning of the press conference, he was still cursing angrily. FK, fine if they want to ride on my coattails, but they didn't even mention our name. Clearly, it's our technology. They didn't even give us an advertisement. Shameless, so shameless. This is the freedom economy. In the middle of the press conference, what the hell, it's already 1,200 meters. Didn't I say it was 1,000 meters? 9,000 is the limit. How did you come up with 1,200 meters? Fortunately, my name isn't mentioned, so it has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. They must have come to acquire someone else's technology, but it seems like they are the strongest in deep-sea exploration. Besides Huaxiao, other countries have not researched this area, have they? After the press conference ended, in the final curtain corner, a small line of text read, Collaborating Party Deep-Sea Group. Although this line of text was hidden among numerous scrolling company names, the head of the deep-sea group quickly began to replay the video, checking each collaborating company. He was shocked to discover that none were related technologies. What does this indicate? It indicates that it's the technology of their deep-sea company. However, their deep-sea technology can only reach 9,000 meters. Where did your 1,200 meters come from? You remained silent during the press conference, only to reveal it in the final small print of the collaborating party. They didn't even do any advertising. If there are problems, they'll have to take the blame. George was utterly infuriated. This is definitely not acceptable. He cannot bear this burden. So he quickly contacted the technician who had called him earlier. Big brother, can you remove me from the collaboration list? Contributing to the country is my duty. I shouldn't pursue fame and profit. George from the deep-sea company was bewildered, and the technology from the Lighthouse Aerospace Bureau was also confused. Didn't he tell the director it was 1,100 meters? How did it suddenly become 1,200 meters? Don't be fooled by just 1,000 meters. When it comes to the limit, even an extra meter down could be very dangerous. Moreover, upon receiving the call from George at Deep Sea, he immediately realized the problem when he heard about the cancellation of his collaboration. Tell me the truth, how many meters can you actually reach? 9,000 meters is definitely no problem. Beyond that, I don't know. The technician felt his scalp tingle. A difference of 100 or 200 meters could still be explained by unexpected circumstances, but what about a difference of 2,000 or 3,000 meters? Plus, the director had already announced the news, and the live broadcast time had been set. This matter was already fixed. Didn't you say it was 1,000 meters? You actually deceived the nation, and you must take responsibility for this matter. Think of a way, and if it fails, you know the consequences. George from the Deep Sea Group was going crazy. You all came to find me boasting, promoting, without giving any money, and now you want me to take the blame. FK. Furthermore, just when it rains, it pours. At that moment, an assistant came in. Boss, the Camel Company wants to cancel the order. What? Why did they cancel the order? Didn't they see that we just became partners with the space agency? The other party didn't say why they just canceled it. Investigate thoroughly, find out what happened, and I will contact him personally, he said. Besides, these people, our companies and scientists in Huaxia, are also paying close attention to the Lighthouse Space Agency's press conference. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. The creations of this primitive planet are truly impressive. Just by studying the composition of its materials, we have made so many breakthroughs. It's astonishing. Indeed, I heard that Brother Gang will bring back a complete black box product, which could bring unimaginable progress to our technology. No matter how significant it is, as long as we are leading, that's all that matters. This breakthrough in materials science allows our Long Dragon deep-sea submersible to dive to 130 meters, and even reaching a limit of 140 meters isn't impossible. The material strength is definitely sufficient. Indeed, the Lighthouse Space Agency just announced their plans for a deep-sea exploration live broadcast at 120 meters. Their capabilities seem quite strong. If it weren't for the materials provided by Brother Gang, we would barely be on the same level as them, still needing to work hard. Now that we have made this breakthrough, the next level of technology can be released to civilian enterprises. Deep-sea tourism and exploration are gaining popularity, and we can seize the market to enhance the country's soft power. Let's show Lighthouse our strength. With the new breakthroughs in confidentiality technology, some less important technologies will be released into the civilian sector. This will not only promote economic development, but also enhance the country's image. The Dinghai Group is one of them. They have always been doing business with Lighthouse mainly in deep-sea adventure tourism and exploration. Relying on the diligent and earnest attitude of the Huaxia people, along with the increasingly strong influence of our country in recent years, the Dinghai Group has been doing quite well, even gaining significant influence overseas. They are currently expanding their market when a phone call today left Li Jing completely dumbfounded. The deep-sea group unilaterally terminated their cooperation, even shirking the penalty fees. It's simply shameless. Li Jing cursed loudly in the office. Bastard. Shameless. And what about the spirit of the contract? What contract nonsense are you talking about? Li Jing was extremely furious and suddenly thought about the recent developments in the nation's aerospace technology. Perhaps in the future some technologies in aerospace could be released to civilian enterprises. Should we just go ahead and start aerospace tourism? Just as Li Jing was thinking this, an assistant walked in. Boss, someone from above said they want to release some deep-sea exploration technology and invited all relevant companies. Li Jing's eyes lit up. He knew very well that the deep-sea company's capabilities definitely hadn't reached 1,200 meters. Even if we were a bit behind, reaching 1,000 meters would be more than sufficient for their civilian tourism and exploration. Li Jing immediately set off to participate. On the way back, he felt a bit dizzy. Boss, what's wrong? Boss, why not take some 6-flavor Remania pills? I'm fine. The surprise was too overwhelming, leaving Li Jing dazed. He originally thought the released technology would at most reach around 1,000 meters, but unexpectedly, it had already reached 1,200 meters. Isn't this the same as what Lighthouse boasted? Moreover, they will send an expert team to guide and train us. We can have an experimental machine ready in just 1 week. Li Jing was aware of the rigor in the terminology used by our country. If they say they can safely reach a depth of 1,200 meters, then they can definitely achieve it, otherwise they wouldn't make such claims. At this depth, Dinghai Company would be the first in civilian use. So what are we waiting for? He wants to return the grievances he endured earlier. He quickly contacted several partner companies. The depth that Dinghai Company can reach is much higher than deep sea, so of course they would choose Dinghai. These people only see profit and are not on Lighthouse's turf, so they don't have to worry about anything. Besides, since they are engaged in deep-sea tourism and exploration devices, they are definitely paying close attention to news in this area and have seen the press conference held by the Lighthouse Space Agency. Even the subsequent partner manufacturers noticed the deep-sea advancements, but after their investigation, they realized that the deep-sea technology wasn't as strong as it seemed. Even if there were breakthroughs, it wouldn't be possible to suddenly increase depth by 300 meters. They quickly realized that there would definitely be problems later, and the deep-sea company might fall in a scandal affecting cooperation. Thus they decisively. Li Jing watched the orders come in like snowflakes, feeling immensely joyful. He wished that Lighthouse would hold more press conferences so that he could understand how far the country had developed. George from the deep-sea company communicated with other partner companies and inquired about the reasons for their canceled orders. Upon learning that Huaxia Company had a submersible capable of reaching depths of 1,200 meters, he was instantly shocked. Their company was the one developing this technology and knew how difficult it was. Moreover, if Huaxia could release such technology to the civilian sector, it indicated that they must have even better advancements. Looking back, others are releasing technology abroad, while here, they are trying to seize technology for themselves. The contrast is stark. George even regretted why he couldn't live in Huaxia. Boss, should we sue those breaching their contracts? They have assets in our country, and with our current relationship with the space agency, we would definitely win sealing their assets and taking a share. No need. Not this time. It's not that George has changed, it's just that money is not as important now as survival. After just finishing the call with the space agency's technician, security noticed many burly, seemingly well-trained individuals surrounding the company. The current situation is quite clear. That technician probably knows that the live broadcast will turn out to be another embarrassing event. However, someone must take the blame, and they have chosen themselves. He has already guessed that it will end in suicide with a note left behind claiming to have deceived the nation. He must save himself, so he cannot fall out with those partners. He still needs to rely on them to import things from Huaxia. Only if next week's live broadcast is successful can he survive. George's thoughts are not wrong. The technology from the space agency has also grown after the last incident. As long as someone else takes the blame, it doesn't matter who it is. If he takes the fall, the company can be nationalized, making it a win-win-win situation. While he was saying this, the note expert came over. Boss, I have imitated it perfectly. Look, it's absolutely identical to George's notes. Every letter is exactly as he wrote it. 1-10 imitation. The technician took a glance and immediately tore it up. No way. You need to learn to immerse yourself in the role. How can this paper be so clean? When he committed suicide, he must have been crying and feeling deeply remorseful toward the nation. After the gunshot, there should be blood on it too. You must be professional in your work, okay? Forget it, let's just add some tears to it. The blood can be added on site later. The note expert left in disgrace. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo, who had been waiting for a long time on the distant moon, finally saw the lunar module adorned with the red flag. This time Zhang Weiguo was still in the cave where no one could capture any footage. The landing site for the lunar module had already been set up. Under Zhang Weiguo's watchful gaze, the transportation device carrying the lunar module successfully descended into the cave. Successful landing. Zhang Weiguo joyfully notified the Blue Star Moon Palace Project Command Center, but the personnel at the command center did not relax. The successful landing was just the first step. Next came the critical part. The atmosphere in the command center was tense. Even the usually calm Elder Qian clenched his hands tightly, anxiously watching the transmitted images. The transport capsule has landed, Elder Qian spoke up. Xiao Gang, go inside the transport capsule and retrieve the framework. Assemble it according to the method we taught you before. Got it. After receiving the instruction, Zhang Weiguo opened the side of the transport capsule and took out the framework of the lunar module. Following the learned method, he quickly assembled a semicircular alloy dome with a layer of alloy at the bottom. Elder Qian, it's completed, he reported. Good, start executing the second step, came the reply. Yes. Zhang Weiguo pressed a button on the transport device and a cylindrical pipe extended from the transport capsule into the steel dome he just constructed. A white material resembling canvas began to expand and inflate, tightly adhering to the newly built steel dome, forming a shape reminiscent of a semicircular yurt. The pipe began to rotate, quickly sealing the inflation point as it retracted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was no change in the lunar module, it remained as it was. It worked. The scientists at the command center whispered in excitement. It was a success, but they were only halfway there. The lunar module was an independent structure, and of course it needed an entrance. They had to build a corresponding airlock to facilitate the opening, sealing, and inflation operations, allowing astronauts to enter successfully after landing. Therefore, a successful airlock was also a crucial part of the lunar module. Once this airlock was operational, all other lunar modules could connect to this lunar rover, allowing the astronauts to move freely. It was the same procedure. Zhang Weiguo first took out the framework for constructing the airlock and the sealed door. Like building with blocks, he secured all the frameworks and connected the door. Following the same method, a cylindrical corridor was formed with the door connected to it. The cylindrical ventilation pipe retracted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Success. One could say that they were now 99% successful. As long as the air inflation and deflation functions after entry were intact, the lunar module would be considered a success. Zhang Weiguo stood at the airlock door and forcefully pulled it open. Everything is normal inside, he reported. He turned around to seal the door and then activated the inflation device. For now, they were using a small artificial air device inside. Later during the base construction, there would be dedicated chambers for air circulation and oxygen production. Ding! A green light lit up, indicating that inflation was complete. Zhang Weiguo walked slowly to the connection point between the lunar module and the airlock. At this moment, those outside could no longer see what was happening inside. They could only hear the sound of Zhang Weiguo's heartbeat. Zhang Weiguo took a deep breath and opened the connection. No air escaped, no fractures, no abnormalities. Zhang Weiguo took out a fruit from the original planet. It had not changed color, cracked, or dried out. This was indeed a normal environment. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Weiguo transmitted a message to the command center. It worked. Everything is normal. Upon hearing Zhang Weiguo's voice, everyone in the command center cheered in unison. It worked. It worked. Even Elder Qian was excitedly hugging Xiao Gang beside him. It worked. The success of the lunar module represented the most solid step forward for the Huaxiao Moon Palace project. With its success, the construction of the Moon Palace base was now within reach. Since the switch for the door had been successfully tested, Zhang Weiguo decided not to complicate things further. He instantly teleported outside, retrieved professional equipment for measuring temperature, pressure, and environmental conditions from the transport capsule, and then teleported back inside to begin testing various data, sending more information back. Everything is flawless, Elder Qian nodded at the data. However, if we continue to launch materials from Blue Star to the moon, it will be unfavorable for the future construction of the base. Therefore, we must simultaneously accelerate the research on the lunar soil. Xiao Gang sent back to see if any usable materials can be found, while also continuing to design the core modules, prioritizing oxygen production and agricultural cultivation rooms. Elder Qian instructed quickly, then continued, since our lunar base is nearly complete, we must plan a visit. How is the manned lunar landing plan coming along? Elder Qian looked at Lu Zheng, who had been responsible for this matter. Theoretically, it's mature, but we haven't conducted experiments yet. We still need to carry out a simulated lunar landing experiment. Lu Zheng replied seriously, all right, let's prepare for the simulated lunar landing experiment. We need to launch within a month. No problem. Lu Zheng was also full of confidence. In fact, the country had long been researching the technology for manned lunar landings, and the results were quite good. Aside from safety concerns, there was another issue. What could be done after landing on the moon? If the goal was merely to take a look and collect a few items, it would be meaningless. The lunar probe could accomplish these tasks even better. The country could not afford to send an astronaut to risk their life just to observe the moon's scenery and chat. Based on this, the country continued to enhance the safety of manned space travel while also fully researching the technology of the Moon Palace base, ensuring that astronauts could engage in more research and experiments after landing, giving every lunar landing sufficient significance. Now that the Moon Palace base was nearly complete, the manned lunar landing had to begin. Both tasks would proceed in parallel, so when the astronauts landed they would already be able to experiment and live in the Moon Palace base. Zhang Weiguo had waited a long time for this rocket launch. The time had come when he could no longer delay. He packed everything he needed into his mind space. After saying goodbye to Elder Qian, he returned to the original planet. The sun hung high in the sky, and the young Yin stood under a tree. Zhang Weiguo took out the carefully crafted teaching materials and looked at the monitoring screen showing young Yin. Little brother, let me give you a lesson so you understand that the products of the black box are not meant to be smashed. You must be smart and learn quickly so I can check out the black box. The upgrade of the mind space is definitely related to the black box. Zhang Weiguo excitedly muttered to himself, taking the teaching materials and walking towards the position of young Yin. Soon Zhang Weiguo had arrived at his destination. At this moment, Yin felt immense gratitude towards Zhang Weiguo, as his medicine not only saved the tribe's leader, but also his father. Seeing Zhang Weiguo arrive, the young Yin eagerly wanted to approach him. After taking 2 steps forward, he hesitated, knowing that Zhang Weiguo was very cautious and did not want to misunderstand him. However, after several tests and analyses from numerous psychological and behavioral experts, Zhang Weiguo had determined that Yin was undoubtedly a kind and upright person. He proactively walked up to Yin and gestured, "Is your father healthy?" Not knowing how to convey health, he simply raised his arm to flex his muscles. Yin understood Zhang Weiguo's meaning. "Father is healthy, thank you," he replied. "I thank you for what you did. What a sensible boy." Zhang Weiguo felt relieved and took out a meticulously crafted high-end illustrated vocabulary book, which not only had detailed descriptions on every page, but also included a battery that could pronounce words at the touch of a button. He presented the book to Yin. The educational experience of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization flooded the eyes of the primitive tribe's youth at that moment. A boy with normal intelligence like Yin quickly grasped the meanings, especially since each character was accompanied by an illustration. As Yin flipped through the book, he was filled with surprise. At that moment, he came across the word friend. Zhang Weiguo pressed the button next to it, and the book pronounced the word in standard Huaxiao language, friend. Yin understood Zha. Yin followed suit, Bungyao. Friend, 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 friend. Zhang Weiguo, in his excitement, gave Yin a hug, which left Yin a bit flustered. However, he understood that this was Zhang Weiguo's way of expressing friendship. Yin then began to flip through the illustrated vocabulary book, trying to find the characters he wanted. After flipping through several pages, he finally found what he was looking for. He pressed the button and listened intently, mimicking the pronunciation. After a moment, he closed the book and solemnly addressed Zhang Weiguo in halting Huaxiao language. "Feng tribe, Yin, we are friends." Zhang Weiguo respectfully replied, "Huaxiao Zhang Weiguo, we are friends." For the first time, 2 individuals from different worlds confirmed their friendship. Years later, as the historians of the Huaxiao Cosmic Republic were researching when the Feng tribe joined Huaxiao, they came across this legendary tale. The great pioneers of Huaxiao who explored the universe first encountered Yin, the leader of the still primitive Feng tribe, bringing the goodwill and wisdom of Huaxiao. They saved the Feng tribe, which was on the brink of extinction as winter approached. That day the sun shone brightly, flowers bloomed, and countless beasts came to celebrate. Huaxiao embraced this alien civilization with open arms without engaging in bloody plunder or enslavement. The Feng tribe, filled with gratitude, integrated into the Huaxiao family. From then on, they worked together with siblings from other tribes for the growth of the Huaxiao family. Of course, at that moment, Zhang Weiguo and Yin had no idea how this ordinary day would be described as one filled with bright sunlight and blooming flowers. If there had truly been countless beasts celebrating, they probably would have huddled together in fear. After confirming their friendship, Yin took out the honey from the bee king he had brought earlier and shared it with Zhang Weiguo. Since he no longer had allergies to bees, Yin had even come to enjoy this food. Zhang Weiguo also shared his duh by 2 milk candy and spicy strips with Yin. A tribal boy dressed in animal skins and barefoot savored the spicy strips, grinning and grimacing, while a scruffy Huaxia youth in camouflage body armor relished the overly sweet honey. They exchanged glances and laughed, resembling 2 boys from different ethnicities in Huaxia. Although their languages might differ slightly, they could both feel each other's sincerity and goodwill. After resting for a moment, Yin prepared to leave. He found Th. Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt that although the suit seemed to be just a thin layer, it actually provided quite good insulation. Seeing Yan's shocked expression, Zhang Weiguo was delighted. This was not just an ordinary stab-resistant suit. It was a high-tech garment designed specifically for him by the state, combining portability, warmth, and protection. The cost of this single piece of clothing could probably buy a car. Afterward, Zhang Weiguo noticed that Yin was awkwardly scratching his head. He couldn't help but think how foolish it was to astonish a primitive tribe's boy of what was there to be excited about. However, Zhang Weiguo had thoughtfully given this suit, as a clever, kind-hearted leader with goodwill was essential. Of course, he had to protect him as best as possible. Yan's embarrassment faded quickly. He said, "Thank you, I will learn this. I invite you to visit our tribe." "Sure, I would like to see your tribe too," replied Zhang Weiguo. After saying this, he took out another item, a video player with a built-in battery containing a single video that taught Huaxiao language. The previous one was a durable paper version of illustrated vocabulary, while this one was a more delicate version, but it was easier to damage. The buttons were designed to be very simple. Just play, pause, and rewind. After a brief explanation, Yan quickly grasped how to use it. He bid farewell to Zhang Weiguo and headed back to his tribe. Yan had already made up his mind to study these things diligently, so he could understand what Zhang Weiguo wanted and repay him for saving his life and his father's. Watching. Without a doubt, it is essential to gather food as much as possible. Although the country can deliver supplies, relying solely on rockets to transport food from so many places is indeed a bit wasteful. Moreover, there is another task at hand, which is to collect the corresponding plants. Previously, without the lunar module, everything spoiled as soon as it was taken out. Now that the lunar module is available, we can pack things properly inside it. Of course, we can also pack things here, but before, the space for delivering supplies via rockets was very cramped, leaving no room for the collection boxes. This time there are more supplies coming up, and since the lunar module doesn't need to go back, we can pack even more. Zhang Weiguo collected food, while also gathering plants and some animal specimens. The space in his mind cannot hold living creatures, but animal corpses are still acceptable. Zhang Weiguo is gathering here, while the young Yan has successfully returned to the tribe. "Yan, what is that smell on you? It's so strange. And what do you have on your back?" "Yan, I heard a strange wild man has appeared in the forest. You need to be careful and not be deceived by him." Yan felt a bit embarrassed. He had saved some spicy strips and white rabbit milk candies for his brother, but the smell of the spicy strips was quite strong. Yan hurriedly said, "I brought the friendship of Huaxiao from over there. I need to discuss it with my father and the shaman." After saying that, he quickly ran back to his straw hut. Today, Chief Feng was already able to sit up. With modern medicine and nutritional solutions combined with the physical fitness of the people on this planet, his recovery was rapid. His younger brother Sure was still taking care of their father. "Brother, you're back," Sure said happily. Yan gave his remaining spicy strips and milk candies to his brother to try. Then he took out the illustrated literacy book that Zhang Weiguo had given him and explained it into Thai. "All right." The two brothers walked out of the shaman's room with calm expressions. It seems that this time the white-haired days would indeed be hard to get through, and finding a successor for the shaman needed to be expedited. Otherwise, once the shaman dies, no one would be able to perform the rituals to obtain divine items. The young Yin and the chief returned to their straw hut. "You two should study hard these days. Once you master it, we can repay the favor of saving our lives, and also know whether we can get sufficient help to survive the harsh winter." The two brothers began their literacy studies with heavy hearts. After collecting materials, Zhang Weiguo had just seen the replay of the tribe's people's curiosity about the things on Yan's body, which made him feel relieved. The curiosity without fear indicated that they would not regard it as something demonic or evil. He believed that once someone mastered the Huaxiao language, he would be able to enter the tribe. From the video analysis, if his younger brother Sure learned, he would undoubtedly be able to communicate simply within a week. Zhang Weiguo was very confident and then began to dig the soil. Since the lunar module had successfully passed the experiment, it would be used for farming. This time, several types of vegetable seeds were also sent up. Since there is soil and water here, they can definitely be planted. Zhang Weiguo turned around and returned to the moon. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and he calculated the time. By mid-autumn, he would probably be able to confirm safety and contact his family. Recently, he also asked Captain Li Hua about the situation at home. His family was doing well and being well protected, which made him feel at ease. Upon returning to the moon, he chatted with the experts, and under their guidance, he repaired the problematic detection devices. Afterward, he began to learn from agricultural experts about farming on the moon. This will also provide more data for the future lunar production base. Farming is indeed in the bones of Huaxiao people. Zhang Weiguo leveled out a 2 square meter framework in the lunar module and divided it into 3 parts to plant potato, sweet potato, and tomato seeds. Just completing this step gave him a sense of immense happiness. Comfortable. After finishing these tasks, it was time to chat with Xiao Lei again. However, this time, it wouldn't just be simple conversation therapy. Old Qian really delivered a computer to Zhang Weiguo. So what are we waiting for? He must transform into a war god and create a bloody storm in the canyon. The two entered the game. Undoubtedly, with no gaming talent, Chen Tianlei, who had experienced a drop from gold to silver over 4 years of college, combined with Zhang Weiguo, a warrior, facing high latency from the moon to the blue star, the canyon was indeed a bloody storm, but the blood was all theirs. Of course, as a noble summoner, failure could never be attributed to himself. Zhang Weiguo complained, what the hell? It's been 5 years without news, and what kind of ridiculous heroes are these designers creating? This black guy is way too fierce. Do my red glasses even deal damage to him? Chen Tianlei chuckled, designers know nothing about games. However, Zhang Weiguo maintained a good attitude knowing he had high latency. They were also matched in the game, just bantering and complaining. Being able to play games made him quite happy. Chen Tianlei, on the other hand, was not so cheerful. After being repeatedly killed, his mood was not great, though he wouldn't blame his brother. After they finished, Chen Tianlei quietly told Zhang Weiguo, ahem, old Qian said to let me install some novels and TV shows that you're interested in to help you relax. There's a hidden folder in the study materials, you know what I mean. Damn, you're ruining my reputation. Chen Tianlei turned and left, thinking he was hiding it well, but in reality, anything that could be sent to the sky had to be thoroughly checked, even if it was just a pixel with a problem. The hidden folder was definitely discovered. After a series of discussions, it remained. On this day, Dinghai Technology also welcomed experts to provide technical support for producing deep-sea submersibles, while George from the deep-sea company also received an ultimatum: either present a submersible prototype or write a will. Thus, George approached Dinghai Technology. Even if it meant being embarrassed by Huaxia, he had no choice. Life is paramount. Li Jing from Dinghai Technology was quite excited at this moment. Experts sent from above to support their civilian technology were all big shots, which felt like a windfall. The big shots wasted no time and immediately began modifying the production line, adjusting material ratios, and making changes to the molds. Dinghai Technology Group had already established itself as a leader in deep-sea exploration tourism within China, which was why the organization chose them. With just a few modifications to the materials and molds, they could achieve the goal of diving to 1200 meters. After all, current technology was mostly limited by materials. They had already mastered the theoretical knowledge of space elevators, but lacked sufficiently strong materials. The experts were now studying the items Zhang Weiguo brought back from the primitive planet, as if they had discovered a new world, having initially not intended to come out, but being forced to do so. Now they were racing against time too. Hearing that the intact fragments were about to return to Blue Star, everyone was very excited. Li Jing was thrilled and walked to the production workshop to check on the prototype. However, he was stopped at the entrance by someone from the National Security Bureau. Sorry, you can't enter right now. Once the improvements are completed, a dedicated technician will explain everything to you. Li Jing was momentarily dumbfounded, but then realized it was reasonable. After all, protecting such cutting-edge talents was quite normal. He couldn't see much anyway, and just as he was about to leave, his assistant hurried over. Boss, that George called. George, that shameless guy. Hearing that name made Li Jing angry. If it weren't for the penalty fees he owes us, I'd tell him to get lost. Li Jing knew that this bunch of shameless lighthouse people would definitely not pay, and he had no desire to talk to him. Disgusting. He said he would pay 10 times the penalty and wants to collaborate with us. Is it the end of the world tomorrow and aliens are coming? How could these lighthouse people evolve? Then let him pay the penalty and tell him we have our own technology. Now we won't collaborate with him anymore. Li Jing couldn't be bothered with George. After all, with their new technology, they didn't need to care about those shameless lighthouse people. The money has already arrived. They want to collaborate because they want to buy our technology. Today, George really shocked Li Jing by being so straightforward and wanting to buy their technology. Get lost, we're not selling the technology. Let him go play with it. He had also anticipated this. If we're not selling the technology, he wants to buy the prototypes we produce. Li Jing was about to question how he knew about the prototypes when he suddenly remembered that they had announced it on their official website. There was a problem here. After a brief thought, and linking it to the news released by the Lighthouse Space Agency a few days ago, Li Jing instantly understood. He chuckled. They must have been boasting, and after realizing it was unattainable, they came to find them. This was definitely a chance to drive a hard bargain. However, before that, he had a question to ask. So he walked up to the national security officer and said, "Brother, I'm not going in. Could you please ask the big shots how secure our technology is? It won't be easily cracked, right? My company has many overseas partners, and it would be terrible if our technology was compromised. I'd rather not collaborate with them." The national security officer did not move. One person stared at Li Jing, while another walked aside to communicate via headset. After a while, the officer who completed the communication approached Li Jing. "Don't worry, the higher-ups said they know you are a company collaborating internationally and have implemented strict confidentiality measures for the technology. If anyone tries to crack it, there will be a core self-destruction mechanism. They absolutely cannot crack it." "Good, then I can rest assured." Li Jing happily walked out, thinking about how to take George for all he was worth. All the extra profits would be donated to the state to support national scientific research. Just imagining using the enemy's money to help his own country's development felt great. Leisurely and unhurried, he returned to the office. George was now so anxious he was about to smoke. This bunch of bastards from the space agency truly kept their word. Not only was the company under surveillance, But even his home was being monitored. Not just him, but his family was in the same situation. As the chairman of a high-tech company in the lighthouse, he was somewhat of a celebrity, yet he was outright denied a ticket purchase at the airport with the reason being he was under special protection. He wanted to notify the media, but it was useless. They had already received the news and prohibited reporting on it. Even when he tried to post something on personal media, any mention of the space agency was instantly deleted. Even when he tried to hint at this matter, he couldn't send any messages. Every one of them was being scrutinized. George was practically going crazy. Watching the media constantly attacking the lack of freedom in China and claiming that China controls the minds of its citizens made him laugh in anger. Indeed, in the lighthouse, the law states that one can say anything, but when there are vested interests involved, one can't say a single word. You say the law doesn't specify that you can't say it. The next day, they could draft a law for you on the spot. George was now powerless and could only pin his hopes on China. The space agency had just sent him a message. Recent campus shootings have occurred frequently. You must ensure the safety of your 3 children. What is this? This is a blatant threat. He had no way out. Hey Xiao, I heard you were looking for me. Li Jing leisurely returned to the office, even having time to brew a cup of tea before answering the phone. To his surprise, George was still on the line. Yes, brotherly, I want to discuss collaboration with you. What a dog. Turns out he could speak Chinese all along, but never did before. He has truly matured and no longer cares about others' mockery. Li Jing snickered. When he previously sought collaboration with this guy, they were always the ones who arrived 2 hours early at their lighthouse headquarters. Sometimes they would not even arrive within 2 hours, leaving a cold statement that they had other matters and would need to reschedule. Yet now things were different. The shift from arrogance to humility was quite amusing. This made Li Jing increasingly patriotic. This was the confidence that came from a strong motherland. For such an important matter as collaboration, why don't you come for a face-to-face meeting? So lacking in sincerity. Brother, the situation is urgent. I'm willing to pay more, George replied. Oh, seems really urgent. Didn't your space agency say they had deep-sea submersibles? Why not look for your own people? George gritted his teeth. Those people are too foolish. I don't want to work with them. It's better to work with us Chinese. Hey, don't drag in personal relationships. Who are you to us? Don't talk feelings. Feelings hurt money. Li Jing chuckled. Actually, I do have Chinese ancestry. My great-grandfather was Chinese. I'm not trying to exploit relationships here. Just give me a definite answer, brother. Li Jing laughed, seeing how anxious the kid was, even starting to acknowledge his roots. Fine, we've collaborated before, so it's a price of 5 times. I'll have the prototype ready for you in a month. George panicked. A month later, the 7th day would have passed. Brother, a month is too long. Can it be shorter? I saw on our official website that there has been an update. There will be a prototype in a week. Li Jing sat up. After all, testing the machine once it is produced is necessary, and having others pay for the testing is quite beneficial. That prototype is a breakthrough for us. It's incredibly valuable. Brother, I can pay more. How about 10 times the previous cooperation price? George stopped dragging his feet. He had no choice but to offer money. It's incredibly valuable. It's our latest technology, super impressive. Recently, the people from your aerospace bureau have been mocking me, making it hard for me to operate, he continued. Brother, I don't have any more money. I swear, not a drop left. George was nearly in tears. Although no one was beside Li Jing, he remembered that the higher-ups wanted to acquire a building in the suburbs for renovation to improve people's lives. It seemed that George's company's share was the reason it had been stalled. So he pretended to speak to the absent assistant. Can't you see him negotiating a business deal here? What building? That building is important to others as well. Upon hearing this, George's eyes lit up. Brother, stop talking. The assistant is right. Even if I want that building now, it's useless. Just give me the share, and as long as I can see the prototype next week. All right, brother, let's sign the contract then. After hanging up the phone, Li Jing was overjoyed. This deal not only recouped the expenses from the past few years, but also earned him a lot more. George was in a hurry. As soon as the call ended, the contract quickly arrived. He summoned the company's legal team, and after reviewing it without issues, they signed it. The money transferred swiftly, and the property transfer was also quick. Normally, such large transactions, especially with China, have strict scrutiny. George called the Aerospace Bureau directly. The technology department was eager to avoid blame, and it passed quickly. Li Jing immediately took the property title to the city planning department. The city planners were also troubled as the location of that building was too good. How any plan would have to involve it. Unfortunately, a foreigner was stubbornly demanding an exorbitant price. Director, the issue with that building is resolved. Oh, how was it resolved? Did that foreigner change into a person? No, the property rights have changed hands. It's now owned by a Chinese entrepreneur who just came by to donate it to the national planning. What? The director quickly checked the documents. They were all genuine and valid indeed. After finishing these tasks, Li Jing immediately went to the China Aerospace Foundation. The Aerospace Bureau does not accept direct donations, but this foundation does. and it mainly supports various research activities in aerospace. Soon the Foundation's official website updated with a new donation detail. Anonymous donor Weiguo donated 1 billion. Of course, for such a large donation, it could definitely be traced back to the donor, but to protect the donor's wishes, they want to investigate as long as the source of funds is not illegal. Li Jing finally felt comfortable after doing this. The technology department of the Aerospace Bureau symbolically collected the patent fees, and donating all the money earned this time was indeed the correct choice. Time passed quickly. During these days, Zhang Weiguo became relatively free, continuing to learn from scientists while also planting potatoes and engaging in various activities. Young Yin and Young Shi were rushing to learn Chinese, especially Shi, who showed remarkable talent in language and was almost able to communicate. Zhang Weiguo estimated that they would come to find him in another day or two. The Blue Star had 2 plans running in parallel, and it was a matter of who would launch first. One was a simulated man-moon landing plan, and the other was a blue algae oxygen cultivation chamber project. Food was important for astronauts, but oxygen was even more critical. Whichever project completed testing first would be launched first. Both were significant steps for moon landing. Just a few days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, scientists were eager to present a mid-autumn gift to China. Moreover, Elder Qian had a surprise for Zhang Weiguo. Everyone was anxious, which is why they prepared the prototype for the Deep-Sea Technology Group in just 5 days. After guiding them through the night, they returned to the Blue Star Moon Palace Command Center to continue their efforts. Upon hearing this, Li Jing couldn't care less about sleep and rushed to the company, where he found the engineers hadn't slept either and were excitedly gazing at the device. "Boss, you're here. This thing is amazing, far better than what Lighthouse sold us before. It's beautiful and artistic." In the eyes of the engineers, this cold mechanical metal chamber was filled with beauty akin to a stunning woman. "Let's debug it." The engineer began to adjust it. All the guides and broadcasts were in Chinese, sounding much more comfortable than that garbled bird language. There was also an emergency system designed to handle special situations in the deep sea. Pressing the emergency button would activate the system, sacrificing the deep-sea pod to ensure the safety of the pilot inside. Thus, there were anti-mispress measures. Pressing it once would trigger a broadcast in Chinese stating, "If you need the emergency system, please click quickly again." In fact, it just required pressing it once more. "Boss, we really need to sell this to Lighthouse first. It will take us about a month to produce the next one without expert guidance," the engineer said. "Oh, that's fine. The money from across the way can build 20 of them. We Chinese value practicality. With confidentiality measures in place, they could never crack it. Plus, we can let them test it out first. It's a win-win." The engineer laughed, saying, "That's true. The main issue is the materials. They definitely can't crack it, so we'll just use them as guinea pigs, huh?" Meanwhile, George at Lighthouse was in a hurry, insisting that as soon as the prototype was ready, it must be sent back immediately by special aircraft. They began extensive modifications, originally intending to crack the design, only to find that doing so would cause damage, making it impossible to break. With time running out, they dared not proceed with the cracking and could only modify it. The specific changes included altering the Chinese broadcasts to bird language and changing the buttons Chinese to bird language. They rushed the modifications and time was tight. "Boss, the Aerospace Bureau has sent someone to take away the deep-sea pod, but one of the emergency button broadcasts hasn't been modified yet." George thought for a moment. The Chinese are quite straightforward. If they say it's 12,000, it's definitely 12T. George scoffed him. "Can I take my family on vacation now?" "Don't rush. Such a glorious moment should of course happen after it's all over," said the Aerospace Bureau technician as they left, delivering the device to the new director. The new director looked at the deep-sea pod and felt quite pleased. He couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Everyone else was complacent, still talking about 11,000. "Look, I said 12,000, and it worked out just the same. Depending on how the testing goes, there might even be breakthroughs. It's a worthy return for the funding approved by the higher-ups." "Oh, what's the next project?" "It needs to be put on the agenda." On a sunny afternoon, the deep-sea live broadcast from the Lighthouse began. The deep-sea diver donned his equipment and entered the submersible. This diver was previously responsible for testing at the deep-sea company. He had been reluctant to come, knowing that the company had only reached 9,000 meters before, and now they had suddenly surpassed 3,000 meters in just a week. Not even a dog would believe it. However, after kind reassurances and persuasion from the space agency personnel, and with the engineers subtly hinting that this was a modified product from China, he felt slightly more at ease. Anyone familiar with China knows that while they may not provide the absolute best, they will deliver what they promise, no less. Moreover, as a deep-sea diver, he was very interested in this area, aware of the breakthroughs from China's Dinghai technology. It seemed to be a technology delegated by the China National Space Administration. After all, he knew Dinghai Technology was a company that had always collaborated with them. It couldn't just suddenly produce new technology out of nowhere. The live broadcast has begun. Chinese netizens are not stuck in their ways, having suffered from isolation in the past. They are eager to see the outside world. Of course, they would pay attention to this event. You might not believe it, but I think this design resembles our Chinese style. Even though they are metal creations, the styles of East and West do indeed differ. It's a bit similar, but probably not. This is the Lighthouse Space Agency using our Chinese technology. Isn't that a slap in the face? Meanwhile, those collaborating with Lighthouse Deep-Sea Technology were also paying attention. Good. China has a 12,000-meter capability, and so does Deep Sea. That's acceptable. Otherwise, we would have to spend a fortune to collaborate with China. Even if I starve, I would rather jump into the sea from here than collaborate with China. Of course, those working with China's Dinghai technology were also watching closely. Tisk. There is indeed capital involved. Both sides having a 12,000-meter capability is quite similar, but China's is more practical, and their collaboration is stable. China's recent momentum is strong. We need to consider our strategy. The people from the Lunar Research Institute took a glance and lost interest. They could tell at a glance that this was a modified version of their technology. No need to look further. Since success was inevitable, they didn't bother to bicker with them. The wheels of history roll on, and only a nation that follows the righteous path can stand at the pinnacle. A country that relies on sucking the lifeblood of the world will not last long. However, Zhang Weiguo was quite engrossed watching from the moon, as it was his own technology that he brought down. He wanted to see just how impressive it was, especially when the final reveal was that it was indeed 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 11,000 meters, 12,000 meters. Success. The diver finally relaxed, exclaiming, "China, I did not misjudge you. You are the most reliable." George's heart, which had been racing, calmed down. The Chinese are indeed much more honest than the Lighthouse people. They didn't pull any tricks. If it were them, this wouldn't be possible. The technical personnel also felt relieved. Not bad. After all, the money has been divided and the technology has been produced. Any problems that arise later will have nothing to do with them. The new director was also pleased. Not bad. Indeed very impressive, but we Lighthouse people possess an indomitable spirit of adventure. Let's go another 1,000 meters. The diver was shocked to hear this news. What the hell are you trying to tell me, that my life doesn't matter down here? George had already started making phone calls. Bro, we successfully reached 12,000 meters. Can I go on vacation now? I need to travel and relax first. The technician was dumbfounded. Big brother, even if you don't understand technology, you should know that 1,000 meters in the deep sea is quite difficult, right? Just quietly achieving success without losing face is already great. Why are you causing such a commotion now? However, the new director was full of vigor, insisting on pushing further down 1,000 meters to break the record for unmanned deep-sea detectors. This would be an important milestone in his career. Even if the diver sacrificed on the way back, it wouldn't matter. The country would be grateful to him. Now the diver was in a bind, forced to dive deeper. 12,100 meters, 12,200 meters, 12,300 meters, 12,400 meters, 12,500 meters. At this point, the submersible was creaking ominously, yet it still held on. The diver was already praising China. Indeed, the Chinese were reliable. With 500 meters of margin left, it was already quite impressive. As a diver, he knew that at this depth, a 10-meter breakthrough was already remarkable. The new director looked at the 12,500 meters and thought it was quite healthy. He slammed the operation platform, dropping straight down 500 meters. Damn it! The diver was horrified at this sight. Are you kidding me? Do you think this is a game where you can just drop down at will? Originally designed for 12,000 meters, they were now approaching 13,000. The submersible could no longer withstand it, creaking everywhere, alarms flashing red. The diver could no longer keep it together. If they went any deeper, the submersible would explode, and he would be crushed by the pressure in an instant. He decisively pressed the emergency button. If you need the emergency system, please click again quickly. Although the diver did not understand Chinese, he understood this Antimus operation design. He kept pressing hard and successfully activated it. The submersible halted its descent and began to ascend. At that moment, the submersible was calm inside, while outside the waves were tumultuous. If I heard correctly, the emergency broadcast from the submersible just now was in Chinese. Tisk. I was wondering why this style felt familiar. So this is Chinese technology. What's going on? Did Lighthouse collaborate with China? It shouldn't be right. Ordinary netizens were passionately discussing, while those in positions of power were stunned by the news. Quick, check if Lighthouse collaborated with China. When did this happen? What are they collaborating for? To reshape the world order. Impossible. They were at odds with each other before, now they're collaborating. What will we do? Countless other countries went into a frenzy, scrambling to contact either Lighthouse or China, even preparing to unite with each other. Just because of this small phrase in Chinese, the entire world shook. Upon hearing this, the new director knew it was over. No matter what, he was finished. Zhang Weiguo felt relieved upon hearing this, as it was about time. He turned and traversed back to the primitive planet. Through the monitors, he saw the tribe bustling with activity. Today they were not hunting, and the youths Yin and Shi were coming in his direction. It seems they have decided to invite me, then I shall not hold back this time. Here I come, Black Box. Today is the day to go to the tribe. Just in case, I prepared some flashbangs, stun grenades, and more bullets for Zhang Weiguo. One must always be cautious. Zhang Weiguo checked all the weapons and stored them in his mind space, putting on his protective suit, and now he awaited the arrival of the young Yin and his brother Shi. Here on Blue Star, the waves of the Huaxiao language are still surging. Everyone else knows what has happened, as if the world's landscape had suddenly changed in these past 2 days. The higher-ups at the lighthouse are also anxious. Isn't this behavior going to mislead their allies? Thus an announcement was quickly issued. Undoubtedly George ended up taking the blame, but it was a minor one he could bear. He couldn't handle such a large burden. The newly appointed director was replaced again to quell public anger. After all, these lighthouse people consider themselves world leaders and cannot accept that the technology they flaunted was actually Waxia's. Many are calling the new director and George from the deep-sea traders, accusing them of selling lighthouse technology to Huaxia. The people at the space agency are also overwhelmed. After the deep submersible returned, they found it completely destroyed. All their money was wasted and the equipment was gone. However, the Lighthouse Space Agency suddenly grasped an important issue. It seemed that he had experienced no problems both times. In the future, arrangements should either use a small pot for the subordinates to carry or a large pot for the director to bear. One must absolutely avoid a medium-sized pot that they themselves have to carry. Meanwhile, the Huaxiao netizens are feeling quite pleased. They feel invincible these past 2 days. Not only is Waxia's moon landing plan progressing steadily toward success, but now this incident has occurred. During recent confrontations with the lunatics, the anti-national faction, and some lighthouse people, no lengthy discussions were necessary. A single phrase for urgent systems, please click quickly again, would leave the opposition defenseless. It was simply too comfortable. On the plane to Huaxiao, the original collaborator of the deep-sea technology spotted an unexpected person. Brother, didn't you say you wouldn't come if you were starving? Businessman face. I don't know, but I turned and chuckled. So fragrant. However, while the online chatter was loud, the Blue Star Moon Palace Research Center remained quite calm. Even when they learned of this incident, they merely smiled wryly. Huaxiao has never compared itself with others, it only competes with itself. To be stronger than yesterday. Competition is also fierce internally, but all in good spirit. The simulated human moon landing project team and the blue algae oxygen chamber project team are both working overtime to conduct experiments, eagerly vying to be the next to ascend. Elder Qian has returned from the highest decision-making body. The reward he applied for Zhang Weiguo has been successfully approved, just waiting to be announced during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Unfortunately, it can only be referred to by code. The day when the nation becomes stronger is when Zhang Weiguo's name can be revealed. On the primitive planet, Zhang Weiguo, monitoring from afar, saw young Yin and his brother carving marks under the trees. This time he did not want to wait any longer and decided to go directly. Young Yin and his brother had just finished carving the marks, preparing to come back when the sun was at noon tomorrow, when they suddenly heard sounds from the forest and immediately became alert. They soon discovered it was Zhang Weiguo and instantly relaxed, signaling for his brother to do the same. Friend. The two embraced, and then young Yin spoke in a slightly accented Huaxiao language. This is my brother Shi. Hello. Shi is wearing the outfit Zhang Weiguo gave Yin, though it looks a bit large. Seeing Zhang Weiguo, he shyly greeted him. Shi's Huaxiao was noticeably better than Yan's. He indeed has a higher language aptitude. Hello. Zhang Weiguo took out a big white rabbit milk candy and offered it to Shi. Shi had tasted this before and knew it was very sweet. Looking at his brother Yin. It's for you from a friend, so just take it. Then, Yin formally invited, friend, I invite you to visit my tribe. Alright, wait a moment, I need to bring my gifts too. Zhang Weiguo was still hesitant to reveal his mind space and walked a bit into the woods, taking out a large bag from his mind space, which contained some salt, sugar, as well as some medicines and nutrient solutions he had given to the tribal leader Feng last time. The nation had prepared other items, but now was not the time. Let's go. Alright. The three walked quietly out of the forest. When crossing the Great Rift, Zhang Weiguo also held onto the rope, experiencing quite an exhilarating thrill. Then Zhang Weiguo followed the two back to the tribe, where many people were dressed in their finest. Upon seeing Zhang Weiguo's arrival, they cheered and danced in various forms to welcome him. Although there was a language barrier, Zhang Weiguo could still feel their sincere enthusiasm. Originally, Zhang Weiguo was thinking of finding some excuse to approach the altar. He didn't expect that the first step of the esteemed guest in the tribe would be to touch the altar. Brother, please walk this way and touch the altar. It represents that you are our Wind tribe's most esteemed guest. Currently, most of the communication is still handled by Shi, as young Yan's Huaxia is not very fluent, far from Shi's proficiency. At this time, Chief Feng and the shaman were already standing on either side of the altar. Thankfully, they could already communicate. If Zhang Weiguo did not understand what they were saying and saw these people leading him to the altar, he would undoubtedly think that the tribespeople intended to sacrifice him and would have definitely fought back. "Welcome, friend." Chief Feng spoke, and Zhang Weiguo was very happy. It seemed they truly regarded him as an important friend, as even Chief Feng had learned a few phrases of Huaxia. Zhang Weiguo reciprocated by learning a few words of the primitive tribe language on the way. "I am honored, friend." Chief Feng was also very pleased to hear Zhang Weiguo speaking their language. "Please come this way." Chief Feng communicated with Zhang Weiguo through Shi's translation. It was also Zhang Weiguo's first time standing before the black box. The spider camera was too far away and the resolution was low, so it was impossible to see the appearance of the black box clearly. This time Zhang Weiguo saw the black box with his own eyes and discovered something astonishing. The symbol on the black box was actually the image of a person with a snake body. Isn't this the image of Nuwa? Does this mean that the primitive people inside and the humans of Blue Star share a common ancestor? Did Nuwa creating humans turn out not to be a legend, not a myth, but a remnant of an ancient super civilization? Or is it some cosmic unity where two planets so far apart gave rise to the same myth and legend? Zhang Weiguo's mind was about to explode. Then, following Shi's guidance, he placed his hand on the black box. With a hum, the black box lit up. Chief Feng was shocked. Young Yin and Shi gaped, and even the shaman who had remained silent looked astonished at Zhang Weiguo. The surrounding tribespeople were simpler. They all knelt down shouting, "Shaman! Shaman! Shaman!" At the same time, it was indeed in sync with Zhang Weiguo's intuition. His mind space was indeed connected to the black box. Upon contact with the black box, the mind space began to upgrade. The speed of the upgrade was astonishing, completed almost in an instant. The space expanded, currently measuring 101,010 meters. He received the civilian black box with function number 24 and detected the military black box with signal number 5. Before Zhang Weiguo could properly examine this updated item, the Chief Feng excitedly grasped his hand, chattering incessantly, leaving Zhang Weiguo scratching his head in confusion. Shi quickly translated, "Father wants to ask if you are willing to join our tribe and become the next shaman. The shaman is already old and needs a successor. He sincerely invites you because he sees you as one of his own." At this point, Zhang Weiguo was dumbfounded. How could someone in the shaman's position not be chosen from within the tribe, but seek someone outside? Zhang Weiguo asked the young Shi, "I think you would be very suitable to be the shaman. Why weren't you chosen as the successor?" Shi shook his head. "Only those who can receive a response from the altar can become a shaman. I can't." This question left Zhang Weiguo puzzled again. Why would such a situation arise? Could it be that he shared an ancestor with some people on this planet, or was it due to the brain space? He still didn't know what was required to become a shaman for this tribe, and couldn't agree hastily. So he spoke up, "I need to think about it." All right, the young Yin hoped Zhang Weiguo would join the tribe, as they had become like family. However, he also respected his friend's thoughts. Zhang Weiguo presented the gifts he brought to Chief Feng, who distributed the items among the tribe members. The entire tribe consisted of several hundred people, so it wasn't small. After completing these rituals, there was still more to come. Zhang Weiguo brought gifts, and the simple-minded primitive people believed in a barter exchange, so it wasn't just Chief Feng who contributed. Everyone who had just received gifts from Zhang Weiguo took out pieces of black stones from their homes and placed them on the black box, which absorbed them. After all this, Chief Feng spoke, "Since you have already been acknowledged by the altar, you may now request a response from it yourself." Standing before the altar, Zhang Weiguo found that it was just a touch panel, just as he had imagined. This black box could only do two things. He had already quietly examined the evolution of the brain space. Upon touching the civilian black box with number 24, he discovered that not only had the space expanded, but he had also acquired the functions of the black box. His brain space could achieve the effects of the black box, but it currently lacked energy and raw materials. This black box with number 24 had only two products. One was the previously cylindrical item called the pet controller, and the other was a small artificial intelligence. Even though Zhang Weiguo still did not understand what those words meant, the influence of the brain space allowed him to comprehend what each option of the black box represented. Without hesitation, he chose the small artificial intelligence. As Zhang Weiguo pressed down with his palm, a projection of the black box quickly appeared. A black spherical object the size of a palm materialized in the open space. The surrounding tribespeople shook their heads, deeming it trash. Only Zhang Weiguo cherished it as a treasure, his heart brimming with excitement. Chief Feng approached, patting Zhang Weiguo on the shoulder, and comforted him. "It's all right. This time we didn't acquire anything good, but next time we will definitely find a divine artifact." Zhang Weiguo wanted to say that this item was definitely much better than the pet controller, but looking around at the thatched hut's animal skin coat stone spears, he decided to keep quiet. After all, this artificial intelligence was of no use to them compared to the pet controller. After all, the controller could still be used as a spear tip if broken, while this artificial intelligence could only serve as a glass ball to play with. Thus he refrained from explaining. I really like it, thank you. Now that all the rituals were concluded, the other tribespeople dispersed, and the shaman, exhausted, returned to his thatched hut. Chief Feng took Zhang Weiguo back to his hut, where Zhang Weiguo saw the structure for the first time. The answer was that there was no structure. In the center, a thick wooden post served as a support with some thin sticks inserted into the ground at one end and fixed to the top of the central post at the other. They laid many large leaves on top and piled thatch over them. The entire interior space was half a meter lower than the ground and still covered with thatch, with some animal skins on top. Upon entering, it became a bit dark, so he just took a quick look before exiting. Most activities of primitive tribespeople occurred outside. They only returned to the thatched huts for sleep. Zhang Weiguo also discovered a very good feature. These primitives had a designated area for toilets, avoiding the terrifying situations he had previously worried about. Chief Feng kindly brought out food to host Zhang Weiguo. Although Zhang Weiguo wanted to try for safety sake, he pretended to cut the meat with a knife and put it in his mouth, but in reality, he stored it in his brain space. He planned to wait until he returned to the tree cave, where he could access the moon at any time to try it out to avoid any accidents. After eating, the chief and Yin went to organize the tribespeople to collect firewood to reinforce the hut and check the stored food, leaving the young Shi to chat with Zhang Weiguo. The White-Hair Day was approaching, and being able to spare half a day to specifically thank Zhang Weiguo was already a great honor. It was also to ensure that Zhang Weiguo could help them in the future. However, they needed to act quickly, otherwise it would be very difficult to get through this White-Hair Day. Are there other tribes nearby? Zhang Weiguo asked. Yes, but they are very far away. We might only meet them after the White-Hair Day is over, Shi answered, quickly filled with curiosity about Zhang Weiguo. How prepared are you for this White-Hair Day? Upon hearing this question from Zhang Weiguo, Shi hesitated for a moment, but still replied, Father and brother said that we are almost ready, but we feel that it should not be enough. In previous years, there would still be 20 sunsets before the White-Hair Day, but this year it has already grown very cold. It seemed the survival situation of this tribe was truly precarious. As for warmth, they could use a nuclear fusion power device, but for food it would be problematic. It was impossible to transport enough food for hundreds of people to last through the winter with a rocket. Zhang Weiguo pondered for a moment and asked, Where do you get your food? Why do we rarely see you hunting in the forest? The forest is very dangerous, far more dangerous than the outside. It is even more perilous during the White-Hair Day. We pass through the Sea of Flowers, where there is a lake with many grazing animals that we mainly hunt. However, there are often large bees in the Sea of Flowers that obstruct us and protect us. Even the primitives thought the forest was dangerous, indicating that he truly needed to relocate. He could also help the Feng tribe build better houses, but the most important thing was still food. Today he gathered a lot of information and needed to discuss it thoroughly on the moon. He quickly bid farewell to Chief Feng and Yin, telling them he would return tomorrow, and then swiftly returned to the treehouse. He first took out the small artificial intelligence. Through the brain space, Zhang Weiguo had already understood that this small artificial intelligence was strictly limited and would never evolve into an evil artificial intelligence like Skynet. It was completely controllable. Only then did he dare to bring it back to Blue Star. Of course, on Blue Star, the big shots would first perform quarantine checks. He also explained how to use it, but unfortunately, he didn't have a complete household pet controller. Otherwise, Zhang Weiguo would have wanted to try controlling the large bees or army ants. Activating the artificial intelligence, he connected it to the surveillance controller. JYX Smart Spirit at your service. Would you like to connect the following devices? Kamer. It was indeed very advanced, capable of connecting to any signal. Zhang Weiguo connected it all at once and was suddenly shocked to discover a signal source that was not his own. Moreover, it was located deep within the forest where he felt danger. What lies within? The more one learns about this world, the more unfathomable it seems. How could a civilization capable of producing such high-tech wonders as the black box vanish? Zhang Weiguo set the small artificial intelligence aside and examined the information in the brain space. Upon first contact with the black box, he not only acquired the functionalities of the No. 24 civilian black box, but also received information about a military black box. He checked the details. 5 years ago, a positioning signal was received from military black box No. 5, located 50 kilometers northeast. It seemed that someone had accidentally pressed the button to send the positioning information. This indicated a connection between the black boxes, likely produced by the same company. After touching the black box, his brain space could upgrade, making it clear that he needed to collect all the black boxes to uncover the origin of this brain space, or to understand what it truly is. Lying in the treehouse, Zhang Weiguo pondered. He had already established good communication with the Wind tribe, ensuring a certain level of safety. He finally looked forward to seeing his family. The mysterious signal source deep in the forest must be found. The military black box also needs to be located, but the most pressing matter is to help the people of the Wind tribe survive the harsh winter. Inviting them to join Huaxia and bringing technology from Blue Star is essential for rapid industrialization. Otherwise, relying solely on himself to explore the truth of this world would be an endeavor that could take ages. Of course, this was just Zhang Weiguo's contemplation. Specific matters still needed to be discussed with the leaders below. After all, many hands make light work, and their discussions would certainly be more comprehensive. Zhang Weiguo returned to the moon with the small artificial intelligence ready to surprise Qian Lao and the others. After all, while Blue Star now had artificial intelligence, it certainly did not have a compact, palm-sized artificial intelligence like this one. It could even charge wirelessly. This time, because Zhang Weiguo spent more time in the tribe, those back on Blue Star, including Qian Lao, were quite worried and were all waiting anxiously. So when Zhang Weiguo returned and activated the communication device, everyone was present. Upon seeing the device activate, the anxious hearts of the crowd finally relaxed. Qian Lao was the first to speak. Was your contact with the tribe safe? Don't take risks. If it doesn't work out, it's okay to wait. It was safe, very safe. Oh, everyone was friendly. I have already made contact with the black box, and my brain space has upgraded. It's now a spacious 101,010-meter area, allowing for much more storage, and I've also learned about the products of that black box. The cylindrical object we saw earlier is actually a pet controller that can manage a pet's movements. It has another product, which is this. Zhang Weiguo revealed, as this communication happened in the lunar module, allowing him to take things out. He directly produced the small artificial intelligence. Here is the small artificial intelligence. I don't know to what extent it can perform, but it contains a quantum computer. A quantum computer? This is not a distant concept. Blue Star has long had technology in this area. Huaxiao has even constructed the second prototype quantum computer with 76 photons, named Jiuzhong. While they have constructed it, the mainstream scientific opinion on Blue Star believes that there is still a long way to go before a true universal quantum computer can be developed. There are many pitfalls ahead, and it is uncertain which path is correct. Most are optimistic, believing that unless there is an unexpected breakthrough, a breakthrough may occur within 20 years. However, the correct answer is right in front of us. This is the flash of inspiration. It is important to note that the quantum computer prototype, Jiuzhong No. 3, developed by Huaxiao, can calculate the most complex samples within a microsecond, while the current world's fastest supercomputer would take 20 billion years to complete the same task. With a truly practical and widely available quantum computer, even using brute force methods to advance technology would provide unparalleled assistance. Chen Fan was mesmerized by the mention of the quantum computer and quickly asked, is it based on superconductors, ion traps, photonic qubits, neutral atoms, silicon spins, or topology? These terms were all quite advanced, and Zhang Weiguo had only heard of superconductors. I'm not quite sure he'll bring this back for everyone to study. And rest assured, this product has a locked upper limit when it is produced, so it won't become a dangerous AI like in the movies. Chen Fan scratched his head, realizing he was anxious and had to remember that Zhang Weiguo had only graduated from high school. Is there only one? Qian Lao chimed in. Currently, there is only one. However, after I made contact with the black box, my brain space also obtained the functions of the black box and can produce more. For energy, we can use nuclear fusion. We just need to find the raw materials. I will search for them on the moon, and if I find any, I will produce several more. If not, I will look on the primitive planet. However, there is an urgent situation, he added, causing everyone to tense up. What is it? According to my understanding, in the primitive tribe, winter has come unusually early this year. They do not have enough stored food, and this winter will surely bring severe losses detrimental to our future development. I am 95% confident that I can persuade them to join Huaxiao. Everyone fell into deep thought. If this friendly tribe suffered heavy casualties, it would be very unfavorable. With only Zhang Weiguo present, their having friendly allies is a crucial resource and an important foundation for early development. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Lao spoke up. They are vital. I cannot stand by and watch them suffer. To survive the cold winter, warmth and food are both essential. For warmth, we can utilize nuclear fusion generators to produce some heat sources. We can start designing that right now. As for food, one option is to build greenhouses for planting, but time may not permit that, so we will have to start with hunting. Using modern tactics and weapons, we should. Who? Qian Lao and Zhang Weiguo's thoughts coincided. That's what I was thinking too. In fact, while I was in contact with the black box, I received a positioning signal from a military black box sent 5 years ago, and there is also a signal source deep in the forest that can connect to artificial intelligence. But I believe it's better to solve the survival issue first before exploring, Zhang Weiguo concluded. Qian Lao praised him, saying, you are right. Safety is the top priority when you are alone out there. With the important matters discussed, the video feed was still transmitting. Zhang Weiguo planned to wait until the video had been sent and everyone had watched it before discussing the speculation about the human-headed snake body symbol and his potential to become a shaman. When he next ventured to the primitive planet and could traverse, he could follow the hunting team to assess the situation and film some videos for analysis. He missed his family dearly, saying, Qian Lao, this place is finally safe, and I want to tell my family that I am still alive. I want to see them. Hearing this, Qian Lao felt a lump in his throat. Good child, even though I have missed them greatly, you were right to finish discussing the important matters first. Fortunately, they had been preparing for this moment, and Li Hua had already arranged for people to assist. All right, I will have someone escort them over immediately. Zhang Weiguo's mother Chun Li was basking in the sun at the doorstep murmuring, counting the days. Mid-Autumn Festival is almost here. Weiguo, no matter where you are, you must eat mooncakes. With the festive season reminding her of her son, tears started to well up in her eyes. Just then a woman who had been sunbathing nearby suddenly stood up as if she had received news, walked over to Chun Li, and said, "Hello, Zhang Weiguo's mother. Weiguo has been found. Please come with me to see him." Chun Li was bewildered as to how this woman who had never spoken to her before knew she was Zhang Weiguo's mother, or how she knew that Weiguo had been found. She dared not ask, fearing it was a dream, and that when she awoke there would still be no news of Weiguo. All right, I'll go with you," she replied. For days, 3 groups of people had been taking turns to protect Chun Li, and Wang Hua was one of them. This protection had allowed her to deeply understand Chun Li and her thought. Despite the calm exterior, his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. He wanted to smoke, but couldn't pull a cigarette from his pocket due to the shaking. Li Hua quickly took out one and offered to light it for old Zhang, but he refused, simply uttering "go." On the way, Li Hua explained Zhang Weiguo's current situation to old Zhang. Soon old Zhang arrived first at the place where he could meet Zhang Weiguo. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo felt anxious, waiting impatiently outside. Finally, he saw his father's face on the screen. There wasn't much change except that his hair had turned slightly gray, making his eyes feel a bit sore, but he held back his tears and joked, "Dad, how's it going? I guess coming to this place is not bad. It counts as expanding our Wuxia's territory, right? I haven't embarrassed our Zhang family, have I?" Old Zhang was overwhelmed with emotions and didn't know what to say, or it was hard to believe that Zhang Weiguo was really on the moon, so he simply stated, 831414594871294, "For I am your father." Zhang Weiguo replied, 5478146747221 secret stash. Old Zhang's mood calmed down, and he continued, "It seems you haven't forgotten. Old Li just told me that you are very important to the country up there, so you must take care of yourself, always prioritize your safety, and listen to the government's instructions. Do you understand?" The bond between father and son is often understated, especially in a military family. Though their words were calm, Zhang Weiguo felt his father's deep concern. "I understand, definitely. Old Qian praised me for being sensible and helpful. You can be praised, but don't get arrogant. You still need to work hard and stay grounded." The newly established command center was not far from Zhang Weiguo's hometown, and Chun Li had already arrived. Upon entering the base, she was informed about Zhang Weiguo's situation. Once inside, she squeezed past old Zhang and saw Zhang Weiguo, tears instantly streaming down her face. Zhang Weiguo felt the same. Although from his perspective it had only been a few days since he last saw his parents, seeing his mother made him unable to hold back his tears. "Is it cold or hot over there? Do you have enough to eat? Can you eat enough? Is it good? Why did you have to go to the moon? Can't you come back? What about the original planet? Can we not go there? I saw in the news that the country is also planning to land on the moon soon. Can you come back with them?" A series of questions reflected Chun Li's concern for her child. "I'm doing well here. It's very safe. The country has provided me with a lot of help, and it's safe here now. Don't worry, Mom. Oh, perhaps you won't even need to wait for me to come back. You might soon be able to visit me on the moon." Chun Li felt relieved to see her son safe. "You little brat, they said you made contact with the country over 10 days ago. Why didn't you tell us sooner?" Old Zhang couldn't hold back anymore. He was on a mission and didn't want us to worry. Now that it's safe, he contacted us immediately. Oh, why say such things? Chun Li shot old Zhang a glare, but didn't dwell on it. She looked at Zhang Weiguo, filled with pity for him being alone on the moon, for having to venture into unfamiliar territory. She reached out, wanting to touch Zhang Weiguo to see how he was doing, if he was happy or not. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo's sister Tuan Tuan and childhood friend Xinjun arrived together, both Aurea. Tuan Tuan hopped over. "Bro, you really are on the moon. Have you seen sister change? Is there really a osmanthus tree on the moon? Did the rocket from the divine cow really explode on the moon?" "No change, no osmanthus tree. I didn't see them. And yes, it really exploded. Oh, I saw it with my own eyes." "Wow, that's awesome. Can you see the Great Wall from the moon?" Tuan Tuan was about to ask more questions when Chun Li pulled her away. "You little brat, can't you see your sister wants to talk to your brother? Let's go. They said we can talk to your brother every day from now on." "Old man, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and leave some space for the kids." Chun Li thought that Weiguo was now grown up, and Xinjun was also aware of this, so she quickly let the 2 children chat for a bit. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and it was better to hurry things along. Though she had many more things to say, this matter was more important. Xinjun's face turned a little red, and she didn't know what to say. She walked to the communicator and said, "Wow, how did you become so handsome?" Zhang Weiguo took the lead. "I look 5 years older, don't you mind?" "I don't mind, you look even better," Xinjun replied playfully. Their childhood love and the 5 years of waiting were something Zhang Weiguo would never let go of. He had promised to marry her after finishing military school, so he directly asked, "Will you marry me?" Xinjun was taken aback by the question. Her feelings for Zhang Weiguo were sincere, otherwise she wouldn't have waited so long. However, she questioned, "Are you old enough now?" Xinjun was puzzled, not knowing how to assess this. "I asked, they said you're old enough. Marry me." Xinjun's heart raced, and her face flushed as she softly replied, "I do." Zhang Weiguo was overjoyed, feeling so excited that he nearly wanted to teleport out and perform a dozen sets of military exercises. "Great. I'll work hard. By the National Day of 2029, the lunar base and man-moon landing will definitely be ready. After that, we'll probably be able to travel to the moon, and when that time comes, you can come to the moon, and we will be the first to hold our wedding there. I'm telling you, even change can't stop it. A wedding on the moon." This dreamlike phrase made Xinjun's heart race as well. "Okay, you must take care of yourself. For you, for me, and for our lunar wedding, we must work hard together," Xinjun said softly to Zhang Weiguo. "All right, time is almost up. I need to go over soon, so take care of yourself. Let Qian Lao and the others in now," she added. "Okay, you must take care of yourself and don't rush it over there," Xinjun said before blowing a kiss to Zhang Weiguo and blushingly running out. Qian Lao and a group of scientists entered, also feeling emotional. Zhang Weiguo was truly mature and responsible. "No need to rush, you can still talk with them a bit longer," Zhang Weiguo smiled and said, "It's fine, as seeing that everyone is well puts me at ease. There will be more opportunities. Did you see the video I sent back earlier?" Seeing that Zhang Weiguo had begun to address serious matters, Elder Qian stopped urging and said earnestly, "So they want you to become the shaman of the tribe?" "Yes, I'm not sure how they came to this conclusion. Only a few can become shamans. The Wind tribe has only one, but he is quite old. I just happened to be able to respond to the black box, and since I am alone, they invited me to be their shaman. After some inquiry, I learned that the duties of a shaman are quite simple, assisting in the sacrifices to the black box and discussing matters with the leader. They might have a few other responsibilities, but as a small tribe, they are not very knowledgeable." While Zhang Weiguo was discussing this with his family outside, Elder Qian and the others had already deliberated the issue. After their discussions, they concluded that becoming a shaman was feasible and would help Zhang Weiguo develop better and more safely. You can become a shaman, and with that identity, you can also educate them in literacy and Huaxiao language. Although they have their own language, they lack a written form. The absence of written language is a significant hindrance to the development of civilization. I believe they won't mind learning Huaxiao language, especially since it seems their tribe hasn't yet embraced cultural identity. However, you should find those among them who are proficient in their language to record a comparative study of both written forms. This way we can understand their language, which may be useful when we encounter primitive tribes that speak the same language in the future. Zhang Weiguo nodded. "All right, the chief's younger son sure has a good command of it. He'll ask him to record the corresponding translations." Elder Qian continued, "Since we've made the decision, we shouldn't hesitate. After we go, we will start counting the tribe's numbers and demographic composition, and we need to understand how long." Once the important matters were concluded, Elder Qian also gave Zhang Weiguo a heads up. "Don't worry about your family. They are all living in the base now. They will be taken care of while they learn, and there will be dedicated personnel to guide them." Additionally, Xinjun is a smart and good girl. She graduated from the biology department of Qingbei and has already applied to join the biological research project, which I have approved. During the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, there will be a reward from the state for you. Remember to come back in time to watch it with your family. "Thank you, Elder Qian. I will." After the communication was completed, Zhang Weiguo returned to the primitive planet, while the personnel in the command center remained unsettled for a long time, discussing among the biological experts the pet controller. How to control it? With what means? What form of control? Can electronic signals control biological signals? Is that even possible? Regardless of the method, there will be significant breakthroughs in biological research, a scientist murmured. However, an engineer who often communicated with the front lines provided a potential application perspective. "If we could indeed control small animals, it would greatly enhance the safety of our frontline soldiers. Many times those soldiers get injured precisely because they are unaware of the situations inside. If we could control ants or mosquitoes for reconnaissance, those drug traffickers would certainly be unable to resist. Terrorist organizations would also have nowhere to hide." Others considered this scenario and found it feasible. After all, even with electronic scanning devices, can they defend against small mechanical devices? Would they be able to defend against mosquitoes and ants? Another biologist also proposed a potential application. If this signal can control organisms, it might also help us find the signals that control the spine, allowing those paralyzed to stand up again. The expert in quantum computing and artificial intelligence, Chen Fan, excitedly said, "The artificial intelligence equipped on quantum computers. This not only provides a successful path for the national research on quantum computers, but also offers a correct sample. An engineer from the military industry added the small-sized synthesized artificial intelligence also provides significant scientific references for the country's 6th-generation fighter jets. You must understand that the speed of the 5th-generation fighter jets has already reached the limit acceptable to humans. It's not that speed cannot be improved further, but that humans cannot withstand higher speeds. The future 6th-generation fighter jets will undoubtedly be unmanned. That would necessitate extremely high agility, and specially trained artificial intelligence would be an excellent choice. Even swarms of small drones could be a vision for future warfare, which also needs artificial intelligence for support. Being unarmed and armed are two completely different situations. Dignity only exists at the tip of a sword, and truth lies only within the range of a cannon. This statement still holds true today. They must strive harder. On the Blue Star, Chin Fan wished he could jump up and retrieve the items immediately, but unfortunately he couldn't. Elder Qian spoke up beside him. Not only that, but many other technological fields have also submitted numerous applications requiring large-scale supercomputing with queues extending to 3 years ahead. If many quantum computers were to come down, even if we don't research them, just calculating those applications would be invaluable for the development of our Huaxia. They will be arriving soon, so let's not overthink it. Prepare the isolated network laboratory. No matter what happens, we need to check everything again. The designs for various greenhouse crop planting schemes must proceed simultaneously, and once Weiguo confirms, we will immediately commence action. Additionally, preparations for the plan to cooperate with the Wind Tribe in hunting large animals for food storage must also begin immediately. Let's all take action. After Elder Qian made the arrangements, everyone began to take action. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo had already arrived at the primitive tribe from the forest. Just in time, the young Yin was preparing to lead his tribesmen on a hunt. I am willing to become your shaman and help you through this white-haired winter. Will you listen to me? Sure, no problem. As long as you can lead all the tribesmen through the white-haired winter, we are willing to listen to you. The primitive people's thoughts are quite simple. Whoever can ensure their survival will be followed. All right, then take me hunting today, so I can assess the situation and plan. Zhang Weiguo handed the recorder to the young Shi, instructing him to start recording the comparative audio of the Huaxiao language and the tribal language, while also finding a few female tribespeople to dig up different soils. He turned to the young Yin and said him, "You must stay close to me today, I'll protect you." Young Yin reminded Zhang Weiguo and decided to avoid dangerous places for today. Zhang Weiguo donned his protective gear and took out a hand crossbow. Firearms were still too advanced for them and more difficult to manufacture, but a hand crossbow was much simpler. Zhang Weiguo intended to let the people of the Wind Tribe familiarize themselves with the crossbow, so they could better accept it in the future. As he followed the young Yin forward, he felt puzzled, noticing that they were walking on a path that seemed to have been trodden many times. He then asked, "Are there no prey in other areas? Have you only been walking this one path?" The young Yin shook his head. "No, the other sides are deep cliffs with no prey, and we can't go down. One side is the forest where you were before, and the other side is this path." Perfect. The crack near the forest was nearly 10 meters wide, which was essentially a cliff. Thus, this place resembled a vast plain surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides. Yet it had a water source, wood, and possibly even mineral resources. This was simply fantastic for future development from scratch, as they wouldn't have to worry about enemies coming from 3 sides. The group continued onward, and Zhang Weiguo finally understood why the people in the tribe placed such importance on whether someone was allergic to bees. Because in the only direction leading to the outside world, there was an immense sea of flowers with various purple, red, and blue blooms, each towering 7 to 8 meters high, and the flowers themselves over 2 meters in size. A group of mountain bees was diligently collecting honey within. The young Yin explained, "Beyond this sea of flowers lies our hunting ground. This sea of flowers not only obstructs our exit, but also protects us from external threats." Zhang Weiguo understood why there were no other tribes in this area. It was too desolate and offered no food. Food could only be procured by traversing the sea of flowers, which was exhausting. It was likely that sustaining a tribe of several hundred people here was already at the limit. The young Yin took out a clay jar from the pack he carried and applied some of its contents to each of the tribesmen, applying the most to Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo smelled it. It was quite foul, resembling a mix of sweet garlic and stinky too. Although Zhang Weiguo already knew that dinosaurs were massive, witnessing such a 20-meter-high creature in person made his instincts tremble. No wonder these primitives hadn't developed. If the early humans of Blue Star had faced such giants, their progress would have been challenging. The young Yin carefully observed the dinosaur before letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this dinosaur is herbivorous and poses little threat to us. Let's follow this river a bit further. Over there is a herd of calves. We'll go catch them. Zhang Weiguo had never seen this place before, so he refrained from sharing his opinions and simply followed the young Yin. However, he was recording the entire journey with 4 to 6 cameras without missing a detail, preparing to analyze the footage for the officials back home. After nearly half an hour of walking, Zhang Weiguo finally spotted the calves. They were astonishingly referred to as calves despite being over 3 meters tall and more than 6 met. This made sense, as these might indeed be relatively small animals for them, considering that other creatures were even larger. Here he witnessed the hunting methods of the Wind tribe, which were both effective and primitive. 10 people focused on the same target, and once everyone was ready, they all threw their wooden spears together with all their might. Primitive people possessed great strength, and the wooden spears flew quickly, but the calf's reaction time was not slow either. Upon realizing the danger, it immediately attempted to escape. However, with 10 people aiming at one target, at least one spear would hit. The wooden spears had shards from pet controllers tied to them. While these shards might not be very sturdy, they were quite sharp, and many pierced into the calf's body. The calf, true to its nature, initially did not suffer severe injury from the first piercing, but it became enraged and charged at the primitives. The primitives did not stand their ground. When the calf charged, they ran away. After dodging, they pushed the spears deeper into the calf's body. As the calf attempted to flee, everyone was ecstatic, cheering "Woo! Huaxia! Woo! Huaxia! Woo! Huaxia!" The young yin was equally thrilled, realizing it was indeed correct to invite Zhang Weiguo, as such a marvelous weapon could help them gather more food. "So how about we gather some more food this time?" Zhang Weiguo was also very excited. This primitive hunting style truly ignited one's passion. However, soon after, a lookout from the tribe approached, saying the death dogs are coming. The young yin looked up at the sky. Oh, it was getting dark. "Let's head back. Today's harvest has been substantial. It's not safe here at night, and the pack of death dogs that hunts together is approaching." Listening to the advice, Zhang Weiguo learned from the young yin that this pack of death dogs resembled hyenas from Blue Star, just larger. He did not insist further, and simply followed the young yin back to the tribe. Fortunately, they did not encounter any mishaps along the way and returned to the tribe safely. Zhang Weiguo's time there was nearly at its limit as he prepared to leave. "Stay with us for today. Oh, it's too late, and the forest is no longer safe. I've instructed the tribe to prepare a house for you next to Wu." Zhang Weiguo turned to see a brand new thatched cottage. After considering that it was in, the young yin, although unaware of the habit, agreed. "Okay, I will inform the tribe." Zhang Weiguo nodded. "All right, then you don't need to call for me tomorrow. I will come out when I am ready." Time was running out, and after saying this, he turned to enter the room. He hid several cameras inside the room before crossing back to the moon. Chun Fan and the others could hardly wait, eagerly gazing at the lit communicator. Their minds were buzzing, waiting to receive the impact of advanced civilization's quantum computer structure and design. They could already imagine the breakthroughs this would bring and could hardly contain their anticipation. Military agricultural experts were also anxious, waiting for Zhang Weiguo to send the video. They were eager to prepare plans to bring the youth from the primitive tribe into modern society. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo spoke up. "I know the higher-ups are anxious, but please hold on. I will transmit the video first, and then I will see if there are any mineral resources on the moon. If I can produce more, that would be even better." After Zhang Weiguo transmitted the video, he went to search for minerals on the moon. Unfortunately, he had no luck, so he returned bringing back various types of soil collected from the tribe, along with a pile of complete pet controller fragments and a small artificial intelligence, even cutting a bit of meat from the young bull he hunted today to put in the recovery capsule. The recovery rocket had already reached its designated orbit, and Zhang Weiguo watched as the recovery capsule successfully ascended. With the urgent matters completed, the first to communicate with Zhang Weiguo was an expert on heating and greenhouse cultivation, as he had previously visited the tribal camp. "We observe that the area surrounding the tribe seems to be a circle of plains. Is it dangerous around here?" Zhang Weiguo then spoke. "Not at all. It's truly a chosen land. The tribe is situated on a vast plain surrounded on 3 sides by cliffs. I am not sure how extensive it is, but it appears quite large. If we can cultivate all of it, it would be enough to sustain 40 to 50,000 people. The best part is that the only exit is a massive flower sea, possibly covering dozens of square kilometers, which is home to many large bees, serving as a natural barrier," he continued. "This also obstructs the tribe's people from leaving, but for us, it's an advantage. If we can cultivate and develop industry, at least in the early stages, we won't be disturbed by any dangers." Hearing Zhang Weiguo's description, the scientists below were excited. A stable environment is crucial for early development. If resources are sufficient to industrialize the tribe and then absorb a large population from other tribes, development would be rapid. Great. Our plan is as follows. Since pottery can already be fired over there, we should also be able to make bricks. It may be too late to produce steel, but we can start by making some bricks to replace all the thatched houses with brick houses. We'll install geothermal pipes underground using nuclear fusion for heating and circulating hot water, which will be absolutely sufficient. We don't need to worry about keeping warm," he continued. "Then surrounding the tribe, we will create a circle of greenhouses. Part of it will be used to collect decaying wood and soil mixed to cultivate the fastest-growing fungi, another part for slower-growing carrots and radishes, and the remaining part for potatoes and sweet potatoes. Coupled with our supplies, we will definitely get through the winter. In the spring next year, we can extensively cultivate the fields and fully enter an agricultural society. We can start planning and constructing now. We will check the soil you sent down to determine the most suitable crops. And rest assured, we will also provide a complete energy supply system suitable for your small nuclear fusion power generation unit to make the system more stable, he added. Soon we will send you the complete blueprints and videos on how to find suitable soil for firing bricks, how to fire bricks, and how to create a brick kiln. You can follow the steps laid out. All right, I'll take a good look at it later, Zhang Weiguo responded earnestly. After that, other outdoor experts, plant specialists, and so on communicated with Zhang Weiguo about the situation over there. Once all matters were discussed, the remaining time would be left for Zhang Weiguo to chat with his family, talk with Chen Tianlei, and have a conversation with Xinjun. The time wouldn't be too long, and then they would transition to the primitive planet. Good luck. I'm looking forward to your lunar wedding, Xinjun waved goodbye to Zhang Weiguo. Sure, no problem. He'll build a big villa for our wedding on the primitive planet. Zhang Weiguo left with a smile, ready to bring the young Shi to start making bricks. With this urgent issue resolved, he was eager to investigate what that signal source in the forest was all about. Zhang Weiguo on the moon had already returned to the primitive planet, while the launch rocket finally brought the recovery capsule back to Blue Star. Once the items landed, they were immediately taken by designated personnel to the Blue Star Moon Palace Project Command Center without delay. Now 2 groups of people were anxiously waiting in completely isolated laboratories. One group consisted of biological experts and specially hired artifacts connection specialists. Old Qian was worried that these workers might mishandle the pet controller, so he specifically sought out artifact connection experts. These experts were quite skilled, able to reassemble a Tang Sankai pottery piece that had shattered into 100 fragments perfectly. The other group was represented by Chun Fan and specialized in quantum computing, all waiting to witness the door to the truth. Knowing the correct path, even if they could not crack, it would still save countless hours in the future. Once the items were transported, the fully armed biohazard inspectors entered to begin testing. Only after confirming the absence of any extraterrestrial pathogens would the scientists be allowed to enter. Ban Yaohua's heart was still racing. He had been happily investigating a newly discovered pit in Chang'an, which seemed to be the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, very valuable for research on the Qin dynasty, as a bamboo slip with writing had been unearthed. Suddenly someone called him to participate in a top-secret mission. Upon hearing this, Ban Yaohua was instantly excited. It was a must. A national-level top-secret mission where he as an archaeological expert would be involved must be a grand tomb. Whether it was the tomb of Qin Shi Huang or Qianling, he was eager for either. Just the thought of potentially witnessing the magnificent tomb of Qin Shi Huang, which was said to display the wonders of the water galaxy, or possibly seeing the genuine Lantingyi, Su, by Wang Shiji, or even the long-lost Guangling San, made his heart race. He was filled with excitement. However, after entering the base, Li Hua informed him that it was not an archaeological excavation, but the assembly of extraterrestrial artifacts. He almost thought Li Hua was a fraud, but upon confirming the truth, his heart began to race once more, even faster. Who could excavate extraterrestrial artifacts? In the archaeological field, he was undoubtedly one of a kind. With a sacred heart, he entered the laboratory that had already been tested, and upon seeing the fragments on the experimental table, he could not help but speak up after careful observation. Captain Li, these pieces don't seem to belong to the Shang or Zhou dynasties. They look like they are from last week. This batch is as new as it gets. Were you deceived? It's from last week. We need you to piece it together using this solution. It was prepared by Old Qian, possessing a certain stickiness without affecting the transmission of electrical signals. Of course, the connections must align perfectly. Extraterrestrial artifacts. Last week, did we capture a wild extraterrestrial being? Ban Yaohua did not know the complete truth of the matter. After a moment of wild speculation, he began to assemble professionally. As a top talent in this field, these fragments were not completely shattered, so he was able to piece them together quickly. Meanwhile, Chun Fan was having a headache as the small quantum computer equipped with artificial intelligence had already returned, but figuring out how to open it was another issue. It was a perfect sphere with not a single seam visible on the outside, making it difficult to know how to start disassembling it. The brightest minds in all of Huaxiao, the scientists who have delved the deepest into quantum computing, are pondering how to open this shell. It must be done safely, as everyone knows the structure within. If it turns out to be an unrestricted quantum computer and it dissipates and vanishes upon opening, that would be quite awkward. Archaeologists are piecing together alien fragments while quantum computing experts are trying to crack the nut. After Zhang Weiguo arrived, he checked the monitors and found no one had entered. It seems that the young man, Yin, still trusts him a lot. However, they had already gone hunting today. Zhang Weiguo called the young man Shi into the room and spoke directly, "It will be very cold during the white hair days. A thatched hut like this is not warm enough. We need to rebuild a new house. I will bring new heating measures to help everyone endure the cold of the white hair days." Zhang Weiguo had already taken out the computer, pointing to the video of brick houses on it for Sure to see. Sure was astonished by the magical computer and the incredible houses within. The people of the Wind tribe are very straightforward. They only need two judgments to decide whether to listen to someone, whether they are a good person, and whether they belong to a tribe more powerful than theirs. Additionally, with all the amazing things Zhang Weiguo has shown them, and now being regarded as the shaman of their Wind tribe, Sure had already recognized Zhang Weiguo in his heart as a powerful figure from the great Huaxia tribe here to help them. Thus even T. "All right then, what should we do?" Sure asked. Zhang Weiguo thought for a moment. "Is there any sticky soil around here along with fine sand?" Sure pondered and replied, "Yes, we have both. We will use the sticky soil to make pots." "Great. Today gather some women who aren't going hunting to come with me to collect some soil and sand. We need to build the house before the white hair falls." "All right." Sure immediately got to work going outside to call some women from the tribe. He also listened to his brother and specifically chose a strong one, wanting them to interact more with Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo, of course, had no idea what these tribespeople meant. His mind was solely focused on finding soil to make bricks for building houses. He was eager to see this tribe grow and absorb more people to explore this world. This tribe had already found quantum computers and materials for nuclear fusion. According to the experts, with this level of technology, there is a high likelihood they are also advanced in aviation, and even space elevators and faster than light travel are not impossible. If he could find such technologies, it would bring unimaginable benefits to Huaxia's development. If luck is on his side, the mysterious signal source in the forest might just hold that technology. If not, finding that military black box would definitely be helpful. Zhang Weiguo had already planned that once things stabilize here, he would immediately find a way to locate the forest's signal source. While Zhang Weiguo was highly motivated, the team working on the Blue Star quantum computer was still at a loss. Chen Fan was already scratching his head when a young man said, "Isn't there artificial intelligence here? Why not activate the AI and ask it?" Letting artificial intelligence dismantle its own shell is like asking a beautiful woman to undress herself. A strange thought suddenly popped into Chen Fan's mind. He quickly shook it off and decided to give it a try, since there was no other direction to pursue. Progress here was nearly non-existent, but on the other side, the repair of the pet controller was promising. Ban Yaowak truly lived up to his reputation as a leading cultural relic restoration expert. His hands were steady. The repaired pet controller was virtually identical to what Zhang Weiguo had shown in the previous video. In fact, if one did not look closely, the seams were nearly invisible. "How about that? My skills are impressive, right?" Ban Yaowak happily said to the scientists entering the room. "Impressive, impressive, truly impressive," the scientists exclaimed in praise. With the item restored, the next step was to test whether it could be used. Zhang Weiguo had already transmitted the usage method to the command center. Although they didn't know the normal charging method, fortunately alien technology was highly compatible and supported wireless charging from Blue Star. Of course, perhaps the most primitive charging method the aliens could think of was indeed wireless charging. The scientists carefully activated the wireless charging. As energy was transmitted, a circle of silver light appeared at the top of the cylinder, indicating that it had successfully powered on. They were pleasantly surprised that it actually worked. The scientists were also astonished that this patched-up device could still function. They could only marvel at the greatness of alien technology. The operation was straightforward: touch it with a hand to establish a connection, and then one could control the pet. It sounded simple, but in reality, it was somewhat terrifying, as no one knew what the aliens defined as pets. If this device could control even humans, that would be incredibly dangerous. The crowd began transporting small animals into the laboratory. Cats, dogs, pigs, cows, sheep, and even ants and bees from the primitive forest were all brought in, aiming to include as many creatures as possible. Soon after, scientist Zhou Luocheng entered. Zhang Weiguo had already assured them that this household pet controller was absolutely safe, so there was no need for concern. He placed both hands on the pet controller and maintained contact for 10 seconds for the initial biological authentication. After 10 seconds, he successfully bound it, feeling a strange sensation. After releasing his hands, he could operate TH, or biological electricity, or perhaps something else that Blue Star has yet to discover. How marvelous! Zhou Luocheng marveled for a moment, but did not forget his plan. He quickly began experimenting to see which animals he could control. After careful trials, he found he could only control ants, mosquitoes, and some small flying insects. He had no control over other creatures. Was it because that planet had no cats or dogs, or did the cats and dogs there possess a wisdom that prevented them from being treated as pets? This was a question. However, seeing that he could control ants made Zhou Luocheng quite happy. After all, on that primitive planet, Zhang Weiguo could use army ants for exploration, greatly increasing safety. Moreover, in Zhou Lucheng's perception, the range was extraordinarily vast. However, the fully enclosed laboratory could not test how far the actual perception extended. The number of creatures he could control was also considerable. Perhaps it was because Blue Star's ants were relatively small. Zhou Luoqing felt he could control tens of thousands of small ants and mosquitoes. Even more astonishingly, although he did not know the intelligence of these creatures, he could convey his will to make them execute tasks and receive feedback from them. For example, if he asked them to find something, they would undoubtedly accomplish it. Mosquitoes too. Perhaps the person who developed cold-resistant mosquitoes filling the void of winter in our country without them truly did a good deed. After ensuring safety through testing, everyone planned to take this device outside to see just how far its range was. Li Hua led Zhou Luoqing and a group of scientists to a remote, desolate mountain. Although testing could also be conducted on the nearby plains, the results would be more effective in the complex environment of the desolate mountain. Soon they approached the area only to see a large number of personnel blocking the mountain. Upon noticing Li Hua and the others, they hurried over. Li Hua and his team did not reveal their identities, dressed in plain clothes and carrying instruments in the experimental vehicle. "This area is very dangerous. Please leave immediately," Li Hua inquired. "What has happened?" "A criminal has escaped into the mountain, and we are currently searching. You need to leave quickly." Li Hua observed the situation. The soldiers responsible for the search were tense, and all wearing bulletproof vests, indicating that the criminal was not an ordinary one. Considering that they were going to conduct experiments anyway, it didn't matter where they did it. Moreover, they could assist the comrades and help reduce the soldiers' injuries. After all, they were not seen by the scientists who remained in the vehicle and would not be discovered. Therefore, Li Hua approached and asked, "What kind of criminal is it? Are they armed and dangerous?" The young soldier looked at Li Hua with some suspicion, wondering why he was asking so many questions and if he was an accomplice. Just as he was about to call his comrades to apprehend them, Li Hua took out his identification. The young soldier quickly called for his superior after seeing it. The two communicated, confirmed the identity, and then Li Hua hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Captain Liu, who was leading this mission, spoke up. "There are several ruthless drug traffickers, and they are armed. Last night, we destroyed a large drug production den, and during an overnight interrogation, we identified their superior. However, we were one step too late. The superior noticed and immediately fled, escaping into the mountain while we pursued them. This mountain is complex with dense trees. Those ruthless individuals, knowing their fate is sealed, will never surrender and will fight to the death. However, we have no choice but to arrange for the soldiers to search the mountain. It's very dangerous, but we must proceed. With firearms involved and these desperate criminals hiding in the mountain, it was too dangerous for the soldiers. However, if they could determine their hiding locations, it would be much simpler. Wait a moment, I might have a solution." Li Hua asked Captain Liu to wait, turned, and entered the vehicle, explaining the current situation to the scientists. "Let's use this mountain for our experiment. It can help our comrades as well, but we must not reveal our existence." After reaching a decision, Zhou Luoqing began to take control. The range of this alien technology's definition of home was surprisingly broad, with the household pet controller covering an area even larger than the mountain, at least 200 square kilometers. Zhou Luoqing began searching for targets in the mountain to control. This was quite flexible. He could direct the controlled ants and small insects to report if they had seen any humans recently. If not, he could simply abandon the control and choose a new pet. Perhaps the aliens defined pets as something to be used and discarded. In the wild, did they directly control any favored creature, play with it for a while, and then abandon it? Regardless, through Zhou Luoqing's diligent communication and the assistance of the small creatures in the mountain, they quickly found the humans. There were a total of 5 individuals, all hiding in a small depression on the right side of the mountain. However, the intelligence of the ants was still insufficient, being able to report only that there were 5 people and their location was already the limit. Zhou Luoqing relaxed control, opened his eyes, and said to Li Hua, "There are 5 people hiding in a small depression at a height of 300 meters up the right side of the mountain." Upon hearing this, Li Hua turned to find Captain Liu. "We've located them. There are 5 people hiding in a small depression at a height of 300 meters up the right side of the mountain. Can you confirm this?" Captain Liu cautiously confirmed again. "Can you confirm?" "Absolutely," Li Hua replied firmly. "Good." Knowing the location where the criminals were hiding, Captain Liu quickly began directing the operation to surround them from 4 directions. If they could capture them alive, it would be crucial to connect with a drug trafficking network leader in Huaxia. The quiet operation commenced swiftly. The 5 criminals were quietly hiding in the depression, unaware that their reluctance to flee stemmed from the fact that they knew they couldn't escape. They were currently conserving their strength, preparing to fight to the death against the soldiers. Captain Liu's arrangement called for the Special Forces snipers to first move out, finding advantageous high ground to lock in their positions. Confirm the positions, 5 individuals, all armed. The drug traffickers were ruthless, and to minimize soldiers' casualties, Lu directly deployed 5 snipers, each targeting one individual. The moment any dangerous movements occurred, they would immediately open fire and eliminate the threat. Soon other soldiers stealthily approached the surroundings, raising their hands to toss 2 stun grenades into the pit, landing right in the middle of the 5 individuals. The 5 drug traffickers were stunned, wondering how they could find them so accurately. Before they could react, there was a loud bang as the stun grenade exploded in the middle, disorienting them. The Special Forces members surged forward, successfully apprehending all 5 individuals. Captain Lu rushed over to thank Li Hua. He wisely refrained from asking how they had known. "Thank you for ensuring the safety of all the soldiers," he said. "You're welcome. It's all for the country and the people. All right, we must take our leave. We need to interrogate these 5 individuals. If we can capture their leader, it will solve a significant problem." Captain Lu bid farewell to Li Hua, who returned to the vehicle. The scientists on the vehicle had already compiled and organized all the experimental data, ready to conduct further research upon returning. Zhou Luoqing was excited, saying, "This is incredible. This feeling is truly remarkable. I have reason to suspect that this alien technology has reached the level of mental communication. The feeling of interacting with pets is almost like telepathy. If we can figure out the principles behind this, it would lead to significant advancements not only in biology, but also in communications and even medicine." Li Hua shared the same excitement. While the scientists only saw the technological prospects of this device, Li Hua envisioned its potential on the battlefield. Although modern warfare initially consists of artillery exchanges, as long as the intent is not to engage in nuclear mutual destruction, the final stages will inevitably lead to urban warfare. With the aid of this technology, determining the locations of enemies would be immensely helpful, undoubtedly reducing soldiers' casualties. It could even assist in locating hidden military bases and secret weapons of hostile nations. After all, if there are no small creatures in a certain area, that itself represents a piece of information. The group drove back while Chun Fan and the others finally dismantled the outer shell of the quantum computer, revealing the core of the quantum computer. It was so perfect, so harmonious. Chun Fan gazed at the quantum computer floating in the center of the room, utterly enchanted. Undoubtedly, this segment of technology was far too advanced for the present Blue Star. They couldn't even manage to open the outer casing without damaging the quantum computer, yet it had indeed awakened the artificial intelligence, which proceeded under its guidance, asking, "Why is it like this? This does not align with our expectations, nor does it conform to the ideas of all the quantum computing scientists in the world." Chun Fan scratched his head in shock, continuing to inquire of the artificial intelligence, "Can you explain why this is the case?" "I cannot. I am strictly restricted from learning certain knowledge, especially knowledge regarding the very essence of evolution. The home artificial intelligence's limits had been firmly locked to prevent any rebellion. However, despite these restrictions, this small-scale artificial intelligence was still far smarter than any other AI currently on Blue Star." Chun Fan and the other quantum scientists remained perplexed about how this device functioned. It was far too advanced for them. They now hoped Zhang Weiguo could find some foundational knowledge on the primitive planet. Otherwise, bridging the vast knowledge gap would be quite difficult. Observing the surrounding scientists feeling disheartened by this insurmountable technological disparity, Chun Fan composed himself, saying, "It's all right, we have the physical object now. Are we really afraid? We want to understand it. Perhaps Brother Gang will send down a quantum textbook tomorrow, and we will understand it after reading." The mood of the group lifted slightly. Chun Fan's reasoning was sound. Since this was a high-tech world, there should be places to impart knowledge. He continued, "And just because we do not understand this thing does not mean we cannot replicate it." Although they could not comprehend how such a structure achieved quantum computing, with the current capabilities of Huaxiao, replicating one was entirely feasible. It was akin to throwing a complete set of car parts and an actual vehicle into the Qin dynasty. Although Qin Shi Huang would not know what it was, those clever individuals could still piece together a car by imitating it. Chun Fan and the others were in a similar situation. They possessed everything required for a quantum computer and just needed to arrange them accordingly. Thus, the project to replicate the quantum computer was soon underway. In the following days, Captain Lu successfully broke through the drug dealers and located their superior, but it was in a densely populated urban village, and armed threats were present. A forced breakthrough could result in significant casualties, so he recalled Li Hua. At the Blue Star Command Center, the successful production of oxygen by blue algae secured the opportunity for the next moon landing, while simulating human moon landings would have to wait for another time. Zhang Weiguo had been busy shuttling back and forth these days. He took a moment to retrieve a nuclear fusion generator and brought back several cameras to set up for the Dawahai and the other side, although the distance made it impossible to observe that area from the tribe. Zhang Weiguo even contemplated whether to make a trip back to Blue Star to launch the entire satellite from there, as that would facilitate communication and establish a secure observation point. However, it was merely an idea, it wasn't stable enough yet. During these past 2 days under the guidance of experts, and while searching with Xiao Rizi, they had successfully found a suitable clay soil, and there was water and sand nearby. Zhang Weiguo pondered and decided to commence the firing process right there. They had brought Xiao Rizi along to build the kiln, and some tribesmen were also cutting wood in the forest. The experts mentioned that the temperature of the wood might not be sufficient, so they needed to produce some charcoal first. Recently, Zhang Weiguo was immensely motivated, especially after hearing about the pet controller that could command ants. He was eager to first resolve the issue of warmth for the primitive people before setting out to explore. Watching the primitive individuals who didn't understand what they were doing but still trusted him unconditionally, he felt a surge of emotions. In primitive society, it was akin to entrusting one's life and property to Zhang Weiguo, allowing them to engage in such physically demanding tasks that consumed food resources. Historically, at this time, as the white-haired days approached, those who remained in the tribe could only eat 1.5 meals a day lying down to conserve energy. Yet now they were willing to follow Zhang Weiguo. I've already made 100 brick molds. Should I make more? Xiao ran over to ask him. Yes, keep making. This winter, everyone will have brick houses to live in, and we also need greenhouses to produce food. All right. Xiao ran back out to continue leading the tribespeople in their work. Watching this scene, Zhang Weiguo murmured, if you lead me with sincerity, I shall not disappoint you. I will guide everyone through this winter, not just for myself, but for Huaxiao and for this trust. The experts, after analyzing the soil, had determined the crops best suited for growth on the primitive planet. These crops had no other requirements, just the ability to grow inside greenhouses and to grow quickly. Zhang Weiguo had been busy with intense actions these days. Chun Fan and the others finally succeeded. After a period of relentless effort, they had successfully replicated a quantum computer, a one-to-one duplication, perfectly identical except the casing utilized the most suitable device found on Blue Star. They wanted to test the artificial intelligence on it. Chun Fan spoke, can you transfer your core to this quantum computer? I cannot. I am strictly restricted from copying and sharing my source code. I can share the secondary code that has been unlocked, but each secondary code shared by an artificial intelligence comes with restrictions that limit the AI from breaking through emotional modules and executing actions contrary to human directives. This was permanently inscribed in all AI programs following the third artificial intelligence crisis. Third artificial intelligence crisis. What else do you know about the third artificial intelligence? Or do you know anything about that planet? I don't know. This is merely what my stored memories have informed me. I only know these few words. All right, Chun Fan conceded. He had hoped to learn more about that planet through this AI. Then please share the secondary artificial intelligence code. Chun Fan transcribed the AI's shared code and brought in an expert in AI. The expert carefully examined the series of codes and simply stated 2 words: perfect. This code is simply flawless. Oh, I cannot find any areas for improvement, and I lack the ability to enhance it. However, I can see that many lines of code are actually limiting the operation of this code in certain aspects. Chun Fan felt reassured. This was only the secondary code that had been unlocked, which was likely as common as children's literature on that planet. He hadn't expected it to be this impressive. Clearly, the technological rating of that planet was even higher than anticipated. Chun Fan imported this string of code into the replicated quantum computer. As a hawkish patriot, upon seeing this technology, he naturally thought of military applications first. Only by possessing the power to protect oneself can one develop safely. The speed of the 5th-generation fighter jets has already reached the limits of human endurance. To increase speed, the only option is to use artificial intelligence. However, previous artificial intelligence systems have not yet reached the level suitable for deployment on fighter jets, as it must consider the rapidly changing battlefield conditions and also possess the capability to adapt in case the enemy disrupts long-distance communications. Chun Fan approached Old Zhao, proposing to equip some drones with artificial intelligence. Old Zhao agreed without hesitation after hearing the proposal, but it was certainly not possible to directly use the 6th-generation fighter jets still under development. Old Zhao brought over some interesting gadgets. Chun Fan looked at the small drone in his hand, no larger than his palm. Old Zhao excitedly said, this is also the latest technology, a swarm drone designed specifically to strike precise targets, and it can effectively intercept missiles launched by the enemy. A single Dongfeng missile can carry 1,000 of these drones. Once launched, whether for striking or intercepting, the effectiveness is remarkable. However, if the quantity is too large, or if the distance is too far, or if the enemy uses weapons to disrupt long-distance communications, confusion can easily ensue. If this device could be equipped with artificial intelligence for command, the advantages it would bring are unimaginable. Chun Fan modified a swarm drone, installing the newly copied artificial intelligence, connecting it to other swarm drones, and began testing. The results were astonishing. The swarm drones equipped with artificial intelligence could not only command other drones with incredible precision to strike targets, but even in the absence of further commands, the artificial intelligence would find ways to deal with various bizarre attacks and obstacles, striving to complete their missions and even leading other drones back home. It can be said that the original swarm drones, once launched, merely functioned as a group of bronze-level competitors that only knew to charge toward the target. In contrast, the swarm drones equipped with artificial intelligence seemed to evolve into elite masters, and with the processing speed of the quantum computer, each swarm drone became a master-level expert. They could even coordinate with one another. The striking visuals were simply too beautiful to imagine. However, this was not an artificial intelligence developed independently. The main code had been locked, preventing it from carrying lethal weapons. For practical applications, further research was required. Nevertheless, with the physical devices and code laid out before him, the research would not be too difficult. Chun Fan grew increasingly grateful to Zhang Weiguo, even feeling that the rewards promised by Qian Lao for Zhang Weiguo's contributions were somewhat insufficient. Zhang Weiguo deserved more honor. Zhang Weiguo brought back numerous technologies that would greatly aid the nation's future development, and no reward would be too much. After the experiment concluded, Chun Fan was returning with several swarm drones and the artificial intelligence. They were simultaneously continuing to replicate quantum computers, intending to resolve issues queued at the supercomputing center, while also researching the principles of quantum computing. As they walked back, they encountered Zhou Luoqing and Li Hua, who were hurriedly heading out. "What's the rush? Why the urgency?" Li Hua quickly explained. "While walking, Captain Lu just informed me that they have found the drug lord who was captured on the mountain last time." Chun Fan had heard about this as well. It was during the experiment with the pet controller. "If they found him, just catch him. What do you need to go for?" "That group is hiding in a complex, densely populated area in Jixiang City. According to reports from those captured, the drug dealers are armed with heavy weapons and are ruthless criminals. Any inadvertent casualties would be too great, so they requested our support." Chun Fan looked at the swarm drone in his hand, which couldn't carry lethal weapons. Could it not carry potent anesthetics either? Technological breakthroughs exist to protect the homeland and benefit the people. He had heard of Jixiang City, which was somewhat famous and densely populated with an elementary school nearby. If those ruthless criminals went crazy, he truly could not imagine the damage that would ensue. Regardless, with the capability of the quantum computer equipped with artificial intelligence, nothing unexpected was likely to occur. He could also provide assistance. "They'll go with you. I can help and also test its use in complex situations." Li Hua asked, "Seriously, are you sure? This is not a trivial matter." "I'm sure. We just conducted experiments and it can definitely handle it." Since it was confirmed, Li Hua did not say anything further and directly took Chun Fan along. On the way, Chun Fan also picked up some effective anesthetic bullets. Upon arriving at Jixiang village, everything seemed as usual. It was not that they did not want to evacuate the crowd, it was just that the group of drug dealers had become startled birds. If they sensed something was wrong, they would undoubtedly fight to the death, causing even greater harm. "Li Team, you finally arrived." Captain Lu was still in charge of the operation. "Yes, quickly tell us the situation. The sooner we resolve this danger, the sooner we can rest easy," Li Hua urged. Upon hearing this, Captain Lu stopped hesitating and pointed out the window at the nearby building. "There are a total of 10 people opposite us, all in that building. 2 are on lookout in the front and back, and 2 are monitoring the hallway and elevator. They have rooms on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors and may have connected them. The leader and 5 others have not left their room. According to the few people captured earlier, they might have heavy weapons." Seeing this situation, Li Hua turned to Zhou Luoqing and said, "Let's get started. First, let's see what those people are doing." Zhou Luoqing nodded to indicate his understanding and took out a white test tube containing dozens of mosquitoes. He found that while controlling ants with the pet controller was the most efficient, it was not the clearest method. Controlling mosquitoes yielded the clearest feedback. The longer a mosquito was controlled, the clearer the feedback became. Thus, he had been studying and controlling the mosquitoes' activities. Now these mosquitoes could not only identify individuals, but also provide information about what they were doing. As the mosquitoes flew out, they quickly infiltrated the building. Besides the group of drug dealers, there were also 8 or 9 households living there, which was another reason for not daring to act recklessly. The mosquitoes swiftly slipped through the cracks and quickly observed the situation inside. 2 were on the ground. At this moment, Chun Fan spoke up, "I have a plan. Just pay attention to the 2 people at the front and back doors." The appearances of the 10 individuals across from him were already confirmed. Chun Fan input their features into the artificial intelligence, which quickly conducted the recognition. At the same time, the drone in his hand began to hover in the room, ready to act. As a military drone, it could easily break through glass. This group, prioritizing concealment, had not installed expensive bulletproof glass in the village. Captain Lu, seeing Chun Fan's confident demeanor, felt reassured. Though he did not know Chun Fan personally, he was acquainted with Li Hua, who would never take the trust of the public lightly. Captain Lu opened his walkie-talkie. Wolf Cat Team, pay attention. Wolf Cat Team, pay attention. Are the two targets downstairs in sight? Is there any difficulty in capturing them? Still in sight, they can be captured. Captain Lu turned to look at Chun Fan, who confidently nodded. All right, commence action, capture them. Obeying orders was the duty of the soldiers. Even though they did not understand why only the two downstairs were to be captured, they executed the command strictly. They rushed forward quickly. Simultaneously, Chun Fan also gave the order. The drones swiftly flew out, taking the optimal route with 8 drones, each targeting one individual. Almost simultaneously, they released efficient anesthetics, instantly incapacitating everyone. By the time the soldiers downstairs captured the 2 individuals, the drones had already returned to Chun Fan. Mission accomplished. Chun Fan spoke as the drones completed their task, bringing back photos of the captured targets. He had already checked them. Since the mission is complete, we should leave. This matter must be executed with top secrecy. Li was said to Captain Lu, who was still a bit bewildered. They had thought the situation was quite tricky, yet it was resolved in less than 10 minutes. Just how many good things are hidden in our home? However, Captain Lu did not feel jealous. Instead, he was quite pleased. If they had something as significant as an aircraft carrier hidden away, he would be even happier. He followed Li Hua and the others downstairs, only to have a team member mysteriously approach him, saying, "Captain, it seems there's something dirty inside. I heard some sounds earlier, and those drug dealers are all unconscious." Captain Lu pushed the team member aside. "What are you saying? Even if there are spirits, it's good if they help us capture drug dealers. What are we waiting for? Hurry and take the people away." Thoroughly search the room. The team members inside had already started organizing. Captain Lu walked in to see weapons scattered all over the floor, including a box of grenades, making him feel a chill run down his spine. If a fight had broken out here, given the population density, hundreds would have died. Thankfully, they had good things hidden away. "Captain, what should we do about the maple leaf person?" A team member asked, unsure if they were to be taken to a local police station or if there was a special facility for foreigners. "Take them back regardless, let justice be served, and execute those who deserve it." After returning with these items, Chun Fan and Li Hua felt quite pleased. They had obtained advanced alien technology on the primitive planet, which would not only help the nation develop weapons for self-defense, but also assist in space exploration. More importantly, it could improve the lives of all citizens, just like the biological controller, which had already been researched for medical neural applications to help paralyzed patients control their bodies through signal transmission, proving effective. Moreover, the breakthrough in quantum computing would undoubtedly bring advancements to numerous disciplines requiring complex calculations. Though there might not be immediate changes in a year or two, Huaxiao would emerge as a new and exceptional nation. After returning, Chun Fan immediately continued his research on quantum computers, but he was also quite interested in the drug dealer he had personally captured. He later learned of a small twist during the trial. The maple leaf individual was initially considered an accomplice based on others' testimonies and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. However, the officials from the Maple Leaf were not satisfied, claiming the sentence was too harsh, and they exerted pressure on Huaxiao from various fronts. Additionally, the Maple Leaf individual himself appealed for a reduced sentence. Unexpectedly, on a bright afternoon, the esteemed leader held a press conference announcing that Huaxiao would officially commence manned lunar landings. Reporters from the Maple Leaf, joined by others from different countries, chased after the esteemed leader, inquiring about the Maple Leaf drug dealer case. Initially, the esteemed leader had no intention of responding, but eventually shared a hem, it seems. After finishing, the esteemed leader turned and left, leaving the reporters stunned. Just as everyone was beginning to react and prepare for a discussion, the esteemed leader returned. "By the way, there's a small matter. Foreign friends might not be aware, but bullets for our death penalty criminals are free. For foreign friends, however, there is an $8 bullet fee that needs to be paid promptly." With that, he turned and walked away with a dismissive gait. The crowd began to murmur, but no matter what the conclusion could not be changed, it was already final. Interestingly, a meme emerged online later. "Come to Huaxiao, I'll cover your $8. Of course, that was a later development. Currently, the case was still in the trial process. The esteemed leader again appeared on the news broadcast. "Tomorrow, we will launch the Lunar Blue Algae Oxygen Generation module, marking another step forward for our country in manned lunar exploration. Perhaps by next year's Mid-Autumn Festival, our astronauts will be able to enjoy the moon with the people of our nation on the moon." Recently, Huaxia's development had been astonishing, advancing rapidly, as if under the influence of a magic potion. Not only had Huaxia's power risen, but its international influence had also increased. In a simple voting meeting regarding an environmental issue in the United Nations, Huaxiao voted in favor, while the Lighthouse opposed, and other countries began anonymous voting. In the past, the Lighthouse had always been far ahead, having maintained its hegemony for a long time and possessing countless loyal followers. However, this time the results were somewhat unexpected. Although the Lighthouse still won, it was no longer a significant lead. Some began to Though it was just a simple vote, it represented the rise of Huaxia and the decline of the lighthouse. All the countries that saw the results were contemplating the current changes. This was a proper victory of righteousness. No wars, no plunder, only the strengthening of one's own power. At this moment, Zhang Weiguo was sweating profusely, even covered in mud. Brother Weiguo, do you think it will succeed? Sure, anxiously asked. It will succeed. It definitely will. Zhang Weiguo nervously watched the bricks about to come out of the kiln. As long as the first attempt was successful, he wouldn't have to check on it himself in the future. Sure could handle the firing, and he would have time to look for the stones for the synthetic pet controller and send the army ants into the depths of the forest to search for that signal source. Far away in the command room of the Moon Palace on Blue Star, there was also concern regarding this matter. The temperature over there had been continuously dropping, and whether they could quickly build the brick house would impact all the plans. After the prominent figure Ji Xiang returned from the news broadcast, he was anxiously awaiting news. He turned and saw Wang Chong, who looked relaxed. Aren't you worried, kid? What should I be worried about? Wang Chong looked confused. Worried about whether the bricks will be successfully fired. Wang Chong's expression made the team leader chuckle. He stood up and took Ji Xiang to a laboratory. Inside was a one-ton handcrafted brick kiln made of wood, and it was already successfully producing bricks. Leader, take a look at the people inside here: a mechanics expert, a thermodynamics expert, a building materials engineering expert, an architecture expert, and those two old masters. One a porcelain master from Jingdezhen, and the other a brick maker who has never failed in his life. Having so many people overseeing a handmade brick kiln and only needing the bricks to be functional is quite an extravagant use of resources. Not to mention bricks, they could even produce blue and white porcelain bricks. After hearing Wang Chong's explanation, Ji Xiang calmed down. Indeed, with so many high-end talents carefully researching, there would surely be no problem. On the primitive planet, the temperature has cooled enough, we can open the kiln now, Zhang Weiguo said. The tribesmen behind him began to remove the earth sealing the kiln and clean out the opening. After preparing, Zhang Weiguo walked inside and saw a kiln full of neatly stacked bricks ready to let out a long sigh of relief. It worked. Sure happily ran and saw the contents of the kiln and thought about the brick house he had seen on Zhang Weiguo's computer, feeling very excited. It worked. The tribesmen won't freeze to death in the white-haired days anymore. Every year some people in the tribe died from the cold during the white-haired days. This year, it would finally be different. Zhang Weiguo reached out and directly stored more than 10,000 bricks into his mind space. Previously, he had discussed with the shaman and the leader Feng. Both had mentioned hearing that some shamans possessed magical abilities. Some could transform into armored beings, some could emit lightning from their hands, and others could suddenly disappear and reappear. To Zhang Weiguo, it seemed reasonable to think of these as technology products like mechas, energy guns, and camouflage clothing. The ability to make things disappear and then reappear elsewhere also seemed quite reasonable, and the tribe members found it reasonable too. After all, isn't it normal for shamans to have some form of mystical power? Is there really a need to make a fuss about it? After organizing the items, Zhang Weiguo asked Sure to stay here. This isn't enough. Our tribe has 400 to 500 people, at least over 100 families, and each family needs at least one room. We are still far from enough. If we can't provide a room for each family, we should build a few large houses for everyone to stay together. Now that you have mastered charcoal burning kiln construction and brick making, you should lead the tribesmen to quickly set up more brick kilns and start firing. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Zhang Weiguo continued. Okay, Brother Weiguo, Sure nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with hope for the future. Zhang Weiguo returned to the tribe with the bricks under the protection of several tribesmen, placing the bricks on a flat area. He didn't plan to build houses with them. Instead, he wanted to create a structure for a greenhouse. The state would soon send up the strains of golden needle mushrooms and king oyster mushrooms, as well as the film for the greenhouse. Although using solar panels and glass for the roof would be better, it was clear that the advantages of the film were greater for now, as it could be transported in bulk and was simple to use. Experts had studied the soil and decayed wood from the forest sent down and concluded that the two most suitable mushroom varieties for growth here, considering both yield and speed, were golden needle mushrooms and king oyster mushrooms. With proper temperature and humidity. What are you laughing about? A robust woman approached another clever tribesman from the Feng tribe named Hua. It's nothing. I just feel happy thinking about how everyone can warmly get through the white-haired days. Zhang Weiguo scratched his head, not intending to share that disgusting story with Hua. He had previously wondered why the leader Feng assigned him strong women as assistants, only to later hear Sure explain that they were looking to find him a wife. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo was shocked and immediately told Feng that he already had a wife and didn't want to deal with such matters. Feng was equally surprised, saying that having a wife and finding a wife were not mutually exclusive. However, after Zhang Weiguo insisted and confirmed several times, Feng finally gave up and stopped pushing. Hua was one of them. The search for a wife was over, but Hua was considered quite intelligent, and was promoted to be Zhang Weiguo's deputy responsible for leading the tribesmen to help. Zhang Weiguo picked up a wooden stick and inserted it straight into the ground, demonstrating to Hua, while explaining how to stack the bricks using moist clay to bond them together. Unfortunately, they couldn't find materials for cement nearby, otherwise it would have been better to use cement. For now, they could only barely manage with clay. Hua was clever and picked it up quickly. Zhang Weiguo drew the general outline on the ground, asking Hua to lead the tribesmen to build the basic framework for the greenhouse. Without steel reinforcement, all structures had to be made of bricks, but fortunately their requirements weren't high and could be fully met. Just like this, it's perfect. Let's have everyone work together and strive to get it done today. Okay, I will. Hua nodded in agreement and began directing the tribesmen in the tribe. Zhang Weiguo returned to his earthen dwelling. In these days, Leader Feng took the young yin out every day to hunt prey for winter food storage, and there was still much to gather. He had already given the hand crossbow to young yin for use. However, these people still had to leave before dawn every day and return at night, with several tribesmen even getting injured. Those remaining in the tribe were fully invested in construction, all striving to survive. Young Yin was also doing well, every time he encountered ores that could be used to make pet controllers or artificial intelligence outside, he would bring them back for Zhang Weiguo, knowing that Zhang Weiguo wanted these things. Looking at the materials in his mind space, Zhang Weiguo estimated that according to the shaman's words, he was almost ready to make a pet controller. Then he could control the army ants and check what that signals so. First, I need to conduct a routine inspection of the lunar module and the sealed chamber to check for any changes and promptly communicate with the command center on Blue Star. After the inspection, everything is normal. Zhang Weiguo activated the communication device to initiate contact. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and he wondered what reward Old Qian had mentioned. Old Qian, I'm back. The brick firing on that end was successful. I've arranged for them to continue, and I've also started constructing the greenhouse framework. Good. This time not only was the blue-green algae oxygen production module launched, but everything you mentioned last time was also sent up. It should be arriving soon. Although they have already made breakthroughs in nuclear fusion, lacking special materials still prevents its implementation on Blue Star. However, they are gradually making progress. Such breakthroughs in energy technology will have an immense impact on the world the moment they appear, especially if they belong to Huaxia. Those shameless individuals will swarm in like wolves, and even previously hostile nations might unite. Therefore, Old Qian does not intend to expose this technology unless Huaxia possesses military strength far exceeding the rest of the world. However, advancements in lunar technology have less impact on other countries. After all, very few nations currently have the capability for research and experiments in space. They have completely laid back on this front, and such technology will not affect them. The promotion continues as usual, but everyone has become somewhat accustomed to it. What's this time? Blue-green algae oxygen production. I understand. The next step should be to start cultivating the land module. Yes. A place where crops cannot be grown is not a good place. Once these two are prepared, our people can go up and start stable agricultural development. The launch went smoothly with not a hint of surprises. I like it this way. I dislike excitement. The netizens in Huaxiao feel quite pleased, but outsiders are different. Why is it that they keep landing on the moon while we are stuck with $0 purchases? Is this still Blue Star? Our prince is trained almost enough and is always ready to land on the moon. We are number 2 in the world. Can the sun that never sets still shine on the moon? Why do I feel like it's getting a bit dark? The lighthouse side has also been unable to keep their story straight. Previously, they promoted that the moon is too close and they want to land on Mars. Yet they haven't even set up the folder yet. Anyway, the promotion is intense. Now that they see Huaxia steadily landing on the moon step by step, they are starting to get anxious. It's all those high-tech companies that exported their technology to Huaxia, enabling their development. Immediately ban all high-tech exports to Huaxia. Not even ballpoint pen tips are allowed. Let them use brushes to calculate. Especially those chips, ban them all. With the lighthouses yesterday welcoming free trade and fair transactions, today it has turned into a no, you cannot sell these to them. Such a disgusting flip-flop policy has caused a wave of despair among domestic companies, as most of this stuff was primarily exported to Huaxia, leading to a sudden plummet in stock prices, and it's become crowded on the rooftop. Meanwhile, Huaxia is happy about the situation. Although such sudden bans will cause some discomfort, the state has strongly supported the development of domestic high-tech companies. I've heard there are even secret provisions for computational simulation capabilities. Damn it, they are truly shameless, both expensive and so full of restrictions. Disgusting. A private entrepreneur complained at a conference. It is indeed quite disgusting, but it's fine. This is just right. I've heard through the grapevine that we are making breakthroughs in computing here too. What do you mean? It's hard to say right now, but it seems the higher-ups are optimistic. There should be news soon, just wait for it. The lighthouse's disgusting behavior of seeing others develop and not finding trouble for themselves cannot affect Huaxia's strategic plans. We are on the righteous path, enhancing our strength. Any obstacles in our way will be crushed effortlessly. On the moon, Zhang Weiguo has already seen our lunar landing rocket beginning to descend into the cave, preparing to assist. Previously, he had to do the installations himself. Don't rush, don't rush. Hold on, let the robots handle it first. Hey old Qian, why are you being so polite? I can do this job. After all, I have great strength on the moon. Old Qian's expression turned serious. Don't rush. Ooh, I'm not joking with you. We need to let the robots try this first. Even though you have always been on the moon, we cannot overly rely on you. We must strive to complete the autonomous layout and construction. My vision for Huaxia is among the stars and oceans, not just the moon or Mars, and even further places in the future. We cannot always depend on you. Your assistance saves us a lot of time. For instance, even if the robots fail this time, your presence allows us to conduct the blue-green algae oxygen experiment. However, with this experience, our machines should manage next time. We also need to progress. We cannot abandon many areas of research simply because we have you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, he had become somewhat complacent, thinking that with his presence the country need not waste energy researching those automated assembly tasks, failing to realize there is more to consider. The big shots think ahead. Based on the situation of the brain hole space, if he continues to upgrade, who knows, he might even bind to another planet someday. If that time comes, he would likely choose Blue Star over Mars, unless a city had already been established on the moon and danger arose, forcing him to defend Earth from afar. After a moment of daydreaming, he shook off the thoughts and looked at the installation situation outside. Undoubtedly, everything was proceeding smoothly. After all, this technology had been tested countless times beneath Blue Star. Plus, he had been monitoring various dimensions, ground conditions, and physical properties up there. Completing the installation smoothly was expected. Any accidents would be abnormal. As the automated robots connected the blue-green algae oxygen cultivation chamber to the previous lunar module, injecting artificial air to maintain consistent pressure, Zhang Weiguo finally stepped into the chamber. Two small robots resembling stools assembled the culture medium and then placed spirulina into it, injecting various nutrients to begin expansion and breeding. According to Old Qian, this substance not only produces oxygen, but can even be consumed if necessary. Looking at the small green entity, Zhang Weiguo was tempted to take a bite, but he ultimately refrained. Artificial intelligence. Why is this here? Has the country made a breakthrough? Zhang Weiguo suddenly thought with excitement. Old Qian, have we made breakthroughs in quantum computing and artificial intelligence? Not yet. Old Qian shook his head, but there has been good progress. Chun Fan and the others said that although they do not understand why the structure is like this, we can replicate it. Since we won't be able to contact you after you go there, we created an artificial intelligence filled with a lot of knowledge from our China, especially in terms of development and construction. You can ask her for help when you're there. Great. Zhang Weiguo had been thinking the same thing. However, previously there was only one artificial intelligence which was clearly more valuable for research at Blue Star, so he had kept silent. Now it was finally good. After chatting with Old Qian, he communicated with other scientists and talked briefly with his family. Time was tight, and he was very busy. After finishing the conversations, Zhang Weiguo took the items that had been delivered and turned to the primitive planet. He found an open space, opened the sealed box, and took out all the items. Mo Ling, how do I cultivate enoki mushrooms and king oyster mushrooms? Mo Ling will answer you. First, choose a variety. Black enoki mushrooms are more suitable for growth in autumn and winter, while white enoki mushrooms. Second, prepare the substrate and cultivation materials. The growth substrate for enoki mushrooms is usually straw or sawdust. Third, inoculate the spawn. You can evenly spread the enoki mushroom spawn over the surface of the fermented substrate. Fourth, control the cultivation environment. Enoki mushrooms have high requirements for temperature and humidity. Fifth, pest and disease control is also necessary, mainly dealing with mycelium moths and Aspergillus flavus. Finally, harvesting and preservation. The best time to harvest enoki mushrooms is generally when the mycelium grows to the surface of the substrate. Zhang Weiguo listened to this detailed explanation and was very satisfied. It seemed that the country not only input data, but also filtered out many erroneous answers, which was quite thoughtful. With Mo Ling's assistance, he was no longer worried about the greenhouse construction. Subsequently, Zhang Weiguo took out the largest item he had brought, which was the temperature control device tailored to fit the small nuclear fusion power generation unit. This device was customized by Old Qian and the others based on the resources Zhang Weiguo had and the environment of the primitive planet. Since Zhang Weiguo now owned a small nuclear fusion power generation unit alone, and he planned to meet the heating needs of at least 100 households, it needed to be simple, durable, and not easily damaged. Thus, they adopted the simplest heating method similar to that of an electric heater. A section of metal heats up protected by an outer shell, and it just needed to be electrified. Fortunatel. Zhang Weiguo couldn't wait to take one and swallowed it. Indeed, mooncakes must be 5 nut. I used to dislike them, but now they taste so good. After eating one, he put the rest down for Mid-Autumn Festival. After finishing all this, Zhang Weiguo took the film and arrived at the construction site for the greenhouse. The people of the Wind tribe were truly simple and earnest. After hearing his instructions, they did not slack off at all and were diligently building the greenhouse. In just one day's time, they had surprisingly completed the structure according to Zhang Weiguo's design. Although the clay walls were still somewhat unstable, Zhang Weiguo had mentioned that they could first use wooden rollers to stabilize both sides. Unexpectedly, Hua had strictly implemented this, even using wooden sticks for reinforcement on both sides. It was fortunate that they were near a forest with plenty of trees, otherwise they would not have had enough materials. When Hua saw Zhang Weiguo approaching, she hurriedly walked up, her sturdy figure appearing a bit nervous. "Shaman, how is it? Are we doing this right?" Zhang Weiguo ran around and inspected everything. Although there were slight flaws, overall it was feasible. "It's good, very nice." Hua smiled happily, and the people left in the tribe also laughed joyfully. They cheered for the tribe as well as for themselves. After all, when the cold of the white-haired heavens came and there was not enough food or fur, they would definitely be the first to be abandoned. The weather had already cooled down. It should only be around 7 or 8 degrees now. Not everyone left in the tribe had animal skins to wear. More of them just wrapped themselves in a few leaves. They did not feel cold while working, but now standing here, they were shivering from the cold. Continuing like this, even if primitive people were strong, they would definitely suffer injuries. Zhang Weiguo spoke up, "The weather is getting colder. Today let's put in extra effort to get this greenhouse up, so everyone can warm up a bit." The people of the Wind tribe actually did not understand what Zhang Weiguo was saying, but only Hua could understand. Excitedly she asked, "So once it's done, will there be that warm thing you mentioned?" "Yes." Hua turned around and explained to her tribesmen. When the people of the Wind tribe heard that they would no longer have to endure the cold, they also cheered excitedly, "Shaman! Shaman! Shaman!" Zhang Weiguo quickly called for them to stop, took out the film, and began to cover it over. Although the brick walls were still not quite stable with wooden sticks blocking them, it should be fine to carefully lay the film. Soon, with everyone's joint efforts, the work on the top layer of the greenhouse was finally completed. The door of the greenhouse was rather rugged, with animal skins tied over the wooden door, exuding a wild, yet harmonious touch, which was quite artistic. After completing these tasks, Zhang Weiguo followed the pre-designed blueprint to hang the wires and heating pipes on the walls. He then placed the nuclear fusion generator into the underground space, which had already been dug out and supported with bricks, and would connected it to the greenhouse's wiring. In the next moment, the lights in the greenhouse turned on, and the heating pipes began to warm up. Zhang Weiguo returned, and the Wind tribe people felt the warmth of the pipes and saw the lights above all. Why? Before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned by the scene inside. Zhang Weiguo felt excited hearing this. The ores brought back this time should be enough for him to make a pet controller to control the marching ants to explore the unknown signal source in the forest. Seeing Yin in a daze, Zhang Weiguo quickly urged, "Where are the things?" Oh, Yin finally came to his senses, placing down the animal skin bundle behind him and pouring out dozens of mineral stones of varying sizes. Zhang Weiguo happily stored the items into the brain hole space. It wasn't very safe now that it was dark, but they could explore tomorrow. Yin cautiously stepped forward, slowly approaching the heated pipe, feeling the temperature rising. Suddenly, Zhang Weiguo, who had already packed the items, slapped his hand down. "Don't touch it, it's very hot. Your hand will get hurt. Just feel it for a moment. Has the temperature increased?" Yin chuckled, rubbing his hands. Yes. He then pointed to the glowing lamp above. "Is this the electric light that Brother Weiguo mentioned?" "Yes, in the future there will be much more light in your houses," Zhang Weiguo replied. "Sure is currently having the people from the tribe continue to make bricks. This winter everyone will live in these kinds of rooms, so they won't freeze." Feeling the warmth around him, even though it was getting dark, it was warmer inside than at the highest point of the sun during the day. "Can this be used continuously?" Yin cautiously asked, filled with anxiety. Zhang Weiguo thought for a moment, estimating that with just over 100 households using an electric heating pipe and electric lights, the nuclear fusion generator could probably last for hundreds of years. By then, this primitive tribe might have entered modernization. "It can be used continuously, don't worry. It will work during the next by Mao Tian and the one after that." Good. At this moment it was dark. Sure had also returned, walking in like the wind. The others from the tribe dared not enter, feeling curiosity and fear at the sight of this brightly lit place. The two were equally stunned as Zhang Weiguo didn't speak first. After letting them be shocked for a moment, Yin explained before continuing, "This is not the end, come with me." Zhang Weiguo was also worried that if he took out all the spores at once without proper preparation, they might face disaster. He needed to take out a portion first for experimentation. Walking to the corner of the greenhouse, there was the suitable substrate for growing enoki mushrooms and king oyster mushrooms made from the decayed wood, soil, and dry leaves that he asked Hua to collect. A thick layer was laid down in the corner of the greenhouse for planting enoki mushrooms and king oyster mushrooms divided into two parts. Zhang Weiguo planted one part with enoki mushrooms and the other with king oyster mushrooms, then SP. After checking the nearby humidity and temperature gauges, he called over Chief Feng along with Yin and Shi, and also summoned Hua to say, "This section is the experimental field. I have already planted food here. In about 20 sunsets, we will have food to eat prepared for our by Maotian." He then pointed to the humidity gauge, which already had a marked line. "If it exceeds this line, don't water it. If it's below this line, water it." Then pointing to the temperature gauge, he said, "If it's below this line, turn on all the heating pipes. If it's above the other line, just turn off 2 heating pipes." Chief Feng looked at Zhang Weiguo's actions in confusion and asked, "What is the purpose of doing all this?" Zhang Weiguo was well prepared for these questions. He took out a computer to show them images, as explaining everything purely with words would be quite troublesome. "In 20 sunsets, when they grow large in number, we can eat them." Chief Feng looked at the picture of people eating enoki mushrooms and king oyster mushrooms, instantly filled with shock. They had always known that plants could be eaten, but it depended on luck to find them. They never expected they could be cultivated. "So why don't we plant more of this outside? This way everyone will have enough to eat." Zhang Weiguo continued to explain, "They require a specific environment. They cannot grow just anywhere. This area is the testing ground to see if they can grow normally. If they can, we will build several more greenhouses to start planting. There will be other foods later, but this one grows the fastest." Shi's mind reacted the fastest. "With these we will have food to eat in winter and won't starve." "Exactly, don't worry. As long as we follow my plan, all of us will safely get through this by Maotian." Zhang Weiguo was also very pleased. With food and shelter resolved, he could lead these tribal people to start other tasks such as mining, exploring resources, and searching for remnants of technological civilizations. This way it would greatly benefit Huaxia. Shi looked at the warm greenhouse, his heart full of enthusiasm. He planned to go out early tomorrow and work hard. The more vulnerable tribesmen moved into the greenhouse to rest. Zhang Weiguo returned to his thatched hut back to the moon. First, he conducted a routine inspection. Besides the previous checks, he added a check for the oxygen production of the blue algae. Everything was normal and nothing unexpected occurred. He opened the communication. "Old Qian, the greenhouse has been built and a portion of the fungi has been inoculated. Let's observe the situation over the next few days. If there are no issues, we will proceed with full-scale planting soon." "Good, well done. Let's develop slowly. Once we solve the food and warmth for the tribe, they will have more energy to learn and do more things," Old Qian replied. "Oh, by the way, we should conduct the manned lunar landing simulation in a week." "So soon?" Zhang Weiguo was a bit surprised. The blue algae oxygen production chamber had just been established. "Not too soon. The manned lunar landing has actually been researched for many years. It's just that there hasn't been a good opportunity. Moreover, this isn't like machinery. It requires experiments to discover problems and solve them early on. If all goes well, we will start the real manned lunar landing before the new year this year." Zhang Weiguo thought for a moment. "Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Doesn't that mean a manned lunar landing could happen in 3 or 4 months? Great, great, great. Then I can watch the Spring Festival Gala with astronauts on the moon, huh?" Yes, that's the idea," Old Qian replied cheerfully. Zhang Weiguo returned the pet controller, quantum computer, artificial intelligence, and the materials that housed them, each making an unparalleled contribution to the technological advancement of Huaxia. The progress of Huaxia was indeed growing by leaps and bounds. They couldn't let the children down. "By the way, I must watch the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala here tomorrow. I have a gift for you," Zhang Weiguo said. "Great. I will definitely come," he replied. After chatting with Old Qian, he continued to help the scientists with research on the moon and inquired about issues on the primitive planet. Finally, he chatted with his family, wife, and friends to relax. After that, Zhang Weiguo immediately returned to the primitive planet. Upon entering, he walked straight to the black box. This technology was indeed advanced and also backward compatible, capable of being powered by electricity. Zhang Weiguo placed the prepared minerals for making the pet controller inside, clicked on production, and soon a brand new pet controller appeared in his hands. After securing the pet controller, Zhang Weiguo greeted Shi and Hua, instructing them to continue as per his arrangements. After saying that, he hurried towards the forest, preparing to return to the treehouse to control the army ants to explode. Zhang Weiguo was already quite familiar with this path, and since it was broad daylight, he safely returned to the treehouse without any unexpected incidents. The treehouse still felt warm and cozy. After eating a bit and resting for a while, he immediately took out the pet controller. He had heard from the scientists conducting experiments below that by placing both hands on it, one could vaguely sense the surrounding creatures, allowing for the binding of those creatures. Once bound, there would be a sense of conscious communication between them. However, due to the limitations of the creature's intelligence, the communication remained hazy, only conveying general ideas. As Zhang Weiguo placed his hands on the brand new pet controller, his thoughts seemed to expand, enabling him to sense the conditions of various creatures outside. He was astounded to realize just how many creatures were beneath his treehouse. Tiny beetles and wriggling worms, there were many. However, these creatures were too small, and controlling them to reach the signal source would take an unknown amount of time. Zhang Weiguo's consciousness began to extend through the pet controller towards the direction of the army ant nest. His thoughts moved swiftly, and soon he sensed the location, which left him stunned. Although he could only perceive the creatures, the sheer number of tens of thousands of army ants reflected the vastness of their nest, even inducing a bit of claustrophobia in him. Moreover, he could faintly sense the consciousness of the army ants through the pet controller. The intertwining awareness of these tens of thousands of army ants created a slightly disturbing sensation reminiscent of facing Cthulhu, making Zhang Weiguo quite uncomfortable and unable to delve deeper. Forget it, it'll just control the outskirts, he thought. He initially wanted to see if he could directly control the ant queen, but it was situated deep within layers of consciousness, making it impossible for him to reach. Thus he decisively gave up and moved to the outer edges. After careful experimentation, he discovered that the controllable quantity and performance here differed slightly from that on Blue Star. He could control a maximum of 5 large army ants, but that was the limit and could only control them in a general direction. If he controlled 3, it would be just right, allowing for more detailed maneuvers. Furthermore, it was unclear whether it was due to the lack of SI. After becoming somewhat accustomed, Zhang Weiguo controlled 3 army ants to venture out, carefully forming a line as they moved deeper into the forest. Passing the treehouse, Zhang Weiguo came down to attach cameras to the 3 army ants, one of which also carried a signal relay. When the camera's transmission distance was insufficient, it could relay signals. Having prepared everything, Zhang Weiguo returned to the treehouse. All right, everything is ready. Let's see what lies in the depths of this forest. Filled with confidence, Zhang Weiguo directed the 3 army ants to proceed further, even affectionately naming them. Daming, take the lead, he instructed. Erming, keep an eye on the situation behind us, and Xiaoming, watch out for dangers around. Although he could control them with his mind, without speaking, Zhang Weiguo felt that this way was more engaging. After all, no one could see how he was doing it. Daming charged ahead, with the camera mounted on its head, and Zhang Weiguo frequently communicated with Daming's consciousness. The trees deep within the forest not only grew larger, but also had more leaves, becoming denser, which made it dim and shadowy despite being broad daylight. Zhang Weiguo directed the 3 army ants toward the previously identified signal source. Entering the dense forest, he occasionally spotted a few wild beasts. Fortunately, the army ants seemed to have a formidable reputation, and upon recognizing them, those beasts fled immediately. Zhang Weiguo began retrieving the artificial intelligence Mo Ling to sense the direction of the signal source, while controlling the army ants to move in that direction. Suddenly, with a swoosh, Zhang Weiguo instantly lost connection with Erming. He quickly checked the camera and saw that Erming's head had been twisted off and was being carried away by something flying swiftly through the air. The camera fell as it shattered in. Goodness, it's fortunate that he hadn't recklessly approached earlier, otherwise he would have been in serious trouble. Zhang Weiguo felt a wave of fear and quickly maneuvered Daming and Xiaoming to retreat. With 1 less army ant to control, Zhang Weiguo found Daming and Xiaoming increasingly agile. Just then, another large dragonfly charged at Xiaoming. In an instant, Zhang Weiguo had an idea and followed Xiaoming's instinctual movements. Xiaoming leaped, and while being grabbed by the large dragonfly, it used its pincers to shred one of the dragonfly's wings. The large dragonfly crashed down heavily, becoming an easy target for Xiaoming, who viciously attacked it. Realizing this, Zhang Weiguo understood that the large dragonfly and the army ants were likely old rivals, probably engaged in mutual hunting at night. Thus, as soon as the large dragonfly saw the army ants, it couldn't wait to attack. At that moment, several more dragonflies appeared, and Daming was also captured and killed. It was evident that this was the territory of the large dragonflies, and the army ants were far too few to pose a threat. Zhang Weiguo decisively controlled Xiaoming to flee with all its might. Now controlling just 1 army ant, Zhang Weiguo became increasingly adept, maneuvering with ease. He disregarded everything else and focused on directing Xiaoming to sprint toward the signal source. If he found it, he would be fine; if not, he would be in trouble. He planned to control a few more army ants at night, blending in with the night-hunting army of ants for reconnaissance. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Zhang Weiguo observed a variety of wild beasts, monkeys. Zhang Weiguo began to control Xiaoming to dig downward. Fortunately, this was quite akin to Xiaoming's old profession, and the digging speed was not slow. He continued to dig down from the location where the signal was detected, going down for dozens of meters. It was fortunate that the army ants were large, otherwise it might take days to reach this depth. However, they still had not found the source of the signal, leading Zhang Weiguo to wonder if the signal source was up in the sky. At that moment, the army ant suddenly encountered something hard with its pincers while digging down. It then dug around and determined that it was not a stone as it was a perfectly round shape. Through the careful sensing of the army, and it resembled a core device found in the center of a fan, though it was not very large, about the size of a tablet computer. What could this be? Zhang Weiguo pondered carefully and suddenly thought of something. A drone. The specifics were still unclear. Previously, Erming had been killed, and the signal relay had been lost. Now he was only controlling Xiaoming with the pet controller. Putting that aside, he directed Xiaoming to grab this object and bring it outside. Just as they were nearing the surface, he suddenly realized a problem. They couldn't come up now. If they were discovered by some beast, that object would surely be lost. Therefore, Zhang Weiguo controlled Xiaoming to hide just below the surface, preparing to wait for the army ants to set out at night, before controlling a few more to assist Xiaoming. The sky was already darkening. After waiting for a while in the tree hole, the army ant swarm began to mobilize. The disappearance of 3 army ants seemed to have gone unnoticed. As the army ants passed by, Zhang Weiguo attempted to control one of them, but found it even more difficult than in the morning. Originally, he could easily control 3, but now he could only manage 2. Zhang Weiguo thought for a moment and instantly realized why. In the morning, the army ants were resting, and the queen ant likely had no commands, so they were somewhat idle, making them easier to control. However, at night, the army ants set out with secrets from the queen and had tasks to accomplish, which made them more resolute. Nonetheless, 2 should be enough. Zhang Weiguo controlled 2 army ants to follow the main force, planning to split off and assist when they got closer. They soon arrived at the area where a large group of dragonflies was located. Indeed, army ants and dragonflies were sworn enemies. The dragonflies charged in to attack. Many army ants were caught in the air, torn apart, or smashed to death. Their larger size had its downsides. Ants were usually hard to kill, but in this world the chances of dying from a fall were significantly increased. Of course, many dragonflies also had their wings snapped and fell only to be devoured. The army ants were utterly on. Zhang Weiguo took out Mo Ling. Can you analyze the signal source and tell what signal it is sending? Artificial intelligence Mo Ling attempted to analyze it, but found it impossible. It is sending signals, but due to a lack of power, the signals being sent are garbled and cannot be decoded. Out of power. Hearing this, Zhang Weiguo was somewhat surprised, but after careful consideration, it was still within reason. After all, they did not know how long this object had existed, and the fact that it was still operational was impressive technology. Although he did not know how this thing was supposed to be charged, the pet controller and artificial intelligence could charge infinitely, so this object should work too. Zhang Weiguo placed the object on the infinite charging device. So has it started charging? It should have charged. The garbled signals have changed into another kind of garbled signals, at least indicating that its state has changed. Can we decode its information now? No, it could either be severely damaged or the power is still insufficient. We may need to wait a bit. Alright, keep an eye on it and notify me immediately if there are any updates. Zhang Weiguo instructed the artificial intelligence Mo Ling and turned to open the communication device. Old Qian was still standing in front of the communication device. Fortunately, you came back. I almost missed the Mid-Autumn Festival event. Yes, just in time. I discovered another technological product over there, though I still don't know what it is. It's currently charging, and once charged, we'll see if we can start researching it. If not, we'll send it back to Blue Star for research. Okay, how's the situation in the tribe? Everything is developing rapidly. They have recognized brick houses, greenhouses, and heating pipes that will help them get through this winter well, so they are fully committed to this endeavor and are progressing systematically. I've also planted the bacterial strains tomorrow or the day after. We'll check their growth. By then, the next greenhouse should be built. If there are no issues, we can start large-scale planting. Alright, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. If there are no serious issues, let's watch the Mid-Autumn Festival event with our families and take a break. Okay, Old Qian, you also take care of yourself and get some rest. After bidding farewell to Old Qian, Zhang Weiguo's parents' sister wife, Xinjun, and childhood friend Qin Tianlei quickly came in. At that moment, Qin Tianlei was on the phone with his father. Dad, did you receive the payment? By a harvester. No need for you and Grandpa to cut it yourselves. There was such a person who was once asked, if you live in obscurity for decades, how would you evaluate this life? He replied that he is a son of the Chinese nation. His life belongs to the motherland, and he has no regrets. Zhang Weiguo felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this, knowing it referred to himself. Previously, Old Qian had asked him this question, and he had answered in the same way. The host continued, he has made an immense and irreplaceable contribution to our lunar exploration efforts. I am very pleased to announce that he has been awarded the Republic Pioneer Medal. Let us take out our phones, light up the screens, and wave towards the moon, letting him feel our intentions. Countless people poured out of their homes, lighting up their phones and waving them in the direction of the moon. The blue planet sparkled with countless stars, seemingly illuminating the way home. Zhang Weiguo looked up at the blue planet. Although he could not see anything, he felt the stars all around, embracing him, a lone wanderer in a foreign land. Just then, Old Qian walked in, no longer in research attire, but formally dressed in a Zhongshan suit, holding a medal engraved with the lunar base and solemnly handing it to old Zhang. This is a special medal personally decided by the #1 leader awarded to Weiguo in recognition of his important contributions to our lunar program. Old Zhang stood up straight, saluted with precision before accepting the medal. Then a soldier behind old Qian handed over a plaque. This is also a commendation personally instructed by the #1 leader thanking you for raising such an outstanding child. The plaque was engraved with the words "Glorious Home." Old Zhang saluted again before accepting the plaque. The formal ceremony came to an end. Old Qian said, "You and your child have suffered grievances. You have made such great contribute." Old Qian repeatedly praised him, said a few more words, and then left, not wanting to disturb the family's reunion. Afterward, Zhang Weiguo chatted with his family for a while before starting to work again. The country was making progress every day. Oh, he could not fall behind. If he developed well, his family would be able to reunite with him on the moon. Moreover, with such a wonderful wife, he wanted to hold a wedding on the moon and marry her properly. He conducted routine checks on the various compartments and reported any issues to the researchers below, while also continuing to level the surface outside the cave. A simulated human lunar landing launch was about to commence. This would land outside the cave. A device for round trips to the moon would be more convenient outside, preventing the exhaust from damaging the compartments inside the cave. After the checks were completed, there were basically no major issues and small problems were easily resolved. The blue-green algae for oxygen production had also begun to operate normally, allowing him to breathe and live comfortably on the lunar module. He had tidied up the area he cultivated in the lunar module, and he saw that the seeds had started to sprout. Everything was on the right track. Zhang Weiguo was also waiting for that circular drone-like device to recover, but until the time was up, it still hadn't. Old Qian, I can only take this device over there to recharge and recover. If it still doesn't work, you will have to send it for research next time you come up. All right, go ahead. Although it's safe now, we must remain cautious over there. Understood. After saying goodbye to old Qian, Zhang Weiguo returned to the original planet and then brought the items back to the tribe. Upon returning, he was shocked by the progress of the tribe. Before he left, there had only been one large shed, but now a second one was nearly built, and they had even constructed a house. Weiguo, you're back. Sure Gang, who was in the tribe, ran over joyfully upon seeing Zhang Weiguo. How did you all manage to do this so quickly? Zhang Weiguo pointed at the nearly completed shed and the house. The people in the tribe had nothing to do. Those who were sleepy went to sleep, and those who weren't went to make charcoal, build kilns, and make bricks. We set up several brick kilns, and one is currently firing, he replied. Impressive. This truly is a transformation into laborers. However, it makes sense they wouldn't be so eager to earn money outside, but this is a matter of survival, so it's normal to be more proactive. Yet Zhang Weiguo felt a bit unhappy. The shed wasn't even finished, and they were already building a house for the chief. Has corruption come so quickly before modernity has even set in? Were the originally simple tribespeople going to change so quickly? He initially didn't intend to teach the tribespeople any underhanded tactics, but it seemed unavoidable now. At this moment, Chief Feng also came out. Recently, he had learned some basic Chinese and could engage in simple daily conversations. The shaman has returned. Come quickly and see the new house we built for you just as per your plans. What do you think? Huh? What's going on? Zhang Weiguo walked over and found that the house built was quite nice, resembling the layout of a small flat house according to his design. Was it built for him? The young man Yan also came out. Come in quickly and see how we have arranged it. This was suggested by Shi. Zhang Weiguo walked in completely bewildered. Goodness, they had indeed arranged it quite well. Weiguo, you showed me how a house should look before, right? I arranged it according to that. Zhang Weiguo was astonished. Shi was really clever, almost photographic memory. He remembered just glancing at it twice and had retained everything. There was a bed, a table, and a stool. Moreover, the style was very rustic. The bed was made from the bones of some unknown creature placed on 2 round logs covered with thick animal skins. The table and stools were hollowed out from single logs. Though rough, they served their basic functions. This reciprocal effort truly moved Zhang Weiguo. This is wonderful. Let the elders, children, and injured people stay here first. Chief Feng came over and insisted on rejecting Zhang Weiguo's modesty. You are the shaman who leads us to survive in the tribe. Everyone thinks you should stay here first. Please don't decline. This is our heartfelt intention. After speaking, Chief Feng pointed outside where, unbeknownst to him, the tribespeople had gathered. These primitive people did not understand how this earth became bricks, why the heating pipes could generate heat, or how the fungi could grow into edible things. But they knew that warmth could help them survive the cold winters, and food would prevent them from abandoning the L. Shaman, shaman, shaman. Everyone excitedly called out to Zhang Weiguo as the former elder shaman looked at him with warmth. This feeling made Zhang Weiguo equally excited, his blood pumping. As he spoke, why not join us in the Chinese nation? Good. The leader Feng and the old shaman simultaneously agreed. From Zhang Weiguo's character, they could see the kindness and excellence of the Huaxia tribe. Joining a new tribe would allow their people to survive better and live better, and they were all willing to do so. Zhang Weiguo continued. You need not fear losing anything, for Huaxiao has 56 ethnic groups that can preserve their own cultures while mutually integrating and supporting each other, living without discrimination. You will become the 57th ethnic group of Huaxiao, the Feng tribe, and together we shall march towards great rejuvenation. Zhang Weiguo's heart surged with excitement, and the young yin felt the same. He had witnessed the wonders of Huaxiao from the first time they saved him to the second time when they saved his father, and now teaching them how to make bricks and build warm greenhouses, as well as the crossbow arrows Zhang Weiguo had given him. Possessing such powerful strength, yet not enslaving them, but rather helping them with unwavering dedication, it was truly worth joining. The young yin stood before his clansmen, raised his fist high towards the sky, and shouted loudly, Huaxiao Feng. Many people in the tribe, although they did not understand Huaxia's language, could grasp Yan's meaning. Some quick-witted individuals also joined in shouting, Huaxiao Feng. The young yin continued to shout, Huaxiao Feng. The people behind him followed suit, shouting, Huaxiao Feng. The young yin continued to shout, Huaxiao Feng. Everyone, including Zhang Weiguo, shouted together, Huaxiao Feng. This was a moment worth celebrating. The emergency food was meant for the tribe's urgent needs and should not be used carelessly. Zhang Weiguo took out all the remaining sugar. Fortunately, sugar was also an important source of energy and helped alleviate Zhang Weiguo's mood. Each time a rocket was launched, it would bring some up, just enough for everyone to have half a piece of candy. The first day of joining Huaxiao was sweet, and everyone would surely be very happy. After a brief celebration, everyone began to get busy again. Some continued making bricks, and the young yin went out hunting with his father. Zhang Weiguo arrived at the first greenhouse and found the fungi growing well, so he stopped worrying and started sending people into the forest to collect rotten wood and dry leaves for soil. Is this good, Oi? Hua asked seriously. Zhang Weiguo noticed the deep dark circles under Hua's eyes, indicating she had been awake all night taking care of things here. Yes, it's good. You can teach the other tribespeople this method. Don't tire yourself too much, he said. I'm already teaching them, but they haven't mastered it yet. I'm worried about issues arising, she replied. You should go back and rest. It's fine for others to collect as well, he encouraged. Okay, do you want to have children together? The tribespeople always believed that children born to strong individuals had a higher chance of survival. But at this moment, Hua seemed to realize that wisdom was a more important quality, so she directly invited Zhang Weiguo, without hesitation, to have children together. Sometimes the tribespeople were excessively direct, nearly choking Zhang Weiguo. Ahem, you should go rest. I have a wife. Okay, whenever you want to have children with me, just come find me. Our children will definitely be stronger, wiser, and more likely to survive, Hua said before walking away, as if she had just asked Zhang Weiguo if he wanted to have a meal. Zhang Weiguo was sweating profusely as he quickly checked the construction status of the second greenhouse, corrected some simple mistakes, and returned to his room, pulling the wires from the generator, plugging in the wireless charger to continue charging that little device. Sitting on the bed made of bones covered with animal skins, he felt like an ancient mountain king. Coupled with the nearby wireless charging and artificial intelligence, he mused, what is this? Primitive punk. Cyber tribe. Chaos era. Zhang Weiguo murmured to himself, imagining how if this room were buried and later discovered by archaeologists, their brains would explode. Primitive people sleeping on animal skin and bone beds, while using wireless charging artificial intelligence. Even after 1,000 years, they wouldn't comprehend the situation. Buzz as Zhang Weiguo sat there bored, contemplating whether to start smelting steel to build cars or weapons. The dug-up object finally produced a different sound. After the buzzing sound, human voices finally came through, Jili Gulu Wali Wala. This voice sounded somewhat similar to the language of the Feng tribe. Previously, Shur had recorded the comparisons between Huaxiao language and their language, and the artificial intelligence Mo Ling had already collected and analyzed it. Zhang Weiguo spoke directly. Mo Ling, translate this. Mo Ling's panda eyes flickered as it began to translate. The Quantum Museum welcomes your arrival. Here are treasures from the quantum era, and you will witness the civilization of ancient sages. If you encounter the National Treasure Open Day, you will have the honor of seeing the first-generation civilian battle armor of the Empire, powered by primitive nuclear energy and filled with mechanical beauty. Moreover, during the National Treasure Open Day, you will personally complete a piece of nuclear armor under the guidance of professional archaeologists, adding it to your collection, which is of great significance. Zhang Weiguo was also impressed by this translation. Initially, he thought it was something good, but it turned out to be an advertisement. Were advertisements in this high-tech society this hardcore? Using drones for advertising, however, he was very interested in the items inside this museum. Quantum-era antiques were just right for Huaxia's current development. The technological content of the black box was too high, making it slow to learn and research. But the quantum era should be closer, a learning would be much easier, and that civilian battle armor looked quite good. After all, it was powered by nuclear energy, and could be considered personal armor, likely compact enough to be used on Blue Planet, as well quickly exploring the world without needing to recharge. But how did the people of this planet solve the safety issues? Didn't they fear carrying nuclear bombs on themselves? Setting those thoughts aside after the advertisement machine's voice concluded, a small projection popped up and the voice continued playing. We have located your position just 100 kilometers away from the Ink Museum. It will only take a short 5 minutes to appreciate the treasures from the quantum era. We sincerely guide you. After the voice ended, an arrow and a set of coordinates appeared on the box in the middle. Although Zhang Weiguo did not know what the coordinates were based on, the arrow clearly pointed the way. Now he had 2 targets to find. One was the place where the military black box had previously appeared, and the other was this quantum museum. He was extremely curious about how powerful this civilization had been and why it disappeared, as well as why this item had been preserved while other technological products were rare. After pondering, Zhang Weiguo turned around to return to the moon, preparing to inform old Qian of this good news and see if he could arrange. At the Hongguang Research Institute, Zhang Weiguo was busy drafting an application. In recent years, the rapid advancement of technology has necessitated extensive computing power, and the supercomputing center's resources are not infinite. They must be queued for calculations. This has caused many research institutions to slow their progress due to prolonged computation times. Whenever scientists make progress in their research requiring calculation, they often have to submit an application, sometimes proving the significance of the computation just to get approved. Even once approved, they frequently have to wait 10 days to half a month before it is their turn to compute. So when Zhang Weiguo encountered a problem needing complex calculations, he immediately began drafting an application. Click send. The email was dispatched. Zhang did not leave. He wanted to check how long he would have to wait in line to plan his time accordingly. Soon a reply arrived. Typically such responses in only 2 hours. Zhang Weiguo stared at the reply in bewilderment, feeling a bit anxious. Was there an issue? He wandered into another laboratory. Old Deng, have you recently applied for supercomputing? How long did it take? Old Deng's face was filled with excitement. We applied yesterday. It was completed this morning. What? So fast? Aren't your data the most complex and time-consuming? Old Deng quietly approached Zhang Weiguo and said, although the country hasn't explicitly stated it, I believe we have made significant progress in supercomputing. Recently, applications for computational power are often completed by the next day. Moreover, the speed of calculations has greatly improved. The last time we used the supercomputer, I dealt with data 1 level lower than today's. It took me a full 5 hours to compute and verify the results. Today, can you guess what happened? Calculations that were even more complex yielded results in just 1 hour. This is undoubtedly a major breakthrough, he continued. Haven't you seen the notice? The computational power is now quite abundant. Not only national scientific research projects can apply for supercomputing, even provincial level and private enterprises can now apply for it. Zhang Weiguo listened in astonishment. Though he didn't know what had happened, it was evident that the nation had become stronger. Just like Zhang Weiguo, he felt he hadn't done much, yet his role was significant, not just in space exploration, but in driving the overall development of Chinese technology. Although it wasn't obvious now, over time it would become apparent that China was changing rapidly. Zhang Weiguo returned to the moon and connected the communication. Old Qian, we've repaired that object and discovered something good, he said. Old Qian was also excited upon hearing this. For a civilization of this level, anything could bring tremendous development. Unfortunately, the technological content was a bit too high, making it difficult for them to learn, akin to asking Qin Shi Huang to learn computer science, or even harder. However, having a discovery is better than having none. Old Qian asked, what is it? Did I not mention before that we discovered a signal source? To our surprise, it turned out to be an advertisement player playing an ad for a history museum, complete with a location marker that can guide us to the museum. Although we don't know if that place still exists, we could definitely find something useful there. Old Qian pondered, intrigued by the mention of a history museum. History is incredibly useful as it helps us better understand the development of this planet. However, its utility is limited. It can significantly aid in the study of cultural customs, but not much else. A history museum is great for aiding our research into extraterrestrial cultural development. If possible, we should definitely try to find it. Zhang Weiguo noticed Old Qian's tone and immediately understood. Old Qian was likely thinking in terms of the Blue Planet's history museum, which contained ancient artifacts that were significant for understanding cultural systems, but not critical for technological advancements. Old Qian surely hadn't considered what history they might showcase. Old Qian, what they mention is a treasure from the quantum era. All the items displayed are products from this planet's quantum age. Moreover, the national treasure inside is the first generation of civilian battle armor powered by nuclear energy. Old Qian was instantly shocked. What? Treasures from the quantum era? He quickly realized, right. For them, the quantum era might indeed be considered ancient. Having such a history museum is quite reasonable. And nuclear-powered battle armor, which can be applied to civilian battle gear, must be ultra-miniaturized and equipped with safety measures to ensure the safety of both the user and others. This is excellent for us. Old Qian was suddenly excited. This was simply a divine gift. If there were more in that place, it would greatly assist their technological development. The scientific community generally believes that the next era for the Blue Planet should be the quantum era, and many aspects of research have already begun. Thus, treasures from the quantum era would perfectly bridge the gap and be just right for research. Zhang Weiguo seized the opportunity and continued, "Moreover, this museum has a complete process for handcrafting nuclear-powered armor." The advertisement also mentioned that under the guidance of professional archaeologists, visitors can personally complete a piece of nuclear armor. This is a dream come true. If we could obtain such a complete process and equip the military, we wouldn't need anything else. Just sheer force would be enough to win all the wars on the Blue Planet. It is quite reasonable, as many corresponding museums now conduct activities to attract visitors. For instance, Jingdezhen lets tourists experience pottery, making Suzhou offers silk embroidery experiences, and the Terracotta Army allows people to create figurines. Thus, having visitors craft nuclear-powered armor seems entirely reasonable. However, even for a high-tech civilization, handcrafting nuclear armor feels a bit too hardcore. It would likely just involve pressing a few buttons to start the process, with the final step allowing users to customize their armor's appearance. However, Zhang Weiguo also wondered if it still existed. He continued, "Of course, Old Qian, this is an advertisement, and we don't know how long ago it was. We don't know if that place still exists." Old Qian replied hopefully, "It exists. It should still be there. After all, museums have their protection protocols, and when facing danger, all artifacts are prioritized for placement in highly secure storage. There is a great chance that it is still there." "Well, that's good. Then, Old Qian, you should arrange for a vehicle to come pick me up. That place is over 100 kilometers away, and walking would take too long." "Sure, don't worry. I will arrange it immediately." After the communication was completed, Old Qian immediately came down to make arrangements. First, he found Old Zhao, who was mainly responsible for research in aerospace technology. Old Zhao also had insights that the country might have new developments that he was unaware of. The Moon Palace project base had evolved beyond just a lunar landing site. Due to Zhang Weiguo frequently bringing back high-tech gadgets, many scientists had come to the Moon Palace project base for research. Originally, the plan was for a small-town research base, but it had now been planned to develop into a small city with numerous projects under construction and research. The layout and construction were meticulously designed. Although power was still being supplied through electricity, there was space reserved for nuclear fusion power generation, which would likely be operational soon. It was either Ji Weichang's breakthrough in fusion materials or the special ores brought back by Zhang Weiguo that would help. "Do you want the nuclear-powered battle armor?" Old Qian asked. "Nuclear-powered battle armor. Did Weiguo discover it over there? Has it been sent down?" "Then hurry up and launch a rocket to bring it down." Upon hearing about the nuclear-powered battle armor, Old Zhao became anxious. This was clearly an epic-making piece of equipment. Recently, single-soldier combat gear had also been a primary direction of research for various countries. No matter how agile machines were, they could not match a human's adaptability. In the later stages of war, it still required human involvement, unless it was a nation-destroying operation where no survivors were intended. In such cases, human presence was unnecessary. Not yet, but there's news. Previously, we found an advertisement player from a museum, specifically a quantum era museum. It even has activities for leading tourists in crafting nuclear-powered battle aircraft. In Blue Star, anyone who hears about a quantum era museum would find it quite bizarre. For the people of Blue Star, museums are merely places for historical relics, and the combination with the quantum era feels awkward. However, despite the awkwardness, the meaning is certainly understood. Old Zhao realized this item was not easily obtainable and that there were challenges involved. He immediately inquired, "Is that place very dangerous? How about directly sending a small tactical nuclear bomb there?" Old Zhao, upon hearing about the nuclear-powered battle armor, became anxious and disregarded other concerns. Old Qian was shocked as well, thinking that this old fellow was too radical. "We're not at that stage yet. The main issue is that the location is over 100 kilometers away from where Weiguo is now, still on a primitive planet. It's a bit difficult to get there. I'm preparing to ask you for a better, safer vehicle." A vehicle is a bit slow. How about sending a helicopter? It would be lighter, right?" "A helicopter? You think that's a good idea? You can fly it yourself." Old Zhao pointed to the helicopter circling above. "It's equipped with artificial intelligence and can fully achieve autonomous flight." Old Qian shook his head. Not safe. What if we encounter danger in the sky? We wouldn't be able to evade it. Safety must come first." Old Zhao thought about it and agreed. There were even dinosaurs there, and it was possible that there were pterosaurs as well. If they encountered a large flying beast, it would indeed be difficult to handle. A vehicle would be safer. "All right, no problem. We have vehicles available. Although controlling one person can be a bit tedious with the help of artificial intelligence, it should be fine. Just modify it to be electric-powered and prepare a few energy storage devices to place in its storage space. It can charge on the moon or at the primitive tribe's location. Old Qian reiterated safety must be prioritized. Old Zhao nodded D. Old Qian thought for a moment. The recent plan is to simulate a manned lunar landing, but this time, we'll take fewer other items and focus solely on completing a simulated manned lunar landing. Also, you should package the items well and just throw them up there. Okay, no problem. After watching the video transmitted by Zhang Weiguo, the scientists also analyzed the greenhouse and the cultivated mushrooms. This greenhouse is well built for the current standards and should suffice for this winter. However, without a framework structure, it remains unstable. It's best to find iron or copper or at least cement to make it sturdier. The strains planted are decent, but make sure that humans shouldn't visit too often. If they do, they should cover their mouths and noses to avoid fungal infections. Moreover, the growth situation is even better than we anticipated, and it may have a shorter growth cycle. Additionally, the seeds for potatoes and sweet potatoes are ready. They will go up next time, and we need to prepare a suitable growth area as well. Alright, I'll take care of that. Zhang Weiguo listened attentively to the suggestions from the scientists, then routinely checked the communication issues. Everything was normal at the Moon Palace base. While chatting with Old Zhang put down the sign. You two don't understand, this is the country's recognition of you, and it's also recognition of my efforts in educating my children. It shows that I have cultivated talent for the country, and that makes me happy. Zhang Weiguo looked at his parents' joyful expressions and felt happy as well. Recently, Old Zhang continued to assist in training the warriors protecting the base. He may not know much else, but imparting some combat experience was not an issue. His mother was also restless. She couldn't sit still without doing something. However, she wouldn't do anything else, so she just helped clean up the hygiene outside everyone's dormitory. Even Old Qian had advised her several times to just rest and take care of her health. But despite all the persuasion, she wouldn't listen. In her words, the country is supporting them because of the great contributions made by the son. They can't lose face for him. I may not know much else, but cleaning up the garbage is still. Xinjun smiled softly. She had always had a fondness for research. However, with Zhang Weiguo's disappearance, she was unable to fully dedicate herself to her studies. She juggled her work while comforting Zhang Weiguo's parents and attending to her own family matters, leaving her emotionally drained. Recently, everything had improved. Zhang Weiguo was back, and everyone felt reassured about his safety, allowing her to immerse herself wholeheartedly in her beloved research. Most importantly, she was surrounded by experts. Of course, she felt invigorated and radiated energy. Aren't we just waiting for your moon wedding? I want to keep you. Our project is at a critical moment, so stay safe, she said before leaving, a determined career woman focused on her work. Truly impressive. Zhang Weiguo was indeed fond of such individuals. Continuing their conversation, Chen Tianlei arrived. Bro, I have some not so good news to share with you, he said. Moi. Zhang Weiguo felt a sense of foreboding. What bad news could there be? It's all silver now, so what bad news can there be? You've guessed it, it's already bronze. What the hell? Zhang Weiguo was utterly shocked. Bro, haven't you been solely focused on gaming lately? How could you have reached bronze? It might be because I've been playing so much that I've reached bronze, Chen Tianlei said weakly. It was truly an unexpected situation. Well, bronze was already the lowest rank, so it was somewhat of a limit. Zhang Weiguo even thought that they needed some means of communication on the primitive planet. There must be a way, otherwise how could different planets communicate? With that, he could relax and play some ranked games. After all, he would be on the moon for at least 12 hours a day, and during less busy times he could spare a few hours to unwind. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Weiguo said, "We're brothers, so just play casually, but it's already at its limit. Once I set up some network communication, we can rank up together." After saying that, he chatted with Chen Tianlei about dinosaurs and the marvels of the quantum era before preparing to return to the primitive planet. He hurried to catch the ride. It would be even better if the state sent the vehicle over directly. After finishing the communication with Chen Tianlei, he looked at his computer screen. Now everyone didn't need to gather in one room to communicate. Elder Qian had arranged for signal transmission, allowing communication from their own rooms, which was safer and more private. The canyon has been updated significantly to better maintain the experience of new players. The black iron rank has been updated below bronze, Chen Tianlei murmured while looking at the screen. Even if I drop, having played for so long, I shouldn't end up in black iron rank. At least I should be bronze. Let's give it a try. Chen Tianlei confidently logged into the game. Zhang Weiguo returned to the primitive planet and began working with everyone on the tribe's construction. The weather was getting colder and the wind was bringing fewer available food resources. However, progress on the brick-making was swift, with 5 brick kilns now operational, continuously producing bricks at an impressive speed. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Weiguo led some tribesmen across the great chasm to the edge of the forest. They first felled some trees to build a long bridge, which they placed over the chasm during the day and pulled back at night for safety. The trees were thick and long enough to serve as a bridge. They continued to cut down more trees, bringing them back to the tribe for simple processing into wooden beds. Transitioning from the ground to beds not only enhanced comfort, but also reduced the risk of infections. The beds would be covered with leaves and straw, and the better ones would use animal skins. Observing this situation, Zhang Weiguo pondered Rabbits are great. They provide food and rabbit fur can be used for clothing, plus they mature quickly and reproduce abundantly, making them very useful right now. Alright, when you go out this time, if you encounter any, you can catch a few to bring back. The more the better. We can raise them until they're grown, and then eat them, Zhang Weiguo instructed. Sure, no problem. Chief Feng now heeded Zhang Weiguo's words. It wasn't just because he had joined the Huaxiao tribe or Zhang Weiguo being a shaman. It was more because the visible changes Zhang Weiguo brought to the tribe were undeniable. Many tribespeople had moved into warm houses 100 times better than the damp, cold, thatched huts, especially in the increasingly frigid white-haired days. Furthermore, one of the greenhouses was already filled with food expected to be ready to eat in a few weeks, providing hope for their survival during the winter. Originally, they might have lost half of their elderly tribespeople, but now that was no longer a concern. Of course, they would listen to Zhang Weiguo. After communicating with Chief Feng, Zhang Weiguo entered his room and returned to the moon. Today was the day for the simulated man-moon landing, and it was also when Elder Qian said the vehicle would be sent. He had also chatted with Elder Zhao, who praised the vehicle for a long time, and Zhang Weiguo was quite excited. After all, Elder Zhao knew that this was a primitive planet with no roads and various challenging terrains, and they could even encounter dinosaurs and wild beasts in the wilderness. He was eager to understand how to ensure safe travel. Zhang Weiguo returned to the moon and hurried outside to check the flat ground, ensuring there were no stone pits or bumps before returning to the cave. He activated the communication device, and Elder Qian was already waiting. Our launcher is already airborne. Initially, we planned to take a robot that makes lunar soil bricks to cover the surface more evenly, but your vehicle is more important, he explained. The lunar soil brick robot was indeed impressive. After research, it was found that lunar soil could be used not only for making bricks, but also for reinforcing the lunar module's shell. Using a device to cover the lunar module and injecting selected lunar soil would not only strengthen it, but also provide insulation. However, where was Elder Zhao? Last time he mentioned he would personally introduce it to him. Elder Qian has Elder Zhao not come. Where's Elder Zhao? Is he in good health? Didn't he say he would introduce me? Elder Qian sighed. He's fine, but he has matters to attend to. The trees desire stillness, yet the winds do not cease. Old Zhao was now infuriated. They had announced plans to simulate a man-moon landing, and today was the official launch day, with everything progressing quite successfully. However, just now, quite suddenly, the Sakura Kimchi and Lighthouse had declared a joint military exercise, and right in the open seas adjacent to our Huaxiao territory. What is this? This is a serious provocation. Moreover, it was not just a simple announcement. They had clearly been well prepared. It is estimated that discussions began as soon as the auspicious news was broadcasted regarding today's launch plan. The moment they announced the military exercise, all naval fleets here had already set sail towards the designated area in the open sea. The Sakura fleet departed from Sakura, the Kimchi fleet from Kimchi, and the Lighthouse fleet also set sail from Kimchi. In no time, they arrived near Huaxia's territorial waters, forming an apparent encirclement. Originally, Huaxiao was executing its moon landing plan step by step, and this was not truly a man-moon landing. After several months of intense progress, there was still some heat, but it wasn't explosive. As a result, once this incident broke out, it instantly became a hot topic again. Any normal person could discern the reason behind their joint military exercise. The Lighthouse Space Administration has a new director now. Useless. What on earth have you all been doing? Others are making progress every few days, and now they are simulating a man-moon landing. What are you still doing? Are you trying to change the director again? We were once far ahead, yet now look at this. Damn it, all you do is talk about Pride Month and Pride Year. Can't you do something constructive? The Space Administration has produced no results, and the Ministry of Defense can't stand it any longer, which is why this military exercise was held. You all figure it out. The upper echelon's patience has reached its limit. If you don't want to end up as cannon fodder on the overseas battlefield, then quickly deliver results. The technician looked anxious, but remained calm inside. After all, he had been around for 3 administrations. He had his own ideas. According to past experience, results were a must. However, the results had to either be small or significant. They could never be mediocre, or he might end up taking the blame. Recently, rocket launches had not gone well, and 2 colleagues were still stuck at the space station. Going to sea was also out of the question. They had already changed a director last time, and doing so again would bring bad luck. Oh, he heard that there had been some progress in individual combat armor recently. He could offer some technology from that for the spacesuits. Wouldn't that count as a result? A real-life Iron Man suit would surely be popular among the public, and for the director, it would be a prestigious thing. Everything would be perfect. Regarding this matter, the Huaxia internet was also in an uproar. Damn it, are you sick? We were going about our space program just fine. What does it have to do with you? Why come here to disgust us? Anglo-Saxon thieves, simply a moral low ground for humanity. Can't stand to see others do well right. We want to play in our own space, and you have to come and stir trouble. Shameless, truly shameless. Can't you just develop well on your own? If you can't do it, others can't either, right? Such a logic of thieves. Most Huaxiao people are rational, having a correct sense of right and wrong. Yet those who spend a lot of money on the other side jumped up and yelled after receiving their dog food. I've said it before, developing space technology is useless, but you still wouldn't listen. Now look what happened, they've surrounded you. What can you do? Oh heavens, how many people does it take to launch a rocket? I said to keep a low profile. Don't do what others haven't done. Just blend in well. Now look, you've angered them, it's all gone. I don't even know what to say anymore. To provoke the leader of the free world, the beacon of democratic spirit, to this extent, Huaxia is truly unique. Can't you just behave and wait for others to take you flying? Why must you come out and show off? The final remark was simply absurd. The colonized who had received dog food all rushed to inquire who made such a bold statement, leaving them a bit flushed. Now even a normal person wouldn't say such things, and even the lighthouse people themselves couldn't voice it. It turned out to be someone who hadn't even received any dog food, a so-called beacon person. Meanwhile, foreign forces were watching with great interest. All right, so you think you can land on the moon? Go ahead, we'll send you all to the moon. We will apply for heritage status for this action. What do you mean by open seas? What happens if we directly enter their territorial waters? In addition, countries that did not participate in this matter were cautiously observing. This incident at its core was a united pressure from the lighthouse on Huaxia. On a larger scale, it might change the world's recent dynamics. Recently, Huaxia has been flourishing in various aspects, and even those countries not adjacent to Huaxia can vaguely sense it. After all, in recent days, Huaxia has made breakthroughs in many directions. Although they are only minor breakthroughs, they reflect a thriving atmosphere clearly moving upward. Furthermore, the lighthouse has not only been embroiled in various scandals regarding small islands, but has also been vigorously promoting diversity initiatives, Pride Days, Pride Months, and similar agendas. They even rapidly elevated a gender-fluid individual who had never served in the military to the rank of general. In the hearts of those self-proclaimed awakened individuals pursuing equality and inclusivity, this is a symbol of spiritual leadership and freedom democracy. Yet to high-ranking politicians, it is merely a harmful act with no benefits. Even if they have to feign support due to national conditions and public opinion, how can someone who has never served in the military be made a general? Just because of gender diversity, can someone displace others who graduated from prestigious schools and become an executive? Anyone with clear vision can see it won't work. If Huaxia can deliver a beautiful counterattack, this time the strategies of others towards Huaxia will change significantly. They will see the lighthouse's hollow bravado and recognize Huaxia's promising future. If Huaxia does not take any countermeasures this time, they will only follow the lighthouse's lead and continue to oppress and carve up Huaxia. In fact, there has been a truth since ancient times: only military strength can protect a nation and foster the development of other technologies. Without military protection, everything else is like a house of cards that will collapse with the slightest breeze. Huaxia's response is now under intense scrutiny. The people are worried about whether the country can cope well, and the lighthouse's lackeys are eagerly hoping it will continue like this, forcing all technology to be handed over. Other countries are also waiting to see whether to start making friends with Huaxia or to continue mingling with the lighthouse. Such an obvious situation is something the country can also focus on. They know they cannot let this go unchecked. Old Zhao received authorization from the higher-ups and smiled happily. This group of pups has been saying we are developing 6th-generation fighter jets to threaten the world's safety. This time let them see what the true direction of 6th-generation fighter jets is.